I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 498, Depths of the Mountain. Where exactly are we going? Leon asked as the golems escorted him and his party further into the research installation, as the lead golem had called it. Behind him, Valeria and Maya were on high alert, their auras indicating that magic was still flowing through their bodies, keeping them ready just in case things took a violent turn. The lead golem was walking alongside Leon and the rest were behind them, so Leon could hardly blame them for their caution. Up ahead is a place of rest for travelers, the golem helpfully responded, showing no sign that Leon could perceive that it intended anything untoward, though this was much harder to do with something made of bronze rather than flesh. This facility was not designed to accommodate guests, so extensive quarters were not constructed. However, for young Lord's small party, we can provide a place to rest until His Highness arranges to meet. Right, Leon said, and that man who spoke to us when we arrived, that was Prince Nestor. Yes, the golem confirmed. Leon just smiled, a look in his eye that was both curious and dangerous. Speaking to Maya, he said, "This Prince Nestor they're talking about, I was told in no uncertain terms that he was dead." "Who told you that?" Maya responded, her eyes narrowing and her aura growing a touch more turbulent. "The Thunderbird," Leon replied. "She's lied to me before, but be prepared for anything. There's no turning back now. This place used to belong to my family, and if someone is squatting here pretending to be Nestor, then I won't rest until that person is dead at my feet. Even if we must fight our way out and return later when we're stronger." "I understand," Maya replied, turning her attention back to the golems, who had continued to accompany them without making any threatening moves. "These other golems," Leon continued, deciding that if the lead golem was going to answer his questions, he might as well ask some about their immediate situation. "Are they designed for combat?" "They are not," the lead golem replied, though Leon didn't take it at face value. Even if they weren't designed to kill people, they were still roughly 12 feet tall and possessed of great magical power. If he and his party had to fight their way out, it would not be easy, and he'd probably even have to call upon Zaffin. "What functions are they designed to fulfill, then?" Leon asked. "Facility management and maintenance," the lead golem explained. "His Highness designed each and every one of them to keep this facility in perfect condition to await the clan's return." "Return? Where did everyone go?" Leon asked as he looked around. The hall was quite long, but here and there were a few other doors that defied his attempts to see past with his magic senses. As a matter of fact, how many people worked here before they left? The golem, instead of answering Leon's question, said, "I'm afraid I cannot say. King Jason restricted all information coming out of this place, and until the proper proof of your rank arrives or His Highness clears you to learn such information, lines of inquiry such as those relating to human staff or the operations conducted here cannot be answered." Leon nodded, disappointed and surprised that the golem was so discerning. It even seemed alive, but as far as he knew, such magical constructs gave up any pretenses they had toward immortality for that sentience. In the case of the stone giants, they had managed to evolve into sentient beings, but in doing so they had apparently imposed lifespans upon themselves. The wisps animating their physical bodies were simply not powerful enough to sustain an endless existence and a sentient mind. At least, not without ongoing maintenance, Leon thought as a slight frown crossed his face. Nestor's name had come up multiple times in relation to golems, both down in the archives and the cradle. If these golems were more advanced versions, then maybe the rules were different. Or maybe this place was equipped to build golems and this one was constructed relatively recently. It could have been either one. By now, they had reached the end of the hall, and the lead golem waved a hand and opened the door. Beyond was a plush lounge, filled with comfortable furniture that didn't look even vaguely like what Leon would have assumed they should have given. About 80,000 years had passed since the fall of his clan. The sofas, tables, and chairs all looked pristine, without the slightest hint of decay. Additionally, the room was lined with empty alcoves, each one with stone plinths where statues otherwise would have been placed. Leon guessed that since this was the room where the golems had emerged from, then maybe those plinths were where they were stored when not in use. "Young Lord's party may rest here," the lead golem stated. "I shall stay with you until His Highness calls upon you." Leon nodded, indicating to Valeria and Maya that they should head into the room. They complied, with the rest of the golems following them inside and confirming Leon's guess when they stood upon their plinths and freezing in various poses that showed off their bronze forms. The lead golem, on the other hand, simply stood next to the door, silently watching them as they got comfortable. Leon wanted few things more than to head over and continue his questioning of the lead golem, but one of those things was to speak with Zaffin and the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird operated on her own time, though, and apparently not even Leon plumbing the depths of one of her clan's old facilities was enough to get her to pay attention. Zaffin, on the other hand, was always there. "What do you think about this, demon?" Leon asked. "I'm thinking a lot about this, human," Zaffin testily replied. "Nestor was the one who oversaw the project that saw me first summoned to this plane, though we never met face to face." "Really?" Leon replied, his tone unbelieving. "Why has this never come up when we spoke about him before?" "It's not an easy thing to talk about," Zaffin shot back. "It's relevant now, so I'm talking about it." Leon clenched his jaw in frustration. "Getting real sick and fucking tired of people withholding information from me," he thought, though he could understand why they were doing so he did his best to rein in his irritation. "Fine. What do you think about what's going on right now?" "Sounds almost too good to be true," Zaffin said. "Looks that way, too. I'm skeptical, but this place has been remarkably well maintained, especially considering the pit I was left to rot in. I can't sense anything beyond these walls, though, so maybe the rundown areas are just hidden from view." Before Leon could respond, the same ancient, tired voice was heard from all around again, as if the speaker were right in front of Leon, though he couldn't be seen. "My kinsman, come and meet with me, sure, just point the way," Leon cautiously replied, though the voice gave no response. Instead, the lead golem stepped forward again. "This way, young lord. His Highness resides deep below the surface level. It may take a few minutes to reach his chamber, but you have been given access to the facility." The golem stood to the side of the door, its posture steeped in a perfect bow that would impress even the most highly trained of palatial stewards. It opened the door for Leon, then stood back in a clear invitation. Leon almost agreed right away, the encounter with the Colossus outside having given him a great deal of confidence in dealing with anything that this place could throw at him, and having Zaffin in his corner only raising that confidence further. But he managed to refrain from immediately walking out just enough to ask a question or two. "What about my companions?" Leon asked in concern as he glanced at Maya and Valeria. "They shall have to remain here for the time being," the golem responded. "Worry not, young lord, they shall be safe and well taken care of here. Should they have need of anything, they have only to ask one of the other golems for it and we will do our best to see them accommodated." Leon nodded and looking back to the other two. Valeria hardly looked like she wanted to be left behind, and Maya looked one step shy of demanding she be brought along, too, but he simply shook his head and said, "Be careful. If anything happens, think first of yourselves." Valeria silently nodded, her apprehension written all over her face. Maya, meanwhile, said into his mind, "If you don't come back, I will level this mountain until I find you." Leon smiled at her as he and the golem walked out of the room, dearly hoping it wouldn't come to that. As the door closed behind him and the golem, Leon paused to take a deep breath and to let the golem take the lead, then decided to try and pick the conversation back up that he'd started as they walked in. "Does being given access to the facility mean I can ask questions about this place?" he asked the golem. The golem didn't immediately respond, taking a brief moment to pause and think in a way that only led credence to Leon's theory that it was properly sentient. "I suppose it does," the lead golem eventually answered, though there was enough hesitation in its voice that Leon decided not to push this privilege too far. "So," he asked, "how long exactly has it been since you last had visitors?" The golem, seemingly without further hesitation, answered, "By my estimates, it's been 78,920 years since we last had guests from the clan. The last of our research team departed 3 years after that, leaving Prince Nestor to operate this facility alone ever since." Leon nodded, filing that information away. He remembered Zaffin telling him that he'd been alone in his prison for longer than that, though not by much, so clearly some of the Thunderbird clan survived whatever happened to Jason Carranos, enough at least to visit this place. "Prince Nestor's been alone this whole time?" Leon asked. "And he's never left, correct?" The golem responded as it directed Leon to take the first right off the entrance hall that they came across. "Is he all right? Have there been any notable incidents regarding him in all this time?" The golem paused again, clearly thinking over its response. In those long few seconds, Leon had taken that right and found that it led into a small octagonal magic lift just large enough to hold maybe 10 normal-sized people, which bore him and the golem down deeper into the mountain. The prince's situation has not allowed him to leave the primary research chamber since shortly before the death of the Storm King, the golem eventually replied, though its tone seemed conflicted as if it were reluctant to say these things. When His Majesty's call came to assemble the best we had, Prince Nestor was unable to join his father and siblings. What situation is he in, exactly? Leon was surprised, for if his father were still around and in trouble, he'd not allow any situation to prevent him from coming to Artoria's aid, yet apparently Nestor's was bad enough that he wasn't able to stand with his family during their dying moments. At least, what Leon assumed was their dying moments. The only information he had on that front was from the Thunderbird, and she hadn't been able to give him any specifics at all about how Jason Carranos and his family died. All she'd been able to tell him was that Nestor was still alive at that point, but died soon after. I cannot say, the golem replied. Young lord shall see soon enough. Leon nodded, his unease deepening as the lift carried them even further into the mountain, not showing any signs of stopping any time soon. Sue, Leon said as the silence grew awkward, I apologize for not asking earlier, but you got a name? No, the golem replied. Names are reserved for those above me in station. Leon frowned. Is that a rule imposed by Nestor? It is a rule of the clan. The golem didn't make any signs that it was upset about that fact, but Leon still couldn't help but feel some revulsion at the fact that it had been denied a name. Even dogs have names, he thought to himself. Deciding that he needed to move on from that topic before it infuriated him, Leon asked, my original purpose in coming here was to search for someone who may have shown up here recently. Do you know anything about that? We did receive a visitor not too long ago, the golem replied. Can I get some specifics? How long ago exactly, and what did he look like? How strong was he? Was it even a he, to begin with? Our visitor was a man of roughly 120 years of age, possessed of 8th tier power, 6 feet 2 inches of height, and silver hair. Leon clenched his jaw, recognizing the description as exactly matching that of Justin Isonos. His killing intent began to rise uncontrollably as he thought about the possibility that Justin was still here, and that he was now away from Valeria. If he were to encounter Justin without her around, he could potentially kill him and tell her anything he wanted. Did he give you his name? What happened to him? Prince Nestor had him taken alive and held here. I would like to visit him, if possible. Bringing you to the prince takes priority right now. Leon smiled, though there was no mirth or warmth in the expression. How much longer, then? I would like to take care of my business as soon as possible. We're almost there. Leon nodded and took a deep breath. He figured that this was probably for the best. Dealing with Justin would likely be far more emotionally taxing than dealing with whatever was here. But that certainty was tested as soon as it appeared in Leon's mind as the magic lift began to slow, the journey having been long enough to take them deep into the mountain. He was about to meet with someone who potentially lived during the heyday of his clan, someone who potentially was related to him, someone who could share the burden of rebuilding the clan. The doors of the lift slid open, revealing a hall that was far less visually appealing than the entrance hall. Gone were the brilliant light murals, replaced with dry, boring slanted walls of gray metal. There were no trees or ceiling enchantments, only magical light fixtures that illuminated this short hallway deep beneath the mountain. Leon took a purposeful stride out of the lift and began walking for the one relatively small door at the end of the short hall, the golem at his side, but his heart began racing faster with every step he took. Having Justin to fixate on had made it easier to ignore, but the closer he came to the trapezoidal doors, the more real it became that he was on the threshold of something that could change his situation forever. In his mind, there were only two options. Either Nestor was on the other side of these doors, or there was an imposter here that he would have to deal with. Then again, whoever this person was in reality, he'd still invited him down and placed no magical defenses in Leon's way. Nestor's voice echoed in Leon's ears again, come in, and the doors slid open without a sound, allowing uncomfortably bright light to stream through the open doorway. Leon, even with his 7th tier eyes, had to squint in discomfort as he took just a few more steps and walked through the door. As soon as he was past, though, the door slid shut, sealing him into the room and separating him from the golem. What is this? He shouted, his magic immediately flooding his body with power and energy. Something, to ensure, we're not Disturbed, the voice rasped. What we have, to speak of, is not for outside ears. Leon scowled, but that expression softened as his eyes adjusted to his surroundings. The room was massive, domed, and largely lacking any adornment, though the latter might have been because the functional design was breathtaking as it was without further decorative embellishments. The immense ceiling hundreds of feet above him was covered in glowing runes that constantly shifted into new patterns, forming new enchantments as the need for them came and went, just like the control room of the prison where Leon found Zaffin. This fucking place, the demon muttered from within Leon's soul realm, and he couldn't help but agree, though in a different manner. The floor had been polished so well that it almost looked like Leon was floating in a gigantic black void, with nothing but the runes to light his way, like the stars at night in the countryside. Completing this vision of the night sky was a gigantic jewel in the center of the dome, glowing brilliant white like the full moon, while directly below it on the floor was a sphere of golden light. The sphere was the source of the light that initially made it difficult for Leon to see, but strangely, this sphere didn't shed any light upon the floor that Leon could see. It was as if the floor just devoured that light and only that light, leaving the reflection of the ceiling undisturbed. "Come closer, child," the voice croaked. It sounded weak and on the cusp of death, all traces of the original jovial elder apparently lost in its exhaustion. Leon summoned his blade, not trusting this at all, but figuring that since he'd already walked into this lion's den, he might as well go all the way. Besides, he doubted he'd be able to get the door behind him open, so onward was the only choice he could reasonably make. He started walking toward the sphere, keeping his blade at the ready and his magic flooding his bloodstream just in case it was needed. As he cautiously approached the sphere, he began to ask, "Are we going to be talking through tea?" Before he could finish, an opening in the sphere formed just large enough for Leon to enter. Not jumping into it immediately, Leon quickly stole a glance inside and tried to flood his magic senses through it. His magic senses were scattered immediately, but he at least got a look inside. In the center of the sphere, sitting on a huge ornate silver table, was a massive chunk of white, unworked stone about 4 or 5 times as large as the golem outside, shining with soft white light. It was a magnificent thing, seeming almost holy as oceans of endless light magic streamed out of it in a blatantly magical way. It was so radiant that Leon almost missed the other thing in the room. A bed, immaculate despite the age it almost certainly was, made of ivory and trimmed with emeralds and turtle shell. The mattress was thick and the sheets seemed luxurious, but when his golden eyes fell upon it, Leon's attention was captured entirely by the bed's occupant, a man with features as aged. As his voice implied, his face wrinkled by time and paled by millennia underground. His body was withered and skeletal, even more so than the Bull King's had been. He even seemed to be a skeleton for a moment, he had so little flesh on his bones. But his dark brown eyes glittered with life and intelligence, even as his almost inhumanly pale skin spoke only of a man with a foot already in the grave. His light brown hair, he had a surprising lack of white hair given how ancient the rest of him seemed, was long and unkempt, to the point that even in its current tangled state, the man's hair would have reached down to his knees. Most notably, however, was the fact that his shaky and weak-feeling aura was completely opaque to Leon, indicating that the man had at least surpassed him in magical might even if his body lay desiccated in the bed. He smiled as his eyes landed upon Leon peeking in through the hole in the sphere. "Come in," he said, his voice straining to be heard even though it was deathly quiet in the massive chamber. "It is not safe to keep this sphere open for long. Please join me for a moment, my kinsman." "Shit, shit, shit, shit," Leon repeated in his head as he stared at the sphere. He doubted that he'd be able to open this thing if he needed to on his own, but he hadn't come this far just to turn back, so he swore in his mind once more before he dashed into the sphere of light, only for it to seal shut behind him with a hiss of magic power. Chapter 499. Nestor. Leon whipped around, his blade in hand as the hole that allowed him into the sphere of light sealed itself behind him. "What is this?" he almost shouted as he turned back to face the man in the bed, who despite looking like the living dead barely batted an eye at Leon's brandished weapon. However, Leon saw his eyes flitting between him and the sword often, so he hoped that it meant that the man could still be harmed with it. Given where he was and the fact that he couldn't see through the man's shaky aura, though, he wasn't going to take anything for granted. Instead of answering directly, the man said, "I'm glad you came down here so readily." Now that Leon was here in front of him, he sounded much less strained than before, though his voice was still barely more than a tired whisper. "I don't know what I would have done if you had refused to meet with me down here. Who are you?" Leon demanded to know. I am exactly who my golem outside claimed me to be, the man replied, the pale, waxy skin on his face stretching into a grotesque smile. I am Nestor, the son of Jason Karanos, prince of the Thunderbird clan and the Kingdom of the Storm. Not a fucking chance, Leon shouted, not sensing anything about the man that would lead him to believe that this, Nestor, was kin. I have it on damned good authority that Nestor died thousands of years ago, childless. You can be nothing more than an imposter. The man chuckled, though it seemed to take quite a bit of energy to do so. This pathetic display left Leon feeling a little foolish for continuing to hold his weapon at the ready, but he didn't let his guard drop for even a moment. It took, Nestor, a few seconds to summon the strength to speak again. I assume that, our honored ancestor, told you of my death. Leon scowled, and that was answer enough for the emaciated, bedridden man. Yes, it could be no one else. She must have thought I died after everyone else assigned here left. Well, my young kinsman, the thing about the Thunderbird is that, she can't see you if you have no soul realm. Leon's eyes almost bugged out of their sockets. You have no soul realm. I do not, the man admitted. In the course of my experiments, he gestured not far behind him to the glowing white stone, I became infected with some kind of ancient curse. By the way, do not touch that thing. Its power is beyond anything you can muster to defend yourself. Leon took an involuntary step back. He could sense intense light magic coming from the stone, but even though light magic was mostly associated with its healing properties, he knew from experience that light magic could be incredibly dangerous, and light magic was absolutely pouring out of this monolithic chunk of whitish, uncut stone. Continuing, Nestor explained, I was confined here before my father set off to kill the grave warden of this plane. Leon blinked in confusion, lost for a moment until he recalled the Thunderbird's story of Jason Karanos' death and of the man who killed him, the planar lord of Eterna. My body survived the curse, but my soul realm was consumed, cutting me off not only from most of my power, but also from our ancestor. As far as she would be concerned, I am dead, for she cannot see me, and my power is gone. Finally, Leon's sword dropped a few inches. The man was weak and practically on the verge of death, and nothing he could sense would lead him to think otherwise. What proof do you have of any of this? Leon asked. You could be anyone as far as I know. How can I possibly be sure you are who you say you are? You cannot, Nestor croaked. I am but an old man, barely able to absorb enough magic to keep myself alive. By staying here, there's nothing I can do now that would prove my identity to you, not in the way you want me to, not even a little bit of our inherited power. Leon knew that to create elemental magic required some hefty reserves of power, enough that the lack of a sizable soul realm made it nearly impossible. But a few sparks he didn't think would be beyond this man's ability to conjure. Nestor squinted at him in mild frustration but raised his shaking hand and lightly snapped his fingers. A flash of silver-blue light appeared between them, the tiniest arc of the Thunderbird's lightning connecting his thumb and index finger for just long enough for Leon to see. Is that sufficient? He asked as he slumped back in his bed in an almost exaggerated manner as if he were subtly chastising Leon for his mistrust. I suppose it is, Leon said, lowering his blade but not dropping his guard entirely. A little flash of light was one thing. He knew that illusions weren't that difficult to create for many people. But when that tiny arc of lightning appeared, he could feel something in him tremble in resonance. As far as his senses could tell, that was no illusion. So, now what, then? You could tell me of the clan, Nestor requested. I've no inkling of what has happened in all the long years I've been here. Leon nodded as he took a few steps forward, but his eyes drifted toward the glowing stone not too far away. I can give you the general rundown, but in turn, how about you tell me what was going on in this place? Nestor smiled and nodded, seeming no more than a sickly grandfather hoping to dote on his grandchild a little bit. Understanding that as a silent plea for him to start first, and knowing that conjuring that tiny bolt probably took quite a bit out of a man so injured, Leon decided to just jump right in. I guess the best place to begin would be at the beginning, or at least, the beginning as I see it. I suppose it must feel more like an ending to you. As far as I know, Jason Karanos died roughly 80,000 years ago. It took Leon quite a while to finish narrating his family's history for Nestor, and even then, he left out quite a few of the more personal details he could have included, especially that of House Raim's recent troubles and of Justin Isanos. If the lead golem was correct in saying that Justin was Imprisoned in this place, then he didn't want this man who he still had a few doubts about to know just how much power that might give him over Leon and Valeria. But for his distant ancestors, he gave as much detail as he could, for the most part, but he couldn't relay that much even if it took a little while to say. He'd heard about Jason Carano's death from the Thunderbird, and she hadn't been paying too much attention, so he didn't barely even knew what Jason had been trying to do when he led the best and brightest in the clan to their deaths. The one notable detail he left out was the name of his ancestor who started House Rame, who he knew to be Nestor's younger brother, hoping to catch the old man in a lie. In this, however, he was met with failure. "Ah, so Demetrios survived," Nestor said with a wistful smile on his face, and Leon's heart just about stopped. That Nestor knew Demetrios, named the man who would later change his name to Rame, and found Leon's house was more proof than anything before it that he was who he claimed to be. Leon felt his resolve to distrust this man start to falter as the possibility that he'd just met, for the very first time with the sole exception of his father, someone who was a part of his family, someone who could share at least a tiny part of the burden of being the last one of their line in existence. His eyes started to burn with unshed tears, but Leon simply cleared his throat and steadied himself. Letting his guard drop too quickly would only lead to disaster in his mind. Fortunately, it seemed that Nestor didn't notice this deliberate attempt to stay untrusting on Leon's part, or if he did, he chose not to comment on it. But the old man continued, "To be the last one, I had no idea our clan had fallen so far. By your own admission, no one has come here for thousands of years," Leon replied, trying to maintain as much skepticism as he could. "That's not so long a time as someone as young as you might think," Leon shrugged. "I think I'd consider a single day stuck in a place like this to be interminably long, let alone 80,000 years." Nestor smiled in amusement. "It gets easier." Leon tilted his head in acknowledgement. "I suppose you did have a few ice demons try and storm the place, that must have livened things up a bit." "It did, though not by much," Nestor replied. "They did not get far. I noticed their corpses yet remain outside. A good warning to any who might follow. By the way, not really immediately important or anything, but," Leon's eyes turned from Nestor to the giant shining rock not too far away. "What in the hell's is that?" Nestor's smile widened in the way one's does when asked about their favorite topic by someone they're trying to bond with, and he explained with as much energy and enthusiasm as he could, "That is a fragment of the local moon, the moon." Leon stared at it, and while it did seem kind of moon-like, such an origin was something he never would have been able to guess. "Yes," Nestor replied. "I noticed, upon our arrival on this plane, something was strange up there, so I convinced my father to let me take a chunk of moonstone, and lo, behold. This thing radiated with such magic that it simply cannot be natural." As he spoke, the old man struggled to rise as he strove to gesture at the moon rock more emphatically. "And the most incredible thing is that this is just a rock I carved from the surface. No different than any other." Leo stared at the old man, then back to the moon rock. "How did you even manage to get a hold of this thing? And what is it doing? What power is this? Do you know about universe fragments?" Leon nodded as his eyes widened. "It was my hypothesis that there is one in the core of the moon, one of unparalleled powers over light magic, but I was never able to prove this to my father before he fell." Leon nodded, now starting to understand why the moon rock was emitting so much power. His blade, according to the Thunderbird, once held a universe fragment called the Iron Needle. The blade was powerful, and while Leon was unsure how much of that was due to the weapon's former accessory or because it was made of adamant, a material forged from the Thunderbird's own blood, it seemed reasonable to him to think that the powers of universe fragments could rub off on objects they were in close contact with for extended periods. "You brought it here to study?" Leon asked. "I did. This place was remote, far from the Grave Warden. It was the best possible place to conduct such research, to see what could be learned from something that had been touched by a universe fragment." "And have you learned anything?" "I have learned much, but nothing that could help me when the curse manifested," Nestor replied. Leon nodded again as he took a hesitant step back. "You said it was dangerous to keep the opening in this dome open. Does that mean that rock is dangerous?" "Light magic can be dangerous if not handled properly. I am confined to this bed because of my own negligence when pursuing my investigations, but you should be fine, unless you're planning on spending a few centuries here. Leon sensed some lingering frustration in his statement and thought it wise to change the subject as soon as he could, even though he really wanted to know more. You've mentioned this grave warden before. Who is he? The Thunderbird told me a few things about him, but she didn't get too specific. Nestor settled back into his bed, his expression taking a turn for the serious. The grave warden is the man who controls this plane. He murdered my father, most of my brothers, and my sister. For a moment, there was such a look of rage and murderous intent in Nestor's eyes that Leon took another step back, suddenly kind of grateful that the old man didn't have a soul realm which would have let him project a more vigorous aura. Leon did not want to taste the kind of killing intent that Nestor could create. His power exceeded that of my father's, somehow, and those that he slaughtered that day. If I had the ability to seek vengeance, then I would. Nestor sagged back into his pillows in exhaustion, that brief outburst seeming to take all of the energy he possessed. Leon just stood there, staring, unsure how to proceed. After a short period, though, the old man seemed to calm himself and fixed Leon in his piercing gaze. I've answered some of your questions, perhaps now you can answer some more of mine. Leon grinned with a slight hint of bitterness, then nodded. First, may I know your name? Leon immediately flushed with embarrassment, suddenly realizing that he never properly introduced himself. Sorry about that, I should have led with that, shouldn't I? Nestor chuckled and nodded, but leaned forward just enough to show interest. My name is Leon, Leon said. Leon, a good name, a strong name. Nestor nodded in appreciation, then gave Leon a mildly suggestive look. And those women who arrived with you, friends of yours, maybe more. Leon felt a sudden welling of protectiveness and territorialism flare up within him, but he battered it right back down for the sake of civility. Still, he didn't like the look Nestor was giving him after asking that question. They're with me, Leon said with a dangerous smile. In more ways than one. Nestor chuckled again, though it seemed to Leon like he was laughing at his expense. Don't worry too much, Leon, those lovely ladies are in no danger from a man who can barely string a sentence together. Leon's bitter smile remained, though he supposed what Nestor said was true. And what was more, he was becoming more and more convinced that this man was who he said he was. Have you been listening in, Zaffin? Leon asked his demonic partner, having no one else to ask with the Thunderbird flying about somewhere else. He felt Zaffin's attention rise up, and the Lord of Flame responded, I've been keeping an ear open. What do you think so far? He almost felt Zaffin frown in ambivalence. He seems to be telling the truth, though it's hard to say from so far away. Is that it? Didn't you claim that this guy is the reason why you were trapped in that prison? I did, and thank you so much for reminding me of that, boy. Nestor and I never met, as I've told you before. Beyond that, it's difficult to maintain hatred for something you've never seen before. This man before you is a husk, someone barely worthy of acknowledgement, let alone such passion as rage and hatred demands. Leon had to stop himself from shrugging for no reason in front of the old man, but he generally agreed with Zaffin. His own experience with hatred had made it clear that it couldn't be sustained for long, not without having constant contact with the person responsible for it. His thoughts briefly turning to Justin and Valeria as he pondered this. There is something I would ask of you, young Leon, Nestor said as he reached a hand out toward Leon. I would like to take your hand. Leon raised an eyebrow and made no attempt to step forward. May I ask what for? I'm not over fond of touching people, let alone someone I just met. It's nothing bad, I assure you, Nestor replied. There are things that you must know of our clan, things that our honored ancestor likely hasn't told you. Leon gave him even more of a skeptical look. She's lied to you before, hasn't she? She's a fickle beast, one that holds her cards close to her chest. She does not give information easily, but I will give you everything that you need, everything you need to restore our clan to supremacy. Leon hesitated, but after a moment he began to walk forward. He didn't take the old man's hand immediately upon arriving, but he stared down deep into his dark brown eyes just out of reach, searching for any sign that the man was deceiving him. But in the old man's eyes, he saw nothing but genuine concern, along with a hefty dash of residual anger from earlier in the conversation. So, with extreme trepidation, Leon reached out for Nestor's hand. He expected many things to happen once their fingers touched. He expected some kind of flood of information akin to what Zaffin had done several times before to give him the knowledge he needed for certain things. He kind of expected maybe some kind of power transfer to happen, where the old man might give him some kind of power boost to reach the 8th tier more quickly. What he did not expect, given how sturdy and undeniably physical, if weak, Nestor seemed, was for his hand to fall right through the old man's as if it weren't there, which, of course, is exactly what happened. Leon's eyes widened in alarm as the smiling form of Nestor, lying in his immaculately preserved bed vanished, revealing a rotten and desiccated bedframe, and the completely fleshless skeleton lying lifeless upon it. A few scraps of cloth remained from the bed's trimmings, but other than that, there was nothing but a pile of rotten wood and bone in front of him, practically glowing in the light of the moonstone. Before Leon had a chance to shout, leap backward, or do anything at all to protect himself or express his surprise and alarm, there was a scarlet flash of light from a ruby hidden in the skeleton's ribcage, and a massive torrent of lightning erupted from the skeletal remains. Leon was enveloped in this sudden eruption, his magic melting away before it, completely unable to protect him from the sheer amount of power contained within the ruby. And as quickly as it had appeared, the lightning ceased, leaving the ruby cracked, broken, and lusterless within the skeleton's ribcage, and Leon stood before it, his eyes hollow and dead, an arm extended in a vain attempt to shield himself. A moment later, Leon fell backward, his body limp, the connection between his mind within his magic body and his physical form disrupted, the last thing he registered before his eyes shut being the new presence he could sense in his soul realm. Chapter 500. Captured Power. Valeria couldn't sit still. Leon had been gone for over an hour, there had been no word from him, and the golem that had escorted him hadn't returned. The other golems remained on their plinths in the alcoves, and there didn't seem to be any sign that anything was wrong, but still, she couldn't help but think the worst. As worrying, if not more so than that, though, was the thought of finally finding her father. She clung to her last hope that he was here somewhere, and not lying dead out in the forest they had just fought their way through. She had been thinking about what she might say to him if she ever saw him again, to the point of overthinking, but nothing seemed quite good enough. She wanted to know why he left, why he abandoned her, and if this task that he was so dedicated to completing really was the best and only way of freeing her mother. If it came down to it, Valeria knew in her heart that she couldn't betray Leon, not after all the trust he'd shown in her to this point. But she also knew that even after he'd abandoned her to run off to this place, she didn't hate her father, either. However, for all the feelings of love she had for her father, she could no longer turn a blind eye to what they had been tasked with what Justin had been telling her was necessary for her entire life. Cameron was forcing them to murder innocents or remain forever in exile. The latter she felt was more likely to be his real intention. But that order to kill a child was something that she had found easy to ignore when it was more impersonal, to the point that she was kind of scared how easy it was. Now that she had a face and a personal relationship with the person they were targeting, it was impossible for her to turn a blind eye to what they had been ordered to do. All of these thoughts bounced around her head while Leon was gone. Anxiety of his status, the status of her father, what might happen if they were to meet and she wasn't there. Anxiety about her and Naiad's current situation, left alone and possibly forgotten in an isolated corner of this remote, whatever this place was. She soon found herself unable to stay still. Her legs began to bounce so powerfully while she was seated that she had to rise and begin pacing, her brow furrowed and a hand under her chin as she listened intently for any sign from outside that anything at all was happening. That Naiad's reaction was so comparatively tame baffled her, given that Naiad was Leon's lover. The river nymph had splayed herself out over a nearby sofa, practically draping herself over the cushions like a cat over a sunny spot. She, to Valeria's eyes, seemed barely able to keep her eyes open, and even appeared perfectly at ease with their current situation. Valeria found her eyes drifting more and more in Naiad's direction as the minutes grudgingly moved on and her anxieties compounded upon themselves. How can she remain so calm? Valeria wondered with increasing vitriol. It started as simple curiosity, since Valeria seemed more concerned about Leon than Leon's own lover did, but that eventually morphed into mild annoyance, then irritation, and finally to anger. Eventually, the stress got to her and she couldn't help but loudly ask the river nymph with barely contained fury, "Is all of this boring for you?" You hardly look like you care that Leon's been gone for more than an hour. Naiad cracked her eyes open for a moment, directing a withering glare in Valeria's direction, but she did not respond immediately. After about 5 long seconds of Valeria furiously returning Naiad's glare, the silver-haired woman began to turn around to continue pacing when she heard the river nymph's voice whisper into her mind. Do not presume to know my mind, human. I am far more concerned about my mate than you will ever be. Valeria spun back around to face Naiad, her face rapidly reddening with anger and indignation, her body reacting almost violently now that she had managed to find an outlet for her stress. You should not presume to know my mind, she practically shouted. Naiad gave her a look of distaste, then slowly rose to her feet, letting her aura radiate from her body as she did. Even that casual display was a power play, for she was so powerful compared to Valeria that even the magic that leaked from her body was stronger than anything Valeria could muster. He is my mate, Naiad growled. You have admitted that it was the task given to your family to kill him. If it were up to me, you would be nothing more than red mist and shattered bone. Valeria clenched her teeth so hard that her jaw muscles almost tore through her cheeks, but even for all her anger right now, she knew that she was no match for Naiad. So, she said nothing in response. Besides, she knew that she'd instigated this and that Naiad was correct in saying that her family was here to kill Leon. If they hadn't that task, then they would still be in the Nexus. Still, she hated hearing it, out loud, especially from someone that she didn't consider involved in the affair, and it took every ounce of self-control she possessed to not immediately assault Naiad right then and there. Instead, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and not escalate the situation. She glanced back at the door, but nothing had changed during this short exchange as far as she could tell. Leon was still gone, and she and Naiad were, for all intents and purposes, trapped here without him. Suddenly, Naiad's aura spiked in intensity, nearly causing Valeria to fall to her knees in nausea as waves of power and killing intent washed over her. For just a moment, Valeria thought that the outburst was for her, and her heart just about stopped in primal terror as she thought she was about to die. However, when she turned back to Naiad, intending to face her death with as much dignity as she could muster, she saw the river nymph had her back to her and had conjured an orb of water in front of both of them. Realizing that something else was going on, Valeria summoned her weapons and armor and began circulating her magic power to fight off the instinctive reaction she had to Naiad's power. Before she had regained strength in her legs, however, the golem nearest to them leapt off its plinth, only being held back by Naiad's water orb, which sank deep into every nook and cranny it could find in the automaton. A moment later, the water flash froze, tearing the golem apart, a flash of light momentarily blinding Valeria as the enchantments woven into its frame tried to save it, only to fail. On your feet, Naiad commanded to her, and Valeria saw the other golems stepping out of their alcoves, as well, the weapons they now carried and the auras they now gave clearly indicating hostile intent. Leon has been indisposed, I know not how. Get ready to fight. With a titanic flash of lightning and clap of thunder that somehow left his ears ringing, Leon found himself hurled first to the ground, and then down several stone stairs. He'd been standing next to a skeleton on a rotten bed, not stairs, so his spatial awareness was thrown completely off. It took him a long moment to regain his bearings and realize that whatever had just happened had hit him so hard that he'd somehow been thrown back into his soul realm, his magic body having been ejected from its throne. On your feet, boy, Zaffin shouted, his voice sounding panicked for the first time in a long time. Defend yourself. Leon, his mind feeling a little slow and muddled, looked up at the demon. The former Lord of Flame had come charging out of his pavilion, the fires that covered his body burning like a star, his eyes blazing like golden coals. Zaffin didn't get too close to Leon for fear of burning the young man, but he got close enough for Leon to feel both the heat and the panic that the demon felt right now. With a groan and a titanic effort, Leon pushed himself back to his feet and began looking around at his soul realm. Everything seemed in place, at least until he heard the voice. Zaffin, is that you? The voice was familiar. He'd just spent some time speaking with someone who had a suspiciously similar voice. However, this one sounded more energetic, more confrontational. Younger. Appearing with a flash of golden lightning, a man of roughly middle age appeared in front of Leon and Zaffin, his only marginally lined face looking positively youthful compared to the aged man he had appeared as only a moment ago when he and Leon were speaking. How wonderful it is to see you, Nestor, said, ignoring Leon completely in favor of staring at Zafin like a dog eyeing a scrap about to drop from the table. So long you resisted our attempts to recruit you, yet you made a contract with one of our clan in the end, anyway. How delightful. Identify yourself, Zafin demanded, extending his thin, burning arm out toward Nestor, and conjuring a handful of fire bats that sat in his palm, waiting for Zafin's order to strike. Yet, Nestor seemed not at all perturbed by this sight of blatant aggression, and for that, Leon could hardly blame him. He'd just invaded Leon's soul realm somehow, and that meant he likely had more tricks up his sleeve than Leon knew. What? Leon murmured as he stared at Nestor, his face one of shock and fury, his magic power starting to churn and roil within his soul realm, causing the very air to start becoming wavy and distorted like a heat mirage. In the hells, just happened. As he finished his question, a blast of silver-blue lightning erupted from the mists of chaos above him, striking the ground right behind him as if to punctuate his demand for answers. Nestor, however, just stood there, in front of Leon and Zafin, his body seemingly full of vitality, or at least, full of muscle, and his mouth turned up in a mocking smile. His aura, however, was comparatively weak, completely at odds with how Leon thought another man might act when faced by two magical beings that completely outclassed him in power. With an attitude like he was explaining arithmetic to undeserving children, Nestor said, "I am exactly who I claim to be. I have no reason to lie, nor do I have any intention of doing so. I am Nestor, the son of Jason Karanos, and I have done this to ensure our clan's rise to power." "What the right fuck are you talking about?" Leon roared as he took a couple threatening steps toward Nestor, only stopping when Zafin held out his hand. "Hold there, Leon," Zafin said, keeping his gaze locked on Nestor. "Rushing into this will only get you killed. Take a moment and prepare yourself. This man has not come here for words or to share anything with you." "This little demonic pet is right," Nestor said, taking a step forward. "I have broken into this place for one reason and one reason only. I will be taking your body, young Leon. It will be of much better use in my hands, I assure you, and through me, our clan will regain every scrap of power lost in the millennia since my father's death." Leon could hardly believe his ears. Nestor was standing there as if he already owned the place, yet Leon could barely sense any magical aura from him at all, let alone one that surpassed him in power, and that wasn't even touching on Zafin's power. Yet, when Leon began to channel his power, causing the skies to darken and lightning to streak flash among the gathering storm clouds, he took a quick sideways glance at Zafin and saw that the demon was treating this very seriously. Zafin was standing in a fairly defensive pose, and the fires on his body were burning with terrible power, the bats in his hand turning the dark red of demon fire. Still, he was in his soul realm, a place of utmost power for him, a place where he was theoretically untouchable. Here, he did not fear Nestor. "My body is mine," Leon said as a dark look drifted across his face. "I don't care who you claim to be, you will not be taking a damn thing." "That," Nestor replied, his expression sliding into one of tired resignation, "is no longer for you to decide. I've already seen enough of you to judge that you are not enough, and the stories you told me only a few moments ago sealed the deal. You are unequal to the task ahead of you. You carry our ancestral blade and wield our sacred power, but compared to me, you are nothing. You are a spoiled boy who has had everything he has given to him. You can't even defend your own soul realm against a man who doesn't have a physical body anymore. Now, as the last surviving son of Jason Karanos, and the senior-most member of the Thunderbird clan, I will take the responsibility for rebuilding us. You are no longer needed, though I will allow you to live on, in another form." Leon's face twisted into an ugly snarl. He had no interest in hearing about what this form that Nestor spoke of would take, for he had no intention of just stepping aside. Nestor would not have his body, he would not have his soul realm. Without another word, Leon, using barely more than a single thought, let one of the silver-blue lightning bolts dancing about the sky come crashing down upon Nestor. The man's magic body practically exploded in sparks and arcs of lightning, his form vanishing within the light. But only a moment later, the light vanished with the lightning, revealing Nestor still standing there, smiling as if nothing had just happened. Beside Leon, Zafin made his move, too. The half-dozen bats sitting in his hand took flight, and then one by one, dive-bombed Nestor, consuming him in dark red demon fire as they exploded across his form. There was no time for celebration. Leon saw a flash of light within that conflagration right before the first bat exploded and knew that Nestor had almost literally laughed that attack off. Sure enough, a moment later, there was another flash of light from a floating rune that had appeared beside him, and the flames parted around him like waves on a rock. Nestor was unharmed. Leon, Zaffin whispered into his mind despite standing right next to him, this man is a master of the runic arts. His power is not solely dependent on elemental magic. Leon spared Zaffin a quick look and a nod, but he wasn't deterred. Nestor was here in his soul realm, there was nowhere for Leon to run to. Again, Leon called forth lightning from the mists of chaos, only this time, he put more than just some momentary anger in it. He put into his attacks his rage at being misled and lied to, at being so casually dismissed and discarded by this man. He put his desire to see Elise, Maya, and others into his strikes. He put his sorrow at having not, in fact, found kin he could share his responsibility with, only a thief who didn't even blink at attempting to steal his body. Lightning fell upon Nestor like rain, bolt after bolt, so many that even Zaffin had to take a step or two back and cover his ears to protect them from the thunder. So many bolts that Nestor seemed to become lightning, his form little more than a vague outline with a hazy ball of silver blue light. Leon called upon every spark of power that he had, everything he absorbed from the Thunderbird Colossus, everything his soul realm had managed to collect during the hours since he'd last depleted his soul realm, and when he absorbed the stray magic that didn't strike Nestor but remained in his soul realm, Leon recycled it and hurled it at Nestor again, all of it packed and compressed into lightning and sent down upon Nestor like the wrath of an angry god. At the same time, Leon called upon the mists of chaos. He could see within the lightning that Nestor wasn't even shuddering with every bolt that fell upon him, so he began to form a ring of stone around the impact area using the mist taken from beyond the limits of his soul realm, further concentrating all of the force that he could bring to bear down upon his ancient kinsman. It took minutes, which stretched on and on and on, to the point that Leon lost track of the time. He poured everything he had into stopping Nestor, into defending himself and keeping this man from taking his body. It was so much that even his ears began to ring with the constant thunder. When he finally ran out of power, Leon fell to his knees, the storm clouds above the veil of his soul realm clearing as he no longer had the power to sustain them, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared down into the deep crater that his power had dug in the center of his mind palace at Nestor, still standing, still smiling, his eyes narrow with amusement, a rune about the size of his head hovering right next to him and shining like the sun with magic power. Leon only then comprehended the magnitude of his mistake. That rune was not modern, it was ancient beyond imagination. Unlike modern runes, which were essentially alphabetical, forming enchantments the same way that he would write a sentence, Leon knew that ancient runes were more pictorial, representing individual ideas, concepts, or things. There were thousands of ancient runes, far too many for any average mage to ever memorize, each one doing on its own what it would take a mighty enchantment in the modern runic script to accomplish. But this one, Leon knew. He'd seen it before in books that he'd taken from his family's archives, though he'd never truly comprehended its power. It vaguely resembled a box with its lid open, little more than a squiggle made of light and substance. Collection was what it was, or some variant thereof. Leon could see now that it was collecting his magic power, or rather, it was capturing it. He'd just thrown every scrap of power at his command at Nestor, and Nestor had caught it all, leaving Leon with just about no moves left to play, having not just wasted all of his power, but given all of it to the enemy in front of him. Grinning, Nestor, yet unscathed, began to slowly advance up the crater straight at Leon, the rune at his side following him with every step. Chapter 501. Control. Nestor climbed out of the crater and stood in front of Leon, a smile of victory all over his face. Leon was still on his knees, his soul realm devoid of any meaningful amounts of magic to call upon to defend himself. He glared up at Nestor, and if looks could kill, Nestor would have been ash on the wind. Unfortunately, Nestor was unharmed, the rune in the air next to him glowing with all the magic he'd stolen from Leon. The old mage extended a hand in Leon's direction, but not to help the younger man up. Instead, his index finger drew a quick rune in the air, causing the rune he already had to flicker for a moment as he expended some of its power. A second rune appeared in the air just where he'd drawn it, glowing with white light. This rune then flashed, and Leon felt his body lock up as his face was slammed into the ground. And there he stayed, completely immobilized. "I hate to do this, kinsman," Nestor said, his smug tone indicating the exact opposite, but I can't have you resisting any further, especially with you making a complete mockery of the strength you inherited. Just stay right there for a little while, maybe in a few centuries if you're lucky, and I'll give your body back." Nestor's gaze then turned toward the onyx throne in the center of Leon's humble mind palace. "By our ancestor, boy, this place is dreary. I'm going to have to make some changes around here if we're going to get anywhere." Before Nestor could take a single step toward the throne, however, a massive flaming fist the size of his face practically appeared in front of him and crashed into his nose, hurling him right back into the crater he'd just crawled out of. "Leon," Zafin murmured, his blazing body now replacing Nestor's at Leon's side, "I cannot help you with your restraints, but fret not. I shall annihilate this arrogant shithead and find some way to free you." "Really?" came the response, though it wasn't from Leon, who found his jaw just as locked as the rest of his body, but from Nestor, who picked himself off the ground of the crater and now stood glaring at Zafin, seeming none the worse for wear. The slave raised his hand against his master. "Very well, then, demon, I shall strike you down to where you belong before I take this boy's body." Zafin didn't hesitate, however, to leap down into the crater before Nestor could make a move. Another flaming fist crashed into the ghostly mage, hurling him into the crater wall with tremendous force, enough to send cracked spider webbing throughout that side of the compound. Unfortunately, Nestor seemed about as affected by that blow as he was by the first. "You'll have to do better than that, demon," he said as he rose to feet, taking the time to flash Zafin a cheeky grin. But again, Zafin moved, seeking to exploit Nestor's lack of caution. He had seen Leon's power fail to take Nestor, so he resorted to more manual methods. With a vicious uppercut, Zafin's fiery fist had Nestor doubled over in pain, and over the next few seconds, punch and kick and punch rained down upon Nestor, preventing him from doing much more than try to block. And Nestor did his level best to block many of Zafin's blows, but he was slow and clearly out of his element. Zafin had the initiative, and Nestor had few tools at his disposal for getting it back. After a while, he leapt away, gaining as much distance between himself and Zafin as he could as he drew another rune in the air. His finger was a blur, moving almost as fast as the demon. The rune hovering by his head flickered again as he summoned some of its power just as Zafin appeared in front of him again, his burning fist barreling into Nestor's stomach, lifting the dead man off the ground. Nestor did not come back down. He spun around in the air, using Zafin's momentum combined with the rune he'd called upon to summon a small cyclone around his legs that lifted him even higher, out of the demon's immediate reach. "You claim to be the master, but you're no better than a street thief, and one who can't even fight." At that, Zafin growled, his fires increasing in intensity as he wrathfully stared up at Nestor. Without waiting for a response, he waved his fiery hand at the hovering interloper, and a pillar of flame erupted from the crater beneath Nestor. This pillar rocketed upward, its top shaped into a hand with fingers outstretched, large enough to block Nestor's view of the fire demon. Nestor, however, didn't even move as the pillar reached upward for him, and even in the moment right before it hit smiled derisively and wrote another ancient rune in the air. The pillar extended up, but as the flames licked at his feet, starting to play around the cyclone that held him aloft, and the fingers clenched around him, they all stopped like they had hit an invisible barrier, leaving Nestor unharmed. They were then drawn into the shining rune that still hovered right next to Nestor's head, their magic power captured and added to what Nestor had already stolen from Leon. A second later, Zafin cut the pillar off from his power, recognizing that it wasn't doing anything, and it dissipated into nothing. But he'd moved, knowing from Leon's display that his demonic power likely wasn't going to do anything. Nestor tried to continue to mockingly smile at Zafin as he lazily held out his hand and began to draw another rune in the air, but his smile froze when he registered that the demon had vanished. Barely a moment later, Nestor felt Zafin's fist slam into the back of his neck, sending him hurtling back to the ground. Nestor slammed into the earth and did not rise, his body, battered and bruised and burned from Zafin's strikes. "I think we may have made a mistake in summoning you, Zafin," Nestor said, his tone filled with pain and disdain, though still surprisingly vigorous given how efficiently Zafin had beaten him. "The whole point was to summon powerful lords, but clearly that doesn't include you if this is all you're capable of." With that, Nestor finally pushed himself back as the demon loomed above him, his flaming fist raised again. Before the massive fire demon's fist could fall, however, Nestor revealed what had kept him down. It hadn't been Zafin's attack, but rather the rune he'd drawn in the ground as Zafin had fallen down after him. The collection rune next to Nestor's head flickered again as its power was called upon, and the rune Nestor had just drawn flashed with brilliant blue light, causing all of the burning orange fires on Zaphan's body to sputter and fizzle out, driving the demon to his knees. Zaphan furiously tried to stand, but his body wouldn't move. He knelt there, his obsidian skin exposed, his eyes burning bright yellow, then dimming to orange, and then to a dull, almost lifeless red. "That's it," Nestor cooed as if he were trying to get a young child to sleep while he wiped blood from his face. "It's over now, no need to resist." Zaphan tried to scream and roar and thrash, but his body wouldn't move. Slowly, and against every thought and will that Zaphan possessed, his body relaxed until his eyes closed and he fell into the dirt, unable to stay conscious any longer. Nestor stood above the obsidian-skinned demon for several more seconds, reveling in his victory. After a moment, he turned and made his way in Leon's direction, who yet remained conscious despite his similar magical restraints. However, Nestor barely spared him a glance. Leon couldn't move or speak, there was little need for him to waste his time there. Instead, all Nestor had eyes for was the onyx throne just beyond the fallen realm. Once he sat upon it, his magic body would connect with Leon's physical body, and he would take it over completely. For all intents and purposes, Leon's body would become his too. Control and do with as he pleased. Why study the ancient runes? They said, Nestor mocked as he started walking toward the throne. They're useless, everything they can do, modern runes can do better. Finally, as he reached the marble platform upon which the throne stood, Nestor stopped and glanced over his shoulder at Leon. Despite being held there by Nestor's rune, the young man's magic body was subtly shaking as he tried to fight the total paralysis he'd been hit with. "Before I go through with this, know that I mean you no ill will, regardless of what I said before. The summit of the mountain is only as lofty as what lies beneath it, and a clan is only as strong as its members. If you were born back in my day, you could have been quite a powerful mage, perhaps even enough to have stood beside a Storm King on one of his conquests. But to actually be the Storm King, you lack the power, and thus, the right to claim that mantle. That's just the way of it. You have no one to blame other than yourself. If you had been stronger, this never would have happened. This never would have been necessary." Nestor smiled as he turned back around to face the throne. It was a humble thing, barely more than what he might consider a dining chair. Or maybe even less than that, he thought with a grimace. He stole a quick look at the rest of Leon's soul realm and saw nothing that pleased him. Dirt, grass, and unworked rock, these were not the things that made for a good palace. He'd have to make quite a few changes as he got settled into Leon's body, if for no other reason than his own comfort. Going to have to move quickly, Nestor thought, glancing once more over his shoulder at Leon. It might have just been his imagination, but he thought that Leon's body was starting to shake a little more violently. For all that Nestor was about to take it and make it his, Leon's body still responded best to the younger man, and until Nestor got around to making changes to Leon's soul realm, Leon would still command most of the magic that built up within his soul realm. But Nestor wasn't worried. He practically skipped over to the throne, supremely confident as he was in his victory. Almost 80,000 years he had languished at the bottom of his laboratory, abandoned by everyone save for the golems that he'd built. He felt a brief tinge of regret as he proceeded to unleash his golems on Leon's two companions, but he wanted no loose ends who might strike at him before he was ready. Now that he had a body again, he figured it would be the easiest thing in the world to return his clan to glory once more, with him at its head, prepped to return to the Nexus and reimpose the old dominions of his forebears. With an almost theatrical flourish, Nestor sat down upon Leon's throne, and a moment later, in the physical realm, Leon's eyes opened. "Ooh, what a wonderful feeling," Nestor said through Leon's lips, not caring at all that he was speaking to none but himself. He picked himself up off of the ground where Leon had fallen and glanced down at the desiccated bed where his old corpse now lay, fleshless and barely recognizable. Within his old ribs sat the shattered, lusterless ruby where his magic body had for so long resided. All it took Nestor was a single thought and an outstretched hand for a tiny silver-blue bolt of lightning to erupt from Leon's finger and the ruby shattered into dust. Within Leon's soul realm, the rune that stored his magic power and hovered next to Nestor shimmered, dimming by a tiny fraction. With that out of the way, Nestor turned his attention to the sword of House Raim, the blade that had once been wielded by the Thunderbird herself, and which had fallen to the ground after Leon was knocked unconscious. Leon had never quite dropped his guard, for which Nestor was grateful, for it meant Leon hadn't drawn the blade back into his soul realm and Nestor hadn't had to face the power of the weapon when seizing Leon's body. Now, he bent down to pick the blade up, but just as his fingers brushed against the hilt, the weapon exploded with a tremendous blast of golden lightning that flung Nestor and Leon's body across the room to crash against the golden sphere of light that prevented the power of the moonstone from escaping. Nestor was stunned, so much so that he could only sit that on the ground where he had fallen, Leon's eyes wide and mouth agape. "What?" he complained in confusion. "What is wrong with you? There is none other who can wield you. I am it, you must submit to me." Nestor pushed back to Leon's feet and strode over to the blade, seemingly fine despite the blast that he'd just suffered. Again he bent down to grasp the blade, but he froze as the hilt began to spark with golden lightning in clear warning. "You," he angrily murmured, barely able to keep his anger and displeasure hidden. It was only a sword, after all, it could not hear him or even truly comprehend the gravity of what it was doing. "Fine," he said as he straightened up and created a door in the golden sphere with a snap of his fingers. "You may wait here until I return to claim you." Nestor then turned around and stalked out of the room, pausing only to glance over his shoulder at the moonstone, still glowing in the center of the sphere of light. Not even a second after he left, though, the sphere's door quietly closed, keeping the moonstone separate from the rest of the facility. The lead golem was still waiting outside of the door when Nestor walked out. "Master!" the golem cried as Nestor appeared, despite wearing Leon's body. Nestor didn't even respond verbally, instead simply waving his hand at the golem to get it to shut the hells up and follow him. He had much to do if he wanted this facility to get back up and running and to lay the groundwork for his return to the world. He needed to build more golems, he needed to solidify his hold over Leon's body, and he needed to regain his lost power. And, if he was of the mind, he also wanted to see if he could get Zaffin properly enslaved. The last thing he wanted was for that damn demon to be running around without any checks on his power, making Nestor's life a living hell. Yes, some good punishments must be included in this new enslavement enchantment, he thought to himself. Such disobedience can never be tolerated. Chapter 502, Beginnings of Trust. Valeria sucked down as much air as she could, her body feeling weak and drained of magic power. She hadn't managed to recover her magical reserves from the Ice Wraith attack, and the fight with the golems had just wiped out what little she'd managed to build back up, and that deficiency left her nearly breathless. But her body being devoid of magic power was hardly her biggest concern. She bled from a dozen different wounds, her glaive was bent and broken, and her armor had been damaged to the point of uselessness. Still, she was alive, Naiad was alive beside her, and the golems that had attacked them were shattered at their feet. It had been hard fighting which Valeria was somewhat ashamed and embarrassed to admit had been mostly handled by her river nymph companion, but they'd won, though Naiad herself had also been quite heavily wounded. Naiad was covered in her own blood, her wounds severe but already clotted. Like Valeria, she was breathing hard as her eyes frantically searched the absolutely ruined and partially flooded guest room for any more enemies, but it seemed that the obliterated golems at their feet in the ankle-deep water was the extent of the forces that had been sent against them, at least, for now. "Fuck," Valeria exclaimed as she fell to her knees and used what little magic power her body was generating to retrieve a few healing potions from her soul realm. The potions weren't as powerful or immediately effective as Leon's healing spells, but they required no magic power from her end to work. She downed the first healing potion like it was water and she was dying of dehydration. As the red blood-like liquid hit her stomach, she felt the warm power within it already beginning its work. Then, she held out a second potion for Naiad. The river nymph's clothes were in tatters, making it clear enough even without all the blood for Valeria to see just how bad off Naiad was. However, Naiad just glared down at the potion and refrained from taking it. "It's not poison," Valeria said, her tone exasperated yet too exhausted to be insistent. Naiad didn't respond and instead just summoned a small orb of water to begin washing the blood off her body. Valeria couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. She could sense that Naiad's aura, while completely opaque to her, was still shaky and weak, or at least not strong enough to justify such a use of magic power. But Valeria just shrugged and turned her attention back to the room as she downed the healing potion herself. She knew that Naiad was going to use her power as she saw fit, no matter how much Valeria might protest or argue that they needed to work together. She wished that Naiad would be a little more cooperative since they were in the same situation, but she doubted anything she'd say would get through to the river nymph given the looks she'd gotten from Naiad over the past few days. Deciding to just focus on the problem at hand, Valeria asked, "Can you tell what's going on with Leon?" Naiad had told her that she could sense Leon was in danger, so she was hoping the river nymph had a little more information she might be able to share. "I cannot," Naiad responded, though her tone sounded like she was doing so reluctantly. "But you know that he's been indisposed," she pressed, glaring at the river nymph. "Yes," Naiad responded, clearly not willing to give any further information given how she returned Valeria's glare. Valeria took a deep breath to steady herself. Naiad clearly didn't like her, to say the last, but given the nature of the relationship they both had with Leon, Valeria couldn't blame her too much. She decided to focus on the situation in front of them rather than start a fight that she couldn't hope to win. Turning to face the door, she said, "I'm going to try and get this door open. We can go from there." Naiad barely acknowledged her statement, but positioned herself to cover Valeria if any threat within the guest room were to present itself while she was working. Valeria, meanwhile, hobbled over to the door, her injuries painful but slowly healing. She took a long, hard look at the door, seeing no visible signs of how it could be opened. There was neither handle, hinge, nor seam, and no visible runic circle to control it with. "This might take a moment," she said to Naiad as she called upon all of her enchanting knowledge. She was still quite amateur in the art, but she enjoyed studying it and had some skill in the art enough, she hoped, to at least get the door open. She ran her hands over the door, searching for any hints of magic that she might be able to manipulate. Finding nothing, she moved on to the frame. There, she found a little more success, as her fingers brushed against a nearly invisible panel set into the frame about half the size of her hand. She grinned and conjured a small knife from her soul realm and set to work prying the panel open. It took a little bit of effort, enough that she thought it might have been more time efficient to have Naiad use her water magic, but Valeria got the panel open to reveal the door's emergency controls. The enchantment placed upon the door was quite simple, for which she was grateful. All it took were a few motes of magic power from her to get the door to slide back open. "And that's that," she quietly said. Turning back to Naiad, she said, "Door's open. I don't suppose you have any idea where to go from here." Naiad turned and Valeria saw a brief flicker of surprise pass over her bronze face. She almost thought she was mistaken until Naiad gave her a brief nod of acknowledgement in opening the door. "Down," Naiad responded, her tone a little more neutral than it was only a few moments ago. "Last time I sensed Leon, he was below us. Far below us. I suppose that's a start," Valeria said as she edged out into the long entrance hall with Naiad right behind her, both ladies on the lookout for any additional golems or other obstacles in their way. Fortunately, everything seemed peaceful, nothing jumped out at them, and no magical weapons targeted them once they left the guest room. "I guess we ought to start picking rooms," Valeria said, unsure as she was of where to go now. Naiad nodded, and the two started walking down the still beautiful hall, neither one letting down their guard. When they came to the first intersection, they had the choice of checking either the right or left doors. With nothing else to go on, Valeria randomly decided to go with the left, and Naiad had no reason not to follow. This door had no visible way to access it, so Valeria began searching for a control plate. As she did, she said to Naiad, "You doing okay? Not to be condescending or anything, but your wounds don't seem to be healing all that quickly." It was true, even though Valeria was weaker, with the healing potion in her system, her wounds were actually healing up faster than Naiad's. Valeria figured that this was just a sign that Naiad was running dangerously low on magic power, but she didn't want to come right out and say it. Naiad audibly clicked her tongue, and said, "I'm doing fine. I just want to find Leon." Valeria paused in her search. She was concerned that the door's control plate was inside the room and thus inaccessible, but her concern at the moment for Naiad was greater. Without the river nymph's power, she'd never manage to escape, let alone find Leon or her father. "You say that, but it's not helping you to heal any faster." Naiad glared at Valeria as if the latter had just implied she was weak, but her glare soon softened into cautious surprise as Valeria conjured a healing potion from her soul realm. "This is the only one I have left. You should take this. It would be a waste to use all your power on healing yourself when we don't know what's ahead." Naiad's lake blue eyes flickered between Valeria's utterly serious face and the small bottle of blood-red liquid. After what seemed to be enough thought to almost break Naiad's mind and Valeria's patience, Naiad reluctantly accepted the potion and drank it. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" Valeria asked as she watched Naiad's healing visibly speed up. Don't press your luck, human, Naiad responded, her expression quickly returning to an angry glare. Given our luck so far, I don't think it can be pressed any more than it already has been, Valeria replied. Look, Leon's gone, we don't know where he is. It's just you and me right now, and neither of us are in good fighting condition. Even if we were, I, quite frankly, don't think I'd be able to do much in a fight. These golems are beyond me. But I can do something about the enchantments in our way. If we're going to find Leon and work our way through all of this, then we're going to have to work together. Valeria spoke with complete earnestness, her conviction plain for Naiad to see. And for a moment, Naiad appeared to consider her words. But then that moment passed, and Naiad just looked meaningfully at the door behind Valeria, silently getting her demand across. Valeria could only sigh and return to examining the door. Fortunately, there was another control panel on their side of the door, giving Valeria the impression that this wasn't primarily a fortified stronghold, even if some of the place's defenses were quite extraordinary. The room revealed when the door slid open, however, was completely empty. And it was a large room, but with nothing in it, bare sloped walls, no furniture, just shiny gray metal everywhere. It felt both stifling and cavernous at the same time. What a waste of time, Valeria murmured in dejection. Naiad, meanwhile, glared around at the room as if it were keeping a secret from her and she was hoping to intimidate it into revealing what it was hiding. Her efforts were in vain, however, for the room remained empty no matter how hard she stared. The two took a reasonable amount of time to inspect the room. Even if it was empty, it was still quite large and obviously built for something, but an empty room was an empty room, and after several minutes they were heading back for the door. Valeria reached the door first, just ahead of Naiad. In her disappointment and frustration, she'd let her guard down and she entered the doorway with little care. When her eyes turned up and saw the golem staring back at her, its bronze hand extending to do who knows what to her, she froze in surprise and panic. And then she was violently grabbed by Naiad from behind and hurled back into the room like a ragdoll, with barely enough awareness to notice the water dragon that the river nymph summoned and slammed into the doorway. It all happened in a moment of intense surprise and violence, and when Valeria hit the ground, it was over. She sprang back to her feet, what little magic power she'd managed to regenerate since the last fight circulating throughout her body, and ran forward to assist Naiad in any way she could. But it didn't seem like Naiad needed the help. Valeria couldn't tell how many enemies they were facing, but the water dragon was quite easily keeping them from pushing through the door's fatal funnel. Stay back, Naiad commanded, causing Valeria to stop in place not too far away. I'll deal with this, you just stay alive. Valeria bitterly smiled, but she wasn't going to argue with Naiad on this point. It took only a few minutes, but the water dragon made short work of three golems that had appeared in the hallway, at least as far as Valeria could tell. Once she and Naiad edged out of the empty room, Naiad hadn't left much behind, so it was a bit hard to tell. Where did they come from? Valeria wondered aloud. Naiad just pointed to the door on the other side of the hall, which was conspicuously still open. There were no other golems around, so Valeria quickly ran over to investigate, finding that the open door led to a magic lift. Found our way down, she said to Naiad. You up for any more violence if it's needed? Naiad smiled and raised her hand, spinning a few drops of water around her fingers. If she can waste power like that, it shouldn't be an issue, Valeria thought as she impulsively ducked into the lift. She half expected the door to slam shut behind her and was very happy when it didn't. Naiad slipped in behind her not a second later and they both examined the small panel of runic circles next to the door. So, where do you think we should go? Valeria asked. The last time I sensed Leon, he was far below us, the river nymph responded. I don't suppose you can get any more specific. Naiad shook her head in the negative. Valeria shrugged. Let's start with the bottom, then, and work our way back up. Not like we can tell how far down any of these floors are. She pressed one of her fingers to the bottommost runic circle, and the door slid shut. A moment later, the lift began to plummet deeper into the facility. Nestor, still wearing Leon's body, scowled as one of the runes on the console he was sitting in front of began to blink. Activating it, he saw that Leon's two women had entered the lift and were now descending. I see they're going to be a bigger problem than I'd originally thought. I suppose I might have to start taking them more seriously before they do any more harm to this place. He considered his options. He had other, grander concerns regarding getting production at this lab restarted, and he didn't want to waste time dealing with Leon's companions, but if they were going to wreck his golems, he'd have to stop them sooner rather than later. I suppose I can always use a few extra batteries. That new one isn't going to last forever, Nestor said with a dark look as he rose to his feet and sauntered over to the door. As much use as he could get out of them, he did not appreciate this kind of distraction. Chapter 503. Humiliation. Leon was furious beyond words. His anger burned within him like a star had ignited in his chest. His body had been hijacked by an ancient member of his clan, his magic body had been completely immobilized, and Zaffin was down for the count. In this state, Leon couldn't even sense Maya, let alone communicate with her. By any measure, Leon had been thoroughly defeated, and without a way to move again, there was no way for him to overcome this turn of events. But that didn't stop him from struggling. His body was slowly building back up its stores of magic power, filling his soul realm, for that much was still his, at least for the time being, with fuel for him to burn. Leon flexed and pulled, pushed and relaxed, struggling and raging against the invisible chains that locked him in place. Aside from a bit of twitching, his magic body remained motionless, face down in the dirt of his mind palace. He wanted to scream, he wanted to leap up and tear Nestor from his throne and rip the older man limb from limb, and to retake his body. He had no idea what Nestor might be doing right now out in the physical world, but Leon had a sinking feeling that if he didn't get moving again soon, then he might never recover what had been stolen. His vocal cords stretched in a silent scream of fury, his jaw unable to move to let it out, and his struggles intensified. He dug deep within himself for every ounce of strength and willpower he possessed and pressed against this cage. His muscles strained, his body quivered, his bones almost bent to the point of breaking. All the pitiful motes of magic power in his soul realm flowed into his magic body, strengthening it further and keeping him intact as he tore at his shackles. And still, his body remained there in the dirt. Eventually, the effort became too much. His strength failed him, he couldn't move. Leon relaxed with a silent cry of frustration, anger, bitterness, and resentment. His rage and complete impotence had him on the verge of tears, for he had no other means with which to vent. He was quite thoroughly locked in place. He couldn't even turn his head enough to glare at Nestor sitting on his throne, though for that he wasn't sure if it were torture or small mercy. He'd lost, that much was without question. Now, he lay there for long, agonizing minutes, stewing in that fact. He found himself rapidly alternating between bouts of energetic, righteous anger, and a more subdued melancholy, but not once was he able to surmount the obstacle that was the rune that Nestor had imprisoned him with. As he lay there, inevitably, his thoughts turned to other things. Specifically, he found himself ruminating on everything that had happened since he'd returned to his home vale. Just embarrassment after loss after embarrassment. His power had proven insufficient to effectively counter the wraiths, leaving him, Valeria, and Maya to an extent, drained of magic power after a single fight. The fight with the Gorgon had been even worse, they'd been nearly unable to land an injuring blow to her until after they'd been forced to run. Now this. Now, his face was in the dirt, his power had failed him for the third time in 2 days. He'd lost before, he'd been forced to run away before, but this kind of string of losses was another thing entirely. He wondered if maybe he'd grown a bit too arrogant, too sure of his power, too reliant upon it. Ever since he'd ascended to the 7th tier, and even many times before then, his solution when faced with an obstacle he couldn't surmount had been to simply try and overpower it. But that hadn't been working since coming north, and all he'd gotten from his efforts had been humiliation and defeat. Leon forced himself to relax. He wasn't sure how long he'd been face first on the ground, but it was more than enough time to hammer home that he wasn't going to be able to force his way out of this. He'd tried brute force, and it hadn't worked. It was time for a new approach. He closed his eyes and began to think. Nestor was a master of golem crafting, that much was obvious enough just from Leon's previous encounters with what he'd left behind. More than that, though, he was also an expert in the use of runes, which Leon could have guessed from the golem craft alone, but what Nestor had displayed blew away any expectations Leon thought he would have had if he'd ever expected to meet the man in the first place. It was an admirable thing, in Leon's eyes, to be so proficient in the use of runes, and the gulf of ability between him and Nestor was so large that he had no problem at all admitting that Nestor completely blew him out of the water in this regard. As if to undersell the magnitude of their difference in ability, Leon had no earthly idea how to free himself, and the more he thought, the less hope he had for an answer. No enchantments he knew would help, even if he were able to draw them somehow. He wasn't knowledgeable in the ancient runes, his studies having never progressed beyond a few cursory glances at some of the books Artorias had brought to the Vale years ago. Leon sighed again as he lay there, his rage cooling to a light simmer. There had been a vague hope in the back of his mind as he'd gotten worked up that the great black dragon's power might awaken within him again and give him the boost he needed to escape, but it seemed that he'd hoped in vain. It seemed all he could do now was to wait for the Thunderbird to eventually reappear, whenever the whim struck her. But that in itself was risky, for he remembered the Thunderbird even telling him outright that the only reason she'd taken such an active role in his life was that he was the last of his bloodline. Now, there was another, and Nestor had proven himself stronger. Leon feared what the Thunderbird might do, who she might side with, if she were to arrive while he was still immobilized and helpless. But he couldn't do anything about it. His mind began to wander again, his will to resist slowly being sapped by his complete powerlessness to do anything of value. He found himself wondering how Elisa's negotiations with Torfin were going, and how well Anzu was doing in his absence. He thought about the Bull Kingdom and everyone he knew back there, and if everything had been settled or not. He truly hoped that Octavius had been laid upon the headsman's block by now, and he hoped that all of his acquaintances were doing well. He thought about Marcus and Alcander and wondered how they were doing in the new order. They'd fought at his side for long enough that he was more concerned than he'd ever thought he'd be for them. He also thought about Gaius. Whenever I get control of my body, I'm going to have to challenge him to keeps again. Leon thought with far more energy than he was able to muster in his body, almost as if he were trying to psyche himself up to do something again. Our record can't stand on a single draw. But that wasn't enough. Whatever he thought about to try and motivate himself had to compete with the fact that he lacked magic power and couldn't even move. After a little while, he started thinking about ancient runes again. There was little else for him to do, and while he was tempted to continue wallowing in his failures, he wasn't about to completely give up yet. He called upon every scrap of knowledge about the ancient runes he could remember. Their shapes, which ranged from almost as simple and abstract as modern runes to those of such complexity that he could spend hours working on one and still not finish. Of the more complex runes he'd briefly studied, he remembered very little, but the simpler runes simpler both in form and in meaning he could remember with a reasonable amount of clarity. The one that stuck out the most was the rune for prison, for that was how Zaffin's prison had been identified on the map he used to come south years ago. It wasn't the same rune that now held him down, though it had some heavy similarities in appearance, indicating that the two were related in more than just abstract meaning. Leon knew that the more specific runes were usually more complex versions of simpler runes that covered the same meaning. The ancient runes representing open and open lock were probably similar, from what little information he remembered, but the latter would be more complex than the former. But as he thought about it, the memories started flooding back. Artorias by the fire, teaching Leon what little he knew about enchantments, encouraging the young boy's interest in the craft. Leon focused on his memories of the lessons regarding ancient enchantments, but even with his magic-enhanced brain, it had been years since then, and time had darkened and clouded those memories. For a brief moment, all of Leon's rage and hatred came roaring back, searing him from the inside and causing his heart or whatever passed for it in his magic body to feel like it was about to burst from his chest with how hard it beat. But Leon took a deep breath, quelling his rush as much as he possibly could, though not without a few cathartic thoughts about carving Nestor into 1,000 tiny pieces. He hated this feeling of powerlessness with a passion, but he had to admit that it had served at least to give him a little bit of perspective with regards to his power level. He was strong enough to be nearly untouchable in the Bull Kingdom, but up against someone like Nestor, even in such a state as Leon had found him in, his power was meaningless. That Leon was not invincible, no matter how much power he had, was a lesson that he intended to take to heart, but it didn't help him in the slightest to escape his current, and then, like a bolt of lightning out from the blue sky, it struck him, the shape of the open rune. He wasn't sure how much it would help in a situation where he couldn't move, but he remembered it with reasonable clarity. Leon focused on that rune as hard as he could. Unsure of what else he might be able to do, he thought about that rune as he began to strain again against his restraints. He didn't know what he was trying to accomplish, but he felt incredible about having remembered the rune. A few minutes of hopeless struggling later, though, his rush of good feelings was essentially gone. He couldn't invoke the power of the rune just by thinking about it, it seemed. He sighed again, his instincts pulling his lips back as the air escaped his mouth. Leon's mind froze up for the briefest of moments in shock, only to then be replaced with ecstatic glee. His lips had moved. He tried to move his lips again, but it was difficult, like they were incredibly numb and unresponsive. But they did move, sluggishly responding to the commands they were receiving from his brain. Leon summoned his rapidly bolstering willpower and began to think about the open rune again. It was a vague and unspecific notion, that of openness, but that also benefited him since it made the rune just as simple, looking like an abstracted key with one long vertical line and three short horizontal lines sticking out of its top end on one side. Leon thought about his situation and willed himself to move again, to open his restraints and rise. His results were mixed. He regained some feeling in his lips and found that he could slightly open his jaw, but the rest of him remained frozen and unresponsive. He couldn't move his arms, fingers, legs, none of his extremities. After about 10 or 15 minutes of trying to move again, Leon had to stop. He'd regained some function of his mouth, but that wasn't enough. Zzz Zofgeen. Leon tried to shout, hoping to wake his sleeping demonic partner. His tongue was like a brick in his mouth and his lips didn't move as he wanted them to, and on the whole, his voice alone was clearly not strong enough to break the hold of whatever Nestor had done to the demon. Leon swallowed hard, beating back his rising rage. That wouldn't help him right now. As with the past couple of days, it wouldn't be raging, unthinking power that would help the most right now, but clear thinking and determination. The thought occurred to him that the open rune would be more effective if it were actually physically drawn. He couldn't do whatever Nestor did to draw the rune in the air, and he didn't even have the use of his hands to draw it in the dirt. But he did have other things that were moving. Leon clenched his jaw, his pride flaring up and preventing him from doing what he knew had to be done to quickly free himself. Every moment he spent languishing here was another that Nestor had to do whatever he wanted with Leon's body. He didn't even want to think about the possibility of the older man encountering Maya or Valeria. On a logical level, he knew that Maya probably knew that something was up since their connection seemed to be disrupted on his end, but the thought of his lover running into someone else in his body was distressing, to put it mildly. Just before he began, though, something else occurred to him. There was an endless amount of mist beyond his soul realm, and if he could get even a tiny fraction of what he could usually command, then he wouldn't need to further degrade himself. Unfortunately, after about 5 minutes of trying, Leon realized that the mists of chaos weren't responding to him, and probably wouldn't so long as Nestor's restraints remained on him. Biting down on his frustration, Leon accepted what he had to do. With as much willpower as he could summon, Leon retracted his lips and opened his jaw. He strained his neck muscles, commanding them with everything that he had to move, and miraculously, his head began to twitch. At the rate he was regaining control of himself, he figured he could undo the restraints in a few hours of struggle, but that wasn't fast enough. Worst case scenario, Nestor finished whatever he was doing outside and came back into his soul realm before Leon finished freeing himself. With an ugly grimace worthy of a monster of 1,000 terrifying bedtime stories, Leon used what little control he had over his body to press his face further into the soft, loose dirt, using his tongue and nose to draw the required rune. It wasn't easy, to say the least, but fortunately, the ground had been loosened quite a bit during his bombardment of Nestor. Still, he screwed it up more than once, and each time had him silently screaming at himself for his failure. But, finally, the rune was completed. A vaguely key-shaped ditch in the dirt, and new familiarity with the taste of dirt. Leon breathed hard, the worst part of his job done, though it didn't make the taste of dirt on his tongue go away any faster. Pushing everything out of his mind save for the thought of freeing himself, Leon reached out with his will and collected the wisps of magic that had been continuing to slowly accumulate in his soul realm and pushed all of it into the rune. It was a truly pathetic amount of magic power for someone of the 7th tier, but at this point, Leon hardly cared. All he needed was enough to free himself. He could lament his lack of power when he was free. The rune in the dirt began to fill with light, glowing brighter as more of Leon's magic power was fed into it, the few sparks of hope that remained within him growing brighter with it. It wasn't nearly as efficient as a rune drawn on spell paper with specially prepared ink, but it was working. He focused on the removal of his restraints, letting nothing else work its way into his head for long. He mentally commanded the rune to do what he wanted it to do as his paltry reserve of magic power filled it and gave it strength. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light that had even blinded Leon for a few seconds. He was mildly irritated and quite worried that something had gone wrong, but as his eyes recovered, he found that he'd moved his hand up to his face by instinct. He blinked in surprise as he stared at his palm barely an inch in front of his face. Then, he tried moving his legs, and to his immense relief and gratification, they obeyed his command. He smiled and pushed himself off the ground. It was time to even the score a little. Chapter 504, Scope of the Ancient Runes. As Leon once again took to his feet, his magic body felt flush with energy as every fiber of his being demanded that he seek vengeance against the man who had so violated and humiliated him. It even looked like it would be easy, since Nestor remained upon Leon's throne, his eyes closed and seemingly none the wiser that Leon had freed himself. A vicious smile graced Leon's lips as he took in the sight of his ancient kinsman, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Then again, Leon, too, had little idea how he ought to proceed. He took a few menacing steps toward Nestor before catching himself. He took a deep breath and took stock of himself. The possession wasn't total since Leon could still command the magic in his soul realm, but the mists of chaos didn't respond to his attempts to control them. Neither could he do anything to fix the damage he and Xianxia had done to his mind palace during the fight with Nestor. Compounding his issues was the fact that his soul realm was still quite bereft of magic power, leaving him with precious few options available to him to deal with Nestor. On Nestor's end, Leon noted that he still possessed the glowing collection rune filled with all of the power that Leon had thrown at Nestor and that Nestor still hadn't used. If Leon were to somehow wake the man up, Nestor would probably have little difficulty restraining Leon again, and if that happened, Leon doubted he'd get another chance to free himself. Nestor had arrogantly left him to his own devices, either trusting that Leon would remain restrained or having something much more important to take care of in the physical world. No matter the case, it was both a blessing and a curse to Leon that Nestor still had that rune. On the one hand, it meant that Nestor had much more power than Leon had. On the other hand, it also implied that there was a cap to Nestor's power that Leon didn't necessarily have. If enough time passed, Leon's body would regenerate all of his lost power, sending it to his soul realm. But Leon didn't feel like he had the time it would require for him to regenerate enough power to exceed what Nestor had. Worse than that, though, was that Leon doubted that power would help at all. He had no idea how to get past Nestor's collection rune, so more power would do little save for giving Nestor more to work with. No, Leon would need to fight smarter, not stronger. His strength had been failing him lately, anyway, and now was as good a time as any to start changing his habits. Leon's eyes drifted in Xianxia's direction. The demon still lay unconscious upon the ground, the fires that usually burned on his body now barely more than a few glowing cracks in his obsidian skin. As much as Leon hated to admit it, he'd need help to beat Nestor in a timely fashion. At the very least, he wanted Nestor incapacitated before the Thunderbird chose to come back. Leon didn't know what he would do if she were to side with Nestor. He had to assert himself before she was given the choice. Given all that had happened between them, from his anger at her to her lies, he wasn't confident that she'd choose him over the clearly more capable Nestor. He quickly shuffled over to the demon and started trying to wake him. He shouted and pushed and kicked, but Xianxia remained out. The rune that knocked the demon out, Leon figured, was probably still active, and unlike with the open rune, he didn't know any ancient runes that might be used to counter this. With a long sigh of frustration, Leon sat down to think, his burning gaze rarely wandering from Nestor. He wondered what the man was doing, whether Valeria and Maya were all right, and where the Thunderbird was. As if on cue, the mists in the distance began to darken, heralding the Thunderbird's approach, and Leon had to fight the instinct to bury his face in his hands in shame and anxiety. His anger cooled in his chest like he was a child nervous that he was about to be scolded. And there she was, flying out of the mists, her feathers radiant and her aura as oppressive and powerful as it always was. Leon wasn't able to get much of an idea of what she thought about the situation as she flew over, for she didn't seem to be in a hurry and neither slowed down or reacted at all when she came into indisputable visual range of his mind palace. But she'd seen Nestor, there was no doubt in his mind about that. However, as she flew in, she shape-shifted into her human form and lightly landed in front of him, her yellow avian eyes locked onto him. Not once did he see her turn to look at Nestor. After several long seconds, she asked in a carefully neutral tone, "What are you doing?" Leon, desperate not to show weakness in front of his ancestor, stood back up and replied with as much composure and nonchalance as he could, thinking. The Thunderbird's eyes pierced into him with an almost physical force, Her gaze threatened to tear away all of his defenses and leave his real mental state bare for her to see. And what is it that has so taken your mind that you are not ejecting this interloper? Her tone was accusatory, and her eyes were even more so. She wasn't acting outright imperious, but her quiet and serious demeanor still demanded an answer. Trying to think of a way to eject this interloper, Leon coolly replied, his voice starting to quaver a bit, yet he still maintaining his natural stoicism. He beat me once, I want to ensure that he doesn't do so again. The Thunderbird finally glanced back over her shoulder at Nestor upon the throne, but her features were completely inscrutable. Leon had no idea what was on her mind. Are you nervous? She finally asked, an almost imperceptible smile pulling at the corners of her lips. Do you fear what I might think of you? Leon's expression didn't change much, but when he averted his gaze from his ancestor, she had her answer. I will not abandon you, Leon, she declared. I have spent too long raising you up to drop you now for a shiny new toy. Leon wasn't convinced. He says he's Nestor, son of Jason Karanos. So he is, the Thunderbird confirmed, putting that matter to rest, at least. You told me Nestor was dead. So I did, and so he is. The Thunderbird's expression finally softened a touch, and she explained, I thought he was dead and gone. That over there is just his magic body. His physical body and soul realm are destroyed, leading me to the reasonable assumption that he was dead. If you lost your soul realm, I would assume the same about you, for I would not be able to see you anymore. For all intents and purposes, you would cease to exist to me, for all magical connections between us would be severed. Leon slowly nodded. She'd made a reasonable enough mistake, and he wasn't of a mind right now to hold a grudge over it. So, with his anxiety at least temporarily assuaged, he pushed his emotions down as far as he could and refocused on the task at hand. For now, why don't we take care of this? The Thunderbird said, a smile finally blooming across her tan features. Wait a minute, Leon said as a terrifying thought suddenly occurred to him, does he know you're here? Like, right now, not in a general, you're always with us if we believe, kind of way. The Thunderbird's smile took on an amused quality, and she gently shook her head. No, she said, so long as I don't do something that clues him in, he won't notice me. Leon nodded again, his worries temporarily assuaged. Mentally, he accepted that the Thunderbird was on his side, that she was choosing him over Nestor, but emotionally, he wasn't going to really start believing her until he was back in control of his body. Eager to make that a reality, Leon took a deep breath and asked, what should we do now? I hope you have something in mind because I've got basically nothing. Tell me about him, the Thunderbird replied. Leon cocked an eyebrow at her, but he indulged anyway and told her everything that had happened since his triumph over the Colossus outside. Supposedly triumphed, at any rate, he hoped that he had, in fact, beaten it and that Nestor hadn't simply let them inside once he realized a clan member had finally arrived. He didn't give voice to these thoughts, and when he was finished, the Thunderbird was quiet for a moment before saying, I understand, now. A master of ancient runes is, indeed, a difficult opponent to face without also possessing knowledge of such things. How much do you know about ancient runes? They're basically pictograms as opposed to the alphabetical nature of modern runes, Leon answered. Each one has a specific meaning to it, which imbues it with power. They're limited in scope, but tremendously powerful compared to modern runes within that scope. Not a bad description, as far as such things go, the Thunderbird replied. The modern runes you use are much more versatile and easy to use, it's true, but ancient runes are not so limited as you might think. You managed to escape using an open rune, did you not? Leon nodded. If ancient runes were so powerful, you would have specifically needed a rune to open restraints, or to counter this specific rune. Each ancient rune has its meaning, but they can be applied in various ways. Just as an open rune might be used to open restraints, it can also be used to open locked doors, to open up a hole in something, even to open minds to truth. The ancient runes are regarded as simpler and more restrictive than modern runes because their rules are based more on the thoughts and intent of the mage wielding them, with the runes growing easier to use the more specific they become. By this point, Leon's brow had furrowed in thought. Everything she was saying was resonating with what he'd done to escape. He'd willed the open rune to work in the way he'd wanted it to, rather than having it work through any specific intrinsic nature of the rune itself. Getting the ancient runes to work as you want them to is difficult, the Thunderbird continued, even more so if you're using vague, simple runes. Your attempt to escape your restraints would have been much easier if you'd known the runes for open restraints, or release prisoner, or something of that more specific nature. Makes sense, Leon said. Unfortunately, none of that really helps me now, does it? I haven't the knowledge to counter Nestor, and without being able to counter his runes, I'm basically helpless unless I can beat him to death. Can I beat him to death? No, his magic body is far stronger than yours, and it looks like he has quite a bit of magic in that storage rune next to him, the Thunderbird replied with an amused look on her face. Before the death of his physical body, he'd achieved apotheosis. Leon's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He did what? He'd achieved apotheosis, the Thunderbird repeated. By any metric you might choose to measure his power, he was powerful. And while he's lost almost all of that power, much like that worthless demon over there, his magic body yet contains a hint of that power, and even just a hint is more than enough to completely overpower you in a hand-to-hand scuffle. Leon took a deep breath. All right, so no engaging in close range. It's probably best not to violently engage at all, especially not on equal footing, the Thunderbird said. Leon gave her some side eye, his worry about her choosing Nestor over him rising again. Think about it, the Thunderbird continued, the things I can teach you about the runic arts are limited. Same thing with the demon. But here, before you, is a master of the craft, someone who can teach you everything you might want to know. I would recommend you subordinate him, rather than aiming to end him permanently. Conquer, not destroy, Leon scowled. He wanted to see Nestor dead about as much as he'd ever wanted anyone dead, including Justin Isonos, but the Thunderbird was making at least a degree of sense. I can't trust him, Leon stated. He's stolen my body. He'll try to do so again. There are ways to prevent that, the Thunderbird replied. Magical oaths or sworn using blood are connecting to a mage's soul realm. Nestor has neither. I don't see how he can be prevented from trying again. The Thunderbird smiled and glanced at Leon's vault not too far away. You have what you need here, already. I'll help to show you the way, but you'll need to do this yourself. Consider it a taste of what you'll need to face in the Nexus. Leon glanced up at Nestor on his throne and seethed. Then let's do this quickly, he said with determination. I don't know when he's going to come back in here, and I want to be ready when he does. Chapter 505, Prince's Arrogance. When the lift doors opened, Naiad and Valeria came out with their guards raised. Valeria's glaive was brandished, not that she thought it would do much good against the golems they'd been fighting, and Naiad's power was at her fingertips. But nothing jumped out to greet them. As far as it seemed, the short hall they stepped out into was devoid of life. The place was also far less decorated than the entrance hall. Much like the large empty room they'd explored, it seemed that this place wasn't one meant to show off the power and majesty of the Thunderbird clan. It was narrow enough to not need the tree-like columns of the entrance hall, and as far as Valeria could see, there was only a single door apart from the lift, and it was all the way at the other end of the hall. That being said, the hall was a far cry from being hideous or even depressingly neutral. The floors had been polished to a near mirror shine, the sloped walls had regular alcoves, and the light was soft and pleasant. Keep an eye on those alcoves, Naiad commanded Valeria as they spread out a bit in the hall. Valeria whispered, got it, not feeling the slightest bit out of the place with Naiad giving the orders. In this case, she was perfectly happy following Naiad's lead, if only to stay out of her way if they ran into trouble of a violent sort. Notice anything? Naiad asked. Nothing, Valeria answered as they crept along the hall, Valeria's eyes probing every shadow and dark thing in the hall, searching for any sign of danger. However, the alcoves were empty, no golems appeared from either direction, the lift stayed on their level with the door open, and she detected no changes in the room's natural aura that might have indicated the activation of a defensive ward. Soon enough, they reached the other end of the hall, and Valeria got to work opening the door while Naiad watched her back. At this point, after having explored 3 lower floors already, it had become something of a habit for the two. After clearing out the golems on the first floor, they'd gone down to the lowest floor the lift could take them to, but they'd found nothing of note down there, only huge storage rooms filled with metal boxes. Unfortunately, most of these boxes were filled with raw materials that weren't of much use to the ladies, like huge slabs of steel and bronze. The second floor from the bottom was somehow even less exciting, with nothing but what appeared to be large theaters and meeting rooms devoid of furniture. The third floor from the bottom, meanwhile, appeared to be the place where the people who used to work in the place would spend their off time. There were only about 24 rooms, however, perhaps, Valeria theorized, because of the golems around to do manual labor. Each room had an attached bathroom, though no furniture to speak of. At the end of that hall had been what she thought had once been a large common area, though with it again devoid of furniture, so she could only guess. Despite all of this, she and Naiad had managed to keep their guards raised. Having been surprised once by an unexpectedly silent attack by golems, they weren't going to get careless again. So, there on the 4th floor from the lowest floor the lift would take them, Valeria got to work opening the only door. By this point, she'd gotten so good at opening these doors that it slid into the wall in a matter of seconds, giving the two ladies access to what lay beyond. And it was a beautiful sight. Whereas the rest of the facility seemed to have been evacuated, this room was the only one that still seemed inhabited. The walls had been enchanted to resemble hedges blooming with flowers of every shape and color. The center of the room was a small pool about the size of a large bath, flanked by 4 pillars that had been enchanted to resemble trees. The ceiling had similar enchantments, as well, showing a scene of bright blue sky with the perfect amount of fluffy white clouds lazily drifting through the firmament. The rest of the decor was beyond luxurious, with a polished marble floor, a number of sofas, recliners, and tables made of ivory, green jade, and turtle shells. At the far end of the room was a large chair built like a throne made of ivory and emerald sitting upon a dais of green marble. It was an almost unnerving shock to the two to be so far underground yet to walk out into what all of their senses were telling them was outside. It was shocking enough that their guard slipped for just a moment as they walked in, only for it to be immediately raised again when they noticed the 4 alcoves in the corners of the room which housed bronze golems. "You needn't worry about them," said a bored-sounding voice from the hallway behind them. Valeria and Naiad spun around ready to attack whoever had just snuck up on them, but both froze for a moment when they saw it was Leon walking through the door. "Leon!" Valeria cried. "What's been going on?" "The golems have been..." Valeria was cut off as Naiad held out her arm in front of her. "That isn't Leon," the river nymph whispered into Valeria's mind. When Valeria glanced over at her companion, she felt ice enter her veins when she saw the look of utter hatred and rage on Naiad's face. Not seeming to care about Naiad cutting Valeria off, Nod Leon strutted right on in, walked past them, and stretched out over one of the recliners. "Ah," he sighed as he got comfortable. "I've been so long without comfort, I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to sit in one of these. Who are you?" Naiad demanded as she and Valeria spread out into the room a little, with Naiad blocking the door, the only apparent exit Nod Leon might be able to use to run away. Valeria, meanwhile, divided her attention between Nod Leon, the golems in the room, and monitoring the doorway for any more unexpected arrivals. Nod Leon looked at them with a smile of amusement, his almost playfully in control attitude standing in sharp contrast to Leon's significantly more reserved and stoic nature. "I wondered how I should approach this," he said. "I thought that maybe trying to pass myself off as your companion might have been a good idea, made all the more tempting by how utterly gorgeous the two of you are, but in the end, I decided against it. I am not Leon Rame, the man you journeyed to this place with." Valeria wrinkled her nose in disgust, and she noticed Naiad's making a similar expression. This person was not welcome making even relatively tame comments like those, especially not wearing Leon's face. "Who are you?" Naiad repeated, echoing her question in Valeria's mind for the sake of clarity. "Why do you wear his face?" Naiad's aura began to rise, royal, and churn, reflecting her subtle shift in posture to a more offensive stance. It was clear to Valeria, at least, that if she didn't get an answer she liked, then violence was going to ensue. But she couldn't blame the river nymph. Valeria felt an instinctive revulsion at whoever this was aping Leon's form. In fact, if they had more information on wherever Leon was, Valeria knew that Naiad would have already attacked, and she probably would have joined the river nymph. "I am here to talk," Nod Leon said in a conciliatory tone. "I've been watching you two traipse all over my lab, poking your noses into every little crack and corner, destroying my labor force, and just generally being kind of a nuisance. I want you two to stop. You're in charge here," Valeria demanded to know, her hand clasping her glaive a little bit tighter. "I am," Nod Leon replied. "You may call me Nestor, if you must call me anything. Now that you know my name, perhaps you two can relax and join me for a few words. Whatever you want, I'm sure we can come to some kind of arrangement." Naiad abruptly ended his sentence when she conjured a thin line of water in the air and, using it almost like a sword, she sliced Nestor's sofa in half. Nestor himself was fine, leaping to his feet just before the water hit and not being in Naiad's line of fire, anyway. Where is Leon? Naiad furiously roared into his mind. Now, there's no need for that, Nestor said, his smile slipping a little as Naiad stared daggers at him. He glanced at Valeria in what she guessed to be a silent plea for intervention, but if that was, indeed, what he wanted, then he was left wanting. Valeria sensed barely any magic coming from him. He didn't seem to be much of a threat, his attitude notwithstanding, so she was with Naiad 100% of the way. All right, I tried, he said exasperatedly as he started making some strange, arcane hand movements. Don't complain that you didn't have your chance. Naiad needed nothing more. She conjured a small serpentine water dragon only about a foot thick and sent it careening in Nestor's direction. It smashed through the horrifically expensive furniture without the slightest care on its course to clamp its jaws down on Nestor's body, but Nestor nimbly leapt out of the way. When he landed, he grinned at Naiad as the water dragon lost all bodily cohesion and collapsed into shapeless water, Naiad's magic scattering beyond any hope of control as it hit a shining rune hovering in the air. Valeria wasn't idly watching this take place. She'd conjured half a dozen ice spikes, about all she could manage with her relatively depleted magic reserves, and had them hover around her. As soon as Nestor's feet touched the ground, she launched one of these spikes at him, which he only dodged by the skin of his teeth. Oomph! He cried in surprise, the exclamation sounding terribly strange in Leon's voice. And here I was thinking you were only kept around for your looks, he shouted at Valeria, winking at her in a way that sent a shiver of disgust down her spine. She, without hesitation, launched another ice spike his way despite knowing that it would be pointless with his guard up and his eyes trained on her. However, as he twisted his body out of the way, another of Naiad's water dragons came roaring in from the side. It slammed into him with astonishing force, hurling him across the room before it followed its predecessor and collapsed into formless water. Nestor landed on his feet, looking a little shaky but otherwise unhurt. Oof, he quietly complained. Not used to this. He didn't get a chance to get used to it, though, as one of Valeria's ice spikes almost impaled his shoulder, blocked only by a hastily thrown-up rune that created a shield of light around him. Suddenly, the runes that Nestor had conjured vanished, and his eyes widened in shock. His fingers moved in a blur, but no new runes appeared. In contrast, Naiad was winding up for another attack, with water already appearing next to her and forming into a serpentine shape. Shit, he muttered as his panicked eyes went to the 4 golems in the corners of the room, which then began to move. Naiad didn't waste a moment, launching a water dragon at the closest golem. A moment later, bits and pieces of bronze were sailing across the room, but the other 3 golems had already sprung into action. One of them charged at Valeria. Given that she couldn't see through the aura it emanated, she assumed it was much stronger than her and did her best to dodge and weave while Naiad dealt with them. She got in a few good hits, but otherwise remained on the defensive until a water dragon appeared to tear the golem into scrap metal. But the entire fight lasted about a minute, during which Nestor had vanished. Bastard! Valeria angrily shouted as she ran for the door, not even taking a moment to thank Naiad for her intervention. Naiad didn't seem to mind, though, as she followed immediately. The two burst out into the hallway only to see that the door to the lift had closed. Valeria sprinted over and tried to call it, but there was no response. That fucking ass! She shouted in frustration. Can you get it open? Naiad asked, her body language speaking of calm but her tone speaking of the much darker and more violent thoughts she was not giving voice to. I'll try, Valeria said as she began looking for a control panel. What in all the hells was that? It was most certainly someone in Leon's body, but his mind was not there, Naiad said. Someone must have somehow seized control of him. Does that mean we can't harm him when we find him? Valeria asked, suddenly concerned that they wouldn't be able to harm Nestor if they managed to find him. As a response, Naiad only offered a quiet, "We must be careful." Valeria scowled as she got back to work, though she did spare the time to whisper, "Thanks, back there. You covered me, and I appreciate it." Valeria didn't hear Naiad respond, but in the corner of her eye, she saw the river nymph briefly glance at her by her shadow and slowly nod in her direction. Nestor swore under his breath as he stumbled out of the lift far below his relaxation chambers. He'd never been much of a fighter, and in a body that wasn't his and without the lion's share of his powers, he was deeply regretting going to challenge those two, especially when all the power he'd taken from Leon seemed to suddenly dry up. Underestimated those bitches, he murmured as he limped down the hall, unable to spare the magic power he'd need to heal Leon's body for the moment. With the power he'd stolen from Leon all gone, he barely had enough power left in him for a rune or two, not nearly enough to continue fighting. He wasn't sure what happened, but he guessed he must have just overestimated what he'd gotten from Leon. No other scenario made as much sense in his mind, even though he was certain that he'd stolen more during their brief exchange. His options ran through his mind. He could hole up down in the lower floors and restrict the access those women had to the rest of the facility, but such a passive act was hardly one that appealed to him. Besides, he doubted either of them would just leave in good time. He only had one more golem, though, and until he brought the entire facility back online, his labor force was going to be essentially just him until he got the facilities in the deeper parts of the lab back up and running. His expression darkened as he realized that there was only one way he was going to be able to defeat those two and fully secure his lab without destroying it in the process, to fully seize Leon's body. But that would take time and power, neither of which he had in abundance. Down the hall, he saw his most prized golem, the last intact one that he possessed, hurrying over. "Your Highness," it cried as it bent down to give Nestor something to lean on. Nestor was happy to let it take some of his weight, and as he directed the lead golem on to his destination, he asked, "Is your task complete?" "Yes," the golem replied. "The prisoners have been fully secured for further draining. The main crystal should be fully charged within 8 weeks at our current rate of power consumption." Nestor smiled bitterly, knowing that that wasn't going to be fast enough with those ladies breathing down his neck. He'd have to take more drastic measures to secure his position. He needed more power, and he needed it now. He could go all the way down to the other end of the hall and slowly drain what the prisoners had built up, but there was a much better source of magic power right there with him. He glanced down at his golem. The entire thing was a work of art, with broad shoulders, a patterned chest plate featuring hundreds of thunderbirds in flight, and dozens of modern runes all along its joints. The way its bronze plates weaved together like scaled skin, the brief hints of silver blue light that peeked out from beneath it that hinted at the lightning wisp inside, the flexibility of its form, it all made Nestor smile to see his creation so lively and so beautiful. Without hesitating for longer than a second, Nestor used the scant traces of power in the air and that Leon's body had regenerated to draw another collection rune in the air and directed it at his golem. It was small and unsuited for combat, but the rune was enough for his current purposes, especially since Nestor had built all of his golems to accept any draining that he needed to subject them to. The golem froze as it bore Nestor down the hallway, magic power rippling out from it and into the collection rune. A moment later, the bronze form collapsed into a heap of plates and tiny scales as the lightning wisp within was snuffed out, Nestor's rune having consumed all of its magic power and funneling it back into Leon's soul realm, where Nestor would be able to collect it again with the rune he still had down there. With that, Nestor thought with only a modicum of sorrow at having destroyed his most prized creation, he'd have the power to enact his next steps a little quicker than he'd anticipated. With no thoughts spared for comfort or his station, Nestor sat down right there in the hallway. He then got as comfortable as he could and closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink down deep into Leon's core, then into the younger man's soul realm. "My soul realm, now," Nestor thought as he opened his eyes on Leon's throne, a smile on his face. When he saw what was waiting for him, his smile instantly died, replaced with fear and immediate panic. Chapter 506. Round 2. Leon waited with bated breath, his eyes unwaveringly locked on Nestor. He saw every tiny movement of the older man's magic body, and at the first sign of his return to Leon's soul realm, Leon would spring into action. He'd done everything else he could do until then, so now he had to wait. Above him on her perch was the Thunderbird, watching Nestor as well, but also occasionally sparing a disdainful glance for Zaffin. She and Leon had spent the past few hours going over his plan and making sure he had everything ready, but he'd insisted on reviving Zaffin. The demon now stood not too far away, the fires on his body now reignited and raging in a visual sign of his rage. When Nestor returned to Leon's soul realm, he'd have quite the reception waiting for him. Even worse for the ancient man, though, were all the runes carved into the ground around Leon, as well as the complete lack of runes hovering in the air around him. None of them had to wait for long. It took less than half an hour after Leon made his first move in reviving Zaffin for Nestor to open his eyes and disconnect from his throne. As soon as he did, Leon sprang into action, not bothering with talk or threats. He wasn't about to give Nestor a single opening. Leon activated the first rune on the ground, and Nestor was pulled off the throne with enough force to slam him into the dirt in front of the marble platform face first, almost hard enough to bury him up to his shoulders. The older man shouted in surprise and then again in pain as he was magically manhandled. He raised a hand and began drawing in the air, but Leon simply activated another of the runes on the ground in front of him and the lines Nestor had drawn were erased, dissolving into tiny motes of light that then vanished. Nestor's eyes widened in fear as he pushed himself off the ground just enough to look up at Leon, who stared back at him with nothing but hate in his eyes. Without hesitation, Leon activated the third and final rune, pouring every scrap of power he had in his soul realm into it. Nestor's body subsequently locked up just as Leon's had hours before. His limbs lost all strength and he limply fell back into the dirt, unable to move so much as a finger. The only part of his body that remained under his control was his mouth, and for that, Leon almost immediately began to regret as Nestor began to shout incoherently, his words muffled and distorted with his face pressed down into the ground. Leon was in no hurry to pick the man up, while Xianxia began to laugh at Nestor's current state. The demon had argued quite vociferously for killing the man, but Leon had acquiesced to the Thunderbird's request to leave Nestor alive for just a little bit longer, so even though it was quite gratifying to see, Xianxia still wasn't too happy. Leon hurried over to his throne, slowing down just enough to deliberately step on Nestor's back just before he ascended the few stairs to his throne's platform. There were few things Leon wanted to do more than sit down upon his throne and go and figure out what was going on outside, but for the moment, he only inspected his physical state with Nestor immobilized. He was a little worried to see that his physical body and his connection with Maya were still not quite in control, but he quickly fixed those issues by simply resting his hand upon his throne and using the magic in his soul realm as a sort of binding material. Leon breathed in contented relief as he felt the presence of Maya's power once more in his soul realm, flowing into and then out of it like a river, carrying with it hints of cooling rage, anxiety, and a strange sense of trust that confused Leon a bit. He tried to communicate with her, but it seemed that the connection wasn't fully healed, yet. But as much as he wanted to go to her and to see that she and Valeria were all right, now that he had reasserted his control over his soul realm, Leon turned his attention back to his distant kinsman. It was time to deal with him permanently. As he walked back over to the fallen Nestor, Leon pulled a blood-red ruby out of his pocket, one of the gems he'd retrieved from his family's vault. Upon it had been carved a fourth rune, which, unlike the previous three, had not been specifically taught less than an hour ago to Leon by the Thunderbird. Instead, it had been inscribed with the most familiar of the ancient runes to Leon, prison. The success of the previous runes had given Leon some confidence, but this was the moment of truth for his skills, the moment which would signify his success in this contest. Leon stopped over his fallen kinsman, who still struggled to make himself heard. Leon thought he heard the words, "Stop," and "Wait," but he paid them no mind. Nestor hadn't stopped, and neither would he. "Don't worry," he said as he aimed the ruby at Nestor's back, "this won't kill you. But if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't consider this to be all that different from death." The ruby began to glow as Leon's magic power whirled around him like a cyclone. All of the power in his soul realm that he could command was channeled into the ruby, and it began to glow like a bright red star. "You know," Leon said as the ruby gathered his power, "even after erasing your collection rune and reclaiming the power you stole from me, I was a bit worried that I still hadn't enough to make this work, but the power you so graciously pumped into my soul realm just now ought to more than ensure my success." Leon spoke no more, instead choosing to picture exactly what he wanted the rune to do in his mind, and ignoring Nestor's continued muffled protestations. Through his magic that was powering the rune, he let his will direct it, bestow upon it both its functions and its limitations. Nestor would be imprisoned within it, but Leon didn't want the man thrown into an endless void never to be heard from again. No, he wanted Nestor on a very short leash, or, at least, he had been convinced to leave Nestor on a short leash rather than broken and dead. Leon had to be careful that his true desires didn't overpower his actual intent, and he devoted every spare shard of brainpower that he could to concentrating on Nestor's imprisonment, on impressing that purpose upon the rune, willing the universe to then change accordingly. The light of the ruby grew brighter and brighter until Leon felt like he was actually holding a star. But he kept going, suppressing any doubts that crept into his mind that might poison his rune and give Nestor more room to maneuver than he was to be allowed. This searing red light reached down to envelop the older man, who seemed to be shaking. Leon hoped in fear in response. Leon pushed, and, with an ear-piercing crack of thunder, Nestor vanished from view and the light emanating from the ruby immediately cooled to a duller, though still quite vibrant, glow. Leon stared at the ruby, having just enough time to shake his head in discomfort from being so close to that sound and to wonder if everything worked out as he'd intended. He had a worryingly small reserve of magic left over, and he knew that if this didn't work, then he'd have little recourse but to hope that Zaffin and the Thunderbird could do something. A moment later, his fears were put to rest as a wail of despair came pealing out of the ruby. Nestor cried, I had it. Freedom was in my hand. Leon grimaced more and more with every word, eventually just setting the ruby down on a nearby table and putting some distance between himself and Nestor, giving the man some time to get used to his new circumstances, though Leon stayed more than close enough to keep his eyes on it and make sure that his rune worked as intended. Well done, Zaffin grumbled from the entryway of his pavilion. I still say you should have killed him, but it's nice to hear him crying like that. I was sorely tempted to snuff him out, Leon admitted. But I have to agree with you, this is both the worst and the best thing I've ever heard. The two stayed there, listening to Nestor's lamentation for a few more seconds, but it couldn't last for long. Nestor, after a few seconds, calmed down, and Leon walked back over as the Thunderbird fluttered down to the ground and assumed her human form. Well executed, she said. I, personally, would have trapped him before checking on the throne, but you can't argue with results. Leon nodded to her in acknowledgement, but his attention remained solely fixed upon the shining ruby that now held the magic body of Nestor trapped within. Nestor's cries had subsided, and Leon felt a wave of killing intent erupt from the stone. His body crackled with silver-blue lightning, but nothing more came from the ruby than that killing intent. After a moment, Leon relaxed and the Thunderbird took a position at his side, both staring down at the ruby. How are you doing, Nestor? Leon asked with fake concern. Is it roomy in there? Comfortable? Is there anything I can do to make your stay more enjoyable? Zaffin chuckled, but the Thunderbird maintained a more serious demeanor. Things look good from here, she said, her yellow eyes piercing through everything that the stone was, analyzing its capabilities. Thank you, Leon said with genuine emotion. This wouldn't have been possible if you hadn't shared with me those runes. It was your plan, to begin with, the Thunderbird said with a shrug. Still, you have my thanks. Is there anything we ought to do with this thing? That would depend on whether or not Nestor is going to cooperate. The Thunderbird took an even closer look at the ruby, practically pressing her face against it. She held herself there for several long seconds, and when Nestor remained silent, she pulled back with a deep frown. Seems like he won't be. Might be better to let him stew a bit before coming back for a chat. For now, you can put him somewhere the demon can watch. Huh, do I look like a jailer to you? Zaffin replied, clearly offended as his flames flared up for a moment. The Thunderbird glared at him, the force of her displeasure dampening his fires by a noticeable degree. You have nothing better to do, so keep an eye on the guest. Leon took a deep breath as Zaffin quietly grumbled but offered no further resistance. He placed the ruby holding Nestor on a nearby table, and after some reassurances from Zaffin that it would not move, he then made for his throne. He could spend the next few days doing nothing but dealing with Nestor in there, but with Nestor secured at least, for the time being he needed to get back out into the physical world and link back up with Valeria and Maya. Will you stick around for a while? Leon asked the Thunderbird as he quickly walked over to his throne. I might need to stretch my wings a bit, but I won't be far, she said. I suppose that's as good as I'm going to get. Leon wasted no more time. He sat down upon his throne and closed his eyes, his heart beating madly in his chest in dread at the thought that this wasn't going to work. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded as he soon woke back up right where Nestor had sat down, in the stark, unadorned hallway with the fallen golem lying in pieces only a few steps away. The very first thing he did was try to communicate with Maya again, but again, he failed. It seemed he'd have to find her the old-fashioned way and hope their connection wasn't permanently damaged. Leon spared the golem a quick look of pity before he left. It had seemed far more sentient than the rest of the golems he'd seen, and Leon couldn't help but wonder if it were fully so, like the stone giants. With that reminder of the loss of Lapis and the stone giants, Leon's distaste for Nestor deepened. When he glanced around at his surroundings, he found that he was in a long nondescript hallway and had little idea where he was or where he should go now. Eventually, he just picked a direction and started walking. He saw a couple doors on either side of the hallway, but his destination was the closer of the two ends, where two more, far bigger and more important doorways were located. He was hoping that one of them contained the lift, but since they were identical, he could only guess. Upon his arrival at the door, Leon immediately knew that it wasn't the lift, for he could sense a tremendous amount of magic flowing through the walls, far more than he ever sensed coming from the lift. His curiosity piqued, he decided to spare a few seconds to check this door out, anyway. After all, he remembered Nestor saying that he'd imprisoned Justin somewhere within this place, even though the events of the past few hours had somewhat overshadowed that revelation. Pushing open the door, Leon found that the room beyond was quite large, though not to an unreasonable degree. Any other details, however, were immediately lost upon him as he saw countless vines hanging down from the ceiling directly over platforms not unlike the roots that had bound Zaffin in his prison. Altogether, Leon guessed that there were about 48 platforms in the room, each much smaller than Zaffin's prison, more suited to holding smaller things, but it was immediately clear to Leon what this place was. Upon all of the first row of platforms, Leon saw skeletons entangled within the vines. Leon spared these remains not another thought, they weren't who he was looking for. He pulsed his magic senses throughout the room, searching for Justin. And there, in the back row, so entangled within the vines that only his head, hands, and feet were visible, was Justin Isonos. Chapter 507. Obsolete. Valeria sighed deeply as she stepped back from the lift panel. "There's no way I'm going to get this damn thing to move," she said with a deep scowl. "The power requirements are too great for me to power myself, and besides, I think the lift has been physically locked wherever that Nestor guy took it, but I can't say for certain." "But it isn't going to move?" Naiad asked. "No," Valeria said as she stood up and stared at the panel with a look that spoke of nothing but violence and fury at this deceptively simple enchantment that was preventing her from following Nestor. "This is only a controller enchantment, and a secondary one, at that. All it does is call the lift, it doesn't actually have anything to do with how the lift functions. With the lift otherwise disabled, this enchantment is useless." The two stood there in the hallway for a long time, neither saying a word. They hadn't spoken much in the half-hour or so since the fight with Nestor, focusing almost entirely on trying to catch up with him after he fled. Why do you think he looked like Leon?" Valeria hesitantly asked, her face becoming lined with worry. "I don't know," Naiad responded as a look similar to Valeria's passed over her bronze features. "I can say that was Leon's body, though. Somehow, Nestor, seized Leon's actual body." "What? It was Leon's body, but it wasn't Leon in there," Naiad continued, her tone turning fearful. "I'm not certain Leon is still alive." Valeria's look of worry deepened into one of fear and horror. At that moment, to her, it seemed like she'd convinced the man that she loved to accompany her to find her father, only for him to die, and they didn't even succeed. Instead of returning home with Leon and her father, now it was starting to look like she had lost both. She immediately dropped down on a knee and started working on the panel again, though she knew it was probably pointless. It was a simple enough enchantment that if there had been a way to get it to work that she could find, she would have found it by now. But she couldn't help it, and just waiting around wasn't something she was good at. After a few minutes, though, she had to stop, for she heard the sounds of something sliding to the floor from behind her. Turning and drawing her weapon, Valeria was, instead, greeted by the sight of Naiad sitting on the ground hugging her legs, her forehead pressed against her knees. The sight of someone so powerful and aloof in such a vulnerable position had her gawking for an almost unseemly amount of time. Eventually, though, Valeria relaxed and hurried over to Naiad instead of fruitlessly examining the enchantment behind the control panel. "What's wrong?" she asked in concern as she kneeled down next to the river nymph, wondering if perhaps Naiad had been injured in a way that she hadn't been able to see. Naiad lifted her head enough to look at Valeria, her lake blue eyes shining with tears. But she said nothing, and dropped her head back to her knees, conveniently lowering her head down far enough that Valeria couldn't see the emotions playing out across her face. It was clear enough to Valeria that Naiad didn't want to talk about whatever was going on, but Valeria wasn't in any mood to let this go. In their situation, she considered anything that could drop Naiad to the floor too important to let slip past. Sliding over next to Naiad and taking a seat, Valeria remained quiet for a short moment, then asked, "Is it about Leon? And his body being stolen?" Again, Naiad said nothing, but Valeria did her best to put pressure on her to talk with her presence. "If you need to talk, this isn't the best time, but it may be your only chance to vent if all this goes pear-shaped," Valeria stated as her eyes drifted back in the direction of the lift. With it out of commission, she truly believed that talking for a while might help them to clear their heads and think of something else to try. As they were stuck and going nowhere. It's nothing, Naiad said unconvincingly into Valeria's mind. Are you sure it's nothing? Valeria quietly asked, trying to be as supportive and calming as she could. I know that we've had some differences of opinion for a while, and that's understandable given where we stand, and I would like to apologize for anything I've said that might have offended you. At least in the past few hours, I've been stressed and anxious. I've been dreading seeing my father again, and Leon's missing. I was unable to use those emotions for anything else, so I lashed out at you, and for that, I'm sorry. She heard Naiad sigh, with it being perhaps the only time she'd ever heard the river nymph make an audible noise. I would also like to thank you, Valeria continued. Without you, I would have been killed here by those golems. I don't think I would have even put up a good fight. They would have torn me to bloody ribbons in no time flat. Do you know how Leon and I met? Naiad eventually asked, cutting off anything else that Valeria might have wanted to say, her tone just a little annoyed and a lot depressed and melancholic, as if she were remembering something painful. Something about him stumbling upon you in the forests east of the border mountains and you helping him to get back to Legion lines, Valeria answered. He wasn't too specific. I just thought it was something that was only for the two of you to know. Elise knows as well, Naiad explained. I did some things to him. Some things that were almost too much for him to forgive, and it made our relationship from there on difficult. Naiad proceeded to tell Valeria the story of Leon being brought to her by one of her subordinate nymphs, and their subsequent interactions, ending with her dropping Leon off back in the forest after extracting a pledge of support from him. That, Valeria murmured, not knowing quite what to say and being more than a little angry, offended, and disgusted all at once. It wasn't my proudest moment, though it's one that I only started regretting lately, Naiad continued. Especially over the past day. I almost ruined something magical and that brings light into my life before I had it out of my fear of turning into a Gorgon. I love Leon more than I ever thought possible, but my fear nearly cost me his love. He forgave me, and for that, I couldn't be more thankful, but it doesn't erase my shame, and now, with what that other Gorgon told me, I know that Gorgonism isn't even incurable, that it could very well not even be a concern for me anymore. That's a good thing, though, right? Valeria asked. I mean, you and Leon have a stable relationship, and now you can set aside a fear that almost made you do something heinous and irreversible. Maybe, Naiad replied, or, maybe with the reason for our coming together in the first place now gone, it will change what we are. What we mean to each other. It renders us obsolete. Valeria nodded, understanding on an intellectual, if not emotional, level. I don't think that anything is going to change for the two of you. Valeria said, have you seen the way he looks at you? He's not going to let you go for anything. I doubt he even cares about Gorgonism anymore, or, at least, he's not scared of it. I'd be willing to bet you could transform into a Gorgon right in front of him and he wouldn't let that change your relationship at all. Naiad lifted her head again and glared at her, as if silently accusing her of not knowing what she was talking about. These things, what we are and who we are related to, don't matter to him, at least not in the ways that they might matter to us, Valeria further explained. If they did, I don't think he'd have ever let me go. My father ordered his father's death. My father personally killed his grandfather. I think anyone else would have killed me as soon as they could have, or used me in some way to try and strike at my father. But Leon didn't do that. I know that he wanted to, but he didn't, and instead took me in when I was my lowest and gave me the support I needed to get back on my feet. It's his actions that count, not his words or his thoughts. Valeria almost was tempted to try and pat Naiad on the shoulder as comfortingly as she could, but she refrained at the last second. She didn't think the river nymph would have appreciated it, and a moment later, Naiad asked something that would have frozen her, anyway. How do you know he has forgiven everything? That he won't go back on his word to you to let your father go? I can sense a lot of pain and anger and frustration whenever he looks at you. He does, Valeria asked, having never really gotten that impression from Leon. He'd always seemed genuine and upfront whenever he affirmed their agreed-upon peace. However, the more she thought about it, Leon had reassured her quite a number of times, perhaps more times than someone who wasn't contemplating breaking that agreement might. Or maybe I'm overthinking things, Valeria thought to herself, trying to batter down those thoughts. He'll stick to his word, she said with as much confidence as she could muster, but it wasn't much. I trust him, Our past is kind of rocky, but despite all of that, I know him, and I trust him. He won't break his word to me. I hope you're right, Naiad said, though she hardly sounded convinced. I am, Valeria replied, her confidence a little more apparent. Naiad seemed to take a deep breath and then straightened up. No use stressing about it. Being stuck here won't do us any good. The river nymph stood up and made for the door, with Valeria right behind her. Did you think of something? Valeria asked. You could say that, Naiad replied as she raised a hand and conjured a small water dragon. With a wave of her hand, she sent the dragon careening down the hallway toward the door, showing Valeria exactly what was on her mind. The dragon smashed into the door, exploding into a torrent of water that then came flooding back toward them. Valeria saw that the door was completely unscathed, without even the barest hint that an 8th-tier equivalent magical being had just tried to force her way through. I think all you're going to accomplish with that is making our feet wet. We'll see, Naiad replied as she conjured another water dragon. All I need is a little bit, of what? Valeria asked as the second serpentine dragon was sent on its way, only to meet with the same success as the first. Such a door can't be airtight, can it? The river nymph asked as an explanation as a third dragon appeared at her side. I don't need much, I just need to get enough water through the cracks. The third dragon was sent charging down the hall and smashed against the door, without any effect that Valeria could see. A fourth and a fifth followed, and she couldn't help but marvel at the powers that Naiad commanded. For she wasn't even breathing hard despite this impressive display of magic. However, her lack of obvious success made the only thing that Valeria was happy about was that the water Naiad was conjuring was apparently being drained somewhere, for the water level wasn't rising. After a dozen water dragons crashed against the lift door, Naiad finally stopped. That ought to do it, she murmured into Valeria's ear as she led the younger woman over to the door. That had better have worked because I can't maintain that pace for every door we come across. I should be able to handle those, Valeria responded a little defensively. It's just that this damn lift isn't following the commands I've been giving it. Naiad didn't say anything, but instead pressed her hand against the doors. Valeria sensed some kind of magic pulse push out of the river nymph's arm and into the door, and a moment later, the door practically exploded as all the water that Naiad had managed to force into the tiny almost imperceptible gaps and cracks flash froze. The door wasn't so much damaged, though, as it was completely popped out of its frame, accompanied by a flash of white light as the enchantments within it were disrupted. The door then fell backward into the lift shaft, not hitting anything for a worryingly long time. Holy hells, Valeria cried as she ducked back from the sudden onrush of ice. Naiad, however, took a few steps forward and stuck her head into the now accessible lift shaft. After a moment, she then turned back toward Valeria and smiled. I can see the lift. It's far, but not out of reach. Valeria joined Naiad at the door and stared down into the inky black abyss, and far below them, she could just barely see the top of the lift shining in the dark, much farther below them than she'd thought even the deepest floor they'd been to had been. I can't jump that far, she said with a worried look. Who said anything about jumping? Naiad conjured another water dragon that swept her up as easily as such a thing might if it were made of flesh and bone. Follow me down. The dragon then surged forward into the lift shaft and turned, crashing into the walls of the lift shaft. It then angled down, carrying Naiad down the shaft about as safely as such a thing could. Valeria almost expected the thing to fall, but when she saw the ice along the wall left in its wake, she understood. The dragon was anchoring itself to the wall with ice, keeping its descent completely under control. Valeria stared in amazement at the degree to which Naiad was able to control her magic, and quietly wished that she could do such things as well. She silently swore to herself to double down on her training when all of this was over, and then she called upon her power. Without hesitation or another moment of thought, Valeria threw herself into the shaft after Naiad, using her ice powers to anchor her feet to the ice left in the river nymph's wake, using it like a rail that she then slid down with ease. It was an exhilarating descent. Valeria moved at speeds along the walls of the lift shaft that would have made a mortal sick, but instead, she had fun, and she had to fight the urge to laugh and holler as she descended. By the time she joined Naiad at the bottom or, at least, on top of the lift where it had come to rest, the doors that Naiad had forced open still lying on top of it, her face was practically split in half by her uncontrollable smile. But, she hadn't had so much fun that she hadn't been able to notice something unusual about the lift shaft. It had a subtle twist to it, with each floor not directly underneath the one above or directly above the one below. It was as if the entire facility was designed like a spiral staircase, with the floors as each stair that extended off. The lift shaft, or the central support for the staircase. It was a strange feature that wasn't otherwise apparent, not even when using the lift, but it allowed for each floor to have much more vertical clearance than they might otherwise have since there were no floors above them. "We're here," Naiad said. "Whatever Nestor is doing, he should be on this floor. Let's go crush him and take Leon's body back." "I'm with you all the way," Valeria said, smiling at Naiad as she said this. To her surprise, Naiad actually smiled back, though it was so quick that Valeria almost missed it. Before Valeria could comment on it, though, Naiad tossed the fallen lift door away like it was made of driftwood and then smashed through a maintenance panel on the roof of the lift, allowing the two ladies to then drop down into the lift itself. Valeria wasted no time and got the main lift doors open, allowing them onto the floor where Nestor had fled. Her smile died as they pushed into the hallway beyond. She still hadn't found her father, and she had no idea how they were going to drive Nestor out of Leon's body. Chapter 508. Vengeance or Forgiveness. There he was, in the back of the room. Justin Isonos, one of the men responsible for the murder of his father, his uncle, his grandfather, and the destruction of his house. Everything else in the room vanished, as far as Leon was concerned. He had eyes only for Justin, and he started to slowly stalk over, a dark look crossing over his face. As he walked over, he took in the sight of the man. Justin had been completely enveloped in vines, with only his face, hands, and feet visible. He was clearly unconscious, with his head slumped over and his eyes shut, and Leon could detect not a single hint of his 8th tier aura emanating from him. However, Leon could detect that the vines that bound Justin had enormous amounts of magic flowing through them. From what Leon could tell, this flow of power originated with Justin and disappeared somewhere in the ceiling, where the vines were hanging from. Leon arrived at the platform where Justin was being held and climbed up with single-minded alacrity. The platform itself was about waist height for him, but Justin was being held upright only an inch or two off the ground, so Leon didn't have to crane his neck to look at the man's face. His heart racing in his chest, Leon stared at Justin's face. Blood roared in his ears, his hands twitched, and power was unconsciously being pulled from his soul realm and into his bloodstream. It struck Leon that he could kill Justin right here and now. No one was watching, even Zaffin and the Thunderbird didn't seem to be paying too much attention to what he was doing, being perhaps more interested in each other or in Nestor's imprisonment. So, he could do it. He could take this opportunity to end Justin's life and no one would be the wiser. It would be the easiest thing to do, and with all the space in his soul realm and his expertise in fire magic, Leon could clean up any evidence with ease. No one would know. Leon's instincts demanded that he take this opportunity. Rage and fury were boiling within him, and the sight of his father lying dead in their old home demanded that he pay Justin back in kind. But as he thought about his father, Leon was suddenly reminded of the many lessons Artorias had tried to teach him about mercy, about patience, humility, and generosity. About being noble. Leon, as much as he wanted to, as much as his body was demanding that he do so, didn't immediately kill Justin. He stood there, staring at the man's unconscious body, shaking yet unable to move, furious yet almost terrifyingly calm. His instinct was to summon his blade from his soul realm. It would have felt so right, so perfect, to end Justin with the adamant blade of the Thunderbird, but unfortunately, as he suddenly realized as he reached into his soul realm, his blade wasn't there. He'd dropped it when Nestor had invaded his soul realm, and he had no idea where it was now, though he had a strange feeling that it was still right where it had fallen from his grasp. How he knew that, he couldn't say, but it was a comfort that kept him from panicking about its whereabouts. As a poor replacement, Leon drew out a hunting knife. It was barely enchanted enough to hold its meager edge with little maintenance, but in the state Justin was in, it would still only take a single slash to end the man's life. And no one would know. Just one quick slash. Leon thought about his father. Every swing of the shovel he made when digging the grave, every stone of the ruined obelisk that he laid as a cairn, every moment he spent the night before waiting for his father to die, all of it flashed through his mind, fueling his desire for vengeance, demanding bloody retribution. But, after a few moments, his mind drifted to a few other thoughts. His father paying a troll so he wouldn't get in their way, respecting the troll's right to live and its claim over the bridge. He thought of Trajan, so decisive when dealing with his enemies, but also magnanimous and merciful in victory, forgiving many of the mages who rebelled in Arimenium and ending the war with the Talfar kingdom in a way that would minimize the risk of another war between the two kingdoms breaking out. What would they think if they could see me now? Leon wondered. What would they urge me to do? He still had Zaffin and the Thunderbird in his soul realm, he could always ask them for advice. But he knew what they would say. Kill Justin, end the threat. In this situation, that was for the best. Valeria would never find out unless he told her. Valeria? Leon felt a twinge in his heart at the thought of her. The way her hair glittered in the sun, her skill with spear and glaive, her protectiveness to those she cared about, and her dedication to her training. He liked her, perhaps enough to even consider it romantic. That much he was willing to admit. But all of his reassurances to her about committing to their agreed-upon peace over the past few weeks had been, to an extent, hollow. He'd been not only trying to convince her again and again that his intentions were honorable and that his commitment to peace was genuine, but also trying to convince himself to follow through. But there was no more time for vacillating. It was now or never. Leon clenched his fist around the handle of his knife and raised it to just a few inches from Justin's exposed throat, preparing to slice right through and let the man bleed out. For all that had just flashed through his mind, he still only had Valerius' word that he was a good man, that he was acting to protect his wife and to bring his daughter to their home. Leon had no personal experience with Justin to inform his decision, and given Justin's power, that made freeing him perhaps the single most risky thing Leon could ever do. All the other decisions in his life that had led him to this moment, all those near-death encounters and rash actions that led to them, paled in comparison to the possibility of letting Justin go. His face began to contort as his conflicting desires warred in his mind. He wanted peace, he wanted Valeria to be with him forever, but doing so would require that he either kill her father and lie to her for the rest of their lives about his fate, or let him live. Neither were particularly attractive options. Leon stood there, his knife raised for a long time, long enough to get a better idea of what was happening and for his vision to expand back to include the rest of the room. The vines, entangling Justin, were leeching his magic power, probably quite literally sucking out his mana, as far as Leon could tell. When he'd first found Zaffin, the fire demon had been similarly bound and chained, with the great roots that bound him using the magic power they siphoned from him to provide power to the prison. Justin, at this moment, was nothing more than a magic power generator. Judging from some of the other forms that Leon could see in the room, he wasn't even that big of one. A few of the platforms were devoid of vines or things to entangle, but most were not. Of those that weren't empty, all but one were clearly dead, either a desiccated husk of some strange creature he couldn't identify or nothing more than vines and odd, alien bones. The one living exception apart from Justin was just a few platforms over, where a huge crystalline entity was bound, the thing towering over Leon at about 12 feet tall. It took Leon a few seconds to realize, but he guessed from its form that it was an ice demon much like the 5 that he'd seen out in front of the Colossus. It seemed that at least one demon had survived the Colossus, only to be brought down here to be used as a resource. From what Leon could tell of its aura, the thing was only barely clinging to life, though the fact that it wasn't dead was something that amazed him. He had no intention of trying to help it. He doubted Zaffin would appreciate him trying, and if it weren't for the fact that he wanted some peace and quiet to think about the issue of Justin, he would have asked the flame demon how he ought to deal with the captured ice demon. It was a viscerally horrific thing, and it only grew more so the longer Leon stared at the vines and the corpses within. A few of them looked vaguely human the more he squinted at them, and he couldn't help but wonder at what their last moments were. This wasn't an abandoned facility like Zaffin's prison was, so there would have been no doubt in any of their minds, assuming they had that kind of self-awareness, that help wasn't going to come once they were stuck. That they were going to die within those vines, their blood being siphoned off to feed the power needs of this facility. As Leon's eyes turned back to Justin, he couldn't help but lightly smile to himself, knowing that no matter what he decided to do, Justin had still suffered for coming here. He'd lost all of his people, and he'd been stuck in these vines for months, leaving him drained and at Leon's mercy. Leon couldn't stand there forever. He had to make a choice. There was no way around that, but his conscious mind wasn't coming to any decisions. As much as he liked Valeria, his need for vengeance was powerful. Which is it? He demanded of himself, pushing himself to make a choice. Vengeance, or peace? Solidify Valeria and anyone she and Justin might be connected to as his enemy, or make peace with them and hope that they could forge some kind of alliance. Indulge his more primitive side, killing Justin and implying that he didn't need the help, or accept that he was flawed, that, in the words that Roland had spoken to him only weeks ago, he could be more than he was, more than the barbarous savage killing everything in his path and bringing nothing to the universe but pain and suffering. Screaming in rage and frustration that had built up for more than 4 years, Leon raised his knife one last time, stepped forward, and lunged toward Justin. The relatively cheap metal, with Leon's power backing it, sliced through the vines like they were spider silk, but bit not into Justin's flesh. Instead, Justin's hand dropped from where it had been restrained, now freed. With another swipe and another scream of fury, Leon's knife cut through the vines that bound Justin's other hand. Freeing it in turn, Leon's eyes were watering, and his knife felt as heavy and cumbersome as a bag of bricks. It wasn't easy, but his choice was made, and his vengeance was not going to be taken out on Justin, at least, not right now. He hoped that Justin would make a similar choice when he woke up, and the uncertainty only made it all the harder to follow through with his choice. Brushing the unshed tears from his eyes, Leon muttered an apology to his father and then started sawing and slashing at the remaining vines holding Justin in place. The older man fell to the platform in short order, the vines no longer restraining him. Leon breathed deeply. It had only taken a moment, not even a dozen slashes with his knife, but he felt like a mortal who had just run a marathon. He staggered back from Justin's crumpled form that was still half buried in the vines that had clung to him and turned away. His mind was practically locked up with what he had just done, as if his own brain were shocked at his decision. His hands were shaking as if to say that it wasn't too late, that Justin was still weak and vulnerable, that it would only take one more swish of his knife or a brief burst of lightning and vengeance would be his. But, as a salty tear rolled down the side of Leon's face, he knew that even if Justin died here as his instincts were demanding, it wouldn't be over. He'd still have to deal with Valeria in the short term, and then whoever, Lord Cameron, was in the long term. Nothing would end with Justin's death. Leon repeated that over and over in his mind as he wiped his eyes again and turned back to the fallen man. And it was a pathetic sight that awaited him. Cutting the vines had not woken Justin, but from their cut ends they slowly leaked a trickle of bright red mana, the magic-rich blood that they were siphoning from his body. Leon's face wrinkled in distaste, and he approached Justin once again. It wasn't too difficult to remove the severed ends of the vines from the man, but Leon still didn't take too much care in ripping them from where they'd anchored themselves in Justin's flesh. Each location celebrated the vine's removal with a little spurt of blood, and after taking out a few, Leon reluctantly conjured a few healing spells from his soul realm to apply to the wounds. He wasn't about to go through all of this mental anguish just to have Justin bleed to death at his feet. He couldn't help but laugh at the dark possibility, though. It'd be fitting for the universe to fuck me like that after I'd finally sorted this out, he thought as he pulled the last vine from one of Justin's legs. Once he was done, he laid Justin out as comfortably as he could, pulled all the vines away, incinerated them with a quick blast of fire, and then sat down on the edge of the platform to wait for Justin to wake up. With 4 of Leon's healing spells on his body, his wounds were closing fast, and Leon figured that it wouldn't be long now before he regained consciousness. Leon then leaned back a little, letting his eyes wander about the room without actually looking at anything, for nothing in the room interested him in the least, not even the ice demon only a few feet away. His decision had been made. Now, he just had to prepare himself to live with the consequences. Chapter 509. Justin's weakness. Leon sat down upon the platform that Justin had been imprisoned on, his eyes wandering the room. He felt surprisingly at peace despite the magnitude of what he'd just done. Justin would likely wake soon, and when he did, Leon's entire world could and probably would change. But he'd also finally made his choice. He'd follow through with his promise with Valeria and give Justin a chance to make peace. His decision was made, he could live with whatever came next. As he waited, his eyes drifted once more in the direction of the great ice demon that was just as enveloped in vines as Justin had been, though given the size of its body, it had much more than just its head, hands, and feet sticking out. The thing was still alive, but only just. Zaffin, Leon whispered into his soul realm, I found an ice demon up here. He felt the flame demon's magic senses pulse out of his soul realm and take in their surroundings. He was a little concerned that Zaffin might mention Justin, but fortunately, the demon was far more concerned about the things that mattered to him rather than to Leon. Ah, Zaffin crowed, I know him. You do? Yes, he was imprisoned with me way back in the day. I told you that your clan imprisoned 5 demons of great power, but only 2 agreed to form contracts with them. This one was of the other 2, who stuck to his ideals and refused to bow. Leon nodded, remembering that Zafin had said the two who, like him, refused to bow to his clan had managed to escape, leaving him behind. The demon had speculated that they had returned to the void, but it seemed he was mistaken. I guess he must have come here for some reason, Leon said. You think those other demons in this place were his doing, as well? I'd say that would be a safe bet to make. Leon nodded again, the story making some sense in his head. The demon likely would have been drained of at least some of his powers, like Zafin had been, so instead of returning to the void, Leon guessed he must have gone somewhere remote where he could force blood sacrifices to be made to him. He must have somehow known about Nestor's place in some form or fashion, though, and come here when he thought his powers were sufficient to take it. At some point, he summoned demons, though whether they were to aid him in taking Nestor's place or to enforce his rule over whatever humans he'd conquered, Leon could only guess. Regardless, whatever went down, the ice demon had found his way here and been captured by Nestor. Now, he was nothing more than a magic power generator, keeping this place running despite its advanced age. I think I'll leave him there, Leon said. I would recommend the same, Zafin replied. Though, he looks like he's in a much worse state than I was. If you were to cut him down, he wouldn't live for longer than a few days. No reason to worry about him. Do you need assistance with anything else? Leon glanced back at Justin, who was beginning to stir. The older man's aura was still weak and barely able to be sensed, showing just how weak Justin was. Leon doubted that Justin would be able to harm him, even if he tried with all of his might. No, I think I can handle this myself. I'll be here, just in case, Zafin said as his attention slid back down into Leon's soul realm. Thanks, Leon responded as he turned to face Justin. It took the man a few more minutes to open his eyes, and when he did, his eyes cracking open just enough to take in his surroundings, he found Leon standing over him, looming like an angry titan. His brilliant blue eyes met Leon's gold, and though neither spoke for what seemed like an eternity, an entire conversation was had. The simple fact that they were here now and in the positions that they were was enough information for both. They knew where each other stood. Leon spoke first. The man who runs this place has been dealt with. Justin didn't move. He simply lay there on the floor, staring up at Leon standing over him. I cut you down, Leon continued, confirming what Justin had probably already guessed while letting the implication settle in his mind. I found you here, weak and imprisoned, and I released you. Justin took a long, deep breath and tried to push himself up, but he was too weak and fell back to the floor. It was all he could do to just roll over onto his back so that he could see Leon better. Why, he croaked, his voice sounding dry and gravelly as if he hadn't drunk anything in months, which, Leon realized, he probably hadn't. Leon smiled, his face a cross of quiet fury and amusement at the situation. What an innocuous word, why, and yet, it's so heavy. Justin Isonos, you murdered my father, you murdered my grandfather, you murdered my uncle, and yet when I found you vulnerable and near death, I released you. I wonder if a man like you would even understand. Leon took a menacing step forward, but Justin didn't even flinch. His face was one of tired resignation, as if, no matter what was going to happen, he would accept it, he would not run from it. The answer's a bit complicated, Leon continued, his eyes locked with Justin's, his tone dissonantly lighthearted and casual. I suppose I can credit several people with my decision. My father, Artorias, who always tried to teach me the benefits of compassion and restraint. My mentor, Trajan, who tried to teach me when to forgive and when not to. I'll admit, as a side note, that none of these lessons stuck particularly well, but I'm slowly learning. And that brings us to the third person who convinced me to do this. Valeria. At the mention of his daughter, Justin's eyes went wide, but he said nothing. Leon, on the other hand, seemed to be reveling in his position of power over Justin, his smile growing wider and wider as he went on, enjoying every second that Justin's life was in his hands. I've had to balance all of this with the Thunderbird constantly telling me to kill my enemies, to leave them no room to strike at me when my back is turned. I'll admit that that's the advice that's always resonated with me the most. No mercy, no quarter. This is what I prefer, if given the choice. Then, why? Justin repeated, his voice not sounding any more energetic. He wasn't even trying to defend himself, to rise from the ground, call upon his magic, and place himself on a more equal footing with Leon. And Leon knew why. His magic was gone, sucked out of him by those vines, and even if he were able to regenerate all of it, it would still take days before he was in any position to challenge what was happening right now. I would like to try this out, he said, though his confident tone was at rather stark odds with how much he'd pained over the decision only a few minutes before. The Thunderbird has told me to be ruthless, but she's also told me to keep certain things in mind. I can't do everything myself, I'll need friends. If I can make peace with an enemy, as Valeria hopes we might, then it kills two birds with one stone. I gain an ally and deprive an enemy of a portion however small of their forces. Besides, I like your daughter, and I would like to try and be a better man for her, and for my other loved ones. Justin closed his eyes, appearing almost at peace. After a while, he asked, where is she? Valeria, I assume she's still in the capital. No, she was fired from her position as a royal guard when you left, she's been following me ever since. She came with me to this place, and the last I saw of her, she was safe. She was with a powerful mage, someone whose power I trust greatly. Valeria's probably safer than we are right now. Leon's voice faltered a little. He didn't know how well either Valeria or Maya were doing, and if he hadn't found Justin here, he would never have stuck around in this place. He would have left to find them as soon as he could. But he felt Maya's connection with him slowly recovering, so he wasn't as anxious as he was right before he confronted Nestor. Justin's reaction was a little more subdued than Leon expected. The man hardly seemed to care, continuing to lay there with his eyes closed. The smile on his face faltered a little in light of this seeming indifference, so Leon asked something else, something that he'd been dying to know for a long time. I've told you my reasons for not killing you, not that it seems to matter at all. So let me ask you the same thing, why? He didn't have to be clearer than that, he and Justin both knew what he was talking about. Of course, Valeria had told him why Justin had come here, but it was something Leon wanted to hear from the man himself. He didn't have to wait long. Justin seemed almost excited to tell him, with his eyes opening and a brief, unsuccessful struggle to rise up right before he started to speak. I came here because Lord Cameron ordered me to, Justin said, his tone injected with more energy than when he was asking about his own daughter. He took my wife hostage in a raid on my home. I did everything within my power to get her back, but in the end, I was forced to submit to him. But I had annoyed him, and when he received word that an enemy of his had left a child behind here, he ordered me to find him you and put an end to you. He was also enemies with the Thunderbird clan, so when I found out that your father's line was descended from that clan, I had to target your paternal family, as well. Leon's smile grew thin. Valeria seems to think you a good man, but I would hesitate to call these the actions of a good man. I want to return home, and it's not like anyone would make a fuss about a few people like you dying off. Despite the inflammatory words, Justin had settled back down, speaking as if he were commenting on the weather rather than talking about the killing of Leon's family. But for all that infuriated Leon, he kept himself calm and collected with rather terrifying ease. That's a whole lot to unpack, Leon said sarcastically. Let's not start at all, Justin interrupted. If my daughter is here, she'll see me. I don't want that, at all, not like this. Leon Rame, you have more cause than most to kill me, in that I take some comfort that my death will be from someone I've wronged rather than from someone I haven't. I want you to kill me. Before Valeria finds me. Leon cocked his head, his smile still plastered all over his face. This is new, he thought out loud. I'll be honest, I've never had someone ask me to kill them before. There's no need to lose yourself in the novelty, all you need to do is open my throat and then walk away. Justin leaned his head back as far as he could, leaving his neck completely bare for Leon to strike. Justin Isonos, Leon replied, I did not kill you when you were stuck in those vines. What makes you think I'm going to kill you now? If you have any mercy or compassion, then you'll spare my daughter the sight of her crippled father, Justin said as he closed his eyes again. Define. Crippled. My magic has been taken, and my body has been ruined. I'm no better than a first-tier mage. My powers won't come back without more work than I think I can manage. Leon almost burst out laughing at this display. He shook as his lips pulled away from his teeth, his eyes closed, and he had to turn his head away from Justin before he could bring himself back under control. And to think, he said after a moment when he turned back to Justin, I've been paranoid and shit scared of you for so long, and yet when I finally find and confront you, you're not even resisting, instead, you're literally begging for death. I have to say, I'm both delighted and profoundly disappointed. However, if you want to die, you'll have to off yourself, I made my decision about whether or not I'd kill you when I cut you free. You don't now get to check out so easily. I may not be killing you, but that doesn't mean you're forgiven. I still expect you to try and redeem yourself for your crimes." The edges of Justin's mouth began to curl. "My crimes are philosophical," he said. "Never have I tried to kill someone who didn't deserve it, whether by action or blood. Do you not consider being sent here to murder a child a crime that you are committing?" Leon asked, his voice still deceptively civil and light, though his aura was starting to take on a hint of killing intent. "I was sent here as a form of exile," Justin said. "Either I would kill the son of one of Cameron's enemies, or I would never return. Either way, he wins. I was never expected to actually find you. But if I did, I would have killed you without hesitation." The Thunderbird clan was tyrannical. They ruled over the kingdom of the storm since the fall of the primal gods and devils. They did not do so without shedding an ocean's worth of blood, and many more despicable things besides. You were a child, yes, and every death of a child is a terrible thing, but the legacy you're inheriting as you gain in strength is one that the universe is better left without. "Tell me of these things, then," Leon said as he crouched down to get more on Justin's level. "Tell me of these crimes that have damned me to death before I could do anything more than eat, sleep, and shit." "The genocide of the Maharala, Typalian, and Urgarden peoples," Justin began, calling upon it so swiftly that Leon couldn't imagine he was making it up. "The massacres at Sereni, Oedipali, Icenia, and Gorgolex. The princes, princesses, and other high-born members of your clan have been guilty of rape, murder, and the proliferation of slavery for generations. Your clan made the kingdom of the storm so dependent upon them that when their leaders failed to return after the Nexus, last reconstitution, the entire kingdom fell apart into anarchy. Even now, no one has risen to take up the mantle of the Thunderbird clan, and the region is the weakest and least powerful of the seven because of all this infighting. Your ancestors were lawless tyrants, they were base criminals, and they were vile, unrestrained people. People lament the chaos left in the wake of their fall, but no one laments the Thunderbird clan." As Justin spoke, he opened his eyes again and stared directly at Leon as his smile widened. "Now, kill me, Leon Rame. Avenge your father and your father's family. End me, and spare my daughter the pain of seeing her father reduced to such a painful existence." Leon didn't move. He stared at Justin, both of them smiling at each other. Whether or not Justin was telling him the truth wasn't something that he could tell, but he suspected they might not be completely accurate. Justin wanted him to kill him, so he was poking at any potential loyalties Leon had to his clan. "That's not going to work," Leon thought with some satisfaction. "Your daughter will find you alive and, as well as you are," Leon said as he stood back up. "No matter what happened in the past, they don't excuse you coming to kill me, though in that judgment I'll readily admit my bias. Still, I promised her that I would try and make peace work between us, and while you may be all, woe is me, right now, we'll see if that holds up when coming face to face with Valeria. When that happens, we'll have more words to break with each other." Leon leaned down and grabbed Justin like a ragdoll and slung him over his shoulder. Justin was much lighter than Leon expected, though given how injured he was, he figured he shouldn't have been so surprised. The man was thin and bony, as if all of his muscles and extra body tissue had been sucked out of him with all of his magic power. But Leon didn't spend too much longer thinking all of that over. Instead, with a smile of victory on his face, with Nestor defeated and Justin quite literally in hand, he began to stroll back to the door. It was time for him to reunite with Maya and Valeria. Chapter 510. The Moonstone Eye. Leon exited the magic power generator room. He couldn't think of anything else to call the place with Justin still limply slung over his shoulder. A part of him was still demanding that he set Justin down and do as the man asked, to kill him before Valeria could find them, but by now, that part of him was growing smaller and weaker with every step he took. For his part, Justin didn't argue when Leon picked him up. He didn't even struggle. Perhaps that was because of his extreme weakness, but Leon had a feeling that it was more than that. Justin was accepting his fate, despite arguing against it only a few minutes before. Leon wasn't in too much of a hurry to get him to talk right now. There would be time enough for that later when they secured their position here, or even after they got back to the other side of the forest of black and white. This place was still technically Nestor's, and Leon had no idea if there were other surprises waiting for them. However, it did occur to him that he had a good resource to ask. "Ancestor," Leon said, hoping the Thunderbird was listening. His hopes were founded, and a moment later, the Thunderbird responded. Is there something you need, descendant? Maybe some advice on how to get that man on your shoulder to talk? No, that I think I can handle on my own, Leon replied, wondering just how much Justin would resist his questioning if Valeria were to join in. I was actually wondering if there was anything else that might be here that I should keep an eye open for. I have little idea what is kept here, your guess would be as good as mine, she replied. However, I suppose if you found the storage crystal for the magic that powers this place, it might be useful to grab. Who knows what you might be able to do with such a thing? Leon glanced around at the walls of the facility. This far down, there was little decoration, but he could still sense a monumental amount of magic power flowing through the walls. If he could access that power for his enchanting work, then he figured he might be able to accomplish a great many things. More than that, his mind drifted back in the direction of the room where he and Nestor first met. That moonstone was still down there, assuming Nestor didn't move it for some reason after seizing Leon's body, along with Leon's blade, if that strange feeling he had of its location wasn't inaccurate. However, if Leon could trust anything that Nestor told him, he thought it safe to trust the older man when he said that the moonstone was dangerous beyond reckoning. Taking such a thing into his soul realm, where Leon was most vulnerable, wasn't something he was keen on doing. But then, something else occurred to him, something that he knew Zafin might not be too happy about. Maybe I'll leave this place relatively intact, he reluctantly stated. I don't know if you were there to see it, but there's something here that Nestor obviously believed was worthy of great magics used to secure it. A fragment of the local moon, or so he claimed, which outputted a great amount of light magic. Nestor told me that it was his study of this thing that left him too infirm to respond to his father's call to arms way back then. Interesting. Take me there, I am intrigued and wish to see this thing for myself. Sensing something in the Thunderbird's voice, Leon asked, do you recognize this description? It strikes a vague chord within me, the Thunderbird said. However, there are many things it might be. No use speculating when it's practically right there, though. Take me there and I have no doubt that I'll know what it is. I'll do that, then. Leon smiled as he walked down the hall, looking forward to what was to come next. He had Nestor, he had Justin, and in the ideal scenario, he'd be walking away with a tremendously powerful artifact, and possibly as many as 2 great storage crystals for magic power, for he intended to visit Zafin's prison on his way back south. The place had still been powered when he'd left, and given its age and the fact that it no longer had to hold Zafin prisoner anymore, he believed that the few years since had not been enough to drain what remained of its power. With all that had happened over the past couple of days, he knew that he couldn't rely solely upon his own power, no matter how potent it was. He had to augment it with other things if he wanted to accomplish all that he wanted to do, and these facilities were like ripe apples just waiting to be picked. As far as he was concerned, even if the Thunderbird clan had taken almost everything that had any value. It wasn't like these places were going to be getting up to anything else ever again, so he might as well take what was left. As he walked, he heard something that broke him out of his thoughts, a loud clanging sound from the other end of the hall, coming from the lift as far as he could tell. He felt a brief burst of panic as he thought that maybe Nestor had sabotaged something before he was beaten, and he started running over with little care paid to Justin's comfort. However, as he ducked into a nearby alcove to set Justin down, he heard the doors to the lift slide open. Golems, he wondered as he began to channel his magic. The absence of his family's sword felt quite keenly as his fingers curled on nothing but air. His heart began to hammer away in his chest with suddenly spiking anxiety. For all that was happening right now that demanded his attention, he knew that he would never properly relax until that weapon was returned to his hand. Leon flooded the hallway with his magic senses as he prepared himself for a fight. However, as he saw who exited the lift and were making their way down the hall, he relaxed as much as he was able, smiled, and bent back down to pick Justin up again. A moment later, he ducked out of the alcove with Justin back over his shoulder and ran almost right into Maya and Valeria, both of whom practically jumped out of their skin as he showed himself. He saw immediate relief cross over both of their faces, but a moment later, their guards went up as Valeria demanded, "Who are you?" "I'm Leon," he replied, suddenly realizing that they must have run into Nestor. He had to fight an immediate urge to descend into his soul realm to smash the ruby imprisoning the man and letting his magic body fade away, ending the man properly. "I assume, then, that you ran into Nestor while he was in my body." Valeria nodded, though she didn't lower her weapon. Maya, on the other hand, let her aura fade and her posture soften as she stared at Leon. "It's really you," she whispered into his mind. By this point, their connection wasn't too strong, but it was enough for Leon to respond. "Yes," he replied, giving her a loving smile and holding out his free hand. Maya wasted no time rushing over to take it, and as soon as their skin touched, their connection, which had been slowly healing by itself, was instantly mended, flooding both with the other's emotions. They stumbled a bit under the sudden onslaught of emotional information, but it wasn't anything they weren't used to, so they straightened up a moment later with Maya resolutely certain that Leon was who he said he was. She pulled him in closer and pressed her forehead against his. However, when she did this, Justin shifted in his grasp, showing Valeria just who Leon was carrying. Her glaive dropped to the ground as her expression fell into something that resembled both relief and horror. She didn't scream, but it looked like she wanted to. Leon pulled away from Maya, his smile fading, and said to Valeria, "I found him. He's alive." Valeria's relief at seeing her father was short-lived, quickly replaced with concern and worry at seeing the state of him. There wasn't much time for a long reunion, though, as Leon had to quickly explain what had happened to him while he was gone in Nestor's current state, during which time all four managed to reactivate the lift and head back up to the first comfortable room that Valeria and Maya had found that hadn't also been completely wrecked. Once there, Justin was laid down to rest, for he had fallen unconscious not long after reuniting with Valeria. Whether it was out of shame, guilt, or plain old exhaustion and pain, Justin hadn't said a word to her the entire time he was awake. In fact, it seemed almost as if he were avoiding her gaze, though since he was slung over Leon's shoulder, Leon wasn't really able to confirm that. Valeria herself didn't say much, either, and Leon wasn't of a mind to force anything. Once Justin was set down on a comfortable sofa, though, he, Valeria, and Maya were able to have a conversation. "So," he said as he straightened up, "I still have some business to conduct here, but it shouldn't take too long. Naiad, will you come with?" Maya glanced at him with a questioning look on her face, but she nodded her agreement. Leon nodded back, then turned to a slightly confused Valeria and asked, "Can you watch over your father? It would probably be best for his recovery if he didn't move too much. You two should be fine. I don't think there are any more defenses in this place that would pose you any threat." His words were innocuous enough, but they carried with them several implications that gave Valeria some rather obvious pause. Leon understood what he was saying, though, and gave her all the time she needed. After several long seconds, she said, "I'll keep watch over him. We'll still be here when you come back." Leon met her gaze and held it, trying to communicate everything he was feeling with his eyes alone. From the way her cheeks slightly reddened and the single step she took toward him, he felt like he got across at least the gist of what he wanted to. "There are a few things in this place that I want to check out before leaving. Shouldn't take too long, a few hours at the most. Unless something comes up before then, we'll be able to leave before the day is out. Actually, it's probably getting late. It might be better if we stay the night and leave in the morning." The three agreed, and Leon and Maya left the room, leaving Valeria alone with her unconscious father. The two were silent as Leon set a leisurely pace back to the lift. It was a fairly awkward and tense silence, and one that Maya eventually broke as they entered the lift. "Is it entirely wise to leave her like that?" Leon, as he examined the lift controls to try and figure out a way to get it to go back down to Nestor's lab, replied, "Maybe. Those two have much to talk about, I'd think, and I trust her not to run away." "Do you think she will?" As Leon began playing with the enchantments that controlled the lift in much the same way that Valeria had when she opened the doors, Maya said after a brief, thoughtful pause, "No, I think she'll stay." "You sound confident of that," Leon said as he pried off the control panel after a brief search. "You also sound like you don't totally hate her. How bad did things get while I was gone that your attitude has changed so much so quickly?" "Things were bad," Maya admitted, though she adopted Leon's more casual tone and downplayed the violence that she and Valeria had experienced together. "We fought many golems, enough that I wonder if there are even any more in this disgusting pit." "We'll have to see," Leon replied as the lift finally started to move down. "While we're at it, I want to see if there are any intact golem assemblies down here. Given who was in charge here, I can't imagine that there aren't any workshops for creating the things around. Valeria and I found several empty rooms, so things like that might have been taken when the other humans who lived here abandoned it, though many storage chambers that were quite full." Leon frowned slightly and said, Let's hope that when they took whatever it was they took, they left the assemblies intact. Even just one would honestly be quite fascinating. Probably alone it would make the entire trip up here worth it, let alone everything else. Leon trailed off as he again thought about what it would mean to have Nestor in his corner, assuming he could ever get the man to talk. Nestor was without a doubt the best enchanter he'd ever met, and if they could move past all of this, then it would be a great boon for him. Still, his anger and fury at having been possessed couldn't be overstated, and it would be a long time before he ever trusted the ghost with anything more substantial than a few questions. The lift came to a halt on the lowest floor, and, with great caution, Leon and Maya walked out into the hallway. Fortunately, no golems were waiting in the wings to ambush them, and it was a straight shot to the massive chamber holding the moonstone. While little had changed, Leon was a little disheartened to see that Nestor had not failed to close the dome of light when he left. Leon immediately began walking toward it while Maya lagged behind a little bit, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sight of the orbiting glyphs in the mirrored floor. When Leon arrived at the dome of light, he directed his thoughts toward the Thunderbird and asked while hoping she was listening, Is there anything you can tell me about this thing?" The answer was delightfully swift. "Yes, it's a robust containment ward designed to keep something from escaping." The Thunderbird's tone was imperious, yet didactic. She was clearly reveling in the chance to teach Leon some more after their training sessions, so recently restarted, had to be postponed for this trip. It's nearly impossible to escape without the correct key so long as the ward remains powered. The key Leon knew to be some kind of enchantment that he guessed only Nestor would know, putting it effectively out of reach so long as the ghost remained incooperative. However, he latched onto something else the Thunderbird had said. "So long as it remains powered," he said. "Is there any way that we can depower it?" "Of course, though it might take some time," the Thunderbird replied. "These wards were designed to keep something in, not out. You'll also want to consider that we might not be able to get it back up and running again. Whatever is locked within will without a doubt not be sealed again without serious time and technical knowledge to fix what we'd have to break." That gave Leon some pause. He didn't think Nestor was lying when he said that the moonstone had poisoned him, so he was leery about leaving it lying around without defenses, but he also didn't want to take it into his soul realm to keep an eye on it. Taking a few steps away from the dome, he asked, "There's a stone in there." Nestor said it was a fragment of the local moon. It radiates an immense amount of light magic, enough that Nestor said it poisoned him and left him bedridden. "Is this something to worry about?" Before Leon could finish asking his question, he felt the full weight of the Thunderbird's attention come flooding out of his soul realm and sweep through the chamber. When she spoke again, her tone was grave. "I couldn't get a good look at it, but if I'm right, then that rock has absorbed at least a portion of the power of a primal god." Chapter 511. The moonstone too. "I couldn't get a good look at it, but if I'm right, then that rock was touched by a primal god," the Thunderbird said, her tone grave. "Probably more than touched, though, if these wards are truly needed." Leon cocked his head and entered a more guarded pose, with Maya beside him doing likewise after seeing his caution, but he doubted it would make much of a difference if the thing was actually dangerous. He was just grateful that the dome of light was still in place and that the stone hadn't done anything reckless quite yet. The power of the primal beings that once ruled this universe was still far above his own capabilities. "So," he continued with uncertainty dripping from his voice, "I take it that I shouldn't disable the dome, then?" "That would not be wise," the Thunderbird replied. "Such powers are beyond your ken right now, and a thing so suffused with divine power cannot be left for anyone to find. It must either be destroyed or hidden and well protected." Leon scowled. He had to open the dome to retrieve his sword, but he didn't know how to do that without shutting the entire thing down. He sighed, and as he did, something else occurred to him. "Nestor told me that he thought it had been touched by a universe fragment, not a primal god. Does that change anything?" He could practically feel the Thunderbird scoffing as she said, "If he was stuck in there for as long as he was, there would be no way for someone like him to mistake the power in that moonstone. He knew exactly what he was experimenting with, and the power pushed back against him." Leon sighed again as Nestor was revealed to be even less honest than he'd appeared, and he hadn't been particularly honest to begin with. "So, what should I do now?" he asked. "My sword is in there, I see," the Thunderbird began, but she was cut off by the smooth, yet depressed and defeated voice of Nestor speaking in a slow and resigned cadence. "There are many fail-safes built into this place. If you were to try and disable that dome, then the entire chamber would come crashing down to bury the moonstone. Leon scowled as the voice of his distant kin filled his mind and then shivered in disgust as he was reminded of what Nestor had done to him. "You finally speak," he growled, revulsion oozing from every syllable. Ignoring Leon's tone, Nestor said, "If you want to open the dome, I can tell you how." "I wouldn't trust anything you told me even if it were somehow made of gold," Leon shot back. "You lost any and all credibility with me when you possessed me." "You'll not be hearing me make any apologies," Nestor replied, causing Leon's scowl to deepen. "I was desperate, and you are inadequate. The best possible solution would be for our honored ancestor to throw all of her support behind me, rather than you." "My mind has been made up," the Thunderbird said, speaking to both Leon and Nestor. "I have promised my support to Leon, and so to Leon will go my support. However, if you ever want to return to the physical world again, I will highly advise you to do the same." There was a long pause as Nestor seemed to contemplate the Thunderbird's words, during which time Leon began to plan out exactly what to say to the old prince when he returned to his soul realm. Until the Moonstone was dealt with, he could stomach Nestor speaking up like this, but his elder kinsman wasn't going to have such freedoms for long. After a long moment, Nestor said, his voice still dampened with defeat and resignation, "It seems that I have little choice if I want to see the clan rise again." As Nestor spoke, Leon felt a familiar pain in his head as the knowledge to open the dome was pushed into his mind by Nestor. Again, he was reminded of the man's possession of his body and that he'd interacted with Valeria and Maya, and Leon made a mental note to try and make sure that Nestor couldn't dump information into his head like this as he pleased, assuming such a thing was possible though he had no reason to think it wasn't. The method of opening up the dome wound up being deceptively simple, little more than a single, open, rune combined with a drop of his blood. This ensured that only someone as knowledgeable as Nestor and possessed of the same power would be able to access his most important research project, fairly powerful protections, to be sure, but not robust enough for Leon's liking. With a grimace, Leon pricked his finger for a drop of blood and retrieved a bit of spell paper and ink. A few moments later, he had a suitable entry into the dome. He and Maya entered the place, and the latter froze as she laid her eyes upon the Moonstone. Leon almost did likewise, but he forced himself in a slight panic to look around on the floor for his blade, and he let out a breath he was unconsciously holding when he saw it still lying on the floor where it had been dropped. Leon hurried over and picked the blade back up. It might have been nothing more than wishful thinking, but he felt a slight pulse of magical power coming from the blade as his fingers wrapped around the hilt, as if it were celebrating its return to his possession. As he stood back up, his blade resting comfortably in his hand once again, he turned to see Maya staring alternatively at him and the Moonstone. "What should we do with this thing?" she asked out loud, her voice an absolute delight to his ears. "I'm still figuring that out," Leon replied. "Give me a few minutes, I think I need to speak a little more with the Thunderbird." Maya's eyes narrowed, clearly unhappy as Leon, from her perspective, seemed to just stand there not doing anything even though she knew things weren't that simple. Leon at least had the good graces to give her an apologetic look and a squeeze of her hand before he turned his attention back to the demon and ghosts that had taken up residence in his soul realm. "How do I deal with this thing?" he asked for anyone to respond. "If it's dangerous enough to have poisoned Nestor, then I don't think taking it into my soul realm would be advisable, nor am I comfortable leaving it around like this, even with defenses as powerful as what it currently has, especially since I want this place's power storage crystal." "No. Taking that thing into your soul realm would probably kill you in a matter of days," Nestor replied, and Leon felt a tacit sense of agreement from the Thunderbird. "Now that the ancestral blade has been returned to your hands, it would be best to level this entire mountain. There's little remaining here for anyone, so better to not leave it open for squatters." "Nothing else?" Leon asked incredulously. "Are there no enchanting supplies here? Golem assemblies? Notes into magical research of any kind?" "All of that was taken when my team departed millennia ago," Nestor replied. "Right now, there's little more than a couple magical power generators and some readily available raw materials, though I suppose if you really want some bronze and steel bullion, then there's still quite a bit here." "No silver?" Leon asked. "No gold? No great stockpiles of gems for storing power?" "Let me be clear. Everything that could be taken, was. That material was needed to maintain control in the south, though obviously, it didn't help. I was left with the barest resources required to keep this place functioning at minimum capacity. I've had to scrounge for everything that I have that I wasn't so graciously given by the survivors of those who confronted the Grave Warden." All the knowledge of this place is located in one place and one place only, within my head. What about the storage crystals for magic power? And those magic power generators you mentioned? I was on my way to the generators to top off after you reclaimed your power from me, Nestor said. The magic power storage crystals aren't far from there, though there's only one that still has any power remaining. Leon paused. So, when you say, magic power generators, you really mean those creatures you had entangled in those vines? That man that you captured a few months ago and that dying ice demon? Yes, Nestor shamelessly replied. In all the experiments conducted by the clan, both by myself and those who came before me, we found that nothing generates magic power quite like a living being. Consequently, we designed ways to extract that power and used it on prisoners. Criminals and those who attempted to access this facility after its evacuation were all plugged into the power grid to keep this place running for as long as it could be maintained. Leon's mouth curled in distaste, and he felt Zaffin's rising anger. The demon had been similarly restrained in his prison, and it resulted in the extreme loss of power that he was still trying to recover from. You do not approve of such actions? Nestor asked, sounding genuinely curious and somewhat baffled. It took a moment of thought before Leon could respond. Justin had claimed that the Thunderbird clan had committed grave crimes in the pursuit of and maintenance of their power, and while he'd never brought up these specific things, Leon was starting to think that maybe there was more to those claims than just a weak man trying to get his enemy to kill him. In this case, Nestor had repeatedly lied to him, attempted to steal his body, and had admitted to using people like disposable resources in ways that made Leon's stomach turn. After taking a deep, steadying breath, Leon asked, how can I activate the fail-safes? I would like to take the power storage crystal with me when we leave this place to fuel my forays into the world of enchanting, and I would prefer if this thing weren't just left lying around for anyone to find. I would also like to ensure that the ice demon doesn't subsequently wake up and escape, if possible. Both of those are easy to accomplish, Nestor replied. You just have to follow my instructions. Leon was skeptical as Nestor explained what had to happen to deal with the moonstone, but after thoroughly examining each and every step in the process, he concluded that Nestor wasn't trying anything nefarious. Still, he asked Maya to head out of the lab and back into the hallway while he went about shutting the place down with several runic consoles that had been retracted and hidden in the floor. As he went about getting everything ready, he continued to ask some questions about the stone. So, this thing was touched by a primal god. What does that even mean, and why does that impart so much power that it emits such magic? Nestor was the one who began speaking first, taking on the stern and didactic tone of a professor attempting to teach a class made of people he thought far too stupid to understand what he was trying to say, the chance to lecture his distant kinsman seemingly getting rid of the elder Thunderbird clansman's defeated tone. If you weren't aware, kinsman, this place is known as the Divine Graveyard. I'm aware, Leon interjected, though Nestor continued as if he hadn't said anything. This planar cluster is the resting place for the remains of the primal gods and devils, 6 planes apiece for each of these 2 divine tribes. This plane was built, from the ground up to be devoted to the interment of many of the gods. Leon blinked as his hands paused in their enactment of the failsafe to bury the moonstone. Built from the ground up? He silently asked, though he filed that question away for later as he got back to work. Such powerful beings were born in the creation of the universe, and their power cannot be simply lost or expended or anything else of the sort. It is integral to the universe, as much a part of it as the nexus and the planes that surround it. When they were killed, the power of the gods and devils had to go somewhere, though most of it returned to the universe in various ways, the birth of new planes being the most common. I believe that one of the primal gods or part of one, at least may have been imprisoned or buried within that moon, with its residual power inundating the moon and causing the moon to take on that power. So, not a universe fragment, then? Leon asked as he processed what Nestor was saying. Nestor had originally told him that the moonstone's unique properties were actually a result of a universe fragment, though it seemed clear to him now that that had just been another lie since Nestor didn't seem fazed at all with explaining the stone's link to a primal god. That was just an initial theory I dismissed soon after I began to study the local moon. I wasn't too keen on sharing everything I knew with you when you arrived, Nestor dismissively replied. With a sigh, Leon fought back his anger. He and Nestor would have to have quite a few more words in the coming days, but right now, he had work to do. But before he got to that work, he had just a couple immediately relevant questions remaining. There's no way I can use this thing. The Thunderbird replied instantly, number. The powers of genuine divinity and humanity rarely mix well, and your blood makes such an event even less likely. That's probably why you died so young, Nestor. All of that divine power that you breathed in warred with my power in your blood, destroying you from the inside. Not even the divine powers of one that has achieved apotheosis can easily stand against the power of a primal being. This moonstone will bring you no benefit, Leon, so burying it would be the best option other than returning it to the moon, of course, but that, I think, is a bit beyond your capabilities. Leon almost felt Nestor's frustration as the Thunderbird pointedly brought up the death of Nestor's physical body, and it brought a smile to his face. There's a lot you just said, I think, that can be elaborated upon, Leon said as his hands raced across the lab's control console that he'd had to lift out of the floor, but for now, let's just focus on burying this thing, because there's no damn way I'll be getting it back up to the moon. With just a few more runic circles activated, Leon felt the flow of magic in the room shift as the dome of light shimmered and dissipated. All of the swirling runes along the dome ceiling began speeding up, before, one by one, freezing in their proper places. Once all were in position, an enormous crack formed in the ceiling, and Leon wasted no more time watching. He sprinted for the door. He made it with time to spare. He linked up with Maya, slammed the door shut, and both were in the lift and rising before they felt the enormous crash of the dome falling down upon the moonstone, burying it forever in the earth. Or, at least, burying it for a long time. Leon felt a strange sense of regret at letting such a powerful artifact go to waste without even a cursory study of the thing, but he was comforted by the knowledge that there was an entire celestial body orbiting Eterna made of more of it. While what happened with Nestor meant that any desires he had to study the moon closer didn't go very far, he still knew that the moon was there if it were ever to be needed. All in all, it had taken about half an hour for him and Maya to deal with all of that. The only things left to do were to deal with the ice demon, find the power storage crystal, maybe clean out the raw materials in storage, and then link back up with Valeria and Justin. There was no doubt in Leon's mind that they hadn't decided to run, and he was looking forward to seeing just what had become of them while he and Maya had been gone. He couldn't imagine their conversation had been peaceful and pleasant given how hurt he knew Valeria had been by Justin's absence. Chapter 512. Valeria and Justin. For a long few seconds after Leon and Naiad left her alone with her father, Valeria stared at the door, simply contemplating the implications of what Leon had just done and all that had happened over the past few hours. He'd brought her father back to her alive, and he'd left her alone with him seemingly without care that she might take the opportunity to run away. Given how difficult it had been for the three of them to get so far, however, Valeria knew that she and her terribly injured father wouldn't get far even if she decided to try and run. Still, she appreciated the privacy and the trust that Leon was showing her beyond her capacity to express. Almost as if he were faking his unconsciousness, something Valeria might have suspected if she hadn't confirmed his state for herself when he first passed out. Justin started coming to a few minutes after Leon and Naiad left. Valeria's heart felt heavy and madly beat as she watched her father slowly wake up, the face of the man she had the most respect for contorting and twisting with pain as he did. It had been a long time since she'd last seen her father, more than half a year, in fact. She had often wondered how she would react when, or if, they ever saw each other again, and anger was usually her dominant emotion. He'd abandoned her when he quit the capital, leaving her to the mercies of the Bull Kingdom. It was fortunate for her that nothing wound up happening thanks, in part, to her association with Leon, but the pain of that abandonment couldn't be understated. Her father was the one person she was related to on this entire plane. He had raised her single-handedly, constantly telling her stories of how they would return to the Nexus with their job complete and finally reunite with her mother. It was a quiet dream of hers for a long time. She'd never known a mother's love in that. She could empathize greatly with Leon, even though his lack of such a thing didn't seem to be something that weighed on his mind. Unfortunately, her father's actions had greatly shaken her faith in his ability and desire to make that dream of hers come true. Justin's eyes opened, but his gaze was hazy and unfocused. Valeria was patient. She wanted to scream in rage and vent all of her anger and frustrations at him, but she refrained. There would be time enough for that later, but for now, she kept her emotions in check as much as she could. She wanted a cool, rational discussion with her father. Getting carried away wouldn't do her any good. She waited a few more minutes for Justin to fully come to, and only started to speak when he focused his gaze upon her and started to sit up on the sofa. "Valeria," he whispered, his breath labored and apprehensive, seeming to be quite nervous about her presence. To a degree, she could understand. From what she could sense, her father was weakening by the second. His aura was flagging and sputtering out, weakening with every breath he took. Already, it had weakened to the point that she could see through it, indicating that his injuries were so severe that he descended from the 8th tier down at least to the 5th. It was concerning, but he was alive and Leon's healing spells were working well. This, she was not worried about. "Father," she replied after a moment's pause. "It's good to see you, how are you feeling?" Justin breathed deeply, clearly trying to force some strength into his body, but his injuries prevented that. He started to sag back down into the sofa as Valeria stared at him, her sapphire blue eyes unwavering and silently accusing him of a great many things. "I'm doing about as well as I could ever hope to be," he answered. "That's good to hear," Valeria replied. "Leon has told me that he expects you to survive." This greatly gladdened me. Her tone was greatly dissonant with her words. She spoke in such a neutral way that she might as well have been commenting on the speed at which paint dried. "I suppose you ought to know what's happened since you've been gone." Valeria proceeded to tell Justin everything that had happened not only with her, but also with the Bull Kingdom, and with how she and Leon's relationship had changed. By the time she finished, she had laid it on thick enough that Justin's face burned with shame and regret, though Valeria's tone had remained almost unchanged throughout. She maintained a neutral and stoic tone, fearing that if she let it slip for even a second, she would never regain her cool and possibly forever destroy any relationship she and her father might yet have. When she was finished, she paused for a long moment as she waited for her father to speak. "I'm sorry," Justin said, his voice hoarse and strained, and not just because of his increasing weakness. His aura had fallen to the point that Valeria could identify it as 4th tier, and it was showing no sign of stopping despite Leon's healing spells doing good work on fixing his body. "I never should have left back then, but I had thought that I only needed to come up here, to see what there was to see, and then I could finish the mission I had been tasked with. I had thought that it would have only been a matter of weeks and then we could have left this place for the Nexus." "For your mother?" Valeria stared at Justin unblinkingly. "You want to see her that badly?" she asked, a slight undercurrent of barely contained fury in her voice that prevented Justin from responding immediately. "You would, without speaking with me, destroy everything that I've built for myself so that we could return to a place that we've been banished from. So that you can see Mother again." Justin's face grew redder than it already was, though this was both in shame and anger. Both emotions warred in his mind, and in his weakened state, he wasn't able to summon the will to try and contradict his daughter without settling on one of them. Valeria continued before he had a chance to decide. "I can understand your decision. You desperately want to see the woman that you love again. I desperately want to meet her, to find my mother and become a real, whole family." Valeria paused for a brief moment as she considered the fact that Leon was in a similar position. His mother was somewhere in the Nexus, having been separated from him almost from birth. "There are few things I want to do more than journey to the Nexus and find her, but staying with Leon is one of those things." Justin finished, seeing exactly what was on his daughter's mind. For the first time, Valeria smiled, though it was thin-lipped and shallow. "As much as you want to go to Mother, I want to stay with Leon. When you left, I was left alone and lost. Everything that I had made for myself had been taken away. But Leon and Elise took me in, supported me in my grief, and barring Leon's understandable confrontation, have never treated me poorly the entire time I've been with them. Despite what you did to his family, Father, there is a great capacity for forgiveness in Leon, just as there is a great capacity for power. If he has the support of the right people who can make up for his shortcomings, then I think he will not only become the next Storm King, but I believe he will be a great leader in the Nexus. One powerful enough, even, to force Cameron to return Mother to us." Justin chuckled weakly. "Maybe," he admitted, though the smile on his face was bitter and pained. "Maybe if Cameron were the only problem, then maybe we could have a chance of taking him on. But things are not what they were 80,000 years ago, when the Nexus was dominated by clans descended from the powers that were. Mankind, pure and righteous, is taking its place in this universe as men like Cameron and the League he is a part of finishes the work of the Great Lord all those countless millennia ago. All those who still bear the signs of the primal age must be purged if humanity is ever able to seize control of its destiny." Valeria listened to her father speak, the frown on her face growing deeper with every word. Her father had never spoken of these things before, never once told her of any leagues or purges even when he taught her about the broad political situation up there. And then Justin asked a question that Valeria knew she would have to answer, but given what he had just told her, it was even more consequential than it already was. Do you love Leon Rame? Justin's eyes bored into Valeria, demanding an answer from her, and she wasn't of a mind to resist it. She wanted this part of their reunion over and done with. Yes, she answered without hesitation. Then you must know the danger you invite, Justin replied, his face expressing no surprise, only a little bit of worry. Leon Rame must die. That is the policy of Cameron and a great many others who hold vast amounts of power in the Nexus. If you link yourself to him, then you place yourself in great danger. If that link is romantic, they will not allow you to live. If you become Leon's lover, you will not survive their wrath, for they already want his bloodline exterminated. Cameron and his league have already done so much to ensure that the Thunderbirds and so many others become nothing more than relics of the past, and they will not want to see Leon rise and breed and negate all that they have done for humanity. I don't care about any of that, Valeria quietly whispered as she glared at her father. For her, this wasn't nearly as big of a decision as Justin thought it would be. In fact, she didn't even need to think about it to know where she stood on this issue. Cameron is a man who kidnapped my mother to force you to kill a child. If what you say is true, then he is not only a murderer and a kidnapper, but also guilty of genocide. I would never compromise myself to please a man like that. I will go with Leon, whether or not he reciprocates my feelings. We will gain power, venture into the Nexus, and we will find our mothers. We will kill Cameron and any others he may be allied with. With or without your help. A long silence followed Valeria's bold declaration, during which Justin just tiredly stared back at her, his aura continuing to fall and already reaching the 3rd tier. Any lingering magics he had in his body that gave him his 8th tier strength was rapidly dissipating and diffusing back into the ambient magic power of their surroundings. After several seconds, Valeria said, I would like it if we could set aside our differences. I don't want to be a vassal to Cameron anymore. I don't want us to be beholden to him, or to anyone else. I want us to make peace with Leon, to break with Cameron and find a way to bring Mother back on our own terms. We don't need to kowtow to him. Justin sighed, partly in pain and partly due to what Valeria was saying. I don't think that would work, little one. Even if we could agree on something, I'm too weak now. I have no subordinates left, I have no power left, you're still my father. Valeria cried, her composure finally breaking from seeing Justin's weak acceptance and seeming utter lack of concern with his fate. I will not allow you just give up like this. I don't know what you want me to do, kid, Justin replied with a sad smile as his aura slid down into the 2nd tier. This is pretty much it for me. Without my power, I'll have maybe a couple decades of life left in me before I die. Then work to get your power back. Valeria cried as tears started to flow from her eyes. You did it once, you just have to give yourself time to heal and you'll be fine. We can go to the Nexus and get Mother together. That's a nice dream, but a dream I think it will remain, Justin whispered. But then, his eyes found Valeria's, and he put on the biggest smile he was able to make, though that wasn't saying much. But, for you, I will hang on for a little longer. I suppose if I'm grave bound, then there's little point in keeping anything from Leon. I will tell him everything I know, and then I'll let him decide my fate. Any hope I have of knowing that you and your mother will be safe will now rest in his hands. Valeria could say nothing more. Her calm facade had broken, and she practically leapt over to the sofa Justin was languishing on and pulling her father into the tightest hug she dared to give the injured man. No matter what he said, no matter how defeated he may feel, she was not willing to just let him go like this. But for now, she could live with his decision to stick around at least long enough to tell Leon whatever the younger man wanted to know. Chapter 513. Leon's questions. Retrieving the crystal that stored all the power in the facility was fairly easy, at least compared to the Moonstone. Leon's only concern had been what might happen to the lift and the rest of the facility once it was no longer powered, but Nestor had been adamant that the enchantments running these things could still be powered individually. It was still a little nerve-wracking for Leon when he found the storage crystal and began the process of disconnecting it and taking it for himself. It was a surprisingly small thing, a rough sphere with a diameter of about 2 feet, and it glowed bright yellow like a small star. It was a short process to disconnect it, during which it gradually shut the facility down, ending with all the lights in the place going out. Fortunately, Leon and Maya were strong enough to be able to see without light, but it was still with some trepidation that Leon absorbed the massive crystal into his soul realm. Anything else I can do to shut this place down? He asked Nestor, not quite trusting the man to tell him the truth, but at least trusting him not to want his property to be taken by any squatters that might happen upon it. No, Nestor replied, the moonstone has been buried, there is no reason to collapse these chambers. It's all just empty space, now. Not quite, Leon said as he glanced back at Maya. She had told him that she and Valeria had found quite a bit of raw metals that he thought might be worth grabbing, so he and his river nymph lover made their way back to the lift. To his immense relief, Leon found that the lift functioned without problems when he channeled his meager, still recovering magic power into the emergency runic circle that he found in the lift itself, and it bore him and Maya back to the storage rooms where he grabbed practically everything that wasn't nailed down. When he was finished, his entire haul totaled almost 100 tons of both steel and bronze, along with a small smattering of other materials. Nothing, however, to get too excited about, for all the nice stuff that might have allowed him to start building his own golems had been taken by the rest of the facility staff when they evacuated thousands of years before. He and Maya also made one last stop to the generator room where Leon had found Justin, and as he'd both hoped and suspected, without the power that both stabilized and drained it of its power, the ice demon had died. Its crystalline corpse now lay upon its platform, the vines around it limp and unable to drain what little magic remained in its body. Leon was tempted to take the creature's corpse, but he didn't know what he'd do with it. Demonic cores could be valuable, but that wasn't accounting for the demon in question being drained of its power. After a few minutes of thought, Leon decided to leave the demon there. It was dead, he'd let Nestor's lab be its tomb. With all that taken care of, Leon led Maya back to the area where they had left Valeria and Justin. However, just after stepping out of the lift and before returning to the room, Leon stopped. Hey, he said out loud as he turned to face his river nymph lover, his face showing an uncharacteristic amount of worry and dread. Do you mind if we talk for a little while? I don't want to go back in there just yet, and I'd like to talk with you for a while. What is it? Maya asked, her voice sounding like honey to a man who had eaten nothing but dry bread his entire life, even though her tone was tinged with worry. She slid into Leon's arms with an almost liquid flexibility and captured his eyes with hers as she waited for his response. Leon smiled and held her tighter, relishing having her in his arms. A moment later, he asked, how are you doing after all of this? The Gorgon, the constant fighting since we entered the Vale, all of it. From my perspective, at least, it seems like you and Valeria were getting along a little better after we met back up. Maya snuggled into his embrace and said, I want to go home. I want to work on having children. Leon couldn't help but chuckle as her hands briefly wandered his body, letting his hands do likewise. But otherwise, Maya continued as she paused in her teasing, I'm doing all right. Valeria and I don't see eye to eye, and I don't think we ever will. But I respect her a little more now. Leon could hear the strain in her voice as she admitted it, but he was glad she was able to say it at all. He asked her, would you object to having her stick around for a while longer? Maya laughed as she turned her head to look back to him. How much longer? Sounds like you intend for it to be a while. Maybe I do, Leon replied as he glanced in the direction of the room where Valeria and Justin awaited their return. Is there anything you want to do? Anything beyond making children, anyway? Is that not enough? Maya asked with a seductive, hungry look. I would like to speak with the Gorgon before we leave, if possible. She and I are of the same blood, and I think it would benefit me to touch base with her before we leave her, possibly for good. Leon hesitated, but he had to admit he was curious as to what the Gorgon had been up to with his blood. I have no arguments to make against that, he said as something else occurred to him with the reminder of the Gorgon. By the way, she did give this to me before we split up. Reaching into his soul realm, Leon retrieved the scroll that the Gorgon had given him that supposedly contained her cure for the Gorgonism. He hadn't even looked at it yet, though, so whether or not it could work he couldn't say. Maya took it and it vanished into her soul realm. I can look at it later, she said with a radiant smile. Leon had to admit that he was a little surprised given how much she feared turning into a Gorgon, but he just smiled back and squeezed her against his body one last time before pulling away. He loved his river nymph and he longed to return to Elise, but right now, he couldn't afford to have his mind filled with love. He and Justin had to speak, and he didn't want his heart to be weak. Let's go deal with this, he said to Maya after a long minute of silence. Maya gave him a supportive smile and slid out of his grasp, though she remained at his side. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself and to get rid of any lingering joy in his demeanor that Maya gave him. He wanted to be stern and stoic for this. A moment later, he pushed open the door and entered the dark room where Valeria and Justin had last been. His seventh-tier eyes easily pierced the near-total darkness and saw that both were still there, with Valeria sitting in a chair next to the sofa where Justin lay. Valeria's eyes were a little red like she had been crying, while Justin looked weaker than when Leon had left, with his aura dwindling to barely first tier. If his aura fell any further, Leon didn't think that Justin would have any power left. "We're back," Leon said, stating the obvious as he and Maya walked in. "Our business here is done, so I think we ought to have a bit of a chat and then we can get out of here." He walked over with Maya at his side, a smile on his face as he looked to Valeria. He wasn't surprised to see her still there, but he was appreciative that she hadn't run away, regardless. If he were in the same position, he couldn't honestly say that he would have stuck around. She smiled back at him, giving him a look that seemed to glow even in the near-total darkness of the powerless facility. Justin, however, was staring around blindly, clearly unable to see in this darkness after losing so much of his power. Taking some pity on the man, Leon retrieved a small lantern from his soul realm and lit it, letting its dim light set a quiet and somber mood in the room. He then took a seat close to Justin, just across a small table and stared at the silent man in the eye. Justin was quite subdued, barely looking in all directions save for Leon's, and didn't say a word. When it became apparent that Justin wasn't going to speak first, Leon turned back to Valeria and asked, "Have you two discussed everything you needed to?" "Yes," Valeria replied in a deliberately formal tone. "My father's desire to die has lessened, and he's willing to tell you whatever you wish to know. I hope, however, that you stick to the commitment you made to aid me in freeing my mother from the grasp of Lord Cameron." "I haven't forgotten that. I fully intend to help you in any way I can," Leon replied with an easygoing smile. His smile hardened as he turned back to Justin. "So, I suppose we ought to start with the most obvious. Who is Lord Cameron and why does he want me dead?" "Cameron is a powerful warlord within the Nexus," Justin answered in a flat tone, speaking like a man utterly defeated and to whom these secrets barely mattered enough to remember, let alone keep from Leon. "He is an Anax in the Stormlands, a man whose power is exceeded only by the Elemental Kings, and he has aspirations to succeed the Thunderbird clan as the next Elemental King of Lightning, or Storm King, as they are more colloquially known." "And that's why he wants me dead?" Leon asked as he cocked his eyebrow. Valeria had told him it was because of his blood and who he was descended from, and while this information didn't necessarily conflict with that, it also wasn't quite what Leon had been expecting to hear. "It's not the only reason, though I believe it may be the most powerful motivator for his hatred of your clan," Justin replied. "He doesn't know you exist. If he did, he would have sent more than me to this plane. As it is, he is an enemy of your mother's clan, the Draconic Federation." Leon's eyes went wide. "Draconic Federation? That needs some explanation. I suspect you already know what it is," Justin said, his tone not changing in the slightest. "There were 7 great dragons in the Primal Age, and many more dragons besides. A great many other draconic beings who were not true dragons also existed. Nowadays, there are many dragon clans, but they are all a part of the Federation, the most powerful organized state outside of the elemental kingdoms. This federation is ruled by a senate, but the Draconic Senate is dominated by the descendants of the original 7 great dragons." Leon nodded, absorbing all of this as well as he could. "Why is Cameron targeting them? I was told that my mother's clan was under attack not long after I was born." And indeed, that was the case. Cameron is a part of a league of his own that was formed by pure humans to combat the myriad clans that have inherited powers from various primal beings. They count all descendants of the divine beasts who were born at the creation of the universe and the ascended beasts who rose after that as their adversaries. They claim they advance the cause of humanity by reducing the power of these various clans. About 20 years ago, they launched an attack on the Draconic Federation, doing quite a bit of damage before the dragons got their heaviest hitters, the Great Black Dragon Clan, to mobilize. "What was the situation like up there when you left?" Leon asked as a thoughtful expression crossed his face. "And how long ago was that?" "I've been here 18 years, Justin replied. "When I left, the fighting had reached a stalemate, with Cameron's league stalling out against the power of the dragons. Cameron has many allies, some of them in lofty places, and the dragons, while considerably more isolationist, have deep wells of power they can call upon. I once heard that due to their power, resources, experience, training, and all that they've hoarded over the eons since the Primal Age, a single member of the Great Black Dragon clan is worth at least 10 mages of the same power level. And he attacked these people? Leon asked in bafflement. He did that willingly. It was supposed to be an important morale boost, to remove one of the most powerful states remaining that could trace its lineage back to the Primal Age. To show the rest of humanity that they were above these inhuman freaks. And I don't think Cameron put much stock in those rumors, he considered them inflated draconic propaganda. One of Leon's eyebrows almost shot up into his hairline, though he managed to keep himself from feeling too offended by Justin's inhuman freaks comment. Lord Cameron was also responsible for many of the purges that eliminated the Thunderbird clan within the Nexus. When the last Storm King fell here, he left the vast majority of his clan without leadership, and that made them easy pickings for Cameron and his league. This Cameron must be quite old, Leon observed. Older than I know, certainly old enough to have seen several reconstitutions of the Nexus. To summarize, then, Leon said with a sigh, Lord Cameron wants me and my family dead and has succeeded in killing nearly all of them, at least on my father's side because he coveted their position of power and because he doesn't like that we bear the power of ancient divine and ascended beasts. That would be a simple way of putting it, Justin said with the barest of nods in Leon's direction, though he still hadn't once looked at the younger man since he'd returned. What about you? Leon asked with a dangerous look in his eye, though his aura remained free of killing intent. Do you still want me dead? You told me that I deserve it if for no other reason than guilt for atrocities committed by my ancestors. Finally, Justin turned to him, his once deep blue sapphire eyes now growing a little hazy and clouded, but still boring into Leon with an unblinking defiance that Leon recognized all too well. For the sake of my daughter, I would make my peace with you, Leon Rame, Justin said, doing an admirable job of both deflecting and answering the question. As I am now, I have no hope of returning to the Nexus and saving my wife from Cameron's hands. You and my daughter are the only hope I have for her rescue. And as I just told Valeria, I'll be doing my best to do just that. Justin gave him a long, searching look as if he were looking for any sign of deceit in Leon. After a few awkward seconds, he simply said, I hope you are true to your word. I always try to be, though I can't say how successful I've been, Leon replied. But regardless, there are some other things that I would like to talk about. Chapter 514, Titles. For a while, Leon and Justin's conversation was dry and without too much emotion. Leon, after everything that had happened over the past few hours and days, was just about done with being passionate about his enemies, especially with Nestor and Justin firmly in hand. Justin, meanwhile, was utterly defeated, and was mostly going along with whatever Valeria wanted him to do. Leon wondered if the man would ever snap out of this funk, but given the magnitude of what he had lost since vanishing from the Bull Kingdom, he was more than a little surprised that Valeria had gotten him to agree to continue to live at all. Their conversation remained fairly quiet and emotionless because of their topic, as well. Leon had Justin wax dryly of the political landscape of the Nexus as it was when he left. It was still interesting to Leon, especially since it was a world that he knew he would have to enter at some point, but it hardly roused any passionate emotions. First, Justin told him of the greatest of those in the Nexus, those most visible at the top of the power structure, the Elemental Kings. Their specific titles could vary according to the tastes of the specific monarch, but that was the term for them as a whole, as Justin explained. There were supposed to be 7 of these august figures, who, at least nominally, ruled over the entirety of a magical element and in theory would rule over all those beneath them who practiced that element. An almost universal rule among the Elemental Kings was that they had to rule over at least 100 planes outside of the Nexus where their power could be more permanently felt and consolidated. If they didn't, then they were seen as too weak to keep their title and would be constantly fighting off challengers. As a mage who was practicing lightning, fire, water, and wind magic, Leon had been a little concerned and confused, wondering just how they were supposed to rule over everyone of a specific element without coming into conflict with other Elemental Kings. When he asked Justin, the broken man's response was that it was incredibly complex and that the actual powers of the Elemental Kings were far less than what they were on paper, especially since the titles themselves conferred no magical power. They were political titles, nothing more, taken and kept by those with the power to do so, and that in practice, the Nexus was extraordinarily divided. It also wasn't completely unheard of for the Elemental Kings to go to war over the often divided loyalties of their vassals and subordinate states. But, As powerful as the elemental kings could be, the power and influence they could wield in a place as large and varied as the Nexus was always going to be limited in some capacity, if only due to how the Nexus destroyed and rebuilt itself every 100,000 years, preventing how permanent much of their infrastructure could be. The extra Nexus planes were usually where the bulk of an elemental king's political power lay, since these places weren't in danger of being regularly destroyed. This was the level of the Thunderbird clan before its destruction. The Storm Kings ruled over the element of lightning, at least nominally, and were the ruling class of a vast empire that stretched across the universe. Justin told Leon about thousands of planes that owed their allegiance to the Storm Kings of the Thunderbird clan, and of how widespread their influence in the Nexus was. So great was the clan that aside from the very first Storm King, who was appointed to the position by the great Lord Khosrau after he led humanity to victory in the wars of the Primal Age and whom the Thunderbird clan usurped, every Storm King after was of the Thunderbird's direct line. In uncountable millions of years, even as their power waxed and waned, the Thunderbird clan always held on to the title of Storm King. At least until they came to the Divine Graveyard. Directly below the Elemental Kings were the Anax. An Anax was supposed to be the most powerful position anyone could achieve short of usurping an Elemental King, and the fact that Justin claimed that at least half, if not more, of mages who claimed the title were completely independent even of the Elemental Kings, spoke volumes of their might. If not even the Elemental Kings could exert authority over these people through all the means they had available, or, perhaps most accurately, if these people could resist the power of the Elemental Kings through any means they had, then they had certainly earned their titles of Anax. However, Justin made sure to stress that that wasn't to downplay the power of the Anax that were subordinate to the Elemental Kings, it was merely to emphasize their power and level of influence. This was the place where Leon's enemy, the lord named Cameron, stood. He owed no Elemental King his allegiance, despite the traditional powers and domains that the great Lord Khosrau had laid out. Leon had no idea who this great lord was that Justin repeatedly brought up, but he filed that name away for later. Cameron was a powerful enemy to have, apparently. He was powerful enough to stand against the Elemental Kings without being conquered through not only his personal power but also his vast network of allies, and he hated those with inherited bloodlines. His power was effectively that of a god compared to Leon and his meager 7th-tier strength. He's long ago achieved apotheosis, and had risen even higher afterward. Once that was said, Leon had to interject into Justin's spiel with a few questions of his own. Does Cameron have any enemies that I might be able to ally with or exploit? He'd asked, though he'd frowned when he thought about actually trying to form an alliance with these people with his unique skill set. How about the Dragon Federation? Aren't they at war with Cameron? Could I possibly get them to aid me? Or could I aid them somehow? I'm supposed to be a part of them, aren't I? Unlikely, Justin had replied. The Dragon Federation is terrifically powerful, but also very isolationist and rather xenophobic, even by the standards of the Nexus. Given who they are, I can't blame them. They inspire a great deal of fear in most people who they come across, so friends are hard to come by for a dragon. I doubt they'd accept someone like you, one who shares his blood with another, into their circles. Maybe I'm wrong, and I certainly don't have first-hand experience dealing with them, but that's the impression I have of them. Maybe you could acquire their aid, but I wouldn't count on it, even if their conflict with Cameron is ongoing and they haven't been defeated. Leon's frown had deepened when Justin told him that xenophobia didn't mesh well with the picture of his mother that Artorias had painted, but Leon decided to reserve judgment until he could get a little more information. For the time being, though, he took Justin at face value and decided that his mother's clan wasn't going to be one that he'd immediately seek out when he arrived in the Nexus. Not that he was planning on doing that, anyway. He didn't want to arrive at her door a beggar hoping for a handout when he didn't even know why she hadn't returned to Eterna in 20 years. Any other enemies of Cameron? Leon asked. Cameron's enemies are legion, though the reasons for that vary. He is an Anax, and one does not rise to that level of power without spilling a great deal of blood and making many enemies. You'll have to go to the Nexus to get a better idea of who might have the power to aid you in any campaigns against Cameron, for just like here, alliances and loyalties can practically change with the tides. Leon nodded in understanding. According to Justin, his clan had done likewise for many generations, using violence and intimidation to keep their power. He didn't think so harshly of them as Justin seemed to, but he could still empathize with the man's apparent dislike of the descendants of the Thunderbird, especially when he took the other crimes Justin accused them of into account. With his questions answered, Even if he wasn't too satisfied with the answers he received, Leon listened as Justin continued with his explanation of the Nexus, power structure. The Elemental Kings and the Annex were the only titles that were solely invested into singular people. An Annex was one person, an Elemental King was a single person, both having risen to that level of personal and political power. The remaining rungs further down the ladder, however, did not necessarily follow in that vein, for as Justin explained, the Nexus was filled with just as many governments and philosophies as the planes were. Autocracies, democracies, oligarchies, all systems of rulership existed, but they were all organized into classes and de jure spheres of authority and legitimacy by something that Justin called Khosrau's law. Below the Annex were the basileis. A basileus was, at least in theory, the ruling body of a powerful administrative or vassal state of an annex. These empires, as Justin described them, could then be subdivided into despotates ruled by despots, and themata, ruled by strategoi. These levels were political, not magical, and so didn't necessarily correspond to any magical tier, though Justin was quick to explain that because the most powerful person in a political entity was often enough the person given the specific title that it usually was associated with the post-apotheosis magical tiers, of which Leon was told numbered only 5. The example he gave was to describe the political nature of his home. He was from the city of Antiochus, the capital city of the theme that was ruled by a small council headed by the only man to achieve apotheosis in the entire theme. This man, while not a king or hereditary ruler of any kind, was nonetheless given the title of strategos by the council. The theme of Antiochus was furthermore located in a despotate governed by a large senate that had been elected by the citizens of the despotate's capital city, which, in turn, elected their despot from amongst their ranks. Usually, only a handful of the most powerful men and women were elected by their fellow senators, showing how close the association between magical tier and political power was even if that association wasn't official. This despotate was, in turn, ruled by a single basileus chosen by Cameron among a dozen other despotates within his realm. Again, as Justin finished this explanation, Leon had to interrupt to ask a question. If you were so far removed from Cameron, then how is it you managed to get yourself such a mission as killing me? You and Valeria made it sound like Cameron personally gave you this mission. He did, Justin replied. I was born in Antiochus, I did not live my entire life there. Beyond that, while Antiochus is politically distant from Cameron, it's geographically almost right next to his chosen capital city, only just far enough away for Cameron to not bother adding it to his personal domain and to assign it to a subordinate to administer. We don't have to get into it right this second, but suffice it to say that when I was younger, I thought my prospects in Antiochus weren't bright, so I traveled to Cameron's capital in search of work. I made my way through Cameron's bureaucracy and found myself working as one of his personal agents. You must have angered him somehow, then, Leon observed. I don't think it's standard practice for those who keep their bosses happy to have their families kidnapped and held hostage. Cameron isn't entirely predictable, Justin replied. No one grows as old as he is without accumulating some odd behaviors and habits. And you said earlier that you don't know specifically how old he is. Justin replied with a shake of his head. He is older than most others who might count themselves his equals, though, he said. He's old enough to have accumulated a great deal of personal power. I believe that, if he wanted to, he could have seized the title of Burning King, the specific title of the Elemental King of Fire. But he never has, being apparently content to remain an annex. That's somewhat worrying, Leon murmured as he leaned back in thought. It had always been plain enough for him to see that his enemies were going to be startlingly powerful, but now that he was getting some idea of truly how far he'd have to go, he was starting to feel more than a little daunted. You are still going after Cameron? Justin asked, showing a little bit of life for the first time since their conversation began. Even now that you're getting an idea of just how powerful he is. I am, Leon said as he turned his attention back to Justin. As concerning as all of this is, it's not enough to get me to turn back. No matter what, Cameron ordered the deaths of my family, and he used you to do much of that. The way Leon phrased it and the tone he used made it seem like Justin was just as much a victim as he was of the situation, but the subtle wrath in his eyes told a different story, and it was one that Justin could easily pick up on. Leon was making peace with him, but he wasn't forgiving, and he most certainly wasn't forgetting. No matter the future he and Valeria might make together, he and Justin would never be close. Will you be able to tell me about these allies that Cameron has? Leon asked. I can, at least to a certain degree of accuracy, Justin said. The Nexus is not static, things change all the time as new people arrive from the planes and older generations die out. Surprisingly few people ever achieve apotheosis, and so immortals are relatively rare and usually in positions of greater power. But controlling those who have time limits to their lifetimes has never been easy for anyone, so conflicts and tensions often break out and wars are waged with fairly high frequency. As a result, alliances and friendships change just as quickly, so the exact compositions of those whom Cameron has allied himself to is nearly impossible for me to guess. All of that being said, Cameron has a handful of trusted allies whom you ought to watch out for. The first is a man that you will likely come into conflict with sooner rather than later. He is an influential despot within the Kingdom of the Storm. Those territories are rather vassals that your family used to rule over. He has a plane of his own to rule, though, meaning that he cannot be ignored by those with more power, for his influence extends beyond the Nexus. He goes by the name of Aeschylus. This man, was he once a vassal of the Thunderbird clan? He was, Justin confirmed. He was never one of the most influential men around, especially since his loyalties have typically been quite fluid, but he and Cameron have become quite close since the fall of your clan. Aeschylus can be thought of as a protectorate of Cameron, rather than a proper vassal, and if any large-scale conflict were to break out involving Cameron, I would say it would be more likely than not that Aeschylus would join on Cameron's side. More than that, it is in Aeschylus' hands that the vault of the Thunderbird clan now lies. Huh, Leon asked, taken aback by what Justin had just said. He had heard something about an adamant vault in the possession of the Thunderbird clan, and how it the most likely place where Jason Carranos had left the Storm Diamond universe fragment when he came to Eterna, but it had been so distant an idea to him that he hadn't put much thought into it. He'd thought that it would have been lost or hidden away by survivors of the Thunderbird clan, but he hadn't thought that someone else had taken it for themselves. Whatever is inside I doubt Aeschylus has taken possession of, Justin said, providing some balm to Leon's obvious and sudden panic. The vault itself is immense, as large as a city, but so well protected that I doubt anyone not of your blood could ever access it. Leon nodded, though his mouth was slowly turning into a scowl. Defenses could always be breached, nothing would stay secure forever. But he felt lucky enough to know that the vault was still in play and that his chance to retrieve the Storm Diamond and whatever else might be inside hadn't passed. Anyone else? Leon asked through gritted teeth. Two more, Justin replied. A woman by the name of Antipetra, a Basilissa in the Scorched Lands. She nominally supports a prominent annex of the Burning King, but in practice, she is much too far away from the centers of power for even these mighty men to hold much sway over her. In fact, only a year before Cameron launched his war with the Dragon Federation, he had just concluded a war with Antipetra's liege regarding her loyalties. And Cameron won? Leon asked. He did, Justin confirmed. The Burning King stayed out of it, though, and let the two annex fight it out between themselves. A rather blatant disregard for Khosrau's law, but that's what politics are like. Again, Leon cocked his head at that term. It was said too prominently for it to be much of a coincidence, and he wanted to know more, but Justin wasn't finished telling him what he needed to know. And the last person, a man in the ocean realm, Triton, I believe his name was, with the rank of Basilis. I never saw him, myself, and Cameron didn't have much contact with him while I was serving him, but Cameron often told us of his great friendship with Triton, and that if anything were to happen, he could count on Triton's support, among many others. How many others? That depends on the time of day, Justin quipped, a little bit more energy returning to his demeanor as he spoke. As I have repeated, the Nexus is not static, and alliances are constantly shifting. However, Cameron is rather notorious for the number of alliances he has at any one time. There's a reason why he's still independent and not beholden to the Burning King, and his many alliances are it, not his personal power for the Burning King is stronger one-on-one, but his attention must always be elsewhere, keeping the rest of his domain in line. Leon nodded, committing these names and their importance to memory. It might be many years yet before he ventured to the Nexus, but he wanted to have a plan ready before he showed up. He didn't want to go there first and meander around without a clue where he should be or what he needed to do. Aeschylus, Despot, Lightning Region, the Vault, Leon thought. Antipetra, Basilissa, Fire Region. Triton, Basilis, Water Region. His enemies may wind up being quite numerous if Justin's claims held any water, but at least now he had a few names and places to start. Chapter 515. Khosrau's Law. So, Cameron has enemies, Leon continued, not letting Justin stop even for a moment. How about the old Thunderbird clan? Do you know of any old allies of them that might be willing to aid me? I can't say. The Thunderbird clan's destruction was long before my time. Leon nodded in understanding. Justin was barely more than 100 years old, while the Thunderbird had told him that her descendants had been dwindling for thousands of years. They likely hadn't been much of a power within the Nexus after its most recent reconstitution for thousands of years, with all of the enemies they'd made deciding to seek vengeance while they were weak. I suppose that just means I'm going to have to make new allies, Leon replied, a note of apprehension in his voice. If the past few days had taught him anything, it was that he needed a lot more time figuring out just who might be his allies for the struggle against Cameron, and then for whatever might come after. Nestor had seemed like an ally at first, but had wound up trying to possess him. On the other hand, the Gorgon had started as an enemy, but she'd made peace with Leon and his group. To a both lesser and greater extent, both Valeria and Justin were, at least for now, on his side. Leon wasn't entirely thrilled with these seemingly mixed messages, but after a moment of contemplation, turned his attention back to Justin. I think we can give some of these things a bit of a rest, Leon said as he leaned back in his chair and glanced at Valeria and Maya. Both ladies were being quiet and letting him ask his questions, but he could see that both were quite surprisingly in Maya's case paying very close attention to what Justin was explaining. However, Leon continued just as Justin was starting to lean back into the sofa, if I ever need other questions answered once we're done here, I'm sure I'll know where to find you. I can't say we're allied, Leon Rame, Justin said as he sent a look at Leon that was both completely resigned and somewhat hostile, but I can say that I won't go back on my word. You may consider us at peace so long as nothing about this situation changes. The older man's eyes drifted in Valeria's direction, so Leon was sure he was referring to something there, but it was too ambiguous of a gesture for him to tell what exactly Justin was implying. Then I invite you to join us, Leon replied, a hard smile and harder tone making it clear just how much this wasn't an invitation that could be turned down. Am I your prisoner? Justin pointedly asked. Not as much, Leon replied as he noticed Valeria giving him a dirty look. I would prefer to consider it as both a guest and a patient. I'm sure that Heaven's Eye will be able to take good care of your injuries and ensure that you don't do anything that might put our peace at risk. So, I guess that does make you my prisoner, but not in a bad way. More of a, you killed my family, so now I want to keep an eye on you, but you'll be treated like a guest, way. Justin couldn't help but darkly chuckle. I suppose that's the best I could ever hope for, isn't it? He said, a strangely reassuring smile on his face. I suppose it is, Leon replied. I have some other questions, if you don't mind. You brought up quite a few things during your explanations that don't directly relate to Cameron, but that I think require some elucidation, then ask your questions. Leon paused a moment as he glanced at Maya and Valeria. Since both of them had been so quiet, it had been easy enough to almost forget they were here in light of the information Justin was providing, but Leon figured they had some questions of their own. Instead of jumping right into things, he instead asked if either of them wanted to ask something. Maya's answer was about what Leon expected, a quick shake of her head. Valeria's answer was about the same, which surprised Leon a bit, but he guessed she and her father had already spoken quite a bit before he and Maya had returned. Turning his attention back to Justin, Leon said, you mentioned Khosrau's law a few times. What exactly is that? Justin took a deep breath and asked as his reply, how much do you know about the end of the primal age? You didn't ask any questions about it before, so I assume you at least know some of it. It was the age before this one, when the various primal beings ruled supreme. It ended in a giant four-sided war between the gods, devils, divine and ascended beasts, and humans, Leon replied. Or, at least, so my understanding of it goes, that's certainly how it ended, Justin said. Once all of the old powers were gone, humanity was left to rule over what was left. The leader of mankind, the man who had guided us through that dark time and almost single-handedly saved us from complete destruction, was the great Lord Khosrau. He was the only man who ever grew strong enough to directly challenge the strongest of the gods and devils by himself. It was by his example and through his wisdom that humanity came out of that war not only intact, but strong enough to seize control of the most prosperous parts of the universe. The demons were thrown back into the void, the remaining ascended beasts weren't numerous enough to challenge humanity, we were victorious. This new order, however, needed order. To that end, it was Khosrau who laid down the political divisions that exist to this day in the Nexus. He defined what it was to be a strategos, a despot, a basileus, an annax. He dictated how much authority each was to have, and how they related to each other. He created the system of elemental kings that now rule the universe, and which the demons copied in their dark corners of the void. How the Nexus is run is Khosrau's law. The law that Khosrau made was not specific like, don't kill people, but rather it was a law he imposed upon the new world of mankind, in order to the post-war universe that, for the first time, lacked gods and devils and all the other old powers that had ordered it before. It was a law that was to be as natural as heat, light, and gravity. What happened to Khosrau? Leon asked. This man sounded more than powerful enough to have achieved apotheosis and the accompanying ageless immortality, yet it was the elemental kings who were at least nominally in charge in the Nexus, as Justin had explained only a few minutes before. That is one of the greatest mysteries of the universe, Justin replied. At this point, it's essentially impossible that he's still alive, he's been gone so long. However, no one is quite clear how Khosrau died. Some don't even believe he's dead at all, and that he lies in wait for whenever the world of mankind needs him again. The gods may be dead, and Khosrau himself may be gone, but he's still with us all. Justin's eyes began to light up with hope and vigor as he spoke. It wasn't too hard for Leon to see that Justin, while not necessarily believing that Khosrau was still alive, at the very least venerated him. Leon, however, only felt the faintest hint of disdain and antipathy, but he wasn't quite sure why. After a moment of thought, he decided that he didn't need to ask Justin too much more about Khosrau. He had the Thunderbird in his soul realm, and she could probably give him a much clearer picture of the man than Justin ever could if he was a contemporary of hers. But Leon could easily figure that Khosrau was likely a big damn deal in the Nexus, if what Justin was saying was true and if his reverent expression was anything to go by. As for Leon, he'd reserve his judgment about the man, as the discrimination against those with inherited bloodlines a part of Khosrau's law. Leon asked with a cocked eyebrow, wondering if Justin's obvious dislike for descendants of ascended beasts was widespread or localized. He wanted to know how institutional it was. He figured it couldn't be quite so bad if the Thunderbird clan had been the Storm Kings for so long, but if Cameron was anything to go by, powerful people were working to bring an end to the empowered ascended beasts clans. It was not set in stone, Justin admitted, but it was implied given his actions. Khosrau gave up much, including both of his children, in the fight for the freedom of humanity from the tyranny of the primal beings. If Khosrau were still around, I believe he'd be appalled to see the descendants of his old enemies hold so many positions of power, especially positions within his law. Leon hummed in thought, feeling only marginally offended at Justin's attitude, which surprised him a little. He supposed that it was because he was now in such a position of power over the man that it didn't matter what he thought, or it could just be that he was too damn tired to get worked up over what such a broken man thought about him. You sound quite enthusiastic about this. Are your views the reason you were sent on this in the first place? I mean, I know that your wife was taken hostage, but I can't imagine that you and your family were the only people that Cameron did that to. No, Cameron made it a policy to take hostages when he could, if only to make sure that his enemies kept peace treaties, but my personal views on the topic were not the reason why I was sent on this mission. They're hardly unique among Cameron's league. Leon's question seemed to sap whatever energy Justin had managed to muster, and he sagged back into the sofa as he gave his answer. He then glanced over at his daughter, who was listening with rapt attention, pressing him with her expectant and encouraging gaze to hold nothing back. This is not something I've ever really discussed before, Justin admitted, his eyes still locked on Valeria, whose face turned a little apprehensive and excited at the same time. Not even with Valeria? Leon asked. Justin seemed to ignore the question, though he continued with his explanation anyway. The ire I drew from Cameron was due to who I fell in love with, he said slowly, his gaze not wavering an inch from his daughter. It is because I married your mother that I was sent here. No other mistakes were made on my part, but that is what turned Cameron against me. Until that moment, I had been a loyal and dutiful servant of his, and as such, enjoyed his favor. What do you mean? Valeria asked as her expression seemed to harden like she was protecting herself from something potentially harmful. Your mother, Justin hesitantly began, before cutting himself off and glancing back at Leon and Maya. Keep going, Valeria sternly prodded, not allowing him to ask for privacy or anything else of the sort. Justin paused only for a moment longer, until his eyes turned back to Valeria and saw her stony expression and softer, but still demanding eyes staring back at him. To both him and Leon, Valeria didn't seem to care that Leon and Maya were present for the reveal of this potentially intimate and private information. Your mother was the only child of one of Cameron's oldest and most trusted friends, Justin said. When this friend unexpectedly died only 10 years after her daughter's birth, leaving her daughter alone in the world, Cameron took her in and raised her like his own. He doted on your mother like any true father would, but he would not tolerate her marriage to me. I was below her, in Cameron's eyes, and only dirtied her with my presence. Your mother he imprisoned for defying his orders and to keep her away from me, while I was marginalized and eventually sent here. I think if I hadn't served Cameron so faithfully until that point and if she and I hadn't had a child, he would have had me killed for daring to touch his ward. That seems extreme, Leon whispered. Said a man who has neither legacy nor child, Justin dismissively replied. Leon cocked his head in mild irritation. If the blood of both the Thunderbird and the Great Black Dragon wasn't a legacy, he couldn't imagine Justin would think anyone alive had a legacy worth mentioning. That's what all of this was about? Valeria asked, her tone disbelieving as she broke eye contact with her father. We were sent here because of something so natural. Cameron was also looking for alliances, as he so often was, Justin explained. He hadn't made his intentions clear, at least, not to me, and your mother never mentioned anything about it, but I believe that he was looking for something a little more substantial than the usual fair weather fare that most people in the Nexus agree to. Something that could be sealed with a marriage alliance. When I married his adopted daughter, that may have thrown a wrench into his plans. Leon wrinkled his face in distaste. He almost said something to that effect until his eyes drifted in Valeria's direction, and he froze. She looked murderous, and it was to the point that he almost completely forgot what else he wanted to ask Justin. It seemed to him that Justin sensed Valeria's mood, as well, for he paled a little bit more and stared at her with an almost apologetic look on his face. I think the rest of my questions can wait, Leon said as he sensed the tension brewing between father and daughter. I think we can stay in this place until tomorrow morning, at least. There doesn't seem to be any more threats here, so let's rest up and prepare to head back west. I think Naiad and I can find another room to sleep in, so we'll just leave the two of you alone. Thank you, Valeria said with a chilly tone, her eyes not leaving her father. For her part, Maya gave Leon a strange look, but he simply whispered into her mind, I think the two of them are going to have some strong words for each other. Or maybe just Valeria for her father. I have the answers that I needed, and like I said, everything else can wait. For now, let's just get some rest. Maya shrugged and followed Leon as he led the way out of the room, leaving the other two behind to hash out their feelings. Leon could understand some of Valeria's obvious frustration and anger, though, for it seemed to him that at least some of what Justin had just told him had been news to her, as well. He sighed as he let Maya take the lead and show him to another room they could rest in deeper in the facility. There was nothing he wanted more than to rest in the arms of one of his lovers, but this still wasn't the time for it. He still had a dangerous and ancient kinsman trapped in his soul realm to deal with, and he had some follow-up questions for the Thunderbird about things Justin had revealed. Rest would have to wait just a little while longer. Chapter 516. Leon's offered deal. Leon had no reservations about leaving Valeria and Justin alone again. If they hadn't run away the first time he and Maya had left, then he doubted they'd vanish on him now. So, after seeing Valeria's reaction to Justin revealing some personal information that Leon guessed she didn't know, he felt it was best to give them some space. To that end, he and Maya found another room to get some rest in. The facility was still completely dark since Leon had taken its power crystal that kept it running, but for the two of them, that darkness was nothing. With nothing else to worry about in the place, Leon felt it was best if they stayed for a few hours before heading back through the forest of black and white. After finding a good room to rest in, he and Maya took a few minutes to quietly cuddle. But as much as Leon wanted to keep that going, he now had to deal with the other enemy he'd found here, and he wasn't looking forward to it. Now that he'd had some time to truly sit back and think about what had happened to him, he was feeling worse and worse. His body had been stolen from him for only a few hours, sure, but it was still a violation that had him shivering in Maya's arms. Even worse, that violation had come at the hands of someone he'd hoped might become a family member, someone who could share the burden of rebuilding the Thunderbird clan. It was making him question much about himself and about how much he'd tried to change recently. If Justin hadn't been so forthcoming with his information about himself and Cameron, Then Leon felt like he might have already resorted to more violent and despicable means that he knew Zafin and the Thunderbird probably would have recommended. As it was, he was starting to think that their advice of killing his enemies quickly and without mercy held a little more water than he'd recently given it credit for. It was with all of these thoughts running through his mind that Leon cast his consciousness deep into himself, closing his eyes in rest in the physical world, and opening them upon his throne in his mind palace. The first place he looked was to the table upon which still rested the ruby that Nestor had been imprisoned within. On her perch above sat the Thunderbird in all her avian glory, while Zafin angrily burned not too far away, his glowing yellow ember-like eyes locked on the ruby and his power called upon and ready just in case Nestor tried anything to escape. "Did I miss anything?" Leon asked as he stepped down from his throne, using a few errant wisps of mist to do a few superficial repairs to his damaged mind palace as he walked as if he were trying to display just how unconcerned he was about the current situation. "Not much," the Thunderbird replied, her voice booming like thunder. "I was simply speaking with my wayward descendant while you were busy dealing with whatever you were dealing with." "He say anything interesting?" Leon asked, not surprised too much that none of them were listening to his conversation with Justin. "A lot of bitter complaining," the Thunderbird replied, her avian face turning up in an approximation of amusement and faint derision. "I wouldn't go that far," Nestor replied as Leon finally approached the ruby. "How about you shut your fucking face until we have something to ask you?" Leon asked in a request that was very much not a request. "We have some time to ourselves, so let me make something perfectly clear here, you are not a guest, you are a prisoner. You attempted to steal my body and leave me to rot in my own damn soul realm. If our ancestor had not convinced me that your knowledge was useful, I would have killed you off for good instead of letting you continue to exist in that little thing." "Ha!" Nestor cried out in defiant amusement. "You were so eager to accept me into your life before, it would have only been right and proper for you to give up your body for your senior in the clan." Leon rolled his eyes. He wasn't sure if it would work, but in his exasperated anger he extended his left hand let loose with a small gout of flame that enveloped the ruby. He held back a bit on the power as he didn't want to break the thing, but he had to vent his frustrations in some way, even if it wouldn't work all that well. He was surprised and quite gratified to hear Nestor yelp in pain. "A bit crude," Leon said as Zafin began to laugh hysterically not too far away, "so in the next few days, I'll be looking into a better solution for such outbursts. Let me repeat myself. You will speak only when spoken to, and you will earn your keep. If you are not useful, then you will be disposed of. If you are a nuisance, you will be disposed of. By all rights, you should be dead, and if you try pressing my buttons, then I will fix what looks a lot like a mistake right now. You can either fall in line, or spend the paltry remainder of your life entombed in that ruby. Do you understand?" "You wouldn't dare," Nestor replied, only to be answered by another gout of flame from Leon. The ruby was a relatively fragile thing, but even with all the power he achieved in life, Nestor's magic body was even more fragile. Leon's fire submerged the ruby within it, and Nestor felt the intense heat as well as anyone else, and he hadn't the magic power to protect himself. He screamed in pain again, and this time, Leon let his fire stay just a little bit longer. "I'm not going to say this again, kinsman," Leon said as the fire died down. "I don't care who you were before, not anymore. I don't care if you were the Lord of Storm Shaping, and the Chief Researcher of the Thunderbird clan. Neither of those will save you if you piss me off, let alone if you try to escape. You will behave yourself, you will restrain your tongue, and you will be useful. Otherwise, there's no need to keep around a man who did what he did to me." Just remembering his helplessness at the violation Nestor had subjected him to had Leon fighting the urge to roast him right there without waiting for a response. He found himself dearly hoping for Nestor to mouth off again, if only to give him the excuse to kill him. Given that the Thunderbird hadn't yet stepped in on Nestor's behalf only emboldened Leon, telling him exactly who she was siding with in this conflict as much as it did when she helped him to subdue Nestor in the first place. The fact that their ancestor was not coming to his aid seemed to occur to Nestor, too, for Leon could sense his weak magic senses pulse in her direction as the ghostly mage went silent. Leon gave him a few seconds to think things over and come to terms with his situation, a small mercy he granted freely in light of what Nestor could teach him. But those few seconds passed quickly, and what little goodwill Leon was willing to grant his dead kinsman ran out. He turned to the Thunderbird and asked, "Is what this shitstick pulled something I'm going to have to watch out for in the future?" "Yes," the Thunderbird replied, her tone sounding just as amused as she had when Leon returned to his soul realm. Attacks on soul realms are fairly frequent past a certain level. Once you become strong enough to heal from gruesome wounds in seconds, it becomes a more economical use of power to attack an enemy's soul realm rather than continuing to ravage their body. Strictly speaking, possession is rare since it would leave the original body defenseless, but in the case of those without original bodies, such as Nestor here, there are no such risks to temper these actions. I'd hardly say there's no risk, Nestor murmured, to which Leon answered with a third blast of fire. No one was speaking to you, Leon growled, feeling some cathartic glee in hearing the dead man scream in pain. But, after a second or two, he cut off the stream of fire and said, although, I would like to speak with you now. How about you? Feeling talkative, Leon heard Nestor groaning, and he almost expected the ancient man to defy him somehow, to pridefully give him another reason to roast him. In that expectation, Leon was a little bit disappointed when Nestor sputtered, What do you want to talk about? My expectations, Leon replied, his tone one of slight curiosity and confusion at how easily Nestor had seemingly given in. His paranoia of the man went up, thinking that perhaps Nestor was faking it somehow and just biding his time. As I said, you were not spared out of any sense of mercy on my part, our ancestor convincing me to keep you alive with the expectation that you would teach me what you know of enchantments. I know a great deal about enchantments, Nestor replied, his voice sliding back into a more cocky growl than the borderline subservience that he'd had only a moment before. I don't suppose you could be more specific about the kind of knowledge that you seek. I can't, because I want it all, Leon replied. I want to know every rune in your head, and I want to know how it all works together. Everything that you can teach me of enchantments, I want to know. At that, the Thunderbird finally spoke up. It would behoove you, Nestor, to agree. Leon is the last remaining member of our dynasty that yet lives. Any hope we have of seeing our clan rise again and exact vengeance on those who laid us low rests on his shoulders. Nestor was silent for a long time before he whispered, I'd never heard you speak before all of this, and when I do finally attract your attention and get you to speak to me, your words are for the benefit of someone else. Turning back to Leon, he asked, what guarantee do I have that you won't just kill me once you decide that I have nothing left to teach you? How can I know that I'll be safe here? Leon reached out his hand with the intent to let another gout of flame consume Nestor's ruby for a few seconds, but right before he let loose with his power, he replied, so long as you prove yourself useful, you'll be kept alive. If you don't prove yourself useful, or if you attempt to subvert me in any way, or try to escape from that ruby, as I no doubt you have the capabilities of doing if left alone long enough, then you'll die. It's that simple. You can take that, or you can die right now. Nestor was quiet for a long few seconds, and when he spoke again, his voice was laced with bitterness and grudging willingness. I suppose I have no choice, do I? Very well, Leon Rame, I will teach you whatever you want to know about the art of enchanting. And the rest? Leon asked, not yet lowering his hand, a few sparks of flame erupting from his fingers and landing on the table that held Nestor's ruby. I can accept your conditions, Nestor grumbled unhappily, a tone which sounded almost magical to Leon's ears. Leon smiled as his hand dropped back down to his side, his power settling back into his body and losing its fire element. Wonderful, he breathed, and the Thunderbird quickly assumed human form, both of their faces bearing mirrored smiles. A good choice, the Thunderbird said, her brilliant yellow eyes fixed on Nestor's ruby. If you had refused even once or continued to protest even further, I would have rescinded my recommendation to young Leon to keep you alive. Leon, for just a moment, thought he saw the ruby tremble, but he didn't say anything about it. In his mind, though, he thought, I think the first thing I'll need to do with this is reinforce the wards that will prevent him from moving. Do you have any questions for right now? Nestor asked, clearly trying to ignore the Thunderbird's choice, though from the way his voice trembled, Leon could tell that he was quite hurt by her disregard. If he hadn't tried to steal Leon's body, Leon might have even felt some measure of sympathy for the dead man, but as it was, he just jumped right into this opportunity. I was hoping for something of a crash course in golem craft, he said. I told you this before, but I ran into golems that you built, as well as stone giants descended from other golems that you left behind. The giants, at least, had achieved sentience. Impossible, Nestor said dismissively. Sentience, true sentience, is impossible to create like that. Sure, There are stories of the primal beings that have succeeded in doing so. I think the humans made by the gods and the demons made by the devils are the two biggest examples, but for us, even after apotheosis, we lack such abilities. You dismiss them too easily, Leon replied. For good reason. I've attempted to create life in such a way many times. You could even say that it has been my life's goal, to create fully sentient and self-aware golems. And yet, when told of your success, you ignore and dismiss it out of hand. I would not believe a word you tell me right now, Nestor shot back, though it was quite understandable in Leon's eyes. Anyway, to turn back to the topic at hand, golems are created when a wisp conjured by the divine power of one who has achieved apotheosis is placed inside of a suitably enchanted frame. The resulting golem is entirely under the control of its creator, unless the creator specifically opens them up for others to manipulate, as I did for most of the golems I created. Seems foolish, Zafin muttered as he took a few steps closer. Such creations shouldn't just be given away like that. I didn't just give them away, you asinine brute, Nestor venomously replied, almost earning him another blast of fire from Leon, until the younger man decided that constantly using pain as a reinforcement wasn't going to work too well for his willingness to continue teaching him, though he could tell that it was probably still going to be a staple of his interactions with Nestor for a while, yet. In presenting them to my family, I expanded the powers we commanded by relieving some of the more laborious tasks that branch kinsmen and vassals were saddled with. Is such golem craft common in the Nexus? Leon asked as the possibilities for such automatons raced through his mind. A civilization without the need for laborers would be a powerful one, indeed, as its citizens would be able to concentrate their energies on higher pursuits rather than preoccupy themselves with their daily needs. No, though it isn't unheard of, Nestor replied. Most of the elemental kings, at least, back in my day, had legions of such creations working for them, though even as many as they had wasn't enough to eliminate the need for manual labor. I see, Leon responded as he began to think. This is a truly daunting thing to learn, then, isn't it? It is one of the most complex uses of the runic arts in existence, Nestor said. Not even the mightiest of weapons or the most advanced arcs that could travel from the edges of the void and back to the Nexus can compare to the art of building golems, for golems are not just machines, but extensions of the will of the mage who creates them. They are facsimiles of life, and even these poor reflections of humanity are far more complex than anything else you can care to mention. Leon smiled, though he doubted Nestor's claims a bit. At the very least, the mention of weapons and arcs was something he found intriguing. At least for now, though, he'd focus on the golems. He knew that he would have a long way to go before he was making golems, especially since they required wisps, which he already knew that only those who had achieved apotheosis could create, but he had hours at least before he had to wake up and set about returning south with his spoils. So, with that in mind, he pushed his lingering anger, frustration, and humiliation out of his head as he addressed the man that had put most of it there. Then let's get started laying the groundwork for you to pass on your knowledge. Chapter 517, Death of the Thunderbird. For several long hours, Nestor and the young Rame spoke at great length, with Nestor getting a feel for Leon's current skill in enchanting. By the end of it, he wasn't particularly enthused about Leon's skill, but he grudgingly admitted that there was some talent there that could be nourished. It would have to be nourished another time, however, for Leon had to get at least some mental rest during the night, and he still had a few things to discuss with the Thunderbird. So, once he and Nestor were finished, with Nestor going quiet as he contemplated what and how to teach the runic arts to Leon, and Zafin returning to his pavilion to meditate, Leon found and approached his ancestor a mile or so away from his mind palace, perched atop a low mountain and gazing out at the forest he had created. He'd flown to her, and he quietly alighted just behind her. She barely even turned her avian head, choosing instead to continue staring out at Leon's domain. Leon didn't press her for speech, though, and simply took up a position right next to her, taking a few minutes to drink in the spectacular multicolored expanse of flora that spread out before them. It took a little longer than a few minutes for the Thunderbird to finally break their silence. In all my years, I don't think I've ever seen someone build a mind palace quite like this, she said, a hint of both mourning and wonder in her sonorous voice. I'm guessing most people take the palace part of mind palace a little too seriously for your tastes. Leon asked, knowing full well that he'd done the same for his first try. They do, the Thunderbird whispered as she closed her hawk-like eyes as a slow, unnatural breeze wound its way through her feathers. I enjoy it here. It's not a perfect replica of the outside world, but to my senses, it hardly matters. I haven't felt the wind or the light of a proper sun in so long. I must thank you for building such a place. Even if you did not do so for me, just being here is a privilege that I treasure." Leon felt nothing but honesty radiating from his normally so domineering ancestor, and it was such an unexpected thing that he almost failed to respond. Contorting his face in surprise, confusion, and embarrassment, Leon simply said, "Yeah, anytime. And, thanks to you, for training me, and for advising me. And for being honest." That wasn't all he wanted to say. He wanted to thank her for choosing him, but the words just didn't come. After all that had happened over the past few days, admitting how badly he had screwed up and how horrific a situation he'd been in was just a little too much to face right about now. So, he continued in a fairly transparent way of changing the subject. "Before I hit the hay, I was hoping to get a couple of questions answered, and maybe a pointer or two from you in defending my soul realm from similar invasions." The Thunderbird seemed to smile, though her avian face was incapable of such expression. Her wing closest to Leon twitched and he almost thought she was going to pull him in for a hug, but in the end, she didn't. "Defending against soul invasions," she whispered. "That's actually not too difficult. You're doing quite well, so far. You just got incredibly unlucky with the first person who tried being so skilled in ancient runes. Without knowing at least that erasure rune I taught you, such people with that kind of knowledge are nearly untouchable." "So I learned." Leon grimaced in the direction of his compound and fought back the urge to drag Nestor out of his ruby and try to kick his teeth in. "The best way to defend yourself is to have something of an army in here," the Thunderbird said. "I told you when you first came here to treat this place as if it were real, for it is a real place. That should be quite obvious, given how much physical material you store here." Leon nodded, though he wasn't quite sure where she was taking this. It was easy enough to think of his soul realm as real. He stored so much here and even Zaffin could exist within it. But he had a little more trouble thinking of it as a place properly connected to the physical universe. "Does this mean I'll have to start building defenses in here?" he hesitantly asked as his eyes scanned the brilliant forest, his enthusiasm to see it marred by castles and fortresses quite low, but his willingness was high enough that he wouldn't hesitate if it were necessary. "Not necessarily," the Thunderbird replied, giving him a little bit of comfort. "Doing so wouldn't be discouraged, of course, but I wouldn't say that soul invasions are a popular tactic in the Nexus. As I told you before, to attack someone's soul realm means that a person's magic body has to leave their physical body, their mind leaves their physical body, and their physical body is thusly left incredibly vulnerable as little more than an empty shell capable of breathing and not much else. That's not to say it doesn't happen, especially not with some of the more powerful figures in the Nexus who can afford to protect someone's physical body, but such attacks are not so frequent. I should think that you need to start building walls and moats and castles in here. No, what you need instead is an army." "An army?" Leon dryly stated, his eyes practically shooting up into his hairline in skepticism. "I don't even think most people can come here. I don't mean bring people from outside in," the Thunderbird countered. "Instead, once you achieve apotheosis, you'll need to dedicate some of your time to creating wisps and having them maintain and defend this place for you. They'll be your first line of defense against anything attempting to replicate Nestor's assault on your soul realm. Various enchantments will be your second line, and you and anyone else that you have in here will be your third and final line. You just said that you weren't encouraging me to bring other people in here, and I'm not, but as it stands, you already have 2 others here not including me who will aid you in defending your soul realm. That living match has already done so, though he predictably failed. Bringing others into your soul realm is a tremendous risk, but there's no reason not to use what you already have." Leon reluctantly nodded. "Besides, there'll be a time when your soul realm may even be connected to the rest of the universe," the Thunderbird continued, causing Leon to look at her in shock. "How would that work?" he wondered aloud. "Why would I even want that? Wouldn't directly connecting my soul realm to the universe just make it vulnerable to anyone who came across it?" The Thunderbird shrugged as much as her avian frame would allow. "Depends on the nature of that connection," she said. "By that time, though, it'll hardly be something you'll need to worry about. Forging such a connection is something far beyond your capabilities. It's even something beyond just about anyone below the level of an elemental king if my estimations of their power are correct." Leon frowned, but he accepted her judgment. There was a great deal more in the world of magic that awaited him, so much more left to discover and learn about beyond even apotheosis. He had no idea what kind of power he might wield if he ever reached the end of that line. if there even was an end to that line. But, with the Thunderbird's mentioning of the Elemental Kings, and with her brief spiel regarding his soul realm defenses seemingly over, Leon turned to something else he wanted to ask her. When speaking with Justin, he told me of a man named Khosrau. Leon wasn't sure what to expect when he said that name in the Thunderbird's presence. Stoic indifference, most likely, with the Thunderbird regarding the man with the dispassion of one who thinks themselves far above the subject of the question. He expected to maybe get a little bit of a more unbiased view of the man from the Thunderbird, assuming she even knew who he was. He was not expecting the Thunderbird to suddenly freeze up as the sky above them turned black with storm clouds in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect lightning to dance around the peaks of distant mountains, or for deafening thunder to come crashing down upon his soul realm a few seconds later. He never would have guessed that the Thunderbird would turn to face him, fury etched into every line of her avian face, her eyes burning silver blue, her aura skyrocketing and filled with killing intent. Khosrau, she growled, sounding far more like she had the first few times Leon had seen her years ago, like the spirit of a furious and vengeful god rather than the softer and gentler tones of a mentor in their student. The Thunderbird's gaze bore deep into Leon while her tremendous aura settled around his shoulders like a rucksack of bricks on a mortal. For what reason did that man invoke the name of the dead? The Thunderbird demanded, her voice resounding in Leon's ears like a hammer to his eardrums. Leon barely managed to remain standing as his head shook and he almost lost his sense of balance as her killing intent swept over him. After taking a moment or two to right himself, Leon asked, he was just explaining the political establishment in the wake of the fall of the primal gods and devils. The Thunderbird stared back down at him for a long moment, her blazing silver blue eyes seeming to search through his entire being, seeking any hint of deceit. Of course, she found none, and when it became apparent to her that Leon wasn't lying, she averted her gaze and went silent. The dark clouds overhead slowly dissipated, the thunder was silenced, and the lightning in the distance ceased. When the Thunderbird turned back to Leon, her eyes had returned to their usual shade of eagle yellow. "I apologize, Leon," she said softly, her voice no longer hitting Leon like a ton of bricks. "I lost myself a little, there. Khosrau and I have history. Bloody history." "I think that was obvious," Leon replied as he fought off the last few traces of killing intent that the Thunderbird had suffused the air with. Allow me to explain why," the Thunderbird said as she shifted back into her human form. Her bronze physique practically sparkled with health in the light of Leon's soul realm, but she had a terrible look of hatred and dread in her eyes that sent shivers down Leon's spine, and when she spoke again, she did so with a grim tone. One that held no traces of levity or unseriousness. "Khosrau is the man who killed me," she said, and Leon immediately understood her anger for the man. "I was one of the last of the ascended beasts alive in the Nexus during the wars at the end of the Primal Age. I'd outlived all 7 of the great dragons, I'd seen the fall of the primal gods, and I'd even participated in bringing the primal devils to their reckoning. And yet, when Khosrau and I fought, I lost." "Why did you two fight?" Leon asked. "Was it for any particular reason? Or was it just because you were one of the old guard, so to speak?" "I attacked him," the Thunderbird replied. "I did so with 3 of my closest friends at my side, the Heavenly Wolf, Kate Sith an Ascended Panther strong in the ways of darkness magic and Bennu one of the first children of the Phoenix, and the only one of her progeny to be born as a phoenix rather than a human. Not long after the last of the great campaigns had been fought and he'd established his new order, Khosrau, the great lord of all mankind, led a final push toward our lands since we refused to bow to him and acknowledge the changes he'd brought to the universe. To do so would have meant to acknowledge his supremacy over us. So, we went out to meet him in battle. And you lost?" Leon asked apprehensively, his opinion of Khosrau diminishing quite a bit. "Yes and no," the Thunderbird replied. "I and my friends perished, but our clans survived. Khosrau was mortally wounded in the battle, and his followers took him away to try and heal him. Wherever they took him, they did not succeed, for Khosrau was never seen again. His campaign was halted in its tracks, and my clan went on to seize the title of Storm King only a few millennia later when Khosrau's hand-picked Elemental King of Lightning ended his own long life. It took a long time for me to realize what had happened and to reorient myself to my new position. It wasn't until my children and grandchildren had passed on that I was able to directly speak with my descendants as easily as I am with you right now. But I was informed that Khosrau had disappeared after that fight. The wounds we inflicted him were mortal, though, as much as any wounds could be. His body had been ravaged, his soul realm had been destroyed, and his magic body had been torn asunder. With the magic left in his physical body, he couldn't have lasted longer than a few days after being carried off that battlefield, and indeed, he was never seen again. He must have been incredibly powerful to stand against you four all alone, Leon said, though in his tone was the implied question of whether or not Khosrau had fought them alone. He was the most powerful human I had ever seen, the Thunderbird replied. Even to this day, I have never seen a human exceed his capabilities. He'd brought his soul realm into the universe as a physical place, making it nearly impossible to destroy and granting him a great deal of power over the physical world. He could essentially create things at will in the physical world using the mists of chaos, just as you can hear in your soul realm. Leon's eyes went wide. He could just create? He asked in wonder. He could, the Thunderbird confirmed. In him, humanity finally had an answer for the greatest powers that the gods and devils could command, including their great collections of universe fragments. He could also teleport across the universe practically at will, and so long as his soul realm existed, his body could not be destroyed. It also drank in much of the power from the Nexus, granting him magical might beyond what any other being at the time could muster, with the sole exceptions of the kings of the primal gods and devils and the great dragons. How did those beings fall? Then, if they were so powerful? Leon asked. Khosrau led all of humanity, the Thunderbird explained. He did not face them alone. They took grievous casualties, but humanity has never wanted for replacements. Their nearly endless hordes, the allies Khosrau had made including me, for a time, and the timing of his strikes usually right after the gods and devils had worn themselves down by fighting each other allowed him to come out on top in these wars and usher in this age of humanity. Leon nodded in understanding, though he couldn't help but find some admiration for Khosrau bloom in his heart, even if the man had wound up being an enemy of his clan, in the end. More than that, though, he found himself imagining himself with all of that power, to be able to create whatever he wanted at will and to have an effectively limitless supply of magic power. So, he's dead, he said after a few seconds of fantasizing. That resonates with what Justin revealed about him. It seems like the system he built endures, and that he's greatly venerated in the Nexus. The Thunderbird clicked her tongue. Such veneration shall never be found within me. Khosrau was greedy and duplicitous, he deserved a painful death. Leon smiled bitterly, recognizing much of his own anger in his ancestor. Khosrau had, by her own admission, been an ally of hers, at least for a time, but the two of them had wound up killing each other. And now, it was Leon's goal to find a way to reclaim his clan's position within that system. As he considered that, Leon couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Khosrau's law wasn't going to be kind to him, if Justin's accounts of how those with inherited bloodlines were treated was anything to go by. If that was going to be the case, then he wasn't sure if he wanted a place in Khosrau's law. There must be a way, he murmured aloud as something occurred to him, something more ambitious than just about anything else he'd ever considered. The Thunderbird turned to look at him, but Leon didn't say anything more. If Khosrau's law was as definite as it seemed, having survived for millions of years, then what Leon had the sudden urge to do was madness. He clamped down hard on that urge. A single person couldn't possibly challenge that system, they couldn't possibly build one of their own to replace it, could they? Leon wondered as a smile of desire spread across his face. If he could reclaim his family's old titles and powers as the Storm King, then maybe. The smile on his face grew wider as a hint of ambition glittered in his golden eyes. Chapter 518. Leaving the lab. It was a fairly short night for Leon, mostly because of his conversations with the Thunderbird, Nestor, and starting his tutelage under the latter. A lot had been given to him to think about and to practice, and now he was greatly looking forward to returning home and getting in some much-needed rest. One thing that he still had to figure out, however, was his relationship with Valeria. Now that he and her father had made their peace, even if Leon wasn't ever going to forget what Justin had done, there was little reason for their relationship to stay the same. He knew that he was definitely attracted to her, and that the only real reason he'd stayed away from her was because of Justin. Now, that obstacle was gone, and Leon wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to try and see where the two of them might go. At the very least, though, he knew that Elise would probably be ecstatic, and even if he didn't do anything immediately, she'd probably start to pressure him to make a decision. As Maya began to stir beside him, Leon smiled in a self-deprecating way. Here he was with a gorgeous woman snuggled up against him and another one waiting for him back in Vale Town, and yet his thoughts were filled with romantic notions about a third. Maybe I'm a greedy person. Leon wondered half seriously, which began to grow more serious the more he thought about it. If neither Elise nor Maya minded, and Valeria wanted to explore their relationship, then Leon thought they could all make it work between them. There wasn't much of a reason to hesitate anymore. And yet, hesitate he did. As much as he wanted Valeria and as much as his greedy side, he briefly wondered if this was influenced by his draconic ancestor, though he hardly had any proof that that side of him had any great influence upon him. Demanded that he go to her immediately and make her his woman. His calmer, more rational side was telling him to wait. After all that had happened over the past couple of days, he wanted to know where she stood. With her father back, she might want to devote her time to helping Chieftain heal and regain his lost power rather than being with Leon and his two other lovers. She hadn't expressed much interest in Elise or Maya, after all, so she had fewer options for physical and emotional fulfillment than his other lovers did. She'd have to give up a share of his attention to the others that she otherwise would have from anyone else, while potentially getting no attention from them in return. Leon couldn't help but frown as he considered that possibility. He didn't want her to leave, and he felt like he owed her at least a little bit for following him so far despite helping her to find her father and paying her the salary that she'd asked for months ago. "What are you thinking about so early?" Maya asked, her voice straining from just having woken up, her eyes squinting as they struggled to stay open even in the near-total darkness of Nestor's unpowered lab. Leon smiled at her as she stretched in his arms, and said, "Us. You, me, Elise. I had a question for you, though. When you think about our future, is it just us three that you see? Can you imagine anyone else there with us?" Maya froze for a moment, then turned her lake blue eyes toward Leon, narrowing them slightly. "I assume you're talking about someone in particular?" she asked. Leon, without hesitation, replied, "Valeria." Maya averted her gaze, and Leon thought for a moment that she was about to blow up at him. Instead, she simply murmured, "You could do worse." Leon was silent for a long moment after she said that. Through their connection, he couldn't feel any rage or hatred, but he couldn't feel much of anything else, either. He sighed, supposing that this was probably about as positive a reaction as he was going to get from her, especially given how mistrustful and antagonistic Maya had treated Valeria over the past few weeks. "Maya," Leon whispered, feeling her tense up a moment as the power of him saying her true name hit her body. That wasn't really an answer. Maya pushed herself against Leon a little more, though Leon figured that was mostly instinctive after he used her name. That certainty, however, was called into question when a moment later Maya responded, "I don't mind. She's not bad. You could do worse. I'd prefer if you could look at me when you say that, and if you could be more specific," Leon said, gently taking her chin in one of his hands and tilting her head up to look at him. "This is a gigantic decision that will affect the rest of our lives. I don't want this to be a convenience thing, or a snap decision. I get the feeling that you're not totally sold on this, though, so I'll wait for your answer. If yes, we'd probably be adding another member to our family, because I know that Elise will say yes, and I'm coming around to the idea, as well. If no, then our family will remain us and Elise. Whatever happens next has to be unanimous among us. And if you do say that it's fine, that you give your consent for this, I want you to know that you will never take second place to Valeria. None of you will be ignored. That, I'd swear on my soul realm, on my blood, and on my name." Leon had felt a few twinges of uncertainty and fear as he was speaking, leading him to need to affirm their relationship again. No matter what happened, he wanted to take the path of greatest happiness and least regrets for everyone. "While you think about it, we should probably get up. We've got a long way to go before we get home, and I'd like to get going as soon as possible." Maya nodded and slid out of his arms. The two were silent as they dressed and left the room they'd hunkered down in for the night. Only a minute or two later, they were knocking on the door where they'd left Valeria and Chieftain the night before, and after a few seconds, the door slid open to reveal both silver-haired people dressed and wide awake. "There you are," Valeria cried out as she opened the door, her face split in a huge smile that seemed completely at odds with her usual reserved stoicism and the terribly stressful few days they'd suffered through. Her demeanor was so bright that it almost seemed to cut through the darkness of the powerless facility. "I almost thought I was going to have come find you too and wake you up." "Sorry," Leon said as he and Maya slipped into the room. "Didn't realize we were so late." "It's not that late," Chieftain said from the sofa he'd obviously slept on, his voice and appearance a little more energetic than it had been the day before. "My daughter is just eager to return to the Bull Kingdom." His face was illuminated by a small orb of light hovering over a sheet of spell paper which Leon recognized as a small candlelight spell that Valeria had clearly packed. With the facility's power crystal now in his possession, it was the only light by which the now mortal Justin could see. "There's not much else for us to do here, is there?" Valeria asked. "Not that I can think of," Leon replied. "I think it's best if we leave as soon as we can. Put all of this behind us." "I think that's about the best idea that's ever been had," Valeria replied. "I don't know," Leon said as he slowly walked over in Justin's direction. "Putting cheese on pasta was a spectacular idea, whoever first thought of that was a damn genius. Hopefully, we'll be able to at least approach its ingenuity with whatever we come up with to get you back south." Justin raised an eyebrow in amusement. "I assumed I was going to walk," he said half sarcastically. "No," Leon definitively replied. "There is too much awful, terrible, murderous stuff between us and the Bull Kingdom for us to be slowed down by someone as injured as you." "I'm aware, I was only joking," Justin said, cracking a brief smile. "Perhaps a litter with an air rune to make it float. Tie me down well enough and you'll be able to easily run without worrying too much about me keeping up." Leon nodded. This was a fairly common tactic down in the Bull Kingdom, and he had no reason to think it wouldn't work here. Fortunately, since Maya and Valeria had trashed the room when the golems attacked and most of the furniture had been destroyed, they had no shortage of wood to work with. Their only problem was finding enough of sufficient size and getting it all stuck together. The nails that had been used in the creation of the furniture all had strange twisted ridges that Leon could guess made them much better than straight nails, but they had no way to get them into the wood in a timely manner. After about half an hour, though, they'd found enough wood to make a litter, used ice as ad hoc adhesive, and Leon put the requisite glyph on the bottom, letting the litter float a little more. Then 3 feet off the ground. It looked like crap and Leon anticipated it falling apart sooner rather than later, but for what tools they had available to them, it was about the best they could do. A moment later, Leon picked Justin up and gently set him down upon the litter, testing its strength. Once they were confident that it was as stable and secure as was feasible, they immediately set off for the entrance of the facility. It was depressing walking through the place after having seen how majestic it was only 24 hours before, and the small group didn't speak much until they'd walked out the front door. Leon paused a moment to contemplate trying to take the eyes of the wrecked Thunderbird Colossus, guessing that they would have made for great enchanting material, but decided against it. He just didn't want to spend that much time here, and he figured that if the eyes were needed badly enough, he'd always be able to come back when he was stronger get them. It was barely even dawn when they exited the facility, which cheered everyone up a little. It meant that they had plenty of time to move, and they spent it as well as they could getting across the grassy field. Leon set a quick pace, but didn't quite go fast enough to tax anyone's abilities as he was keeping an eye on Justin's litter. Justin seemed a little uncomfortable, especially with the ice that had been used in its creation, but it remained aloft, and Leon didn't care about much else. As they made their way through the field, Leon had a brief thought about taking the corpses of the ice demons, but a quick inspection with his magic senses indicated that there would be little point. Their corpses clearly still had some power in them since they were frosting over the grass around them, but the power was weak that Leon didn't think it would be worth it. Like the Colossus' eyes, he was sure they'd be waiting for him if he ever decided to return. The Gorgon's tunnel was thankfully still there, but no one relaxed until they emerged on the other side. There was little conversation as they bolted into the trees. They made no attempt to be stealthy since they figured that there was nothing they could do to escape the notice of the stronger beings in the forest of black and white, so their priority was to get east across the Trolls Bridge as soon as they could. In that, they made good time. Their rapid pace had them passing the pillar in the lake where they'd encountered the Gorgon before noon, and by the time the sun was starting to dip low in the sky, they'd reached the Trolls Bridge without any notable incidents. Leon and Maya had managed to steer them clear of most threats, and they moved fast enough that they weren't ambushed by any ice wraiths. A few silvers then changed hands from Leon to the troll, and all 4 were able to easily cross the bridge. From there, Leon led them on almost a straight shot north, making for the Hardwood Grove. There were no other safe places to rest for the night, so even though he wasn't sure if they'd make it or not, he pushed them on regardless. It was a fairly hard journey for all of them, but especially for Justin. Despite Leon's well-crafted enchantment keeping the litter afloat in the air, it was still a ramshackle thing, and with Leon pulling it and being none too gentle, Justin was tossed and thrown around rather more than was comfortable. But he wasn't about to complain. He'd lost essentially all of his companions that had come with him to Eterna in this place. He could deal with a bit of discomfort to reach safety before it got too dark. Fortunately, the group reached the hardwood grove just before the last rays of sunlight vanished behind the distant mountains. It had been a hard run of more than 50 miles through rough terrain and with the stressful knowledge that slowing down even a little bit meant likely death, but they had made it just barely in time. None of them were in the mood to set up much in the way of sleeping arrangements. They simply found a good place to collapse, and did so. For all intents and purposes, their business was done in the forest of black and white, barring one last trip Leon wanted to make to his old home and Maya's request to visit the Gorgon once more. Everyone was eager to reunite with Elise, at least, everyone but Justin, on that front, and return south. Chapter 519. Justin's request. When Leon's group awoke in the hardwood grove, the sun was already high in the sky, showing that they had all been much more tired than they had realized. They'd slept for more than 12 hours. Without the unknown fate of Justin or a mysterious Thunderbird clan base in the mountains to push them onward, however, no one was in too much of a hurry to leave. As a result, Leon said that it ought to be fine for everyone to rest up for the day in the grove and return eastward the following day. It was a relief for the other three, perhaps especially for Justin, since he wasn't looking forward to another rushed trip strapped to the litter. As with the previous time they'd visited, the peace and quiet of the grove weighed heavily upon all of them, and Maya and Valeria found themselves going off to be alone among the hardwood trees despite everything that had happened recently. Leon, however, didn't follow suit. He almost did, which would have left Justin alone. Not that he seemed to mind, since he let Valeria leave with nothing more than a nod of acceptance, but Justin instead asked Leon to stay for a few minutes. "What is it?" Leon asked with some confusion and suspicion as he paused and turned back around to look at Justin, who was laying back on a bedroll, his body still too weak to move much on his own. "I was just hoping we could stay to talk a little bit," Justin replied, his voice sounding much stronger than his appearance suggested, leading Leon to think that maybe it wasn't so much weakness that was keeping him down as it was needing to learn to move again without all of his power granting him superhuman strength and speed. The loss of the mental enhancements that came with the fourth tier likely didn't help matters, either. Leon stole a glance off into the grove. The grove was calling to him, and the vague tickling sensation he felt running down his spine had him thinking that it wasn't just an esoteric expression of his desire to be alone in nature. However, he reluctantly turned back toward Justin and sat down in comfortable speaking range. "What do you want to talk about?" Leon asked. "I wanted to apologize to you," Justin said, his gaze lowering in an expression of shame. "When you pulled me out of those vines and during our conversation after, I said many things that I now regret. Worse than that, however, is what I have done to your family. I know that words will never erase what I've done, but I hope that they can at least be a place for me to start making amends. I know that you must hate me and that staying your blade when I was at your mercy was more than I could ever deserve, and for that, I will forever be grateful." Leon's eyes narrowed in mild suspicion while the rest of his face contorted in surprise. Justin had, indeed, said many things that led Leon to think that he didn't regret his actions. To hear an apology break from his mouth was something he never thought would have happened, and especially not so soon. "Where is all of this coming from?" Leon asked after a moment of stunned silence as Justin gave him some time to process his statement. "After you and your river nymph companion left us, my daughter and I had a long talk," Justin replied with a heavy tone and a heavier look. "She helped me to get a little bit of perspective, to see beyond my current situation. I was not in the proper state of mind when I asked you to kill me, and that you didn't despite what I've done is a mercy that I don't deserve. But Valeria helped me to see what might be with your help. What the future might hold if I help you. She helped me to see what my wife might think of me if I don't turn back from the course I've laid out for myself and upon which I've already traveled a long way." Leon began to slightly frown the more he heard. The way Justin was acting now was a little more in line with the man that Valeria had claimed him to be, but Leon couldn't help but think that it was a ruse, some kind of trick to get him to lower his guard for when Justin had the strength to act against him again. However, perhaps a little more telling about Justin's thoughts about him was the fact that he hadn't apologized for the dehumanizing things he'd said about Leon and others with inherited bloodlines. "Leon," Justin continued, "let me say this in no uncertain terms, for I want there to be no doubt as to their meaning. I am sorry for coming here to kill you. I am sorry that I killed your father, uncle, and grandfather. These were not honorable acts, and I regret them very much." Leon remained silent, unsure how to take Justin's apology. It was so blatant that it couldn't be ignored, but Leon was at least grateful that it didn't come when he and Justin were in the company of others. If other people heard those words, it would put pressure on Leon, whether it would be stated or not, for it would be expected of him to forgive Justin, or to at least say that he did. "I need to think about that," Leon finally said after a long moment of silence. "I understand," Justin replied. "Such crimes that I have committed against you and your family are not those that can be easily forgiven, if they can be forgiven at all. I can only ask for your patience and mercy to allow me to show you my contrition. If you have need of anything that I can provide, then you only need to ask for it, and it shall be yours." "Such promises are dangerous," Leon said with a sly look, trying to put what had just happened behind them with some slightly less serious talk. "And yet, they are necessary if we are to move forward," Justin responded. "I understand that you intend to aid my daughter in rescuing my wife from Cameron. We hadn't really worked out any details, but I was intending on doing that," Leon said. If Valeria joined his family, as he was starting to allow himself to hope that she might, then her mother would be part of his family, too. He was already intending on finding his own mother, besides, so what was another? "Naturally, I will do everything I can do to aid you in that goal, as well," Justin said. "I may have sunk to a dark place during my captivity, but I now hope to make things up to you, to patch things up with my daughter, and rescue my wife. I can't do any of that powerless. Would my regaining power be an issue for you, Leon?" Leon gave him a long, hard look. There were always magical oaths he could ask Justin to swear to, but he wasn't sure how effective they would be on someone who had lost their soul realm. As he thought on the problem more, he figured that a bit of trust could go a long way. Justin as he was now was no threat, and so long as Leon kept up with his training, he never would be. He doubted he'd reach the Nexus anytime soon, so there could be decades or even centuries for him to watch Justin and look for any signs of betrayal. In short, it was risky, but not as much as it appeared on the surface. "I don't have an issue with it," Leon said with an ominous warning. Leaving any threats he might have been tempted to make unsaid, but with the serious and weighty way that Justin nodded his head in gratitude, Leon had a feeling that the man had gotten the message anyway. "Now, then, Leon," Justin continued, "there was something else I was hoping to bring up with you. What is it?" Leon asked, his irritation rising for a moment before he smothered it. He wanted to head out into the grove and spend some time relaxing amongst the trees, not speak with Justin, despite how consequential their talks might be. "I said many things to you the other day, one of them being how people like you, those with inherited bloodlines, are treated in the Nexus." Leon nodded. "Things are not as cut and dry as I made them out to be. There are many in the Nexus who hold no grudges against your kind, and many who openly prefer alliances and friendships with those of bestial lineages." Leon had to stifle a grimace even though it seemed like he was choosing his words and thinking about what he was saying. Justin still wasn't using the most flattering of language. "But there are many more who openly despise your people and put in great work to lay them low." "Yes, and you said that Cameron is one of them." "Yes, yes he is. To be one of your kind in the Nexus is not a safe position, and neither is it to be attached to one like you." "Are you scared?" Leon asked, his tone more incredulous than accusatory. It almost sounded like Justin was about to try and convince him not to go to the Nexus. "Not for me," Justin gravely answered. "My words were honest and genuine when I said I would aid you. If you go to the Nexus, then I shall be at your back, fighting alongside you with all that I have. No, my concern is for my daughter." One of Leon's eyebrows elevated, but he didn't interrupt despite Justin leaving enough room for him to interject. "Are you interested in Valeria?" Justin pointedly asked, not beating around the bush. Leon almost burst out laughing. When they first met, he'd been incredibly attracted to her. She was gorgeous, to be sure, and her body seemed almost tailored to his preferences, but he'd spent so long trying to convince himself not to think that way about her that he was a little worried he'd internalized it somewhat. Even with his thoughts of the past day or so leading him to try and see if she might be willing to join his family, he still felt an instinctive rejection begin in his throat and almost make it past his lips. But he caught himself. Justin was treating this with deadly seriousness, if his expression was anything to go by, and since it concerned his and Valeria's future relationship, Leon didn't want to treat it with anything less than the same. "I am," Leon replied, and for clarification he added, "physically, romantically, intellectually, no matter how you might want to phrase it, I am interested in her." Justin sagged into his bedroll. "I was worried that you were," he murmured in dejection. It was clear to me that she had some interest in you from how she spoke of you, but then she confirmed it before we left that place. You make it sound like that's the worst possible thing in the world, Leon said, part of himself wondering if he ought to be offended by Justin's tone. It is, Justin replied, causing that part of Leon to become a little more persuasive. It would be better if the two of you remain separate. To be attached like that to someone like you is a terribly dangerous thing. She will already be putting herself in great danger in following you to the Nexus, but if she were to bear you a child, she would eternally doom herself in the Nexus. In the incredibly likely scenario that you should fail, then her fate would be to join you in death. But if you two are separate, it would improve her chances of surviving your suicidal stand against Cameron. I cannot see that happen to her. She is all I have left. You don't have her, Leon growled, his offense having grown practically with every word that Justin spoke. She is her own person, and so am I. What we are to each other is none of your business. I'm guessing she understands the risks. She does. I explained them to her when we spoke, Justin replied, his tone indicating to Leon that Valeria hadn't taken his warning to heart, especially since he was now entreating him to leave her alone. For her own safety, it would be for the best if you and she maintained a certain distance. Did you say all that because you're genuinely concerned about her, or because you don't want any hypothetical child she might have to be mine as well? Leon demanded, his voice remaining quiet and steady, though taking on dangerous tones as killing intent started to wind its way through his aura. As a matter of fact, is that the reason you wanted to apologize in the first place? So that I might feel a little more inclined to take you at your word and stay away from her? No, Justin insisted, I meant every word. I intend to aid you as much as I can in your quest to take your revenge. But my daughter means everything to me, and I can't just sit by and not do anything while she throws away any future she might have outside of you. Leon rose from where he was seated, glaring at Justin like a hawk eyeing prey, his golden eyes glittering the light of the sun that shone through the leaves of the nearby heartwood trees. What we become, where we take our relationship, is none of your business, Leon said with a tone of finality, any notion of Justin possibly following through with his promise to do anything he asked vanishing like it hadn't ever been said. He wasn't sure if he could possibly say anything more without raising his voice or even possibly getting violent if Justin continued to insist, so instead of further escalating things, he simply turned away from Justin and walked out into the trees, leaving the silver-haired man to wallow there alone and on the brink of tears, unable to move, unable to do anything besides just lay there and fear the future. Chapter 520. Maya's answer. The further Leon went into the Heartwood glade, the more furious he became at Justin's apology. While the apology itself had seemed genuine enough, Justin had not once said anything about feeling sorry for his attitude towards those with inherited bloodlines, showcasing that the attitude that allowed him to do what he did with a fairly clear conscience hadn't changed. What was more, he showed his true colors when he got to the real reason why he wanted to talk, to try and convince Leon to not get together with Valeria. Leon, if he were being honest with himself, only wanted Valeria more after Justin said that. He even toyed with the idea of going to find Valeria as he walked away from Justin just to spite the man. But he recognized that as a dangerous mindset to have. He knew that Valeria loved her father, for all his faults, and she wouldn't appreciate that kind of motive. Besides, while Leon was hardly the greatest social expert, he was still able to perceive that starting a relationship out of spite wasn't a good way to make it last. So, instead of heading off to find Valeria, he instead decided to take a longer walk through the grove to clear his head. He needed to plan how to get back south to Tira, something which he figured would take at least a week even at the fastest. He had to get the items he'd buried in his old home, Maya had to meet with the Gorgon, he had to revisit Zaffin's prison and take the large power storage crystal there, and he had to visit the archives below Argent Palace. After all of that, though, he didn't know quite what he would do. Without any further trouble in the Bull Kingdom that had him constantly moving around, without anyone in the royal legions to answer to, Leon felt kind of lost. He felt a brief pang of loss in his chest as he remembered Trajan. The prince had done many things for Leon, but one that he was only now starting to appreciate was the sense of order and structure that Trajan gave him. Leon rarely had to wonder what he was going to do like he was now in that brief year and a half he was with Trajan. Maybe some time to not do much of anything, he mused, the idea appealing to him. Some time alone to be with Elise, Maya, and Valeria while whiling away his days in his enchanting workshop sounded utterly delightful. He'd have to go further south at some point, if only to investigate the other points on the map from the cradle, and he had to visit the stone giants at least one more time to hand over their dead. He'd make time for the stone giants soon, but heading further south wasn't something he necessarily needed to do with any urgency. Now that Justin had been taken out of the picture, he could just as easily stick around in the Bull Kingdom for a few years while he spent his time learning from the Thunderbird and Nestor, brushing up his skills and power until he was in a more secure position. He didn't want to find himself completely powerless down in the Four Empires where the vast majority of locations on the Cradle's map were located. As for what he was going to make with those refined skills and powers, well, he had some ideas. Upgrades to his flight suit, building magic weapons into his armor, some defensive wards that he'd thought up and wanted to experiment with, and maybe even some things that weren't directly related to combat if he was feeling particularly adventurous. As Leon walked through the grove, his thoughts filled with the possibilities of the future, he sensed something that pulled him right back to reality, hints of a powerful aura that was completely alien to the peaceful and serene nature of the grove. Not violent, not acting against the peace of the heartwood trees, but definitely something that had him feeling a little bit concerned. Leon projected his magic senses, and when he saw the source of that aura, he didn't know if he should be terrified, mildly irritated, or happy that something on his list of things he needed to do was being taken care of so soon. The Gorgon was in the grove, and she was meeting with Maya. He paused and simply surveyed the scene. His instinct was to rush over and investigate, but Maya didn't seem to be in any danger judging by her body language, and the feelings he could perceive through their connection didn't lead him to think that she was in any distress. If anything, she seemed completely at ease, silently speaking with the Gorgon about something. Hells, Maya and the Gorgon were even in the natural state of river nymphs, without a stitch of clothing on. At least, Leon initially assumed that the woman Maya was speaking with was still a Gorgon. It was certainly the same being that his group had encountered several days before, but after a few moments, he saw her step out of the pond that she and Maya had been sharing. As with all beings of their nature, they had merged with the water, leaving their lower halves invisible to his eyes. However, when the Gorgon stepped out of the pond, what she revealed wasn't a long serpentine tail, but a pair of shapely human legs that could entice lust out of just about any lady lover in the world. Leon couldn't help but stare for a few seconds before he shook his head and pulled his mind out of the gutter. So, the Gorgon was no longer a Gorgon, at least as far as he could tell. Now that he knew that something had changed, he could sense a similar change in her aura, with it seeming a little more fluid, if such a term could even describe such things. It flowed and ebbed with a water-like fluidity, in contrast to the heavier and less active aura she had before, which made sense if she were changing from a creature of stone magic to one of water magic. It wasn't until the Gorgon the term no longer applied, but Leon had no idea what else to call her, turned her head in his direction and smiled that he realized he'd been staring and that she'd caught him. A moment later, Maya turned in his direction and flashed him a brilliant smile and an inviting wave of her hand. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself and to bolster his resolve not to stare at the nude Gorgon, then began to walk over. As he approached, a similarly nude Maya held out her arm to him, and when he gratefully took it, she gently pulled him into the water, completely disregarding the water that soaked his clothes. "What's going on?" he asked with concern, though with the Gorgon just standing there smiling at the two of them, he wasn't quite as on edge as he otherwise thought he would have been. "She was waiting for us to return," Maya replied, keeping her fingers tightly intertwined with his. "She wanted to show us that her cure worked." "It worked?" Leon asked aloud. "It did," the Gorgon replied. "I am no longer afflicted with the curse of Gorgonism, as you should be able to tell." With a theatrical flourish, the former Gorgon spun around, showing off her enviable body seemingly without a single care. "It seems very obvious," Leon replied as he shamelessly took a closer look. If she didn't care about her state of undress, then he resolved not to, either. However, what he at first thought he might see some kind of sign that her legs were illusory or otherwise not real, he only saw real flesh. Just smooth ivory skin, toned thighs and calves, hips just right for. He averted his gaze back to Maya before he could let that line of thought continue. His river nymph lover clearly sensed his mental state, because she only laughed and pressed herself closer to him with a mirthful look in her eyes. He guessed that she might have some things to say about his wandering eyes, but given what he could feel through their connection, he didn't think those things would necessarily be all that bad. "I have to wonder," the former Gorgon said as she finished her pirouette and stepped back into the water, submerging her restored legs about up to her knees, "does this change anything between you two?" Leon cocked an eyebrow as he looked back to the former Gorgon. He felt Maya momentarily freeze up, and he picked up out of the corner of his eye a brief glare sent the former Gorgon's way, and he wondered what that was about. Making him even more confused was a hint of fear that he felt in Maya, and a little taste of something that felt like dread. "No," he said after a moment spent reeling from the question. "As far as I'm concerned, this changes nothing. Hells, at this point, I wouldn't leave Naiad if she actually became a Gorgon, though I am grateful that it seems we'll never have to test that." Leon gave Maya a teasing smile and she pinched his arm. "I didn't think your relationship would change, not from what I can see from the two of you," the former Gorgon replied, her lips turning up into an almost motherly smile. "How long have you been here?" Leon asked. "A while," she replied. "As I was just telling your mate when she arrived, I wasted no time using your blood to fuel my rebirth. None of it remains, by the way, assuming you even care about my reassurances. I am now almost as I was before I became the monster you knew." "Almost?" Leon asked, one of his eyebrows rising as his golden eyes locked on the former Gorgon in muted alarm and curiosity. "Almost," she repeated. "I'm afraid that these years haven't left me untouched." As the former Gorgon trailed off, Maya brought her back with a quick question. "You can't bond with anyone, can you?" The former Gorgon turned back to her kinswoman with a bitter smile. "No, I can't, though I'm curious as to how you knew that. It's in your aura," Maya replied. "It feels closed, if that makes any sense." "It does, a little," the former Gorgon replied. "I was never planning on mating with anyone, never really saw much point in it, personally, but still, it doesn't feel good to have my options now limited. If I was to never mate, I would have felt much more comfortable about it if it were my decision alone, rather than something forced upon me by circumstance. And yet, you became a Gorgon in the first place because you never mated with anyone," Leon pointed out. "Was that intentional, or was that not a choice you made?" "I decided not to," she replied with a thoughtful look. "I suppose my choice was made back then, wasn't it?" "Thank you, boy, that makes me feel a little bit better," Leon nodded awkwardly. "Sure, no problem. Happy to help, that's me." "I'm sure it is," the former Gorgon said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, what was the cure, if I may be so bold as to ask?" "Did you not look at the scroll I left you?" Leon gave the former Gorgon a sheepish look. "I had a lot going on at the time," the former Gorgon gave him a long, disapproving stare, but she refrained from giving voice to whatever was in her mind. Leon decided not to press things too much, so he, too, said nothing more. "I used basically the same potion that was written on that scroll," she said as Maya pulled it out of her soul realm and unfurled it. When Leon glanced at it, he saw that it wasn't overly complicated, but he noticed that nowhere on it was his blood written. "How does my blood factor into this?" he asked. "Do you see where it says, Catalyst?" the former Gorgon asked with an exasperated sigh. Then, without waiting for either Leon or Maya to say anything more, she said, "Well, I think I have nothing more to stay here for. Everything that I wanted to say has been said. The cure is in your hands, we have no more business. Good luck to you both, thank you for cooperating with me and for not killing me when you had the chance." The former Gorgon began to walk out into the grove as she spoke, and while he briefly had the thought to go after her and ask her more questions about what she would do next and to get some better details about the potion, he paused. Maya wasn't moving, and she still had her hand on his arm. When his eyes met hers that were filled with great expectation, he found that he couldn't leave, no matter his remaining suspicions of the former Gorgon. And so, only a few minutes later, the former Gorgon vanished into the trees, and Leon doubted he'd ever see her again. He was inclined to think that it was a good thing, so with one last frown in the former Gorgon's direction, he turned his attention fully back to Maya. "How are you doing?" he asked his river nymph lover. She smiled at him and replied, "Better than ever." She took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Leon's waist, using all of her 8th tier strength to hold him close and not let him go anywhere. She was still completely sans clothes, but unlike how she usually acted, there was little about this embrace that was sexual, and Leon could pick up on it. She just wanted to be close to him, so he wrapped his arms around her and held her as she was him. They stayed like that for a long few minutes, just basking in each other's company, before Maya spoke again. "I was afraid that you might leave," she said. "My aunt, it's weird calling her that said that. You wouldn't, and Valeria said that you wouldn't, but I still needed to hear it from you." Leon gave her a disbelieving look, one that was almost hurt. That was never going to happen, he whispered back to her as he pulled away from her just enough so that he could look her in the eye. I've had other opportunities to leave, I think, and plenty of time to think of a way out of that oath that you had me swear when we first met. It's been a long time since I even thought about trying to do so. I love you, I know, she replied. A moment later, her bronze cheeks flushed as her lips were pulled back into a shy smile. I apologize that I keep making you say it. I'll say it as many times as you need to hear it, Leon replied. Don't ever be sorry about it. If you're feeling self-conscious or insecure, just come to me or Elise. We'll be sure to kill those thoughts dead, because we are not going anywhere without you. Leon paused a moment as he glanced around at their Elise-less surroundings. Metaphorically speaking, you know, in our relationship. We're not going anywhere in our relationship, without you, Leon regretted continuing to speak almost as soon as he started, and he trailed off as his brain finally kicked in and forced him to stop before he said something stupid. Fortunately for him, Maya didn't seem to be offended and just smiled at him as his cheeks reddened. I think I'll be fine with it, she said. When Leon gave her a slightly confused look, she clarified, Valeria, I mean. I don't think that she and I will ever have the same relationship as Elise and I do, but, if you love her, and if she loves you, then you two should see where that could lead. Just so long as you don't neglect me or Elise, that is. Leon wasn't sure how to respond to that, words just didn't seem adequate enough. So, he held Maya tighter and opened up his emotions to their connection as much as he could, letting her feel just how much he cared about her. His love poured out of him and into her, and her body shuddered in response. I have only one condition, though, Maya added as she swiftly regained her composure, sending a tiny little tremor of panic running down Leon's spine. When we get back south, I want you to teach me how to read this paper. And, I guess, to read other things, too. Leon laughed as he pressed his forehead into hers. That, I can do, he said. The two stood there in that pond for a long while, basking in each other's presence, not saying or doing anything more. Chapter 521, A second departure all too soon. Leon and his group's time in the Heartwood Grove came to an end. Leon didn't want them to stay too long, even though the grove itself seemed to revel in his presence as much as he reveled in its. The golden leaves of the trees seemed to sparkle and glimmer more the second morning than they did the first, and Leon momentarily wondered what Nestor's thoughts about the place would be. However, he quickly put that out of his mind. He didn't want to hear from that man right now, despite the peaceful aura that the trees filled him with. The night before the group left, Leon and Valeria took some time to fix up Justin's litter. They managed to rig up something that was a little more stable and didn't require magical ice to remain together, while the two put their heads together and came up with an air enchantment that would keep the litter more stable than their first attempt. So, when the second morning rolled around, everyone was rested and ready to leave the forest of black and white. Their magics were recharged if they could be, at least. Justin's magical base was still thoroughly destroyed and their bodies were healed of any lingering wounds. There was just one last thing Leon had to do before leaving. To that end, when they departed from the grove, instead of leading them east toward the pass back to the Brown Bear's Vale, he led them south toward the purple grass clearing and his old home. Their pace was a little more leisurely than it was 2 days before, but they still proceeded at a good clip, arriving at the destroyed compound before noon. Once there, everyone took a few minutes to catch their breath and take stock of the place. Nothing much had changed in the few days since they'd last been there. There were no animals living in the ruins, and neither did it seem any ice wraiths had stopped by. The heartwood sapling in the center of the compound was still there, and as soon as he arrived, Leon's attention was captivated by it. He almost felt a little dirty bringing Justin here, of all places. This was his father's resting place, and he'd brought one of the men most responsible for Artoria's death to visit. However, he'd spoken to Justin beforehand, informing the man that there was something that Leon expected of him if there was to be any peace at all between them. Leon set the litter down a few feet in front of Artoria's cairn, where the heartwood tree was sprouting, then took a few respectful steps back. Justin struggled to push himself up into a more dignified position, but for all the recovery that he'd had, he still wasn't yet strong enough to rise into a seated position. Instead, he twisted himself until he was practically lying prostrate before the cairn. For a moment, Valeria seemed like she was going to move forward and aid her father, but Leon took her hand and gently held her back. She looked back at him in confusion, but he'd simply shook his head and said, I want him to do this himself. It has to have meaning behind it. Valeria frowned, but she nodded and stood back to watch with Maya and Leon. Justin stayed there for a while, silent as the grave he lay before. After about 10 minutes, however, he whispered a sorrowful, "I'm sorry," for everything, before rolling back, his eyes filled with tears. How serious he was, Leon couldn't say. He already knew that Justin was likely a talented liar just from how he'd conducted himself over the past couple of decades, so while he seemed genuine, Leon hadn't any confidence that he'd be able to tell if Justin's apology to Artorias was legitimate. But as these thoughts crossed his mind, he thought he saw the golden leaves of the heartwood sapling glimmer in the sun. It could have just been a trick of the light or wishful thinking, but Leon was given a strange feeling that the heartwood sapling approved of Justin's act of contrition, and so he challenged it none. Instead, he helped Valeria get Justin back onto the litter, and then he took Shovel out of his soul realm. The remains of his childhood hut was essentially nothing but a mass of burned splinters and blackened timber beams on a ruined and half-rotted timber foundation, so he had little trouble clearing away everything to expose the old hole in his floor that he'd made to bury the possessions he hadn't been able to bring with him to the Bull Kingdom. After only 15 minutes, Leon with a little bit of help from Maya and Valeria had unearthed the box he'd left behind and hauled it out into the compound's overgrown courtyard. Leon then cracked the box open, his heart thumping in his chest as he hoped that the box's locking enchantment had worked and preserved the paper and fur within. He was consequently quite relieved to see that the remainder of the fur from the snow lion he'd killed all those years ago was still there in exactly the same condition as it had been when he'd buried it. Along with it, the maps of the regions which his house had influence over were still there, along with the books he'd stored away. Aside from the snow lion's fur and a couple of the books on enchanting, most of what Leon had buried was now useless to him. He didn't need the maps of the Northern Vales or of the Great Plateau anymore, and neither were most of the books particularly needed with the Argent Palace archives open to him. However, the book on ancient runes that Leon remembered giving a few cursory look-throughs was there, and that he paid extra attention to, given how easily Nestor had defeated him with his mastery of the bygone art. Still, into his soul realm went the box and everything in it. With that, there was only one thing he had left to do before he departed from this place for who knew how long. It could be years, decades, perhaps even centuries before he found the time to come back. Leon asked the other three for a few minutes, and they gave it to him, with Valeria leading them out of the compound and toward the tree line. Maya hesitated for a moment, but Leon reassured her through their connection, and she agreed to go with. Now alone, Leon took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. He'd not gotten much of a chance to really take the place in when they'd first come through thanks to the discovery of Ray's corpse and the additional information it provided, so Leon wanted to look around and really take everything in before leaving. His childhood home was the last place he'd ever truly felt safe and secure. Everywhere else he'd gone had either not been his, or had been attacked almost immediately after his arrival, leaving him perpetually worried about being attacked again. When he lived here with his father, he'd not once felt in danger when safely ensconced behind the compound's palisade. Not even the ice wraiths and their banshees could harm him here. But all that changed when Justin's team of assassins broke in and fatally wounded his father. Feelings of safety and security and comfort had been few and far between since then, for the most part only coming to him in the form of his lover's Elise in her boldness, confidence, and connections with Heaven's Eye, Maya with her power and carefree attitude. Now, perhaps, he might find some with Valeria and her skill with the blade and dedication to the magical arts. Before he could feel completely certain in entertaining that thought, however, Leon's attention finally turned to his father's cairn and the small heartwood sapling pushing its way out of it. Its aura was peaceful and serene, as all the other heartwood trees he'd seen had been, but it also felt happy. Or at least, that's how Leon interpreted it. He liked to think that some part of his father had been reborn into the tree as it grew, despite Artorias having been completely, thoroughly dead when Leon had buried him, rather than the kind of but not really dead of Nestor. Leon held onto that feeling, hoping that if Artorias was in a better place, looking down upon him either from the depths of the sapling or from wherever his ancestors may be, then he was looking upon him with pride and joy. He hoped that was the case, but even with the aura of the heartwood sapling, Leon wasn't too sure. He had spared Justin and was fairly sanguine about his future with Valeria, but that also meant that Artoria's killing was yet unavenged. The Rame family was yet unavenged. Leon took a deep breath and fell to his knees in front of the cairn. His gaze went low in shame, and he knelt there for a few quiet minutes as he thought about what to say. In the end, he decided that a straightforward apology was for the best, given the ideals that Artorias had tried to instill in him. "Dad," he whispered, his eyes still locked on the ground despite addressing the cairn and heartwood sapling, "I miss you. I've done well enough in the south, and have found happiness with a few women that I love, but even with that, I don't think I've ever been as happy and content as I was when I lived here with you. Maybe that's a bit sad, I'm a bit too close to this to make that judgment. I have to apologize to you. One of those women is the daughter of the man who was sent here to kill us, and for her, I made peace with him. I've set aside the role he played in your death for the sake of the future, so that I can strike at our more powerful enemies and maybe even find Mother. For this, I don't think I have the words to express my sorrow at leaving you without vengeance." As he spoke, Leon felt the wind pick up. It gently broke upon his face and played with his hair. Leon felt no anger or disappointment, though he also had to question why he was scared of feeling such things from a young tree. "I suppose I also have to apologize for other things," he continued, his tone growing a little heavier. In truth, he wasn't too worried that Artorias would be disappointed in his decision to spare Justin, but rather in his actions in the Bull Kingdom. He'd hardly been the noble man that Artorias had tried to teach him to be, and Leon quickly explained all of that on the off chance that his voice might carry all the way to Artorias and his ancestors. He didn't get too bogged down in the details, but he did his best not to leave anything out. When he was finished, the aura from the heartwood sapling remained unchanged. It was just as peaceful and non-judgmental as it had been before he'd started, and Leon suddenly felt more than a little silly. He wasn't talking to anyone, no one could hear him. Artorias had been gone for years, and the heartwood tree, for all its magical properties, was not sentient in the way that humans were. There wasn't much point in him continuing to pour out his heart like this, though Leon found that he didn't regret having done so. It helped him feel like he was on the cusp of something new, of growing beyond the Bull Kingdom and its politics, of moving on to the next stage in his life, whatever that might be. After a few silent minutes, Leon finished by saying, "I am sorry that I'm not the man you'd hoped I could be. But there's still time, I can still be better than I am, and I intend to strive to be someone that I can take pride in being. Hopefully, when next I come back, I can be that person. And hopefully, when I return, I'll have more information on Mother. I love you, Dad. I hope I can live up to your example of what a man should be. Until then, farewell." Leon had said his piece, but before he could rise, he felt that breeze again, and once more, he thought he saw the leaves of the sapling shimmer with golden light. By now, he was just about convinced that he was only seeing what he wanted to see and feeling what he wanted to feel, but the approval and acceptance that he felt from the sapling still had a smile blooming across his face. A few seconds later, Leon pushed himself back to his feet and made to link up with the rest of his party. As much as he might want to stay a little bit longer, they had to get the hells out of the Vale before it became dark. As much as he missed his old home, it was once again time to leave it behind and move on. It was time to face whatever might come next. Chapter 522. Back in Vale Town, Leon stared back at the forest of black and white from the mountain pass that lead back to the Brown Bear's Vale. Everything had worked out in the end, but he couldn't say that his time being back home had been particularly pleasant. The ice wraiths, the Gorgon, Nestor, Justin, all of it ran through his mind as he took some time to reflect on everything that had happened over the past week. His power was considerable, especially considering where he'd been when he'd left the Forest of Black and White 4 years ago, but he couldn't let it go to his head. He wasn't invincible, and his power wasn't unlimited, two things he had to keep in mind. Perhaps more importantly, he thought about Nestor and his reaction to learning that a member of his clan was still alive. He'd been hopeful and excited, both of which had clouded his judgment and caused his defenses to be lowered. He'd tried to stay vigilant, but he'd wanted so badly for someone else to help him in rebuilding the clan. Maybe he was even hoping in some strange way that someone else could take a more leading role in that rebuilding process and leave him to those things that inspired more passion in him, like fighting, training, studying the runic arts, and Elise and Maya. He knew he wasn't much of a leader, so having someone else to lean on as he grew in power and influence was something he wanted, even if he was never consciously aware of it. Now, however, after Nestor's betrayal of his trust and excitement, Leon knew that he would never find that kind of help. As the Thunderbird had told him, there were no others around who bore her power, he had no family hiding in the woodwork just waiting for him to find them and enlist their aid. Even if there were any enclaves of people left from the Thunderbird clan, any hopes he had for them were dead. If he wanted a family to help him, then the only place he could look was to his lovers. Elise, Maya, maybe Valeria. This was his family, not Nestor, not any of House Raim's insignificant branch families who were so far removed from him as to be no different from anyone else in terms of familial connection. He didn't know these people, and if they were in any way similar to Nestor, then he wanted nothing but the worst for them. If he wanted a family, then it would have to be one of his own making. He couldn't leave openings for anyone else as he did for Nestor. Even now, with his ancient kinsman trapped in his soul realm, Leon couldn't help but shiver as he remembered the feeling of overwhelming powerlessness, vulnerability, and violation that came with Nestor stealing his body. But he pushed those feelings out of his mind as best as he could. Dwelling on them even for just a few seconds already had a strong acidic taste building up in the back of his throat, threatening to have him lose his breakfast. At the very least, though, he was leaving the forest of black and white having made some great gains. He had Justin and Valeria with him, and Nestor had given him a brief glance at what a master of the runic arts could do. Leon already had ideas about how far he might be able to take that knowledge, and how far it might be able to take him, in turn, if he was willing to push himself. But thinking about those implications would have to wait. Already he had enough to think about when he got home that he felt like he'd have to take a few months off, doing nothing but training and thinking until he got his head back on straight. As his eyes drifted across the sea of rainbow colors that made up the forest, Leon's gaze eventually drifted past the divine scar. His father had once told him of a legend that an immensely powerful mage had carved the thing with a terribly powerful attack, but the truth of the matter was impossible to guess. Leon had long ago resigned himself to never really knowing why or how the scar had come to be. An aura of great power emanated from its abyssal depths, though, so Leon figured that there had to be something down there. He even remembered on their way west it had even piqued the interest of the Thunderbird, though she hadn't seemingly found it interesting enough to tell him anything about it. Regardless, after the week they'd had, Leon wasn't about to give it a closer look. He considered himself lucky enough to be leaving as victorious as he was. With that, Leon turned his eyes away from the forest of black and white. It was the resting place of his father, so he knew he'd be back at some point, but for now, it was time to look ahead. His attention fell upon Maya, Valeria, and Justin all looking at him, watching as he took the short break to look back. Leon couldn't help but smile at them. On their way west in pursuit of Justin, he hadn't seriously thought that this was going to be the outcome, but he was happy that the deal between himself and Valeria still stood. He was looking forward to seeing what the result of it would be, and when Valeria gave him a glowing smile in turn, his anticipation grew. "All right," he said as he took the lead heading east, "I think we're done here. Let's go home." Leon's group arrived back in Vale Town almost exactly 7 days after they'd left it. Things were blissfully unchanged about the city, even if much had changed for Leon. Justin still couldn't walk, though, so he and Valeria had been taking turns pulling him since they'd left his old home in the forest of black and white. Justin seemed increasingly uncomfortable as they progressed through the territory of the brown bears, for they were walking through increasingly populated areas. The past couple decades had him getting used to being one of the strongest people around for hundreds of miles, and being reduced to the level of having to be practically carried around by his daughter wasn't one that sat well with him, to say the least. He wasn't particularly talkative to begin with, and Leon saw him trying to hide his face even as they passed through the various farming communities in the Vale. Once they entered the outskirts of Vale Town, Justin seemed to lose patience and tried to struggle off the litter and back to his feet. He'd insisted that hobbling around with help was better than being dragged like a corpse, but all he managed to accomplish was to fall off the litter when he managed to disentangle himself from the straps tying him down. When he hit the dirt, Leon had been tempted to let him lay there in pain and unable to rise no matter how hard he tried, but so close to Vale Town and with Torfin's longhouse visible on its hill in the distance, he didn't have the patience for that. Besides, Valeria had rushed over, holding nothing back as she scolded her father for his foolish pride. Leon could understand both sides, though he didn't think he'd handle being in Justin's position any better. While he agreed with Valeria's demand for Justin to set aside his pride and ignore anyone who stared at him and so didn't say a word, merely giving Valeria a hand as she got Justin back onto the litter. They attracted many stares as they made their way back to Torfin's longhouse, but that was hardly new for Leon, and he ignored it, only paying it enough attention to delight in how uncomfortable it made Justin. When they reached the summit of the hill and the entrance of the longhouse, they were greeted by the sight of Thorfinn sitting alone just outside, a wooden pipe in hand with something burning within. This in and of itself wasn't so unusual. Leon knew that the Valemen were fond of smoking several of the herbs that grew in the Vale, but what struck him nearly speechless was the fact that Thorfinn looked more tired and haggard than they did, almost as if he'd been the man who left for a week rather than them. In fact, if Vale Town hadn't been so peaceful, Leon would have been worried that they'd been attacked or something. "Thorfinn," Leon exclaimed as he drew close. "Dare I ask how you've been since I left?" Thorfinn gave Leon a quick nod as he took a breath of whatever he had in his pipe. After exhaling a cloud of light red smoke, he replied, "That lady of yours, Little Lion, she's a real predator, one hint of blood and she goes for the throat." Leon chuckled as he glanced at the slightly ajar doors of the longhouse. He could hear a minor commotion inside, like a couple dozen people were having an early dinner. "So, you and Elise have reached an agreement?" Leon asked, a smile of schadenfreude at Thorfinn's appearance spreading across his face. "Wipe that damn look off your face, boy, and get inside," Thorfinn replied with as jovial a smile as it seemed he could manage. He clapped Leon on the shoulder, took a quick look at Leon's companions, and said, "Let's get some food and we can make whatever arrangements you need." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful look at Justin, one tinged with both pity and suspicion. Leon had told him before heading west that he was after his father's killer, and here he was, returning with a horrifically injured person in tow. "Everything's all right," Leon replied as he let Thorfinn steer him inside. "We had an eventful week, and I think we're all looking forward to a few days of rest and recovery. Some of us more than others, I think." "Very well," Thorfinn replied with some uncertainty. As they entered, Leon found that the longhouse was filled with many of Thorfinn's warriors, most of whom had gathered around Elise and her Heaven's Eye escort. Whatever they were doing was utterly lost on Leon, however, for as soon as he saw her sitting at a bench, politely smiling with a look of rapt attention as a third-tier warrior told her of some fight he'd won or something of the sort, her gorgeous red hair cascading down her back, looking to Leon's eyes like a goddess of beauty incarnate, everything else practically faded into the background. She was all he could see. He didn't call out to her. Given how the longhouse swiftly went silent as he and Thorfinn entered, he didn't feel like he had to. He walked over, ignoring everyone else in the room, and wrapped his arms around Elise from behind just as she started turning around to see what the fuss was about. He felt her stiffen in surprise for a moment, but as she recognized him, she practically melted back into his embrace as her hands came up to intertwine with his. The two stayed like that for what seemed like an eternity, but was actually only a second or two. They hardly needed to even say anything, as their joy at their reunion was conveyed almost entirely through their bodies. It was only when the loud cheering from the watching warriors started to ring in his ears that Leon stepped back. Elise then rose from her seat to pull Maya and Valeria into a hug, whispering words of greeting to both that had Maya's face turning a few shades redder and Valeria's normally stoic face breaking into a brief but wide smile. Elise spared few such words with Justin, but greeted him, regardless. When she turned back to Leon, she said, "It's good to see you back, and victorious, too, by the looks of it." "It's good to be back, especially with our objective completed," Leon replied, having eyes and ears for Elise and his other companions only, the celebratory cheers and congratulations of the watching and listening warriors barely even registering. "I'd love to hear all about it," Elise said, but as she smiled invitingly at Leon, she continued with only a hint of regret, "But there's someone else, I think, that you ought to present yourself to." She cast a meaningful glance to a corner of the longhouse where Leon saw a great mass of snow-white feathers and fur, curled up into a sizable ball and gently rising and falling to the beat of a sleeping griffin. Leon grinned and practically skipped over to his sleeping buddy, greeting Anzu by running his fingers through the griffin's feathers. Anzu gave a low squawk of warning as his rest was interrupted, but as he unfurled his feathers and laid eyes on Leon, he sprang to his feet with enough force that he almost sent the nearby furniture flying, to the entire longhouse's amusement. The griffin then barreled into Leon, knocking the young man down with his head and enveloping him with his great wings, all while making little squeaks and chirps of delight. For his part, Leon didn't once stop petting the griffin as he laughed and hugged his griffin as best as he could. It took a while for Anzu to let him up, and when he did, he stayed with Leon as if the two were joined at the hip. "He's been kind of depressed ever since you left him here," Elise said with amusement as Leon finally got back on his feet. "I'm sorry, little buddy," Leon cooed as he pulled Anzu's decidedly not so little head into a tight, brotherly hug. I needed you to stay here with Elise. Did you do your duty and keep her safe? Answering as if he understood completely, and at the 5th tier, Leon was starting to think that there weren't many reasons why Anzu couldn't understand him. Anzu happily chirped again and beat his wings, as if saying that he'd done his job well and expected some praise, which Leon was all too willing to give. Don't go too overboard. He did little more than sleep and stare out of the windows wistfully in your direction, Elise said as she stepped closer and ran her fingers through the feathers on Anzu's head. The griffin playfully glared at her, but with Leon still playing with him, he didn't do anything more than that. Now, Elise continued, as much as we need to catch up, I think all of you need some baths. You've been gone too long from civilization. Leon frowned slightly. Maya and Valeria's proficiency with water magic didn't need to be said, and he was good enough with that element to bathe himself. They might not have been as diligent as they would have been at home, but none of them were particularly dirty. Come, all you can tell me about the adventures you had without me while we wash up. Elise then gave Leon a loaded look, one that promised more than a little bit of passion, and anything he might have been about to say about their hygiene was forgotten as Elise led all of them further into the longhouse while Thorfinn and his warriors could only laugh and cheer, as they'd been doing since Leon's arrival. Chapter 523. A few days of rest. When Elise dragged Leon and Maya off to bathe, Leon didn't even question it. He was looking forward to being with his fire-haired lover again, even though neither he nor Maya were in moods to physically express that. The three simply enjoyed the time they had together, with Leon and Maya crammed together in a small wooden tub and Elise quietly rubbing their shoulders in turn, listening to them tell the story of their time in the forest of black and white. For her part, Valeria went to another room to wait her turn to use the tub. For all that Leon and Maya had come around to the idea of including her into their family, having her join them in this was a little too much too soon. It took a while to finish up, during which time Elise said hardly anything, simply listening to all that had happened to them. When they were done, though, she spared no words in expressing just how grateful she was that they had returned and how foolish they'd both been not to turn around after the first fight with the ice wraiths. She laid it on thick, too, asking them what they thought would happen to her if neither of them or even if only one of them had returned. The two were appropriately chastened, but after they had finished cleaning up, Elise pulled them both into a tight hug and told them how glad she was that they were back. As they returned to Thorfinn's hall and Valeria took her turn to bathe, Elise told Leon and Maya about how she'd spent the last week. By the end of her and Thorfinn's negotiations, she had committed Heaven's Eye to making at least 5 trips into the northern vales to purchase silk grass from the brown bear tribe per year, moving much of the dangerous responsibility of crossing the frozen mountains from the Valeman's shoulders. However, the exact method by which Heaven's Eye would buy that silk grass wound up being a sore point for Thorfinn. He wanted them to purchase exclusively through him so that he could keep the price of silk grass high. Elise, however, wasn't going to just allow that to happen without resistance, and so she fought tooth and nail to keep Thorfinn from having that monopoly. As Leon heard about this, he felt like he could understand why Thorfinn was so mentally exhausted that he'd been smoking when Leon had returned a couple hours ago. When Elise got it in her mind to do something, it would take nothing short of a miracle to get her to change her mind. In the end, Elise had managed to negotiate Thorfinn down some. 2 of the trips north, Heaven's Eye would be allowed to purchase silk grass directly from the Valeman, while the remaining 3 trips they would deal with Thorfinn exclusively. Still, this meant an enormous amount of silver was going to pour into the Vales, for Heaven's Eye could move quite a bit more silk grass than the Valeman could when they organized their trading missions to the south. Even a single 5th-tier mage from the south could pack quite a bit of silk grass into their soul realm, while the Valeman had only Thorfinn at that level of power, so they had to carry all of their silk grass on their person as they moved through the frozen mountains. Even with those concessions, though, both the Brown Bear tribe and Heaven's Eye stood to make a tremendous amount of money. Leon had only ever seen rich nobles in the Bull Kingdom wearing silk grass, and from the few times he'd seen the price of a single bolt of the material, he couldn't envision a scenario where this endeavor wouldn't be immensely lucrative for everyone involved. When they arrived back at Thorfinn's hall, the Brown Bear chief wasted no time ensuring that Leon, Maya, and Valeria all had places to rest for however long they wished to stay. Leon didn't want to immediately leave, but he still wasn't planning on staying for a long time. He could tell that Elise had grown somewhat bored of the rustic Vale town, the week she'd spent here having been more than enough to take in what few sights there were to see, while he, Maya, and Valeria were coming off a stressful week in the East. More importantly, Justin, while stable and not in any danger of having his condition worsen, still needed some more attentive medical care than any of them could provide. The only thing that had Leon and Valeria not insisting that they leave immediately or have Leon fly Justin south on the back of Anzu was that they wanted to give him at least another day or two of rest before they made the trek south. So, after Leon told this to Thorfinn, the Valeman chief practically shouted in celebration as he joined Leon at one of the tables, loudly declaring that there would be a feast that night not only to celebrate Leon's return, but also to mark the end of negotiations with Heaven's Eye. Leon didn't say it out loud, but he took that second reason to be more the end of negotiations with Elise, rather than Heaven's Eye. He hoped that he'd remember to ask Thorfinn about those negotiations, for Elise hadn't made them seem all that onerous when she'd told him and Maya about her week. And so, while the party atmosphere wasn't much to Leon's tastes, he and his companions spent some time relaxing in Thorfinn's hall regaling the brown bears with a few edited tales of their adventures in the forest of black and white, telling them all about the banshees and ice wraiths that they'd killed, and how they'd survived an attack by a gorgon, and that those they'd been sent to find had all been dead when they'd arrived. Most notably, however, Leon didn't tell Thorfinn or anyone else in the hall that Justin was responsible for Artoria's death, neither did he tell them that Justin wasn't responsible, however. Instead, he simply implied that they'd found Justin injured in the East and decided to help him. Thorfinn, of course, asked a few pointed questions about the man, but Leon sidestepped them as much as he could. After a little while, Thorfinn got the message and dropped the subject. The rest of the night proceeded fairly well, with Thorfinn giving Leon a more accurate picture of the state of the Vale. There weren't any major problems, though his thanes were earning their keep ensuring that the refugees who'd fled Hakon Firebeard and decided to stay with the Brown Bears despite Hakon's defeat weren't making trouble, and that the rest of the Brown Bears and their subordinate tribes in turn weren't making trouble for these refugees. After a while, as the weaker of the Valemen in the hall began to succumb to drink, they began to tell war stories and various other glorious deeds, though to Leon's completely sober mind, few of these stories even approached anything that might resemble reality. However, being honest and truthful wasn't really the point. These Valemen were drunk and bored, and telling these kinds of highly exaggerated or even outright fictitious stories were their favorite pastime. Leon even got into the groove a little, telling a few stories of how he defeated Hakon Firebeard, won the allegiance of a tribe of stone giants, fought valiantly against the endless hordes from the Talfar plains, slayed vampires and werewolves, and ensured the victory of Prince August in the Civil War. He never outright lied as he told these stories. He struggled enough with hyping himself up as more than he was, but he very much focused on his own deeds, letting those of others go unsaid. After a while, Leon and his companions tired of the feasting even though Thorfinn and his Valemen seemed like they were just getting started. They left for bed, with Leon, Elise, and Maya all making for their room, while Valeria separated to go make sure her father was resting well in his guest room. She indicated that she'd be sleeping in Justin's room, so there was no need to wait for her. Leon wasn't entirely sure what she'd meant by that, but he was happy getting some alone time with Maya and Elise, even though they all went to bed without doing much more than kiss and snuggle. The next morning, they were rather rudely awoken by the sound of one of Thorfinn's thanes returning to the hall. The longhouse as a whole wasn't in any way enchanted, and while its construction was sturdy, sound still carried quite far within. As a result, Leon, after blinking awake, knew that Freya had come back. Out of Thorfinn's handful of thanes, Leon would have said that he had the most complicated relationship with Freya. She'd hit on him quite a bit when he was younger, though he'd never taken it too seriously. Consequently, though, she was both the friendliest and the most dreaded of the thanes to Leon. He just knew that she'd get quite a kick out of seeing him with both Elise and Maya, and probably from Valeria, too. As he slowly dressed, he had a strong feeling that he was about to be exasperated, frustrated, and embarrassed all at once as soon as he walked back out into the hall. Fortunately, while it wasn't too early, Elise and Maya were still asleep in bed, despite having been curled up on both of his sides only a few minutes before. This gave him some time alone to deal with Freya, though how he was going to do that, he didn't know. All he knew was that he was both excited and more than a little apprehensive about seeing this person from his childhood once more. As he strode out into the hall, Leon saw her. She was much the same, with long blonde hair, classically attractive features, and a prominent, though not disfiguring scar on her face. Her aura was still that of a fourth-tier mage, though he hadn't expected otherwise. The Veilmen rarely asked for help when it came to advancing through the tiers of magic, even though with the promise of silk grass, they probably could have enticed a few fairly high-level mages to come north and teach them. However, the Veilmen as a whole were too insular and independent for that. They generally didn't want southern influence in their vales, even if getting some southern help to advance their magical power might aid in that. Such help would never come without strings attached, after all. Leon and Freya's reunion went about as well as he could have expected it to. She, of course, made a big deal over how much he'd grown, and she teased him quite a bit. That teasing only grew in intensity when Maya and Elise finally came out into the hall for breakfast, but it soon died down when Elise and Maya started to get defensive. Once that was over with, Leon and Freya caught up as much as they could. Freya told him about how bored she'd been herding refugees and keeping the peace, while Leon told her about his life in the south. She was suitably impressed, though Leon could tell that she wasn't too enthusiastic about listening to stories of the Bull Kingdom. She was a Veilwoman through and through, with little care for the South or its conflicts outside of story fodder. After a while, Valeria joined them in the hall, and soon after that, Leon and his three companions bid Freya and Thorfinn goodbye for the day while they went out into Vale Town. There wasn't much to see or do, but by the time they returned to the Longhouse in the early afternoon, they had had some fun and gotten a better feel for the small city than Elise had gotten when she'd seen it with no one but her Heaven's Eye escort. They also returned with more than a few bolts of silk grass, which Elise fully intended to design into clothes suitable for all of them. Apparently, Leon's decidedly Spartan tastes was starting to rub her the wrong way, and Maya was no better. She didn't mind them dressing how they pleased most of the time, but she couldn't stand that Leon only had formal outfit, while Maya had none despite having been with them for so long. At that point, Leon told her of the remaining snow lion's fur he'd picked up at his old home. The snow lion he'd killed had been large enough that even after a significant portion of its hide had been turned into his treasured coat, there was still enough left to make something fashionable for Elise, Maya, and maybe even Valeria. What that would be Leon left up to Elise to decide. He was many things, but clothing design was far beyond his capabilities. The remainder of their time in Vale Town came and went quickly. Thorfinn made their stay comfortable and made them feel more than welcome to stay longer, but as Justin healed, Leon and Valeria wanted to get him south. To that end, after staying with Thorfinn for 3 days, Leon led his small group of companions in the Heaven's Eye escort out of Vale Town and back south. They would not, however, be returning the way they came. Instead of making for one of the more well-trodden routes, Leon led them towards the prison that Zaffin had languished in for so long. The demon was hardly happy, but Leon wanted to get another look at the enchantments that filled the place. He also wanted the power crystal there, but he'd been thinking about it and was starting to second-guess that desire. He'd learned a lot about the Thunderbird clan from his voyage back into the forest of Black and White, and the more time he took to process that information, the more he was starting to wonder if this was the route he wanted to take, or if he wanted to be more self-reliant and eschew the clan. It was starting to look less and less like something he wanted to revive. More personally, he was starting to think about himself and his power, and how much of what he'd managed to accomplish was due to himself or to the accident of his birth. Leon wasn't able to come to any conclusions, though, especially with Valeria and Justin and their unresolved relationship still so close at hand, and so trudged onward, leading his small band into the mountains to where he knew the prison to be. Chapter 524, The Future Eye. What in the name of the ancestors is this place? The Heaven's Eye diplomat asked in wonder as Leon led them through the halls of Zaffin's prison. He was asking the question on everyone's mind, as Elise and the rest of the Heaven's Eye escort stared at everything around them. It had been surprisingly easy for Leon to convince all of them to take a different way home than the route they'd taken north, though he supposed that the discomfort of the frozen mountains had been enough to make them ready to take any other way back to the Bull Kingdom. They'd had to haul Justin up cliffs and follow Leon into a strange dark cave, but they'd have had to do that anyway on the journey back south. When convincing them to follow him this way, Leon hadn't told them much about the place, merely that there were some ruins they could move through to have a much more comfortable journey south if they so wished, assuming that the place still existed, of course. But Leon had confidence that the prison was still reasonably intact. It had survived for tens of thousands of years without maintenance. He didn't think the intervening 4 years since he'd last passed through would have been enough to fell the place. He was gratified to see that he was proven right. Even in the dark of the caves, Justin, in an ironic twist from what Leon would have expected a month ago, was the only person too weak to see in the dark. It was obvious that the place was still just as intact as it had been 4 years ago. Some old place built by a long-forgotten civilization to contain dangerous monsters, Leon said, giving the Heaven's Eye representative the same story he had a couple times by now. The Heaven's Eye escort aside, the entire rest of his party knew that this facility was connected to the Thunderbird clan, but the exact extent of what Leon knew about it he kept to himself. He had no issues with telling Elise, Maya, Valeria, and Justin that this place was built by his clan before its fall, but he wasn't going to tell them about the demons they'd kept here. For his part, Zafin was incredibly quiet. Leon had teased the demon a little bit about returning, but the fire demon had only responded by repeating, no. Leon honestly couldn't blame him, so he didn't press the demon too much in that vein. In fact, from what he'd seen in Nestor's lab, his opinion of his clan was falling practically every second, and what the prison represented was the clearest indication why. It was a place designed to imprison and torture creatures into slavery. The more Leon thought about it, the more he was repulsed by what happened in the prison, but at least for the time being, he put it out of his mind to focus on their immediate goals. Fortunately for all of them, Leon remembered the general layout of the labyrinthine prison. Zafin had given him most of the map last time, but the spatial enchantments that wound through the place made getting an exact idea of its layout difficult without spending some significant time exploring the place. But Leon could remember where the prison lord's chambers were, and he planned on leading his group directly there so that they could rest and drop Justin off with the Heaven's Eye escort. It didn't matter that they'd made peace. Leon wasn't too keen on hauling Justin through the halls of this place, and he was just as reluctant to leave Valeria or either of his lovers behind. But if anyone in their party could identify any residual demonic energies in the prison, Leon guessed that it would be Justin, even in his horrifically weakened state. And, of course, he just wanted to get some alone time with the other three without Justin present. Justin's attempt to get him to leave Valeria alone still rang through Leon's mind and raised his heart rate in anger every time he thought about it. Fortunately for Leon's blood pressure, he and Justin basically hadn't interacted at all since then, barring a few polite statements to each other during their departure from Vale Town, but that was hardly the only thing on his mind. His thoughts were filled with complicated things about Nestor and the Thunderbird clan, things that he had yet to work through, things that were getting harder to ignore with every step he took in the prison. What sort of creatures were kept here? The diplomat asked as they came to mangled inner door. Just as it had been when Leon had first passed through, the inner door had been rent and torn as if something had forced its way out through brute force. Knowing what he did now, Leon knew that it was undoubtedly some kind of massive, powerful demon that had done so. It might have even been the ice demon that Nestor had captured, though given the door on the other side of the mountains had been similarly breached, it wasn't guaranteed. But as they approached it, Leon realized that there could very well be another demon lurking on Eterna somewhere. The ice demon had escaped the prison but had stuck around on the plain, so Leon figured it wasn't outside of the realm of possibility that the third demon had done likewise. His more cynical side told him that he wouldn't find it imprisoned in the bowels of some long-lost Thunderbird clan facility, but probably ruling a tremendously powerful kingdom that was hostile to him, or something of the sort, assuming he ever found it at all. I have no clue, Leon answered the diplomat, his voice steady and giving away no sign that he was lying. The last time I came through here, I couldn't find a single living thing, though I wasn't exactly thorough in my explorations. The diplomat paled a little and replied in a voice that shook far too much for his 6th-tier power. I'll keep my eyes open, Leon nodded sagely. You do that, he said. They made their way past the inner doors and into the facility proper, where Leon began to lead the group on toward the prison lord's chambers. As far as he could tell, there was still a significant amount of magic left in the structure, quieting a few small fears he had that this was going to be a waste of time. This place is amazing, he heard Elise murmur as she walked at his side. I had no idea that there was something like this hidden in the mountains. We should send an expedition out here to examine this place further. That might not be that great of an idea, Leon replied as he entangled his fingers with hers. We're going to be taking the crystal that holds all of this place's magic power, leaving it dead and possibly even structurally unstable. We don't know how well this place'll hold up without powered enchantments. Even just the one night we're planning on staying might be pushing it. None of that was true, exactly. Leon had made sure to exchange a few terse words with Nestor about as long as he was able to stand being in the presence of someone who had so wronged him without the incentive of learning the runic arts about the building practices of the ancient Thunderbird clan, and about the design of the prison, in particular. He'd focused much of his questioning on the spatial enchantments that had the hallways bending and twisting back on each other since he'd never seen anything like that ever since, but he'd extracted enough information from his dead kinsman to understand that there was little to no danger of staying in the prison for a while after the power crystal had been taken. The place had been built to confine some of the most powerful demons in the universe, and as such had been reinforced with more than just magic. Even without the power to maintain its enchantments, the prison would likely stay intact for centuries, possibly even millennia more. There might still be some merit in sending someone to check this place out, Elise protested, and she gave Leon a heart-rending look that he found he couldn't resist. It was like her slight pouting frown and sparkling green eyes pierced right through him, and he immediately began to question the merits of not letting Heaven's Eye check the place out. After all, he understood that as much as he enjoyed his freedoms, he'd probably end up associated with them at some point. He was just leery of letting them examine this place and figure out that it once housed demons, though the more he thought about it, the less he thought it likely that they would take that to mean he had a demon in his soul realm. Hells, he didn't even know what the attitude of those in the Central Empires was in regard to using demonic powers, though given that it was quite hostile here in the north, he still decided that assuming it would be very hostile was for the best. He began to swiftly think over ways to destroy those particular enchantments before he left, even if the place was going to be depowered. Those imprisonment enchantments that had maimed Zaffin and Justin were not things that Leon wanted falling into anyone else's hands. As far as he was concerned, their very existence was a black mark on the Thunderbird clan's record, and he wanted them gone. In response to Elise, Leon shrugged and smiled. "I've said what I'm going to say on the matter, given my warnings and all that, so whatever happens next will be none of my responsibility." As they pushed deeper into the prison, some of the others made admiring noises at the sheer scale of the structure, which only grew more intense when they took 5 right turns and didn't wind up where they'd begun. They'd passed some kind of spatial gate without even realizing. Even Leon, who knew it was there, hadn't been able to perceive where the exact spatial distortion was. Such enchantments were one of the reasons why he'd returned. Nestor had told him that such things were rare outside of heavily fortified locations in the Thunderbird clan. They were difficult to set up, but useful for confusing any attackers or demons trying to break out of a prison and preventing anyone from learning the layout of the facility, but generally used too much magic power to justify setting up in less important locations. As a result, while this kind of spatial distortion might have otherwise rendered them moot, magic lifts and even mundane stairs were still the main method of traversing between floors in most Thunderbird clan facilities, despite the clan's power at its peak. Unfortunately, without being able to sense the enchantment itself and with his eyes failing to notice anything as well, Leon didn't have much of a way to study those enchantments. He could only suppress a scowl and led everyone on. The prison lord's chambers were just as opulent as they were when he'd last visited. The same light projections on the walls, thick carpets, and rich furniture. Everything was right where Leon had left it, including the prison lord's skeletal corpse, which had his companions scrunching up their faces in distaste. But beyond that, everyone got situated well enough, and Leon soon led Elise, Maya, and Valeria back out into the prison, heading directly for the old control room that Zaffin had once pointed Leon toward before Leon had freed him. No one spoke much as they walked through the halls. Without the Heaven's Eye escort bolstering their numbers, the empty and somber atmosphere of the otherwise fairly dimly lit prison more apparent and harder to break. The enchantments that dampened the sound of their footsteps on the metallic floors wasn't helping, either. Soon enough, however, Leon led the other 3 into the control room, and all 4 of them had to stop and admire the immense scale of what was in front of them. Even Leon, who'd been there before, halted so that he could admire the place. The control platform hadn't changed, with it thrust out into the center of a massive spherical chamber that seemed far too large to be structurally sound. In the center of that platform, surrounded by consoles covered in runic glyphs, was the huge power crystal that provided the myriad enchantments throughout the prison with magic power. It was still glowing the same dull orange color, meaning that while it wasn't chock full of power, it still hadn't lost a meaningful amount since Leon had last passed through. Much like Nestor's lab that housed the moonstone, the walls of the spherical chamber were covered in glowing white runes that flowed across the nearly pitch-black surface like stars in the sky, constantly forming new enchantments and breaking them as the prison needed. Here was the most notable change from what Leon remembered. The runes were moving with much less alacrity than he remembered, though he wasn't sure if that was because the faster-moving runes in Nestor's lab were coloring his memory. Regardless, after a moment of thought, he guessed that made a degree of sense since the prison no longer had any demons to keep imprisoned, so the enchantments keeping the place up and running didn't necessarily have to work as hard as they used to. Wow, he heard Valeria whisper in wonder from just behind him. I don't even know what to look at, or where to begin. Leon could sympathize. There were millions of runes running along the surface of the curved walls, and it was impossible to know where they might begin and end. There were precious few enchantments that he saw that lasted longer than a few minutes. He stared long and hard at those particular enchantments. If they were static on that dynamic surface, then he felt like there was a good chance they might be related to the spatial enchantments in the rest of the facility. How much power did it take to build this place? Elise wondered aloud. I know you said that your clan built this thing and that they were powerful enough to conquer this plane, but I guess, I never really understood just how powerful that was until now. Leon couldn't but smile even though he had nothing to do with the power of his clan. If anything, he was their greatest indicator of just how far they'd fallen. Staring up at that dome that sparkled with the light of countless enchantments, he couldn't but feel inadequate, with many uncomfortable questions that had been bouncing around in his head ever since Nestor's brief possession rearing their ugly heads. He felt inadequate because he was inadequate. It's not just a sign of how powerful they were, he whispered, his voice tinged with both excitement and depressed realization at who and what he was, how far he had yet to go, and how insignificant his accomplishments were compared to his ancient clan. It's a goal that I want to achieve. My ancestors built this place with ease and left a great many other tremendous works around this plane. They likely left even greater works in places that they ruled for millennia. What I want to build, the family that I want to create with all of you, will not only match those accomplishments, but surpass them. What I want is for our sons and daughters to look back upon places like what we see now and find them wanting. I want us to build a family so powerful that a place like this is nothing. As he spoke, Leon took one of Elise's hands and one of Maya's. He then made eye contact with Valeria, ensuring that she wasn't left out. All of them needed to talk about what their future was going to look like, and this was as good a time as any. Valeria, Leon whispered, Valeria's sapphire blue eyes finding his. She looked a little lost and left out, and had seemingly unconsciously put a few feet of distance between herself and the other three. Maya and Elise were both leaning into him, and as he said her name, they both looked to her without any traces of rejection. Leon was a little surprised. He knew that Elise and Maya were both accepting of Valeria, but to see it in such a spur-of-the-moment situation was greatly relieving. Valeria, Leon repeated, if possible, I want you to be a part of that future. Chapter 525. The future too. Asking Valeria to be a part of his future was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it wasn't one that Leon took lightly. Neither Elise nor Maya seemed to be too surprised or perturbed by his statement, though he could feel their grips on his arms tighten, so he knew there would have to be a discussion later. Given that both had expressed their support for his pursuing a romantic relationship with Valeria to varying degrees of enthusiasm, to be sure he felt confident that this wasn't too big of a step. For her part, Valeria had frozen in shock as Leon, Elise, and Maya all stared at her. You don't have to say anything, Leon said in an attempt to lessen the pressure upon her. Trying to put social pressure on Valeria wasn't how he wanted any relationship between them to start, but he wanted everyone present to know exactly what was on his mind. I just have to say something right now while we're all here and in private. Leon glanced to Elise and Maya, and while he saw some confusion in their returned looks, neither stopped him from continuing. Turning back to Valeria, Leon proceeded, I like you a lot. Ever since I first saw you fight and found myself entranced by your skill with a weapon, I liked you. However, after learning your name and your, Leon paused, almost bringing up her family's role in his family's downfall. But he felt like doing so right now would be a little manipulative, though he didn't see much of a way to get past it. It would have to be addressed, even if only indirectly. I suppressed those feelings after learning your name, he said, hoping that would be enough. Things have always been a little complicated for me when it came to you, and my indecision in these matters have led me to making great mistakes and causing you pain. I would like to, if you're willing, I would like to see where we might take our relationship. But if you don't think that we could ever be anything more to each other than we are, then I'll accept that. But also, Leon scowled as he trailed off on that decidedly less than inspiring note, his regret at doing this in a spur-of-the-moment decision growing exponentially. He greatly wished that he'd planned this out a little more instead of just rambling on with little idea of what to say to get across what he wanted. Fortunately for him, Valeria didn't seem all that put off, and even seemed to be smiling a bit as he floundered. At the very least, she seemed to take some small pleasure in seeing him at a loss for words. Elise, however, was significantly less entertained, and she soon sighed and pulled away from Leon. "I think that staying quiet for a moment would do you wonders, love," she said teasingly, and Leon couldn't help but agree as he stared at his fire-haired lover with confusion and interest as she approached Valeria. "Val," Elise whispered as she reached out and took the silver-haired woman's hand, "I don't think it's any great secret that you like Leon." Valeria's cheeks went scarlet and she averted her gaze in embarrassment, though a moment later, she cleared her throat, straightened herself up, and looked at Elise in the eye. She was clearly caught off guard and unprepared, but she'd summoned the inner strength that Leon found himself equally attracted to and didn't run from whatever this was turning out to be. Elise continued as she slid a little bit closer to Valeria and dropped her voice to a more conspiratorial whisper, though both Leon and Maya could still hear her just fine. "Maybe it's a little more of a secret, but Leon likes you back." He wasn't joking when he admitted as such a moment ago. "He likes you, and it seems that he wants to start something with you. I don't think any of us expect you to answer right away, though, so let's drop things for now. But know this, while I can't speak for Naiad, I support the two of you getting together wholeheartedly, just so long as you don't mind sharing him with the two of us." Valeria's eyes drifted in Maya's direction as they widened in shock, and Maya subtly nodded her agreement with Elise's sentiment, though her face remained relatively impassive. Then, Valeria looked to Elise once more. "Thank you, Elise," Valeria said as she squeezed her friend's hand. "I think I might take you up on that offer of time. I don't think my eventual answer will change, but I'll need some preparation before I can give it." Her sapphire blue eyes drifted in Leon's direction once more, then flitted between him, Maya, and Elise in turn. "Things seem a little crowded, and I never thought I'd be a part of that kind of relationship. My father and I come from a place of monogamy, and while I don't look down on relationships like yours, I still never really thought that I'd be in one myself. If I say yes, then I'd have to get used to things between all of us being this crowded." Leon gave her a strange look. He felt like she must have contemplated it at some point given how much their relationship had changed over the past few years and especially over the past few months, but if she needed time, he wasn't going to press on that issue. With the look that Elise gave him as she looked over her shoulder, he felt like he was going to need some time, too, before hearing her answer. "I think that's more than fair," Elise replied as she let Valeria's hand drop and turned back to Leon. "Now, I believe we were here for a crystal." Leon nodded, sharing one last lingering look with Valeria before moving on. "That orange crystal in the center of the platform is what I want," he said. "But before taking it, I would like to take a few minutes to examine this place. I'd hate to destroy all of it without even a cursory look." Elise nodded as she took Leon's arm again. "Lead on," she said. Leon smiled and obliged. He led the other three across the bridge over the massive multi-story drop to the bottom of the sphere, his eyes constantly locked above them on the flowing runes. He could feel his heart race, or rather, continue to race after the brief exchange with Valeria as he contemplated the power that would have been required to construct such a place above ground, let alone so deep beneath a mountain. It was such an enticing display of power that Leon felt himself begin to salivate at the idea of reaching a point in his life where he could duplicate, or even exceed this. He wanted to know everything about how this place was constructed, about the enchantments that filled it, about the intricate and no doubt absurdly and mind-bendingly complex ways that magic was manipulated to let this place function. "No," he thought to himself as his thoughts turned to the future, "I need to know everything about this place, to match and exceed such a feat of magical engineering." That was something he needed to do. He could feel that in his bones more than just about anything else he could think of. He wanted to see his mother, of course, and Cameron was a force that he needed to deal with, but without faces to go by, without knowing them personally, it was difficult for him to muster the passion that he felt for the runic arts as he stood in the center of the prison's control room with the women he loved more than anything sharing the moment with him. Above him, he could see a constellation of light, lightning, and darkness runes spiraling around each other, a host of other runes linking and modifying them to create some kind of effect that he was too illiterate to understand. Not too far away, He saw one of the few runes on the spherical wall that wasn't moving, an ancient rune that he couldn't recognize. Below and around that spiraled out thousands upon thousands of other runes, each one filled with power and purpose. It was a humbling thing. He felt like exactly the person that so many in the Bull Kingdom had decried him as. A barbarian pillaging the works of his betters, hoping to leech off their success and ape their works. His ancestors had built a place that could imprison and drain the power of beings like Zaffin, individuals of cosmic power, creatures that could cross the great empty expanse of the void with seemingly little trouble. He'd figured out a crude and inefficient way to fly and a few good ways to kill people, and even then, he'd had a great deal of help from Zaffin and the Thunderbird herself. Leon felt his jaw clench so hard that he half worried he'd crack a tooth. Those people were right, he thought as his heart began to sink, many of the thoughts he'd been trying to suppress since Nestor's lab roaring back to the fore of his mind. I'm just a barbarian with no idea what he's doing, playing with the remains of men greater than I could ever hope to be. It was a depressing and sobering thought, a terrible realization that he'd always known but had never truly felt before. He'd done so little except kill, he'd created nothing of value, nothing that he could point to with great pride and declare was his. As his eyes drifted lower in shame and swept across his lovers, he realized that, while they might love him now, he never would have had a chance in the endless hells of being with any of them without his name, without his blood, and without the Heaven's Eye vault that his family left behind. He'd done so little with his life. He was a child playing in the ruins of long-dead people who pissed away more value every morning of their lives than he'd ever brought into the world with even the greatest of his labors. Worse, those who built this place weren't even that great, now that Leon was thinking about it, yet they were still better than him. Justin's words about the Thunderbird clan not being missed and why rang in his ears, and his mind brought forth images of Zaffin and Justin in their prisons. They were tyrants and slavers, and he wasn't even worthy of cleaning their boots. His heart slowed as a scowl spread across his face. Suddenly, he wanted nothing more than to leave this place as quickly as he could, as if he could hide from these realizations. He didn't want to take the power crystal. It wasn't his, he'd never earned it. In that moment of realization, he didn't even want the power crystal he'd taken from Nestor's lab. He'd picked it off the corpse of his clan like carrion picking at dry bone. And just a few days ago he'd been so excited to see what he could do with it, but now he didn't even want to think about it. He wanted to summon Nestor's power crystal out of his soul realm and hurl it into the great pit of the spherical chamber. It was much smaller than the power crystal of the prison, so it wouldn't have quite the cathartic release he hoped it would, but such a thought did little to help. Leon began, his voice cracking as he faced Valeria and his two lovers, unsure of what to say now. All three were already looking at him in various combinations of worry and expectation, and he realized that he'd been standing there for several long minutes, his emotions not concealed by his stoic exterior as well as he'd thought they were. "Is everything all right, Leon?" Elise asked as she stepped forward and filled his vision with the most vibrant green eyes he'd ever seen and hair as bright red as fire. There was no judgment within her eyes, only concern. Concern and acceptance. No matter how their relationship started, she loved him. Leon could see that in her eyes as plain as day. Same thing with Maya, her clear lake blue eyes staring him down in an almost challenging way. She could feel what he was going through, and even though she wasn't saying it, she seemed to be challenging him to be better than he was, to pull himself back together and actually do what he needed to do. Valeria was the most difficult for him to read. She was still quite stoic, but from having been with her almost constantly for months and knowing her for years, Leon could tell that she was far more concerned about him than just a friend would be. "Yeah," Leon replied as he pulled Elise into a loose embrace. "With all of you here with me, everything's fine." "You don't seem fine," Elise insisted as she took his face in her hands and forced his eyes back to her. "What's going on in that handsome head of yours?" Leon paused a moment as he weighed his words. He didn't want to reveal everything that was going through his head, especially since he hadn't yet devoted much time to working through it. But he trusted Elise with his life, so he wanted to at least say something. The scale of what I need to do has never seemed quite so real before now. I guess it's just really hitting me that this place, as important as it may have been to my clan, was nothing special, and yet to me it's so amazing. The road ahead is going to be long, and I've never really thought about how long it was. Or how little distance I've covered on it." Leon's cadence was slow and his tone was depressing, but as he closed his eyes, brought up a hand to cover one of Elise's on his face, and took a long, deep breath, he forced himself to cheer up. It wasn't so bad being humbled in this way, by seeing the works of his ancestors. It was a far less dangerous and maddening thing than having someone like Nestor humble him. It didn't even come with a dead man violating his body and imprisoning him within his own soul realm. What was harder for him to work his mind through was what all of that ingenuity and power was devoted to: a prison built to suck out the power of sentient beings, leaving them husks of their former selves. Leon turned his gaze back to the power crystal. If he ever wanted to create great things, he couldn't rely on such boons. He couldn't count on Thunderbird facilities handing out knowledge and power like candy. He'd need to do this himself and rely upon his own power first and foremost. Strength and knowledge. Once he acquired these two things, the rest would follow. But if he was anything, these past few days had taught him that he was weak and stupid. Naive, young, inexperienced. As he stared into the orange of the power crystal, he knew in his heart of hearts that if he took it, he might gain a great resource, but it would be at the cost of what little confidence he yet held onto. But this thing was once built, which meant that he could replicate it, given enough time. More difficult than that would be to redeem the Thunderbird name, assuming he felt like it was even a name worth redeeming. Leon stared into the crystal and quietly murmured, "We have a lot of work due." Chapter 526, Introspection. Leon's heart was conflicted as his group returned to Tira. The weight on his mind from the thoughts he'd had in the control room of Zaffin's prison had eased a little, but the problem persisted. In the end, he hadn't taken the power crystal from the prison. He didn't feel like he needed it, and that he'd go further without it. Just setting aside the moral quandaries that the events of Nestor's lab had left him with, he was still left with the realization that he needed to do things on his own. He couldn't allow himself to rely upon the scattered remains of his clan, the detritus that hadn't yet been picked clean by the rest of the plains inhabitants after the death of Jason Carranos and the rest of the higher-ups of the Thunderbird clan. Of course, this now left him in a peculiar position. What could he do about his family's archives? What was to be done about the remainder of the marked points on the Cradle's map? He'd been told that there was a possibility that at least 3 of those points hadn't yet been found, though that was hardly guaranteed. He felt like it was best to assume that none of the facilities at those places had been plundered and that dangerous magical knowledge like the enchanted vines that imprisoned and drained people were still out there in the world. Perhaps even other prisons with trapped monsters just waiting to be unleashed, or other such calamitous facilities. Nestor's lab had held a fragment of the damned moon that had been inundated in the power of a primal god for so long that it now emanated that power in quantities large enough to poison Nestor, a powerful and skilled mage. Leon couldn't even begin to guess what the Thunderbird clan might have hidden around Eterna. Putting things into perspective, Leon wasn't sure what the right call to make was. He could take the books and knowledge there, but how was that different from not taking the power crystal? Even his new realizations that had killed his desire for the power crystal hadn't damped his desire for the knowledge entombed beneath Argent Palace. He justified it in his head that knowledge was pure, it didn't matter where it came from or how it was acquired, and that taking what was beneath Argent Palace would be fine. But that wasn't to say that he liked it. Learning about his family was something that he was interested in, and he didn't mind standing on their shoulders. Rather, it was being lifted up by them that he was having trouble with, even if people like Nestor and the Thunderbird were perfectly willing to pick him up and lift him as high as they could. He wanted to learn and grow by his own means, he wanted to stand on his own as his own man. There had to be a middle ground in there, but the best he could come up with was to eschew most of the material benefits of his clan while learning as much as he could from them. It wasn't an easy decision. He'd already accepted so much, and so much was just a physical part of him that he couldn't control. He couldn't imagine relinquishing his family's sword even though accepting it while giving up on the power crystals was a hard thing to reconcile with his new wants and needs. At the very least, he wasn't going to use the power crystals, and he no longer had any desire to take anything physical from any of the remaining Thunderbird sites that he might find. As beneficial as anything he might find could be, he needed his future family to have better foundations than the bones of a fallen clan, especially one that could be capable of the crimes Justin had accused them of. He didn't want the baggage that would come with the Thunderbird clan's revival. He didn't say much about his concerns to Elise, Valeria, or Maya. He trusted them completely, but he barely felt like he'd sorted out his thoughts and feelings on the subject yet. He had to work through some of this on his own, first, so that he could at least properly articulate what this new problem was. He'd get their opinions when he was ready to talk, but for now, it was his problem and his problem alone. So, he hadn't taken the prison's power crystal. He'd made up some excuse about not being able to remove something so large. He was fortunate that none of the others could move it, either, so he and his group had just left it there. He'd assented when Elise said they ought to send a Heaven's Eye expedition out to secure the place, but before they'd left the prison, Leon had done his best to shut the entire place down and destroy any enchantments that he found personally objectionable. He'd had to stoop down and ask Nestor for help identifying what he needed to do, but if it kept the worst parts of his clan's enchantments from falling into anyone else's hands, even people as trustworthy as Heaven's Eye, then it was worth it. He was loath to see the same enchantments that had imprisoned Justin and Zaffin spread throughout the plain. Valeria also hadn't given him an answer yet, and he wasn't really expecting one anytime soon. They hadn't had much of a chance to talk in private, and he figured that she needed more time to think over all that had happened during the past few months. He could still remember that moment they'd shared in Calabria when she'd kissed him, but a single kiss hardly meant much. Regardless, if it was time she needed, Leon had no problems giving her all that she needed. When they rolled into Tira with their horses and carriages, for which they'd had to make a detour to Clear Ice Fortress to pick up given their alternate route south, everyone was quite exhausted. It had been a long couple of weeks, and at least in Leon's case, he wanted nothing more than to find the most comfortable bed he could and collapse into it, preferably with Elise and Maya beside him. From what he could tell, everyone else, including the members of their Heaven's Eye escort, wanted something similar. Fortunately for Leon and those accompanying him, Ajax was more than willing to assist. When they arrived, the Tower Lord was incredibly accommodating with getting Anzu set up in the stables, Justin settled in his private medical quarters, and giving Elise, Maya, and Leon the same wing of his palace that they'd stayed in when they'd last been in the city. Valeria, too, had been given the same rooms, but she'd opted to stay with her father, at least until she could get a preliminary report from the healers about his condition. So, it was a quiet night for Leon, Elise, and Maya. Their fatigue kept them from being too physically intimate, but they celebrated their return to civilization in their own way. When the morning came around, they were all about as rested and ready for the day as they could be. Ajax was nowhere to be seen when they finally hauled themselves out of bed. The palace servants told them that apparently something had happened in the south that forced him to go to work early, but given how unhurried and unconcerned everyone was, Leon and Elise brushed it off. Ajax would let them know if it were something that would concern them. Instead of worrying about that, they instead got in a late breakfast and set off with Maya to Argent Palace. They didn't send word ahead, but Leon didn't feel it was necessary. The writ he'd received from the king gave him unfettered access to his family's old palace, and he intended to use it regardless of what the guards protecting the ruins thought. Naturally, the guards disagreed. Leon and his two companions were forced to wait more than an hour before they were finally allowed access to the site, though the guards insisted on sending an escort with them. Leon then insisted that they be left alone, and things got a little bit tense. It wasn't until he let a few stray arcs of silver blue lightning dance across one of his hands that the guards finally realized who they were dealing with and stood down. The guard commander, in particular, had something of a starry-eyed look as he stepped aside and let them pass, though the entire encounter put Leon in no mood to stay and talk. He knew that there'd probably be quite a few rumors spread about him as a result of these actions, though he didn't much care. While he was about ready to set aside his identity as Leon Ursus and reclaim that of Leon Rame, he wasn't about to shout it from the rooftops. Argent Palace had been surrounded by a private forest when it was intact, and in the almost 2 decades since its destruction, the forest had started to get a little overgrown. This, however, led to a pleasant sense of isolation as Tira almost completely disappeared behind them, with even the intense and otherwise omnipresent ambient sounds of the second largest city in the Bull Kingdom being eaten up by the dense flora surrounding the ruins. Leon's small group walked silently, for the most part simply basking in the sudden private and wild surroundings they found themselves in. It was almost completely silent around them, with even the usual sounds they might hear in a forest being strangely muted. It was relaxing, like an unexpected but much appreciated nature hike through a reserve located in the middle of a dense city. But then Argent Palace itself came into view, and Leon started to feel a little regretful that he hadn't brought either Valeria or Justin. He would have loved to discuss with the two of them what had happened the night that Justin's battle with Kairos ruined the palace, but he supposed that he could always return another day for that conversation. Today was not going to be the day to reminisce about his family's downfall, but rather to learn about the height of its glories. Leon slowly guided his lovers through the maze-like remnants of Argent Palace, past the grand entrance of white stone now shattered, an immense atrium of stark white marble utterly ruined as it was that even now shone in the late morning sun, past the more public areas of the palace that were filled with the remnants of both tight corridors and small offices of the lower administrators, and the grander halls, meeting rooms, and courtyards designed to show off the splendor of House Rame. Nearly all of it had been reduced to barely chest-high walls and piles of rubble, but there was enough of a skeleton left to be able to appreciate some of the majesty the palace once had. Finally, Leon led them to the private areas of the palace, the areas that he had passed through when he'd infiltrated the palace 4 years ago. Little had changed. Since then, the palace was still magically dead, with absolutely none of the grand enchantments that had once filled the place still functional. Still, they walked with very little talking between them. The palace grounds had a tremendously somber and muted ambience to it that encouraged silence, even in the middle of a bright sunny day, and it was a difficult thing to break. When viewed from certain angles, the palace seemed almost intact, with Alexander's Leon's uncle and the older brother of Artoria's private apartments in particular seeming almost ready for someone to move in. However, the great rents in the earth, broken stone and gutted buildings that were revealed when their angle changed ruined that illusion. Many of the smaller, presumably less magically fortified buildings were little more than piles of rubble almost hidden beyond overgrown gardens. Somehow, the battle between Justin, Kairos, and Alexander had obliterated the entire palace complex without exception. Now that he was older and had more time to look around, Leon wondered what it would have been like to grow up here. He wondered if he would have met Elise when she came north, if they would have walked through the extensive gardens or spent time together in the gorgeous pavilions scattered throughout the complex. He imagined learning to fight and to ride in the yards, studying magic, history, philosophy, and all the other things that would have been expected of him in the outlying buildings. He thought about waking each day to these surroundings and how his life would have been different. Perhaps most of all, Leon thought about his father, and the mother, uncle, and grandfather that he'd never met. He at least had a vague idea of what the latter two looked like if only by looking in the mirror or seeing some of the fragments of statuary laying around the palace, but he wondered what it would have been like to grow up here with an intact family. Not for the first time, Leon momentarily had the thought of returning to Ajax's palace and driving his family's sword into Justin's throat for depriving him of this, but he resisted the temptation. It was easy to blame the man, and Leon certainly did for a great deal of what had happened here, but he knew that the greater threat was Cameron. Pulling him out of his reverie, Elise slid her hand into his and squeezed. She didn't say anything, but when Leon glanced at her, she flashed him a dazzling smile of support. It was more than enough to bring Leon back to reality and to continue leading her and Maya through the ruins toward the old private residence of the Rame Archdukes and the Thunder Kings before them. The building was utterly ruined, with almost no trace of what it once was visible from the pile of shattered marble and red ceramic roof tiles that it was now. But the private training yard behind it still looked pretty good with a mosaic of House Rame's old crest in the center. Leon simply had to kneel in the center and channel his magic into the right place, and the crest, a stylized eagle-like bird with talons extended and wings outstretched, began to sink into the earth and slid to the side, revealing the marble staircase below that led down to the archives. "We're almost there," Leon said with some trepidation. He could remember that there were a few intact defensive measures down there, but he didn't think they were all that robust. Rather, he was more worried about what he was going to do with everything in the archives than he was about Elise and Maya following him down there, especially with Maya's power supporting them. "Let's see what's down there," Elise cried, her voice thick with adventuring spirit. Maya was a little more subdued, but she smiled at the two of them and said out loud, "I'm quite curious to see what's down there." "Then let's go see it," Leon said as he led the two down the stairs to his family's archives. Chapter 527. Regaining some pride, Leon found the bottom of the stairway just as he'd left it, a collapsed escape tunnel on the left, while to the right were a pair of enormous doors that looked sturdy enough to withstand any attempt to force them open. A few feet in front of those doors was a glowing runic circle, the button that would open those doors. When Leon approached the circle, he held his hand out, but he knew that he didn't need to channel his magic into this runic circle to get the doors open. Instead, a small lightning bolt conjured by the runic circle connected his outstretched fingers to the circle, letting it examine his body in its entirety and verify his lineage. Once the power of the Thunderbird was confirmed to reside within him, the runic circle flashed with golden light and the doors began to slide open. "It should be all right now, but be careful," Leon called out to his lovers still waiting further up the stairs. He couldn't be sure that any defenses on the archives were now lowered, but he was at least confident enough that any danger that Elise and Maya might face was now past, with the runic circle verifying his identity. There were plenty of people who married into the clan, after all, who might need access to the archives. Thankfully, while Elise and Maya slowly came down the stairs with all due caution, nothing happened that would have indicated to Leon that they were in any danger. The magic in the air and the walls that he could sense remained about as energetic as it was only a few moments before, indicating that at the very least there weren't any magical defenses that were activating themselves. This place, Elise murmured in wonder as she stared at the massive doors, her awe growing as they passed through the subsequent marble corridor and into the great chamber beyond. They were quite far underground, farther than she'd imagined when Leon had told her of this place, but still, the enormity of the chamber beyond the doors wasn't something she was entirely prepared for. Maya's eyes were wide with wonder, though her reaction was a little more muted compared to Elise's, which Leon found understandable given she had the experience of Nestor's lab to set her expectations. Elise had seen the prison, of course, but its beauty was of a far more technical kind, rather than the comforts put on display when the Thunderbird clan wanted to show off. But even with those expectations, the archives of House Rain were marvelous. Leon was a little nervous when he saw that the inner door was open, but when they stepped out into the chamber itself and found it exactly as he'd left it, he relaxed. He still saw the countless bookshelves filled with seemingly endless tomes, the enormous dome ceiling both painted and enchanted to look like the sky outside and set with a large diamond in the center that acted like an artificial sun. This light shone down upon the many trees that stood at the ends of every bookshelf, their gorgeous green leaves giving the room a delightful burst of natural color. The entire room was ringed with gold, like an enchanted wall put into place to prevent anyone from being fooled by the light projections on the dome ceiling and trying to walk outside of the archives. "Let's go see what we can find," Leon said with a smile as he started walking down the hallway, the reactions of his lovers banishing his darker thoughts about how much of this place he ought to consider his, for a quick moment, only for them to come roaring back when he wondered why he was feeling so proud to show this place off. He kept his smile on his face as best he could, but he could tell from the way Elise and Maya glanced at him that he didn't have the best poker face. So, he tried to cover his current mental state up by moving on without giving them a chance to ask him about it. "I think there were some golems here, but they shouldn't be hostile. I remember you saying something about that," Elise replied, still giving Leon a curious and slightly worried look. Maya, meanwhile, summoned a fraction of her power and proceeded with caution. Leon could feel from the killing intent in her aura that she was ready to respond with extreme violence at the slightest provocation. "Let's relax and not do anything too hasty," he said, pausing just as they were about to enter the archives themselves. It was still close enough, however, to see some movement within the bookshelves, a few shifting bodies of bronze moving amongst the shelves, keeping the place clean and the books maintained for whenever a descendant of the Thunderbird arrived who might need them. Unlike the more human-like golems built by Nestor for his laboratory's labor needs, these golems were clearly mass-produced and lacked the adornment of more bespoke automatons' utterly featureless faces, runic inscriptions only along the joints, everything else smooth bronze plate and a few gaps where brief glimpses of flashing lightning could be seen. As before, one of these bronze golems revealed itself and began walking toward them with purpose, though not quite enough to appear hostile. It was a little more ornate than its fellows, but not by much. "That should be the librarian," Leon said as this golem approached, then bowed to all three of them, dispelling the remainder of the worry Leon had in bringing Elise and Maya down here. "Young lord, you have returned," the golem said in its deep, pleasantly resonant voice. "I have," Leon replied with a note of bitterness in his voice. "However, I think I would appreciate being called by name more than young lord." The golem, probably remembering Leon's similar request the last time he was here, took his statement completely in stride. "Of course, Leon, is there any specific reason you came here today that I might help you and your companions with?" "Nothing too specific," Leon said as he cast his gaze around the room. "We're just going to look around a bit before we do anything else. We're probably going to be coming and going over the next few days, but when we're done, I would like to take everything portable here with me, leaving nothing behind." That finally got a reaction out of the golem, though it was slight and barely perceptible. It cocked its head to the side a few degrees and asked, "Is that wise?" Leon raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was a strangely human question, something he hadn't been entirely expecting, at least, not phrased that way. Some protestations at taking everything away, or asking for confirmation, sure, but questioning the wisdom of leaving with everything in tow. Leon was expecting something a little more mindless from the metal being, given the way it had spoken last time and the way that Nestor spoke about such things. But, given Nestor's other talking golem and the precedent of the stone giants, he didn't know what he was surprised. Deciding to ignore that question for a few seconds, he said, I want my wives to be allowed full access, if they don't already have that permission. He heard some elated gasps from Elise and Maya when he referred to them as wives, but he felt that doing so would be the best thing to do if he were dealing with sentient golems, as he was suspecting he was. If they were anything else, then they might not be seen as being a part of the family, and thus restricted in some way from exploring the archives as they saw fit, even if they had his permission to enter. So long as they have the assent of a full-blooded member of the clan, those who marry into it have no restrictions, the librarian helpfully responded. Leon gave it a grateful smile and then turned back to Elise and Maya, both of whom were staring at him with their versions of love and adoration, looks which he unashamedly returned. I'd like to stay here and speak with the librarian a little bit more. I'll catch up with you two in a few minutes. Sure thing, husband, Elise replied, giving him a smoldering look as she clearly relished whispering the word. We won't be far. Maya was a little more subdued since she and Leon were already mates, but she could still sense something a little different in how Leon referred to her as a wife. She didn't say anything, but the way she stared at him promised only delight once they returned to a place where they could have a little privacy. It wasn't going to be this place, however, as Elise took Maya's hand and began pulling the river nymph further into the archives, laughing a bit as Maya stumbled when her lake blue eyes broke their lock on Leon. Leon was a little hesitant to let them wander off without him. He wanted to be the one to show this place off, after all. However, he also knew that what he needed more was to spend a little bit of time with people who could both help him with his current issues and were a little more removed from him. To that end, as his lovers vanished into the seemingly endless bookshelves, Leon turned his attention back to the librarian. The last time I was here, you told me that this place stored histories, records of the clan's culture, and of the magics they wielded. This one did say that, the librarian responded with a slight bow of its head. It's a shame that few have sought them out, but these records have been meticulously maintained. Let's go check these things out, Leon said, leading the librarian off in a slightly different direction as Elise and Maya had gone, making some small talk with the golem as he went. The more he spoke with it, the less he thought it was properly sentient, but even if it wasn't, it was a tremendously convincing thing. Not quite up to the standard of the stone giants or Nestor's prized golem, but quite the achievement, nonetheless. After perusing some of the books and having the librarian explain them to him, they were mostly histories of House Rame from the past 10,000 years or so rather than histories of the Thunderbird clan proper. Leon finally brought their conversation around to what he was a little more interested in hearing about. What was your relationship with Prince Nestor? Leon asked, watching the golem for any behaviors that might indicate surprise. The golem, however, wasn't human, and if it displayed anything that could showcase its surprise or hesitance to answer, it was beyond Leon's ability to perceive. This one's creator was not present much. According to this one's memories, the golem answered without a shred of antipathy or bitterness in its voice. Following this one's construction, this one was shown how to manage the records kept here, and then this one was left to fulfill its function. Leon nodded, not really surprised but still a little disappointed. I found him, you know. Prince Nestor. He was dead, a great loss to the clan. Again, the golem's tone of voice didn't change much, any fluctuations in any emotions it might have been feeling not coming through when it spoke. Leon found it a little disconcerting, but he also felt almost comforted, in a way. It meant the golem wouldn't judge him for what he was about to say. I've been thinking over the past few years. When I was last here, I was ready and willing to take whatever House Rame and the Thunderbird clan had left for me. I wouldn't have hesitated to take everything I could possibly carry. If we hadn't been interrupted by that patrol sent to investigate my breaking into Argent Palace, I certainly would have taken more. Leon's eyes drifted toward the back of the archives, to where the door that the librarian had shown him to last time was, still almost impossible to notice, tucked away in one of the many alcoves that dotted the circular chamber's wall. The librarian hadn't been able to tell him how to open the door, but he was certain that something worth that protection was behind it, and that he would have spent quite a bit of time trying to get it open if he'd had more time 4 years ago. He was still absolutely going to look it over again, even if he wasn't reserving judgment on using whatever was inside. Now, however, Leon continued as the librarian patiently listened and waited for him to finish. I've been having second thoughts about that kind of mindset. It's not that I don't want everything here, I do. But, more than that, I want to be my own person, someone who can credit himself for his achievements, someone who doesn't rely on inheritance to ride to the top. I'm not sure how to reconcile these two wants. To be a part of the clan, and yet not to partake in anything that was left behind. If I don't take it, then it will probably fall into the hands of someone who isn't a part of the clan. The Thunderbird herself told me I was the last who bore her power, and recent events have convinced me that she wasn't lying. If I don't take what the Thunderbird clan left behind, then I'll be essentially giving away all of it to whoever is willing to take it. The librarian waited patiently as Leon spoke, his mouth practically just letting loose with a stream of consciousness. He wasn't sure he was making enough sense, and he wasn't sure if the librarian could even help, but he needed to tell someone, and he wasn't quite ready to tell those who were a little more personally invested in him. Unfortunately for him, that didn't mean they couldn't hear him, or that they could hold their tongues. From the depths of his soul realm, he suddenly heard the voice of Nestor, going against Leon's conditions and orders and speaking without being directly included in the conversation. Your struggle is not something unique to you, kinsman, Nestor said, his voice resounding through Leon's mind more like the kind grandfather that he portrayed himself as right before he invaded Leon's soul realm. Many in the clan have wrestled with the same emotions. Many have even renounced their claims to any wealth and power that they might have received as part of the clan. Some of these people went on to be great, proving to themselves and to everyone else that they were great unto themselves, while a great many others failed and died in obscurity, or came crawling back to the clan, now convinced that the only way they would taste greatness was by proxy. Your thoughts are not new, and I don't doubt for a second that any descendants you may leave will struggle with the same things. Leon couldn't help but scowl as the man spoke, his distaste for Nestor almost causing him to throw out Nestor's comments without thought or consideration. All of this thoughts in his head started because of what Nestor did. But he paused just as the words almost left his mouth. Is this not the reason why Nestor was kept alive? He mused as his scowl turned bitter. I suppose I can at least hear him out, and what sort of insights do you have in this specific matter? Leon responded, unable to keep the bitterness out of his voice and the implied and unspoken threat of violence out of his tone. Seemingly unfazed, Nestor replied, you are the last of the clan. If I were in your boots, I would take everything I possibly could. Our enemies are beyond counting, you'll need it all. Better all of it fall into your hands than the degenerates who looted the corpse of our clan. After all, our enemies can wait, Leon countered. We're not in a rush and I don't want to grow reliant on handouts from the clan. There's a difference between relying on handouts and using provided tools, young one, Nestor replied, his tone like that of an elder lecturing a junior, which while accurate regarding their situation, only served to infuriate Leon. Besides, I'm not entirely convinced that this is actually about the items themselves. And what do you mean by that? You didn't have these thoughts before coming to me, did you? And now you have them. What changed in my lab? Everything, Leon thought, though he didn't direct it to Nestor. All of these thoughts could be traced to that damned lab, to being possessed and used like meat by a member of his clan. He hadn't been able to think much about it at the time since he had other things to worry about, but it hit him when he returned to the prison, even if he wasn't entirely conscious of it at the time. Nestor wasn't insane, at least not in a mentally broken by time kind of way. He'd shown Leon exactly the kind of ruthlessness and callousness that his clan had been capable of, how even for all its greatness, the clan had been brutal and without mercy. Nestor had not only invaded Leon's soul realm when Leon had shown up, but had also destroyed his own golems with a second thought. Justin's imprisonment, even if Leon didn't much care that it happened to Justin in particular, was indicative that Leon's treatment wasn't unique. Leon's blood curdled at the thought of being used like that again, either having his body stolen or being plugged into one of those vine enchantments. To feel those things burrow into his skin and leeching away his magic power by stealing his blood. As he thought about it, Leon had to stifle the urge to immediately vomit. He could fight and he could kill, but he would never be the kind of person who could steal another person's body, or who could imprison someone in such a contraption. If Nestor was emblematic of what the Thunderbird clan was, Leon wanted nothing to do with it. He'd rather be a Rame. He'd rather shed the former legacy entirely in favor of the latter. But that was essentially impossible. The Thunderbird's power was too tightly intertwined within him, he couldn't just abandon it even if he wanted to. No matter what he did, he'd always be seen as a part of the Thunderbird clan. He scowled, but he knew it was true. So that left him one option. He'd have to prove himself better than them, both to himself and to everyone. Leon took a deep breath as this new realization dawned on him, and with it came a degree of conviction. This would have to be his path forward, to build his own family better than the Thunderbird clan in every way. But first, he'd have to prove to himself that he could do it. "I'll use knowledge, I'll take advice to heart," he said as evenly as he could, setting aside any moral concerns he had for the time being. He was hardly the kind of person worthy of judging others for their actions, after all, and with some further thought, he was sure that some of the actions of the ancient Thunderbird clan was likely justified in some way. Having just come out of a civil war, Leon could understand that sometimes retaining power required the shedding of blood, and if the right person was doing it, then a people as a whole might be able to come out of the other side better off than they were before. The vines and tree roots that leached mana and possession stuff still disturbed the hells out of him, though. "I don't think I can take anything material right now," he continued. I need to prove to myself that I can do this, that I'm not just riding coattails or a child playing with old toys he inherited, that I'm not just a vessel with the illusion of free will that the Thunderbird is using to rebuild her clan. If I don't, then what would be the point of fighting to prevent you from possessing me? I'm not an animal, I don't think I'm an idiot that needs to be lifted up to greatness. I have to do some of this on my own." He heard Nestor heavily sigh and fall silent, while the attention of both Zaffin and Thunderbird rushed to fill the gap. "For what it's worth, boy, I completely support that decision," Zaffin said. "Standing upon your own feet on foundations that you've built will always be better than doing otherwise." The Thunderbird added, "There's no shame in taking what has been left behind, but if you don't believe you need it, or you believe that accepting it would be Chapter 528, the card on the plane of Eterna, the Heaven's Eye Merchant Guild had a virtual monopoly on all banking from one side of the plane to the other. They were also the largest non-government-operated group who participated in international trade, being more than capable of moving just about anything in any realistic quantity from one end of the plane to the other. Of course, this made them incredibly powerful and influential, but they were held in check by the power of the Central Empires. If Heaven's Eye started to get too political, the powerful mages of the Central Empires could, with what Leon understood to be relative ease, dismantle Heaven's Eye, for the Central Empires were not only the most magically advanced states on the plane, but also the only ones who were not at least somewhat reliant on the services provided by Heaven's Eye. To help organize their businesses, Leon knew that Heaven's Eye issued various metallic cards to their customers and partners, the difference between the two mostly coming down to personal power. The cards were heavily enchanted to prevent fraud, and the information they recorded could usually be used to buy something instead of using physical currency. The money would then be transferred directly by Heaven's Eye without directly hauling huge amounts of silver coins around. Commoners were usually the ones who had less business to conduct with Heaven's Eye, oftentimes no more than utilizing their banking services. Leon knew that they were issued bronze cards. From Elise, he knew that a bronze card carried with it no special privileges of any kind, whether that was access to Heaven's Eye's higher-ups or more niche services such as using them as trading middlemen. The nobles or whoever made up the ruling class of a particular state usually had more business to conduct both within and without their country, and with their greater authority to advance Heaven's Eye's interests, they were seen more as partners than customers. To reflect this status and the privileges that came with these cards, these people were issued silver cards. Royals and only royals were given gold cards. These special cards essentially meant that Heaven's Eye would give them an accordingly royal treatment no matter where the holders of these cards went, giving them access to all of Heaven's Eye's services and allowing them to directly meet with Tower Lords and other higher-ups almost at will. Leon had inherited a gold card from his father, who had in turn inherited it from Kairos and all the other House Rame Archdukes, going all the way back to the old Thunder Kings from before the first Bull King forged the Bull Kingdom. As far as Leon knew, his family was almost unique in that they weren't royals, and hadn't been for 5,000 years, and yet they had been allowed to keep their gold card and the status that came with it. Leon vaguely remembered, Elise once alluded to some kind of special relationship between House Rame and Heaven's Eye, especially notable since apparently Heaven's Eye's first tower was built in Tira, but she hadn't uncovered any special information in that regard since. That was it as far as Leon knew. Bronze for commoners, silver for nobles in the ruling class, and gold for royals. With Elise as his lover, he'd absorbed quite a bit of information about Heaven's Eye and knew that this was true. Not once had he ever heard about any other metallic cards before. And yet, In the archives below Tira, beyond the door that Leon had opened, was another card, suspiciously similar to those issued by Heaven's Eye, only it was platinum, not any of the other metals, its easily identifiable luster putting that of silver to shame. And Leon knew that it was a Heaven's Eye card, for on one side of the platinum card was printed a heavily stylized eye, an eye that Leon knew was an old Heaven's Eye insignia, the oldest, as far as he was aware, though he was hardly an expert on such things. On the other side of the card, instead of the usual string of numbers printed on other cards along with the plethora of security enchantments to protect that information, was another heavily stylized image, that of a bird of prey soaring through the sky. It was a suspiciously similar insignia to the more modern sigil of House Rame. It might have been some kind of confirmation bias, but in the archives of House Rame and with that resemblance, Leon felt certain that the bird printed on the card was the Thunderbird herself. All of Leon's elation at having solved the puzzle of the door was gone almost as soon as he saw that card hovering over the stone plinth. He wasn't sure what he'd been expecting on the other side of the door, but it certainly wasn't this. Leon didn't touch the card. He simply stared at it as it hovered in the air, slowly turning in the air, giving him a good look at both sides. What the hell's is this thing? He wondered aloud. Surprisingly, he actually received an answer. From behind him, the librarian said, "That is an identification badge carried by the clan leader and their direct subordinates. It is a thing of great honor and grants the bearer permission to enter any clan stronghold they choose. It marks them as higher ranked than everyone, save for the clan leader and their children. Few are ever handed out, as they are things of great consequence and a sign of immense trust." "I see," Leon replied as he inundated the alcove in his magic senses, looking for any sign that this was some kind of trick or trap. But he sensed nothing from either the alcove or the card itself. By all signs, it was safe for him to take if he so wished. Leon didn't move. It was tempting, and he certainly wanted a closer look, but he wasn't about to just take the thing, not after everything that he'd been contemplating over the past week or so. But there was still a very large part of him that wanted almost more than anything to reach out and take it. "Does this thing carry any kind of enchantments other than serve as an ID?" Leon asked, wondering if the card had an actual, real impact on Thunderbird clan defensive wards, or if it was just a sign of authority for clan members to obey. If it were the latter, he didn't have as many reservations about taking it as he would if it were the former. "Unknown," the librarian responded. "Such things are not meant for this one to touch." Leon scowled, his mind turning to his dead kinsman in his soul realm. If anyone would know everything about these things, it would be Nestor. After taking a step forward, Leon began to examine the platinum card a little closer, unwilling to ask Nestor just yet. He wanted as little to do with the ghost as he could get away with. Unfortunately, the more he examined the card, the less he could tell about it. Its inner workings were as much a mystery to him as his gold card was. With a rapidly deepening frown, Leon steeled himself for what he had to ask. He didn't want to come across as a beggar requesting information from a superior, if only that superior could be so generous as to share his wisdom. Rather, Leon wanted there to be nothing in his voice but iron and dignity. Nestor, by his own promise, had to give him the knowledge he wanted. There could be no alternatives. But still, Leon didn't want to embarrass himself trying and failing to achieve the effect he wanted. "Nestor," Leon growled, his voice deep but not overly so, his tone even and confident rather than shaky and anxious, "can you hear me?" The answer he got was instantaneous, preceded only by a weak wave of magic senses to perceive Leon's immediate surroundings. "Yes, kinsman," Nestor replied. "Is there an issue I can assist with?" Nestor's tone was neither servile nor arrogant, giving Leon no satisfaction, but also no reasonable cause to be irate other than Nestor calling him a kinsman. Still, Leon took that as a win. "This card, what can you tell me about it?" "This librarian told me it was an ID." Leon briefly summarized the information relayed by the librarian, as well as his own observations. It almost felt like too much to reveal for Leon, as if he were admitting weakness to an enemy by proving just how limited his knowledge was, but he also didn't want to waste any time and patience by having Nestor go over information he already had. "All of that is true," Nestor replied, his tone unchanged. "These cards were used by the clan for identification purposes, with platinum cards being the most prestigious. I and all of my siblings had one, as well as several of my father's closest advisors." "Do you know who held this one?" "I couldn't tell you unless I had physical hands," Nestor explained, pausing just long enough for Leon to start feeling defensive and almost long enough for Leon to snap back that he wasn't going to get any physical hands. So, clearly I can't do much, Nestor continued, but I can tell you what to do and then interpret what you find. Leon followed Nestor's directions, though he went slowly and triple-checked everything to ensure that Nestor wasn't trying to do anything shady, and to treat the card with as much suspicion and reverence as Leon thought it deserved. As far as Leon could tell, though, the dead man only told him how to activate and interpret the enchantments placed upon the card, and nothing more. Yet, it was still with a great deal of trepidation that Leon finished checking the card, and a moment later, a single name appeared on the side of the card that had the image of the Thunderbird. Demetrios, Leon whispered, his mind quickly associating the name with the only other of Jason Carano's children to survive his death. As far as Leon knew, that Demetrios had apparently changed his name to Rame after the disaster that left the previous Storm King and all of his most powerful subordinates dead, and was the founding member of Leon's house. Leon had held the card almost delicately until that point, as if it were alive and only one wrong move on his part away from biting his hand off. It wasn't something he particularly wanted to have, it was just another thing from the Thunderbird clan. Worse, it was something that would directly identify him as a member. But now, his hands clasped the card tighter as the card suddenly felt 1,000 times heavier, carrying the weight of all the time that must have passed between when it had been placed on the other side of that door and when Leon had managed to get the thing open. A length of time that no doubt many more powerful mages would have laughed at, but was almost inconceivably long to Leon. At the very least, the card didn't seem to come with any immediate tangible benefits, so Leon resolved to keep it. This was a sentimental part of his legacy, and one that he didn't mind taking. From what he could discern of Nestor's mental state, the ghost seemed to be lost in a similar state. Leon heard something that sounded almost like a gasp when the name was revealed, followed immediately by a sigh of regret. But Nestor said nothing more, and Leon didn't push him to talk. Leon felt Nestor's attention vanish as the man's awareness retreated back into Leon's soul realm. Leon held the card close to his chest, turned back to the librarian, and said, "I want everything in this place catalogued and made ready to be moved. I'll not be likely to stay in this region for much longer, and I'll not leave any of this behind." "Understood," the librarian responded, giving Leon not a single word of complaint, for which he was grateful. Leon quickly dismissed the librarian to begin preparing with the other maintenance golems, while he swept the area with his magic senses. After quickly locating Elise and Maya, Leon started making his way back over to them. He'd vaguely wondered where the two of them had been in the couple hours they'd been apart, and it soon became apparent what they had gotten up to in that time. Around the archives were a number of comfortable places to study or do research, and Elise and Maya had set themselves at one such place, a small table with a handful of comfortable armchairs around it. The table had a couple of books on it, not quite as much as Leon had expected, but enough to have kept them busy for a while. However, instead of quietly reading, Elise appeared to be quietly whispering to Maya as she traced a sentence in the book with one of her fingers. "ND, you see how each individual letter corresponds to the sounds we make when we speak. Every word we say is only made up of a collection of 35-ish sounds, and each one of those has a letter associated with it, so a word is like a puzzle made up of these pieces. If you memorize each of these letters and the sounds they correspond to, as well as the little quirky ways they behave when they're assembled in certain orders, then reading becomes incredibly easy." As Leon approached their table, he saw that Maya had an expression of utmost concentration on her face, showing just how seriously she was taking this. She didn't seem frustrated or angry, but Leon could tell that she had made an incredible amount of progress already, which likely contributed to the feeling of conquest and victory that he could feel through their connection. He felt a little guilty that it was Elise teaching Maya even though she'd asked him to do it, but he was also terrifically happy that Maya was still fulfilling her wish to learn how to read. "When, KK," Maya hesitantly began as she tried to piece together the next line in the book. "Kai," Elise corrected, keeping on top of any mistakes Maya made as she interpreted the rune-based symbols that made up their letters. "Kai Sros," Maya said, immediately applying the correct pronunciation, "to KT he, the fo rt, he, tor, do wn, the flag of, the enmai, perfect," Elise said with a glowing smile, not even looking up as Leon took a seat at their table, ensuring that Maya had been given sufficient praise before finally glancing in his direction. However, that wasn't to say that she didn't look ecstatic to see him, as she made clear once she turned that radiant smile in his direction. Sounds like a lot's happened over here, Leon said, a smile creeping across his face as both Elise and Maya smiled in pride at him. Indeed, Elise replied, seeming almost impatient to show off just what Maya had accomplished in just a couple of hours, though Maya was, if anything, even more eager. Before Elise could say anything else, Maya immediately shouted into Leon's mind. I've learned to read. Leon's joyful smile grew wider, though there was quite a bit of surprise mixed in there, as well. But, in his experience, learning to read was something that took more than a few hours. In just a few hours? Leon asked, being careful to keep any sign of disbelief out of his voice, inundating his tone with amazement instead. I found it a little surprising how quickly she picked this up, too, Elise said as she cuddled up next to Maya and stared at their bronze-skinned lover with adoration and pride. However, it seems that, with the power she has, it makes memorizing symbols terrifically easy. So, after showing her what each symbol was, all we've been doing is reinforcing their meaning in her mind. At this rate, I shouldn't have any trouble with this by the end of the week, Maya boasted, pushing out her ample chest in pride, reveling in Leon and Elise's adulation. Leon found it impossible to doubt her, and he expressed that as best as he could over the next few minutes, letting her dazzle him with her new skill. But after those few minutes and after Maya dove back into the book a dry historical record, from the looks of it Elise finally addressed the reason why Leon had come back over. Did you find anything fun, love? She asked, Maya only looking up from the book for a split second before turning her eyes back to its pages. Leon hesitated to tell her about the platinum card. It didn't seem to carry any tangible benefits to it, and he didn't want to keep it a secret from either her or Maya, but he also couldn't help but suspect that it might have some kind of authoritative power in Heaven's eye. Just because he'd never heard of them using a platinum card didn't mean they didn't, after all. It took him sitting in silence for a few awkward seconds, slowly turning the card over in his hands a few times beneath the table before he continued, deciding that being honest and forthright with Elise was the best way to go, regardless of any potential consequences. I did find something, he said, producing the platinum card from beneath the table and almost defiantly snapping it down onto the table between all three of them. For a moment, no one said a thing. Maya didn't seem to pay the card any mind after a cursory glance, but Elise stared at it like it had just sprouted a mouth and recited a sonnet. She didn't say anything for long enough for Leon to start feeling like maybe he'd just made a mistake. Once she'd thrown off her shock, however, Elise's expression darkened, and she pushed the card back to Leon. You should put that away. Don't let anyone see it again. That could bring all of us a large amount of suffering if the wrong people heard about it. Leon stared at his fire-haired lover in utter bewilderment. He rarely saw her so serious about anything that didn't involve him in conflict with Valeria, and he could tell she was not only deadly serious, but also a little bit terrified, if her aura rapidly descending into chaotic whirling was anything to go by. What's wrong? He asked as he sat up a little straighter and stared down at the platinum card. Elise hadn't taken her eyes off the thing, her shining green eyes were locked on it as if it were about to jump at her like a spider. The tension that suddenly formed in the air was even enough for Maya to notice and put down her book to focus on them. Elise didn't immediately respond to Leon, instead, she gingerly laid a hand on the platinum card and did a few things that Leon quickly realized were almost identical to the way that Nestor had taught him to activate the identifying enchantment in the card. Yes, put that away and don't show it to anyone, Elise said as she pulled her hand back. Leon frowned, but did as she suggested and pulled the card into his soul realm, storing it in his mind palace's vault. He was relatively certain that it would be safe there, though not as certain as he would have been before Nestor had invaded his soul realm and that he would be safe from it. It didn't seem to warrant too much caution, though. It was just a card made out of platinum with a few small enchantments expertly woven into it, nothing directly dangerous. What's wrong with it? Leon asked, his tone both worried and curious. Elise met his gaze and seemed a little conflicted. Leon imagined that she was trying to decide whether to explain or ask where he'd found the thing first. It seemed that the explanation won out, for after a second or two of thought, she said, Heaven's Eye doesn't use cards made out of platinum. As far as I know, there have been a few attempts by influential tower lords to create a new level, so to speak, of authority to give to the imperial states in the south, but the director of Heaven's Eye has always shot those suggestions down. We don't make platinum cards. Why not? Leon asked. Now that I think about it, it seems just a little bit strange that Heaven's Eye has existed for, what was it? Something in excess of 50,000 years. That long and they've always used bronze, silver, and gold. In all that time, those 3 levels of cards have never once been diluted with other levels. Elise began before cutting herself off, suddenly seemed very apprehensive about continuing whatever train. Chapter 529. Raid for a prince. The capital was fairly quiet, surprisingly so, in Jormun's opinion. It had barely even been a month since the Bull Kingdom's civil war had ended, so he'd expected to see their capital in an absolute flurry of activity. However, it seemed that many of the people who had fled the city had yet to return, and without the legions there to make up the difference, the city was relatively deserted. A smile crossed the pirate's plain face as he gazed out over the railing of his small sloop, his eyes sweeping over the city as he and his closest of comrades slowly wound their way around a lake in the city's center. Eventually, his gaze landed upon the capital island itself, whereupon he knew his target to be. He needed someone with the blood of some kind of ascended beast, someone whose blood held more power than average. Normal humans had power in their blood, of course, but for his purpose, he needed something with a little more kick, something that was a little more appropriate for his ritual. In that respect, he was unable to simply kidnap random people off the street to try and make up for the power deficiency with pure numbers. No, in this case, plain old blood simply wouldn't do, no matter how much he had. He needed those with inherited bloodlines if he were to ever accomplish his goal. And upon that island was one such person, Octavius, the disgraced son of King Julius, the man who had been largely responsible for the bloody fighting that had consumed the kingdom over the past year or so. Jormun had learned during his infiltration of the capital a week ago. The only other 2 in the kingdom who were suitable to be used for his purposes were, unfortunately, too well guarded or not in the city to attempt to steal, so Octavius was his only choice. It had been surprisingly easy to enter the kingdom, what with the unrest in the west caused by the king punishing traitors or something of that nature. Jormun didn't much care about the actual reason requiring many of the legion's soldiers to redeploy. The city itself was only lightly defended, a sure sign in Jormun's eyes that they were being watched over by the serpent, not that he needed more proof of that. Still, Jormun knew that the fleet stationed in the south could be problematic, but with only a single small, fast ship and a reliable crew, he was confident that he could outrun and slip past anyone who tried to stop him from taking and leaving with his prize. To that end, he and his crew had been slowly circling the capital island from a distance for the past day and a half in a small fishing boat that Jormun had taken the unprecedented step of purchasing, doing their best to appear non-threatening, not raise any alarms, and to blend in with all the rest of the ships coming and going. They were going to be seen eventually, if they hadn't already, that much Jormun knew, but he doubted anyone would disturb them in time to stop them. After all, they'd be launching their raid in only a few hours. During their time circling the island, Jormun had managed to get a pretty good idea of where everything was on the island. The bribes he'd paid a former government official to furnish him with a hand-drawn map hadn't hurt, either. He knew where the dungeon was on the island, and where he could land to avoid the royal guards for as long as possible. He knew exactly where he had to go and what he had to do. Now, it was all about execution. This would be his only chance, for Octavius was scheduled to be executed the following day. Jormun glanced around at the rest of his crew. His ship was small enough that the 24 pirates he'd brought with him crowded the deck a little bit, a small force to challenge this powerful kingdom, but Jormun wasn't really trying to challenge it. He simply wanted to steal a disgraced prince. It would be difficult, especially since the prince was likely to be under the heaviest guard that the king thought appropriate right now, but Jormun was confident that he and his most trusted followers would be fast and quiet enough to pull it off. After all, he'd never failed before. If he wanted something, he'd always been able to take it without too much trouble. This prince, he knew, would be no different. Octavius leaned back in his cell, his blonde hair dirty from lack of care, his clothes little more than rags, and he didn't even want to know what he smelled like to people who weren't used to the stench. But all in all, he was strangely happy. He'd lost his bid for the throne by such an awful margin that for him, every waking moment was a nightmare. But his mood was so great because he knew that in less than 24 hours, it would all be over. He'd have to kneel and say a few words and suffer the indignity of hearing his crimes read out to him, but then Bronze or Penitent or whoever would step forward and end him quickly. It would not be a protracted affair. Still, he had his regrets. His dream to see himself upon the throne of the Bull Kingdom was still swirling about his head along with the intense desire to see August dead, but a dream was all it was now. Forever out of reach, he'd spared a few thoughts for Sapphire, but no more. His current situation was her fault, and that of Earthshaker. They'd given him poor advice, not followed his orders correctly, and then either surrendered without a fight or gotten themselves killed by some nobody barbarian. Earthshaker was dead and good riddance for worthless followers, and Sapphire might as well be dead, too, as far as he was concerned. It was only when he thought of Leon that Octavius' mood was somewhat ruined. Humiliation was one thing, but that filthy savage had dared to lay hands upon him. A prince of the blood assaulted by that walking embodiment of dirt and all that was wrong in the world. All that he had been determined to fix upon his assumption of kingship, but his passion didn't last long. The knowledge that he was about to die had dampened just about any foul moods he could possibly experience. A month of living in squalor, though not quite the oubliette that he'd subjected August to during his brief imprisonment, had him ready to exit this world with as much dignity as he could manage. No, he'd gotten all of his bargaining attempts and furious shouting and denial of reality out of the way in the first 2 weeks. Now it was all about waiting for the inevitable. Octavius continued to ruminate over his life, his regrets, the grand plans that he'd never gotten to accomplish, how great of a king he could have been if the traitors hadn't gotten their way. So in his own head was he that not once did he hear the shouting from other parts of the dungeon. Not once did he sense the faint ripples of magic as the guards in the facility were slaughtered like pigs. Instead, he was consumed by the knowledge that, in only a matter of hours, the Bull Kingdom was going to execute the finest prince it had ever had. Octavius chuckled, thinking to himself that the loss of his immeasurable talent and skill was exactly what the kingdom deserved for failing to recognize it and rally behind him. It wasn't until the dungeon itself shook all the way down to its foundation that Octavius finally looked up from his own navel, alarmed and confused as dust was shaken from the dirty ceiling of his cell. Octavius, now shaken out of his own little world, leapt to his feet as he finally began to hear the sounds of violence outside of his cell. He grabbed the small table he was afforded and upended it so that he could take cover behind it in case his cell door was blasted open, yet at the same time, hope was ignited in his chest. It has to be my supporters, Octavius thought to himself. Other scenarios flashed through his mind, including that of potential assassination, but given that he was due to be executed the following morning, he couldn't imagine that anyone was willing to assault the dungeon just to kill him a few hours early. No, they have to be here to break me out, he thought with expectation as he stared at his cell door, his body hunkered down behind the wooden table as he waited for whoever it was out there to reach his cell. It's about fucking time. Still, for all his enthusiasm, whatever was going on outside was giving him enough anxiety and fear that he wished he could channel his magic power. He was only a 5th-tier mage, but that was still enough that his jailers had seen fit to shackle him with manacles that restricted the use of his magic power, as well as placing him in a cell that had been heavily enchanted to do the same. So long as he languished in this cell, his magic was lost to him. I wonder who it is, Octavius thought as a few faces flashed through his mind. Grandfather is dead, Uncle Petrus is dead, is it Sapphire? Has she finally made her move to save her king? Octavius quickly concluded that it could be none other than his future queen, and all of his terrible thoughts about her disappeared as if he'd never thought them at all, and as the sounds of death from outside faded and were replaced with approaching footsteps, he stood up and pushed the overturned table aside so that he could greet her. If she could get him out of this place and into the Western territories where he could continue the war, then he'd forgive her for all of her inaction over the past couple of months, along with just about any other mistakes she might care to admit to. However, when the door opened, it was not his gorgeous paladin that greeted him, but a decidedly more plain man standing in the doorframe, the light from the hall streaming in behind him and throwing his face into shadow. Octavius almost froze in surprise, but he took another step forward to try and conceal his sudden spike of fear at the sight of this unknown man. Who are you, good sir? The fallen prince asked as he stood with as much dignity as his current state could express. He was dirty, having been unable to wash for days, and extremely tired, having been given nothing to eat for the past week but bread and water. But he was still a descendant of the sacred bull, and so he stood tall and proud. My name is Ephialtes, the man said as he stepped into the cell and let more light fall onto his smiling face. He was a fairly average-looking man, with no real notable features or clothing. He had a wide smile with deep laugh lines, brown hair and eyes, and a body that seemed more than used to its fair share of hard work and violence. He was clad in a dull red brigandine, with what looked like steel greaves, no helmet, and a pair of black gloves made of some kind of dark reptile skin. However, for how otherwise unremarkable his looks and attire were, his aura was decidedly non-standard, with it being completely opaque and indiscernible to Octavius' eyes, indicating a minimum of 6th tier strength. Strong on a personal level, for sure, but not strong enough in Octavius' eyes to have staged such a bold attack on the dungeon, at least, on his own. Your Highness, Ephialtes, if that was, indeed, his name continued, I have been sent here by her grace, the Duchess of Valentia, to break you out of this place. Come now, we haven't much time. Ephialtes held out his hand in a friendly gesture, and Octavius began to relax. His aunt, the daughter of Duronius, and sister to the queen and Earthshaker, would have had to inherit her father's title after the king executed him. It seemed, then, that she was willing to continue the fight. With her resources, the throne wasn't quite out of Octavius' reach, yet. Wasting no more time on distrust, for who else but his true supporters would risk breaking him out at this latest of stages? Octavius nodded and strode out of the cell, Ephialtes just behind him. Once out in the hallway, Octavius saw several more of Ephialtes' companions, and they hardly looked to be the kind of people that he would have otherwise associated with, kind of dirty and disheveled, many of the men unshaven and with scandalously long hair, the women looking just as dirty and most with long braids in their hair to manage their greasy, unwashed locks. And yet, all of their auras were beyond Octavius' ability to perceive, all were stronger than him by at least a tier. They were powerful, and there was half a dozen of them in the hall, with undoubtedly many more outside. All of them are here for me, Octavius thought, the notion helping him to push his fatigued and slightly malnourished body a little bit further so that he could walk with all the dignity he still had. What's your plan, Ephialtes? Octavius imperiously asked the other man as they walked down the hall toward the central courtyard of the dungeon. Our ship isn't too far. If we're quick we can reach it and be out of the city before the local fleets can do anything to stop us, his rescuer replied as the rest of Octavius' rescuers fell in behind them. Are we at any risk of the paladins showing up? Octavius asked. They were approaching the door, and it took an immeasurable amount of self-control not to break with his rescuers and sprint to the outside, to the promised freedom. That's always a possibility, but I'd say that we're not in any great danger, Your Highness, Ephialtes replied. Bronze and Brimstone are both out leading legions to deal with the western territories, so neither are present. Sapphire is currently under house arrest, and from what I've been able to gather, she won't be risking the king's wrath by making a move. The only two people who might prove to be a challenge are His Majesty and Penitent, but if we move fast enough, then neither will even realize we were here until we're already on the ship. Octavius momentarily scowled as he paused at the door. His father had ascended to the 8th tier, and while he'd undoubtedly been quickly recovering his strength, not that Octavius would know since the king hadn't come to visit him in weeks, he likely wasn't quite in fighting condition, yet. Penitent, on the other hand, was an old man hardened by war and personal tragedy. If he caught even a hint of their betrayal, Octavius could easily see his father ordering Penitent to stop them, and Penitent doing so in brutally efficient fashion. Then let's move quickly, Octavius said, and pushed open the door to the dungeon's inner courtyard. Jorman could hardly believe his luck. He knew he was a fantastic liar, but Octavius had barely even questioned him once he'd opened the cell door. He supposed he could understand, though, since the prince was less than a day from execution, he was a drowning man ready and willing to clutch at even the thinnest and weakest of lines thrown to him. Still, there was a moment right after the prince opened the door and stepped out into the courtyard that Jorman worried would turn him against the pirate. He found the rest of Jorman's lieutenants waiting for them, and it seemed that they had had some fun while Jorman and his most trusted and powerful followers had gone into the dungeon's buildings looking for the prince. All across the walls, the dead legion soldiers that had once guarded the place had been strung up or nailed to the walls, mostly upside down and many completely disemboweled. One of Jorman's pirates even fancied himself something of a painter sterling, if Jorman's guess was correct about who did it, and had used the blood of dozens of the guardsmen in the few minutes Jorman had been gone to paint a large and surprisingly detailed, if stylized, serpent along one of the dungeon walls. The serpent had a single long horn extending out of its forehead and curving back along its body. Jorman appreciated the art and the message the bodies would send, but it ran counter to his goals, at the moment. He almost apologized to the Bull Prince to maintain his facade, but before the words left his mouth Octavius only shrugged and kept on walking toward the exit of the dungeon. Jorman smiled and gave his people a goofy smile of triumph before waving at them to fall in line. All of his pirates with him were 6th tier or stronger, but his force wasn't big enough to hold the dungeon against the inevitable counterattack by the royal guard. He and his people had attacked hard and fast enough that they'd managed to kill everyone before a signal could be sent out, at least, as far as Jorman was aware, but they had to leave as soon as they could. As they walked to the main doors, he kept an eye on the disgraced prince. Jorman had to admit to himself that he admired the man's poise and pride to walk out of the dungeon like he owned the place after all that had happened and the state he was in. The pirate wondered how far he'd have to push Octavius to break it. Not that far, probably, he gleefully thought. As he followed behind Octavius, the prince remained silent, allowing Jorman to glance back at his people and make sure they were following. He did a quick head count and smiled as he realized that he hadn't lost a single one of his pirates. The Bull Kingdom was too preoccupied with unrest in the west for them to keep their best soldiers in the capital, and probably didn't ever seriously consider the threat of Octavius breaking out. Not that they left him unguarded, as the many corpses that now littered the dungeon could attest, but it had still been surprisingly easy for Jorman to take. There hadn't even been any other prisoners held in the dungeon that he had to filter through. He saw Rolf, one of his oldest comrades and a giant of a man, walking through the ruined courtyard like an indestructible war god, a tremendous axe resting over one shoulder and blood dyeing his mail crimson. Even with his helmet obscuring most of his features, that axe in his immense frame made him instantly recognizable. His wind magic gave him an unparalleled speed among Jorman's followers and an irreplaceable position on Jorman's ship, despite only being a 6th-tier mage. Andoril, too, cut an impressive figure, but his was of a more wiry and lithe build, though the strength he possessed wasn't something anyone could ignore. The handsome brown-haired man had recently ascended to the 7th tier, and the light magic he wielded ensured that any injuries that Jorman's people had sustained were almost instantly healed. Jorman's only other 7th-tier mage was a young-seeming woman who wielded fire magic to great effect whenever Jorman set his eyes on a trading ship. Many were the sailors who had chosen to forfeit their cargo rather than face the wrath of Frigga, though whenever it happened, Jorman was always entertained to see the disappointment in her wild and barbarous face, her unkempt vibrant red hair which seemed to poof out whenever she was excited and looking forward to a fight would then sag back into her scalp whenever she saw their white flag. With these three alone at his side, Jorman doubted he'd have had any trouble at all taking the dungeon, but he was glad for the aid of his fellow pirates, nonetheless. They had all sailed with him for many years, and they had proven their usefulness to him time after time. Once Jorman's people had filed out of the dungeon, leaving nothing but mangled corpses behind, they immediately turned east. Jorman could see with his magic senses that even if the alarm hadn't gone off, the Legion forces on the capital island were already moving in their direction, so they had to get back to their ship and leave before the local naval garrison could follow the example of the Royal Guard. However, what was far more concerning was the fact that a small Legion unit had already found his ship. It almost seemed like a terrible thing to have happened, but Jorman hardly cared. With his crew and with the recent losses the Bull Kingdom had taken, he didn't think they'd be able to stop him and his crew from leaving if they went all out. He was actually looking forward to the fight, especially once he realized who was leading the Bull troops. A few minutes later, he, Octavius, and the rest of Jorman's crew didn't have to rely on magic senses to see their new foes. 40 powerful Legion soldiers stood around the small inlet where they had beached their fishing barge, surrounding the craft and keeping it under lock and key. Every one of the soldiers was above the 5th tier, which, given how strong Jorman's crew was, made them about even. The only unknown among them was the man who stood on the beach itself, one hand resting on the hull of the ship with his back to them. He had a bald head, was dressed in plain brown robes, and lacked any and all sign of his office or his lofty position. Slowly, as if he were expecting them, the penitent paladin turned around and fixed Jorman's crew in his gaze. Not even seeing 3 7th-tier mages and Octavius arrayed against him was enough to get him to crack his stony exterior. Instead, he just stared at them with a baleful look that promised nothing but death if they should continue trying to escape. The paladin's eyes swept over each one of them, and even Jorman had to suppress a shiver as those black pits passed over him. It almost felt like standing upon the edge of the ocean during a storm. One wrong move, and Jorman would plunge in and never surface again. Penitent was so full of power and killing intent that he felt like a force of nature, not a man who stood in their way. But after a moment, Jorman's mouth curled upward in a wide smile. He didn't fear this ocean. He'd seen all the horrors the abyss could throw at him, and every time he'd fallen under, he'd returned stronger than before. This was to be his greatest test yet, to fight against the man who had obliterated his home island, the specter of death that had haunted the dreams of countless Serpentine Islanders, the only man who was more hated there than King Julius himself. It was a good opportunity to put on a bit of a show. Most of Jormun's crew were not from the Serpentine Islands. He'd recruited them, forcefully or otherwise, during his many voyages across Eterna, raiding and plundering. They did not have the same visceral reaction to seeing the penitent paladin as did Rolf, Andoril, or Frigga. "Take heart, my friends," Jormun whispered to them as the paladin's eyes focused in on Octavius. "This old man shall not stand in our way for long. When things kick off, see to the prince." He was about to finish there and let his crew steel themselves for the inevitable battle that was only a minute away, but a strange sensation crawled around in the back of his head, as if there was something quite literally crawling around in the back of his skull, and he heard a faint rustling like a serpent slithering through the grass. "The serpent is with us," he said as his smile grew wider. "The new age of the gods is inevitable. It will start with us." It was only then that Jormun saw his people start to animate and show their determination, once they knew their god was on their side. Octavius, however, didn't hear a word that Jormun had said. He'd stepped forward and addressed the penitent paladin before the latter could speak, though Jormun had been too in his own head to pay attention to what the prince had said. He only caught the tail end of their quick exchange. "Highness has told me that I need not bring you back alive, Octavius," the paladin said as he stood there on the beach, unmoving yet having a more menacing aura than if he'd taken a few steps forward. "Now that you're here, I suppose this just means that your execution has been moved up a few hours." With barely a hint of movement, the rough line separating the sandy beach from the forested island was defined by the penitent with a great crack that split the beach off completely from the island, sending a thunderous boom echoing throughout the entire city and swallowing up 5 of Jormun's pirates who hadn't moved in time. Jormun hardly cared, though. If they weren't quick enough to avoid that, then they weren't worthy of being in his crew. He didn't spare those pirates another thought, not even as he leapt over the rapidly widening crack and heard the sounds of crunching bones from the deep black abyss that had formed. With barely more than a quick yell of exertion, Jormun charged straight at the paladin, trusting in his crew to see Octavius to the ship and out onto the lake even as the paladin's knights charged to meet them. Jormun's pirates were outnumbered, but not a single one of them failed to charge in after their captain. In only a moment, the beach erupted in a conflagration of elemental magic that seemed like it was about to rip the entire island apart. But Jormun barely took any of it in. He confidently charged toward Penitent with Octavius right behind him. He conjured a long curved saber in his hand, and with it in hand, he knew nothing could threaten him or the young bull. "Prince." Penitent just watched them come, power pouring out of him like he was the font of all magic. Nothing fazed him. He was a rock effortlessly weathering the storm of magic around him. Jormun, however, intended to be that storm, and with a slash of his saber, the water just off the beach receded into the lake. No one but Penitent saw this happen, but he regarded it with cold detachment. His attitude was justified when only a few seconds later all of that water suddenly rushed back in with another slash of Jormun's blade. It came crashing back onto the beach in a great wave that swept many of the combatants, both pirate and soldier, off their feet. But Penitent remained standing. He barely moved and a huge stone wall appeared as if from nowhere that parted the water around him. His feet got a bit damp, but apart from that, Jormun's move barely did anything to the paladin. "Get to the boat," Jormun said to the prince, completely unfazed by Penitent's obvious power and seeming lack of concern, thinking merely of the strangeness that the paladin wasn't being more proactive. "Are you sure?" Octavius asked, showing a bit of doubt and uncertainty in Jormun for the first time since leaving the dungeon. Before Jormun could respond, Penitent finally took a step in their direction. Just one step, and when his foot hit the soft sand, the earth beneath them shattered like glass and the sandy beach practically exploded into a great whirling storm. The prince visibly paled in fear, but Jormun was unharmed. Only a few steps were required to see him and the prince to safety, though 2 more of his pirates weren't quite so lucky. "I'm sure," he said as he grabbed hold of the prince and threw him toward the boat like a ragdoll. He then took a menacing step toward Penitent, letting his magic flow out of his body like a river and down into the lake. All the material he needed to work his magic was there. Both he and Penitent were precisely in their element. As the lake water just off the beach roiled and churned and began to rise up and flood the beach, the fighting between the rest of the combatants died down. It seemed like Jormun's pirates had come out of it better than the knights, but not by much. Penitent, meanwhile, took another step toward Jormun, his eyes never leaving the pirate despite Octavius landing in the boat. As his foot hit the ground, an immense stone pillar erupted out of the ground and propped up the ship, ensuring that no matter what, it could not leave the island. The paladin remained eerily quiet during this, his face an unchanging mask of resignation to his duty. Jormungand's was only marginally more expressive, with a shallow smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, marking the only difference between the two. But as the two sides separated, Jormungand knew he had to put on a bit more of a show. With the Serpentine Islanders in his crew watching, he couldn't take things in stride. He was facing the man who had destroyed their islands and killed tens of thousands. He had to show more passion. He forced his smile to grow wider, and with another slash of his sword, another great wave arose out of the lake and came crashing down upon the beach. "Get to the ship," Jormungand roared, his target no longer just Octavius, as the lake seemingly tried to eat the beach. It was stopped in its tracks by another great stone wall raised by Penitent, but Jormungand's pirates had already started moving. With a few quick movements, Jormungand caused the water that had already seeped into the sand in the beach to suddenly and violently spring up like hidden spring-loaded razors, slicing apart nearly half of the Legion soldiers, freeing up plenty of space for the remainder of his crew to sprint for the ship. Anyone else who got close wound up on the wrong side of Frigga, Rolf, or Andoril. Penitent tried to stop them. His efforts were quite admirable, but Jormungand countered them every time. Lake water and exploding stone clashed in a titanic battle that utterly ruined the beach, fracturing it beyond recognition and killing many more Legion soldiers who weren't able to retreat in time. But Jormungand's people made it to the ship, and a tidal wave combined with some explosive fire from Frigga freed it from a stone shackle that Penitent tried to use to prevent their escape. Another wave then carried it out dozens of feet into the lake, and from there, it began to quickly turn and flee as the remaining pirates got to work. They'd left half of their comrades dead on the island, but they had the prince and were leaving as fast as they could. Jormungand, meanwhile, exchanged blow after blow with Penitent. The old man, seeming to finally realize that things weren't going the way he needed them to, or perhaps finding some reserve of strength that he hadn't yet tapped, suddenly lunged at Jormungand, moving as fast as a charging bull. His fists hardened into stone which, combined with the alarming speed that he closed the distance with, made him a potent threat that Jormungand hadn't quite been expecting. The pirate was able to dodge and weave, but the paladin's raw strength meant that Jormungand couldn't match him in such a bout. Even a single mistake on Jormungand's part could lose him the match. Jormungand, of course, knew this, and he wove around Penitent's blows like he was made of water. Throughout all of it, he didn't once make a physical counterattack, but he and the paladin still exchanged many blows with their magics. Water blades and exploding boulders, tornadoes of sand and tidal waves, stone spikes and deadly water jets all clashed, making for such an intense display of magic that none of the soldiers could intervene. All had to retreat to a safe distance, and could only watch their leader fight with all he had and the rest of the pirates sail away across the lake. After maintaining this status quo for a few long minutes, Jormungand abandoned the fight. Killing Penitent wasn't his goal, and while the fight was exhilarating, there was no reason to stay. Instead, he summoned a wave of water that had Penitent go on the defense just long enough for the pirate to allow it to sweep him out into the lake. Penitent was left standing on the annihilated beach with a look of confusion and rapidly mounting fury overtaking his early detached demeanor, and more than a hint of fatigue in his aged face. Jormungand's smile, meanwhile, only grew as he rocketed out into the lake, his mastery over water magic carrying him away from the battlefield with great speed. In mere seconds he was already underneath his ship as it swiftly cut through the waves toward the outlet of the southern Naga River. He didn't immediately rise out of the water, though. He could sense Penitent back on the beach using his magic to try and halt their retreat, throwing boulders and conjuring stone spikes out of the lakebed, but neither of these things concerned Jormungand. Frigga or Andoril could handle them easily enough. Rather, it was his physical state that needed some work. Penitent had been left on the beach with many superficial wounds that had already stopped bleeding. Jormungand, on the other hand, had barely been touched. A few light tears in his clothing and maybe some shaved skin was all that he'd suffered. That wouldn't do, not with many in his crew and back in the Isles practically chomping at the bit for Penitent's blood. So, before he rose up to rejoin his people and take them back to the Serpentine Isles with their prize, he called upon his magic once more, running sharp water over his face and body, sundering his clothes and inflicting bloody flesh wounds upon himself. The pain was fleeting, but intense, and he felt the slithering in his mind increase in acknowledgement and approval of his bloody sacrifice. The fight with Penitent had been intense enough that he doubted anyone would realize his deception. He then exploded out of the water and landed upon the deck of the ship, almost collapsing as he played up the extent of his injuries. Andoril reacted immediately, shouting in alarm as Jorman hit the wooden deck and reaching out with his light magic to heal the pirate captain's wounds. Jorman smiled in vicious appreciation at how well he'd trained the other man to respond to him like this. Out loud, however, he said, "The paladin was too much, we have to leave, now. Everyone, hang on." With seemingly great effort, Jorman reached down to the water beneath their ship and used it to propel them faster than just about anything else on the waves that might be heading in their direction. They'd be halfway down the Naga before word reached the Council of Discord of what they'd just done, and Jorman knew plenty of ways to get through the swamps of the southern territories without detection. They'd have to ditch the ship at some point and link back up with the rest of Jorman's fleet somehow, but he had a few plans for that, too. Despite the casualties, despite the bloodshed, despite Penitent being still alive and glaring at them from shore, this was a success as far as Jorman was concerned. He had his prize, the prince approaching him with a look of concern, confusion, and mistrust all mixing together on his handsome face, and that was all that mattered. There was no more need to look back for Jorman. The past was the past and he had no interest in avenging it. His focus was the future, and what the prince would be able to do for him. Or at least, what the prince's blood would be able to do for him. Chapter 530. Hasty return to the capital. Leon numbly listened as Ajax narrated the events of only 2 days ago from the report he'd received. Octavius had escaped from the dungeon, broken free by unknown persons who were possessed of alarming strength. The current theories in the Bull Kingdom pointed to only a few parties, with the most likely being a group of rogue actors within the government of the Talfar Kingdom trying to exact some measure of revenge for their loss in the recent war. But Leon didn't think much of that. All he'd heard was that Octavius had escaped the day before he was set to be executed. All the other details were practically superfluous. It had been a while since Trajan had been murdered. Leon had mourned and moved on. Killing Earthshaker and removing Octavius from power had done a great deal to help with that. However, Leon had thought that his business with the Bull Kingdom had been over with the king now awake and Octavius set to be executed. He hadn't felt the need to stick around to watch it, he just wanted to move on. And now, the man responsible for Trajan's murder had escaped justice. That shocked Leon almost to the point of a complete shutdown. It was a few seconds after Ajax stopped speaking that Leon finally came back to reality. When he did, it was like the emotional floodgates had opened. Fury poured out of him. The wound that Trajan's death had left in him suddenly and violently tore open, and Leon had to fight to keep himself in check. Having just come back from the Northern Vales barely a day ago and with all that had happened there still fresh in his mind, he wasn't sure if he was even capable of keeping his emotions balanced if he tried, though he did the best he could. His eyes burned with unshed tears, his hands shook with the desire to wrap them around Octavius' soiled rich boy neck and squeeze until the prince's eyes popped, and his legs felt like jelly as his brain tried and failed to comprehend the consequences this could have. Octavius had escaped, and no one knew where he was. The last time he was seen was when he'd been loaded onto a ship and taken south by those who'd broken him out of the dungeon. More than 100 Legion knights had been left butchered in his wake. Not even the penitent paladin had been able to stop his escape. You get all that, Leon? Ajax asked him something, but Leon only caught the tail end of it. Still, he pretended like he'd heard all of it. Yes, I'm going to need to head south as soon as possible. He was a little surprised at how calm his voice sounded. His heart felt like it was only a few beats short of breaking free of his chest. But even in that haze of shock and anger, Leon knew that he needed to return to the capital. His time in the Bull Kingdom wasn't quite over, it seemed. Ajax offered to arrange a carriage to take him south and allow him to reach the capital in a week, but Leon declined the offer. He and Anzu could make that distance in half that time. He'd have to leave everyone else behind, which Elise, Maya, and Valeria were not happy about, but they at least understood why he needed to move quickly. Maya made sure to emphasize that they'd only be a few days behind him, though, and that he shouldn't do anything rash before she could arrive to back him up. Elise, too, emphasized the point, making him promise to wait for them before taking any foolish actions. Leon agreed. He just wanted to get south and get the lay of the land as soon as he could. Before that, though, he had one last bit of business he now had to rush to complete. In the archives beneath Argent Palace, Leon was a little surprised to find that the librarian had already catalogued and prepared every single tome stored down there for transportation. He was relieved, of course, but surprised. He supposed that how organized the place already was made the task easy for tireless golems to accomplish, but he'd been expecting to have to leave most of the books behind. Instead, it took Leon only a matter of 15 minutes to grab every single book in the archives and pull them into his soul realm. He knew that many of them were multiple copies of the same book, but he wasn't willing to leave even a single solitary page behind. He had no idea what could be contained within all of that paper, and the idea of possibly leaving behind some crucial secret of House Rame or the Thunderbird clan was too much to bear. But once he was finished, that left him to deal with the issue of the golems. Like the books, he had no intention of leaving them behind. They were too valuable, and even though Leon had vowed not to use any of the material benefits of the Thunderbird clan, in his mental state, he just wanted to grab everything, head south, and deal with all of it later. To that end, he felt a little strange about it, but he managed to pull all of the golems into his soul realm. It was almost concerningly easy to pull off. With the golems put to work organizing all of the books in a hastily thrown together library in Leon's soul realm, Leon had to think that it was possible to bring other things in there as well. He filed away that thought for later. Now was a time for movement, not for discussions with the Thunderbird or Zaffin about the nature of his soul realm. He simply accepted that his impulsive attempt to pull the golems into his soul realm worked. However, for all that Leon wanted to get moving, he paused just before he was about to leave the archives. He wasn't sure if he was ever going to see the place again, and even with everything that it contained safely stored away in his mind palace, it was still a magnificent chamber to behold. The nature aesthetic resonated strongly with Leon, and he vowed that even if he brought nothing else with him into his new clan, he'd at least bring along that decorative style. He hadn't the time to stay for long. After that brief pause, he left the archives with all due haste, slowing only to make sure that the doors were sealed on his way out. He may have cleaned the place out, but that didn't mean he wanted to keep the place open for anyone to wander into. He then made his way as quickly as he could back to Ajax's palace to finish up his preparations. "We won't be too far behind you, so don't do anything rash," Elise reminded him as he and his 3 companions met up in the front courtyard of Ajax's palace. The sun had set about an hour beforehand, but Leon hadn't a single thought in his head about staying behind until morning. He'd have to land at some point during the night to rest, but he wanted to get to the capital as soon as he could. It had only been a few hours since he'd been told about Octavius' escape, but already his blood was boiling knowing just how behind the news he was. It had taken 2 days for news of the breakout to reach Ajax, and even then, the Tower Lord hadn't received much in the way of information, mostly just the bare basics and a formal request from the king to keep his eyes out for Octavius and not to offer him sanctuary if he showed up in the north. With all of that in mind, Ajax couldn't make it to see him off, being too busy helping Emily back in the capital prepare for any potential fallout from this event damaging Heaven's Eye. 2 days was a long time for these sorts of things. For all Leon knew, the situation in the capital could be completely different than what it had been 2 days ago, though he was slightly comforted by the fact that the message had been sent via Comstone, meaning that it had been effectively instantaneous, so the situation likely wasn't different in the capital, yet. Still, it would take him at least 3 days, probably more like 4 to reach the capital even at Anzu's quickest speed. "I won't do anything reckless," Leon assured his fire-haired lover. He took her in his arms and pressed his lips against hers, reveling for just a moment in how she almost instinctively pressed herself into him. He had no intention of going back on that promise, not to one of the women he loved. One of the other women he loved was staring holes into his back with the force of her gaze. Maya wasn't happy that he was choosing to not travel with her, but she at least acknowledged the need for speed. Anzu was the fastest mode of transportation they had for long distances, and he would fly fastest with only one person on his back. Breaking away from Elise, Leon then pulled Maya into his arms. "I'll be waiting for you," he whispered to her. "You'd better not do anything stupid," she warned as she wrapped her arms around him. She didn't say anything more, but she did open herself up to him through their connection, letting him feel everything she was feeling right now, her love, her worry, and her anger. Her love for him, her worry that he wouldn't be able to keep that promise, and anger at the circumstances that were pulling him away from her. Feeling all of this, Leon squeezed her tighter against him and whispered into her mind, "Maya." He then did the same, opening up his emotions for her to feel his own love for her at the same moment that the effect of his speaking her name had her shuddering in his arms. Leon could have remained there for hours, simply holding his 2 lovers, but the moment ended far too quickly. It was time to go. He spared one last moment for Valeria, who stood not too far away, clearly uncomfortable. If Leon had to guess at what was going through her mind, he'd say that she probably didn't know if she should join them in their goodbyes or not. She still hadn't given him an answer about what she wanted their relationship to be. In that respect, Leon figured a little bit of time away would do them both some good. It would give her time to think over her feelings without him there, while in turn it would help him to come to terms with his own emotions. He felt like he was in too much of a hurry when he'd sprung his invitation on her to join his family. Riding on the high of finally defeating Justin, though not in a way he'd ever have expected even just a month or two before, and Maya telling him that she was all right with him and Valeria starting a romantic relationship, he'd acted in haste. Making myself scarce for a while is probably for the best, Leon thought to himself as he gave Valeria a brief nod, which she quickly returned. Neither of them could bring themselves to say anything more, so after a few awkward moments, Leon turned around and strode as confidently as he could over to the waiting Anzu. Despite the late hour, Anzu seemed ecstatic to finally get back into the air. His wings twitched, he was crouching down low in preparation to take off, and his body was wiggling a bit in anticipation. Leon couldn't help but smile at the griffin's behavior, and he ran his fingers through Anzu's fur, eliciting a low rumbling chirp of contentment from the albino griffin. Almost as soon as Leon got into the saddle, Anzu shot off like molten rock from a flame lance, giving Leon only enough time to give the other three a quick smile and a wave before he and Anzu were in the air. Leon steered the griffin in a roughly southern direction, following the Julian road toward the capital. It took Leon roughly 3 days to reach the capital by griffin back. He'd left in the evening but had only been able to fly for a few hours before stopping to rest. However, the following morning, he and Anzu had risen early and reached the capital in good time. He didn't fly low over the capital as he came in, but he didn't fly high enough to make himself inconspicuous, so he guessed quite a few people noticed him on his way back in. By the time he landed in the front yard of his villa, he hoped that someone was already on their way to summon him to the royal palace. However, he didn't count on such a thing happening. He'd made it abundantly clear to the king when he resigned that he wasn't interested in the political affairs of the Bull Kingdom, but the escape of Octavius the night before his execution was something that greatly concerned him. At least the city itself seems fine, Leon had thought to himself as he'd flown. Whatever had happened during his absence clearly hadn't been intense enough to leave much collateral damage. Leon didn't spend much time dwelling on these things. He couldn't count on anyone sending him a message, so he only spent the time to wash up, change his clothes, and get something to eat for himself and Anzu. Once all that was taken care of, he had Anzu carry him in the direction of the royal palace on the ground. This time, as he knew that the officials who ran the city didn't care over much for people flying about as they pleased. It wasn't a common enough problem to have laws against it, but Leon didn't want the first thing he did upon his return to be to step on anyone's toes. As he rode toward the royal palace, he had plenty of time to think, something which he'd done quite a bit of on the flight south. His immediate and visceral anger at Octavius' escape had quickly faded once he'd gotten on his way, and he was able to look at things with a little less fury. From what he knew about Octavius, which he would readily admit wasn't much, he doubted that the disgraced prince would abandon the kingdom he'd tried so hard to take for himself. He imagined Octavius would try and restart the war, but wouldn't seek foreign aid to do so. Leon couldn't see Octavius managing to wrangle up the support he'd need now that the king was awake and a huge proportion of the retainers under the landed nobility had been crushed. Leon had no idea where Octavius might find support, but then again, someone had broken him free of his prison, and from what Leon had been told by Ajax, that someone was powerful enough to either be a 7th-tier mage, or have the loyalty of a small handful of mages at that level. So, Octavius had support somewhere, and that support was likely strong enough to pose a legitimate risk to the Bull Kingdom. Leon doubted that it could be strong enough to challenge a united kingdom, but he didn't think the kingdom was particularly united, right now, with the civil war having ended only about a month ago. As Leon rode on, he noticed that the noble district was a little less populated than he was used to seeing. Many of the local nobles who had fled the city during the war clearly hadn't returned, and the only people on the roads that he saw were a small group of Legion soldiers looking harried as they ran in his direction. It took Leon a moment to realize that they weren't just running down the road, but were looking for him, specifically, if the sudden look of realization in the lead centurion's face when he saw Leon was anything to go by. It took him another moment to pull himself out of his thoughts and slow down as he approached the group. "Sir Leon, The centurion asked, his voice tinged with apprehension and worry. Leon briefly scowled, but he nodded and said, "Just Leon, if you please." Of course, Leon. The centurion clearly wasn't comfortable using such an informal mode of address, but Leon wasn't in the mood to care right now. He hurried the centurion on with a long, hard look, and the centurion quickly relayed that the king had sent for him as soon as he'd appeared over the city. "Then lead on," Leon replied, and the centurion and his escorts swiftly turned on their heels and began running back toward the palace with Leon in tow. "And that's where we're at," the Legion legate said as he finished walking Leon through everything they knew about the attack on the dungeon that saw Octavius freed. Leon was standing in a small meeting room in a private wing of the royal palace, with the king, the penitent paladin, and half a dozen legates in attendance. Any worries he had of them not bringing him into the loop regarding these issues had been almost immediately quashed upon his arrival, with them wasting no time ushering him into this quickly assembled meeting. Leon hardly said a word, merely asking a question or two here and there regarding the timeline. The king and the penitent paladin were likewise silent, speaking nothing more than a greeting to Leon after he had been shown into the meeting room. But once the legate briefing Leon was finished, the king cleared his throat and the legate and the rest of the Legion knights made themselves scarce, leaving Leon alone with Julius and Penitent. "What do you think about all of that?" the king asked, his voice smooth and confident, indicating without a shadow of a doubt that he'd largely recovered his strength during this past month. His body was still rail thin and deathly pale, but overall, the king looked almost healthy to Leon's eyes. His aura, in particular, radiated off of him like light from the sun, and he used the confidence of a man who knew he was the most important person in the room. The only thing that dispelled that illusion was the look of worry on his face and the bags under his eyes showing his fatigue. "I think it was a hell of a story," Leon replied, keeping his less charitable thoughts to himself. A group of 24 people along with 3 7th-tier mages, no less, managed to break into the prison, slaughter more than 200 guards, and made off with the prince who was supposed to be executed barely half a day later. If all this is accurate, then I'm both impressed with their boldness and appalled that they managed to succeed. Leon kept his tone even and calm, but a little bit of accusatory sarcasm crept into his words here and there, and his stoic exterior cracked a bit to show some displeasure, disbelief, and disappointment. All of this had little visible effect on the king or Penitent, however. "They were quite skilled," Penitent quietly replied as he seemed to unconsciously bring his hands together to rub his knuckles in what Leon interpreted as both guilt and a desire for a rematch against these people. "Leon Rame," the king said, his voice stern and commanding, "Octavius has been taken by whoever these people were. Things are complicated in the kingdom right now, and we can't spare the forces I'd have otherwise sent to retrieve him. I would like to know if you're amenable to being on standby to join the punitive expedition that gets sent after him whenever we locate him." Leon was quiet for a long moment, turning over what the king had said in his head. After that moment was over, he hadn't come to any conclusions about what he wanted his place in whatever this punitive expedition to be, and he realized that he'd need some clarification before making that decision. "If I recall, the royal legions are supposed to have 40 legions when at full strength," Leon said, his lack of formality going by without comment by either the king or Penitent. "I know that the legions took some serious losses during the Civil War, but how complicated are things right now that you can't even spare the soldiers to find your runaway prince?" The king, clearly expecting this question, replied without hesitation despite how it might reflect upon himself. "When my youngest son made his promises during the meeting between his supporters and the Council of Discord, that cemented the course of actions we could possibly take. If I had been awake and running things when Octavius rebelled, I would have offered amnesty and forgiveness to any of my vassals that had sided with my son after scoring a victory or two. Unfortunately, Crown Prince August promised to seize all the land of the landed nobility everywhere in the kingdom, so forgiveness was off the table." "And you started the process so soon?" Leon asked, a little incredulous at how quickly the king was moving. "We have to," Penitent answered as the king nodded. "A conservative estimate would say that the nobility lost at least a third of their total profession." Chapter 531, Values of the Old Clan. Leon sat in his villa staring at a wall, at a loss as to what he should be doing with himself. The king and Penitent had an enormous amount of work to do with the Western revolts, so after agreeing to accompany any force sent out to track down Octavius, Leon hadn't stayed with them for long. He consequently had a few questions that were left unanswered, mostly related to the whereabouts of people like August, Roland, Minerva, and the Sapphire Paladin, but he supposed these concerns weren't his anymore. He was, in all practical terms, a mercenary, being paid to do a job and not having any official titles or ranks to go with it. It stung a little bit that he couldn't demand more of their time, especially since Leon had gotten the impression that they hadn't wanted to end their meeting as abruptly as they did, but Leon held no regrets about resigning from his knightship. But that didn't solve his immediate problem: what to do with himself now that he was back home. Elise, Maya, and Valeria wouldn't be back for days, and it would take at least that much time for the soldiers trying to find Octavius to send back any information, which meant that Leon had nothing else to do except sit at home. He supposed he could be training. A little physical training was never a bad idea, and hitting something really hard sounded quite therapeutic, but again, Leon wasn't really in that kind of mood. His current frustrations weren't enraging him or filling him with adrenaline and killing intent. No, his anger toward Octavius had long since cooled from boiling rage to a cold hatred, not something that inspired much in the way of chaotic, physical violence. That wasn't the kind of release Leon needed. Instead, he supposed he ought to be studying enchantments or replenishing his stock of spells. However, simple rote recreations of spells wasn't appealing to him at the moment. Rather, what he wanted wasn't so much something productive as something more informative. He wanted to know more about the ancient clan, especially since he'd been thinking so many negative thoughts about them recently, because regardless of how despicable they may have been, or how accurate the impression Leon had of them thanks to Nestor was, they had still held the title of Storm King for millions of years. And he had the perfect person to begin to ask. Leon cast his consciousness deep into his soul realm, laying down on his sofa and closing his eyes while upon his throne in his mind palace. His eyes opened and he stood up. He'd left the forest of black and white about 10 days ago, but now it seemed almost like he was back. Leon took a moment to breathe in the cool air of his soul realm, letting it calm his mind and prepare himself for what he was about to do. Dealing with people he didn't like was a chore that took a serious toll on his mental energy, and he despised Nestor. "Are you all right, young one?" Nestor called out from not too far away, jerking Leon out of his almost meditative trance. He almost felt embarrassed, for he'd been standing in front of his throne for long minutes, and probably with a completely gormless look on his face, too. But he felt more irritation than embarrassment at Nestor's interruption. "Just thinking," Leon responded through gritted teeth. "Well, don't think too hard, you look like you're about to burst a blood vessel," the dead man shouted back. Leon scowled, the thread of his previous thoughts suddenly being lost as he turned his attention toward the glowing ruby that housed Nestor's magic body. He marched right on over to the gleaming stone and lifted hand, readying it to let loose with another gout of flame at Nestor for the obvious disrespect, but he caught himself. Nestor deserved so much more than a little bit of artisanal heating, but that was a separate issue. Would this be something that Jason Carranos would do? Leon wondered. Dad and Trajan would certainly disagree with doing that. After taking a deep breath, Leon let his hand fall back to his side, not even a single spark exiting his fingers. He wasn't going to be that cruel, his ego wasn't that fragile. "I have questions, Nestor." Leon didn't bother being polite. Nestor hadn't any choice and Leon wasn't interested in pretending that he did. Moreover, he was finding it fairly difficult to move past the possession. He shivered every time he thought about it. Nestor, in a strange show that Leon didn't expect, quietly replied, "I will do what I can to answer them." "That was the agreement I made, no?" Leon gratefully nodded, suddenly glad he hadn't decided to roast the dead man. It might have been cathartic, but it could have shut him up or made him more reluctant to share information. So, Leon went quiet for a moment after, silently contemplating what he wanted to ask, weighing what was most important for him to learn from Nestor. He still wasn't in much of a mood to learn about enchantments, so that was off the table right from the start, but there were so many other things that Nestor could illuminate that he was finding it difficult to know where to start. Politics, administration, history, culture, Leon wanted to know all of it. He wanted to know what it meant to be a member of the Thunderbird clan beyond merely bearing her power. He'd resolved to not become them, or to at least not become the kind of person that Nestor was. But he was starting to think that maybe the legacy of the Thunderbird wasn't solely invested in the mistakes of her clan, was not House Rame a part of her legacy? And if there was any legacy Leon wanted to continue, it would be that of his more immediate ancestors. But still, after some thought on the way back to the capital from Tira, Leon had realized that he would be a fool to blindly throw everything away out of disgust for one man. He needed more information on the old clan, if only to avoid their mistakes. The idea that the clan had nothing more to teach him from its life and subsequent downfall was just as foolish. Eventually, though, Leon realized that the best place to start would probably be when the clan first came to Eterna. What was the goal in coming here? Leon bluntly asked as he sat in a nearby chair. I know that it happened during a period of reconstitution of the Nexus, so you had to go somewhere, but why here? Why did Jason Karanos pick the Divine Graveyard? Surely, he had other places to go, other regions to rule from while someone else came here to deal with the clan's business. Yes, my father had all of that, Nestor quietly replied. About 1,000 years or so before the Nexus began to fall apart and prepare itself for reconstitution, my father received word that a universe fragment was here. I wasn't too involved in politics, so I'm not sure how he received that information or why he trusted it, but received it and trusted he did. Due to the immense potential power of such an artifact, he decided that he had to claim it personally, but he also had great reservations about going to the Divine Graveyard to retrieve it, and so took the clan's best and brightest with him. I, obviously, was included, as were all of my siblings. What about your mother? Leon asked out of curiosity. My mother was a concubine of so little consequence that my father never told me who she was, Nestor explained so matter-of-factly that Leon was taken fairly by surprise. What about the rest of your siblings? Same thing with them, Nestor said. As far as I know, none of us knew who birthed us, only that we were the scions of our father. None of his concubines came with us, though, so I imagine that my mother, whoever she was, is long dead by now. And that doesn't bother you? Leon asked, thinking of his own mother and the circumstances that separated them. He didn't even know her face, but he still felt pangs of loss when he thought about her though. He had to admit that those feelings of loss stemmed mostly from the realization that something had been forcibly taken from him rather than specifically missing his unknown mother. It did, once. It doesn't anymore. It's been too long, I've quite stopped caring. Nestor's tone was emotionless, though engaged. Leon could hear in his voice that he truly didn't care all that much anymore, that he didn't know who his mother was. Leon sighed and moved on, recognizing that Nestor probably couldn't offer much more in this respect. But he supposed that was for the best. Learning that Nestor didn't care about the identity of his mother was just one more than that Leon could use to distinguish himself from the dead man. All right, then how about we get back to my original question? Do you know exactly what the universe fragment you were looking for was? Or any other information in that vein? How about anything else about this plane, or how such a powerful clan met its end here? As far as I was made aware, all of the planes in the Divine Graveyard are supervised by various grave wardens, Nestor began, his tone honest and matter-of-fact. Leon didn't get even a hint that Nestor was making any of this up. These people were supposed to watch over the countless graves of the primal gods and devils, appointed by the great Lord Khosrau himself. It's been millions of years since the primal age, though, and my father didn't believe that any of those grave wardens were still around, assuming that the stories of these grave wardens were even accurate. Still, we were after a universe fragment. Of what form it took or what powers it might have had, I was never told. These fragments were supposedly to power the wards that prevented any of the potent energies of the primal beings from leaking out back into the universe, but my father didn't believe that these energies were dangerous after so long. Looks like you paid for that mistake, Leon observed. Nestor had been poisoned to death by the light magics of the moonstone he'd been studying, which had carried a tiny portion of the power of a primal god. Indeed I did. Nestor didn't run from that fact. He accepted his mistake and that of the clan without any sign of unwillingness, which Leon appreciated. We came here to take the universe fragment. My father wanted a third to add to our clan, which would help us to rise above the other 6 elemental kings, who were steadily growing in power and were starting to ally against us. We needed that extra power, so my father decided while everyone was forced out of the Nexus to come here and take the fragment. Leon grimaced as this was explained, accepting it without thought. After what he'd seen, that the previous Storm King, upon realizing that the clan's enemies were growing too powerful and too numerous, had decided to come here to plunder a mythical treasure rather than making friends of his own was something that he no trouble believing. Leon hardly blamed the man for it. He supposed it was something he would have done even as recently as a month ago. Still, he'd hoped it had been for some other reason, something that might have restored a little bit of pride in his ancestors. Instead, he consoled himself by letting it serve as greater motivation to change. It was just another thing that he could use to prove he wasn't Nestor, or Jason, or in any way the kind of person who was capable of possessing a wandering, lonesome kinsman just because said kinsman was weak and naive, even if Leon for whatever reason needed a new body. As his face fell in disappointment, Leon abruptly changed the subject, not wanting to hear any more of that. Nestor, I have another question. Nestor had fallen into explaining how the clan had started setting up on Eterna once they'd arrived, a subject that otherwise would have fascinated Leon, but in this moment he'd barely been listening to, but he didn't show any signs of aggravation at having been interrupted. I was told not that long ago about some of the crimes committed by the clan. Leon proceeded to list off everything that Justin had accused the clan of, the tyranny and unrestrained behavior that, if true, would have killed and otherwise destroyed lives beyond counting. Well, yeah, we did all that, Nestor said without a hint of shame. Again, Leon felt his heart sink in disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. Most of those cities we put to the torch were rebels, and we had to make examples of them. After demonstrating our power in such a way, there would always be fewer rebellions. After 1,000 years or so, though, the memories of these places would fade and we'd have to make additional examples as needed. Challenges to the authority of the clan can never be tolerated, Leon, otherwise everything would be taken from us. The clan is absolute, those who seek to rise above us are threats that must be dealt with. You should remember this, it is the doctrine that saw the throne of the Storm Kingdom pass between members of our clan and only our clan since shortly after the beginning of the Age of Man. These are the tools by which we retained our power where so many others failed to do so. The bottom line was that if our subjects refused to serve us, as was their lot in life, then they'd be made to serve. Leon scowled as Nestor continued, his scowl only growing deeper with every word that Nestor said. Eventually, Leon had to interrupt again. He couldn't listen to any more. What was it like in the aftermath of Jason's death, then? Leon asked. If the authority of the clan could not be questioned and all those who tried fell like wheat before a scythe, then how is it we were so quickly defeated? Why is it the man who founded my house, your own younger brother, had to change his name to Rame? That finally got Nestor to pause a moment, but only a moment. I was not there, Leon, Nestor said. I can't say for certain, I can only relay what was told to me before I was abandoned. But apparently, enough people were killed when my father went to confront the Grave Warden and seize the universe fragment here that it left a power vacuum at the top, a vacuum that Demetrios was clearly unable to fill. Various heads of branch families and generals and advisors all jockeyed to see themselves or their factions on top. I never learned who won, if anyone, but even if someone did win, it wasn't enough. The clan is not in charge here, anymore, and if our ancestors' statement about you being the last of our line is true, then all of our clan members were probably either killed, or so devastated that they were unable to awaken their blood anymore. Either way, our clan here died, save for your house, and even then, the power of House Rame is not in any way, shape, or form the equal of the clan. Leon nodded, accepting everything Nestor said without further interruption. When Nestor had finished, Leon's face was marred by a deep scowl, and he was glaring off into the distance as if he could see the old members of the clan whose power struggles had brought it to ruin after only a single reckless mistake and was ruthlessly judging them all unworthy. But he supposed they'd all have judged him unworthy, as well, just as Nestor did. I suppose, then, that leaves only one option for me, Leon thought to himself as the knowledge of his ancient clan's crimes finally began to light a fire inside of him instead of bringing out feelings of revulsion and unacceptance. I'll just have to prove to myself and to everyone that I am worthy. With barely a sound, Leon spun on his heel and began walking out of the fort and toward the knot forest of black and white. Where are you going? Nestor called out, surprised at Leon's sudden departure. Leon paused and slowly looked back over his shoulder. I think I understand why you did what you did to me, dead man. Our clan is one of murderers, thieves, rapists, and slavers. Tyrants. You'd fit right in, though from how badly you lost to me, I think you were probably the runt of the litter. Leon's voice was calm and even, his judgmental feelings having faded away almost as quickly as they had risen. As you said, the clan is absolute. Power is absolute. As the stronger of us, I suppose I would have been obliged to hand over my body to you. Leon sighed, but that won't be me. I may not entirely know what I want to be or what I want to build when the time comes, but I know for a fact that I don't want to be you. Without another word, Leon walked down into the underground tunnel that led out of the fort, leaving Nestor there with no one, not even Zaffin, who was lost in meditation to keep him company in the almost painful silence that followed. He didn't shout out for Leon to stop, or try to further explain himself, he simply went quiet as Leon vanished from sight. Chapter 532. A spark of ambition. After his short talk with Nestor, Leon wandered the forest in his soul realm for a long time. He opened himself up to the sounds of nature, but since it was his soul realm, it was unnaturally quiet. Still, Leon reveled in that silence, feeling clear-headed for the first time in weeks. It had taken quite a bit of thinking and moralizing that even he found a little bit strange, but he felt like he was about ready to start coming to his own conclusions about who he was, how he related to his clan, and how he wanted to proceed. As it so happened, he found himself quite close to the tomb he'd built for the giants, so he easily stepped into the air and a moment later, alighted upon a small cliff close enough to the tomb even a mortal could have hit it with a rock. It was a solemn place tucked away in a remote part of the mountains, not too far away for it to ever be hidden or for Leon to put it out of mind, but far enough away to not be disturbed by anything that might happen in Leon's mind palace. With a sigh, Leon sat down cross-legged on the cliff, propped his elbows up on his knees, and rested his chin in his hands. He stared out the veil of his soul realm for a while, his eyes occasionally wandering over in the direction of the tomb. The giants had followed him out of loyalty to the Thunderbird clan. Leon had never done a thing to earn their trust, they were simply acting upon old instincts instilled in their created ancestors. Leon had thought their unconditional aid to be a great boon, but now he was rethinking that mindset. He couldn't very well hold himself to be better than Nestor if he also went and took advantage of the giant's ingrained servile attitude towards his blood, but he also acknowledged that if he continued to maintain that they were sentient, then they could make their own decisions. Nestor had shot down the idea that they were completely sentient the moment Leon brought it up, and in a way, Leon supposed he did the same, taking their support for granted. Leon sighed again. He thought that maybe he was taking things a little too far. He supposed if he built golems and never intended for them to achieve sentience, then he might be a little skeptical if someone came to him claiming that they were fully sapient beings. He groaned in frustration as he wished that he could just wipe the slate clean, erasing all evidence of the Thunderbird clan from existence. At least that way he wouldn't have to deal with this shit anymore. Though, now that he'd thought about it, he supposed the solution that he felt would work for him was deceptively easy. As Leon continued to stare alternatively out at his soul realm and back at the tomb, he felt more than heard the Thunderbird's massive avian frame landing upon the cliff nearby, but he didn't bother to get up or to try and make himself more presentable. If he did, it would go against what he was about to say to her. He heard the Thunderbird approaching in her human form, her nearly form-fitting white robes gently blowing in the wind, her brown and gold hair pulled back into a loose braid, her yellow avian eyes relaxed and regarding Leon with curiosity and some slight worry. If the Thunderbird knew what was in his head, she didn't let on. She waited a moment, seemingly for Leon to greet her or make the first move, and when he didn't, she asked in a calm and motherly voice that carried with it none of the same derision or subtle scorn that Nestor had displayed when he asked the exact same question, "Are you all right, Leon?" Thinking, he responded, offering no more explanation than that, his head still resolutely pointed away from the Thunderbird even as she slowly moved forward and stood next to him on the cliff just out of reach. "What about?" she asked when it became clear that he wasn't going to elaborate. "Thinking that I might have been overthinking these past few days," he replied, and again didn't offer much in the way of clarification. Of course, he also had little idea how to articulate what had filled his head these past few weeks. All of it was too confusing and too circular. It all looped back in on itself and prevented him from finding a good place to even start. The Thunderbird didn't ask again, but she didn't have to. Her piercing gaze demanded he continue. Finally, after what seemed like long, awkward minutes of silence, Leon simply said, "Legacy." "Whose?" the Thunderbird asked, her tone light and inquisitive as if she were asking him what he had for breakfast. "Yours," he said. "Mine. My family's. The clan's. How much of it I want, or even can carry forward." A heavy topic. What brought this on? This, right now, specifically. An enemy I'd thought dealt with has escaped justice. I'm conflicted as to how to handle it, or if any of it is even my business anymore. What it would mean if I were to pursue this to the bitter end, for me, for the future of my family, all of it. I suppose in a broader sense, though, this detritus has been muddling my head since Nestor jumped in here, and all that happened with him. I suppose you could also say that it's insecurity, an acknowledgement that I've done nothing worth being proud of, my advances have been made due to the clan's lingering influence, and that at the end of the day, Nestor was right, I'm not worthy to be your heir. That's quite a bit to be thinking about, No wonder you're all the way up here looking like you've been dragged through the gutter. Leon grimaced, though when he glanced down at himself, he had to admit that he didn't look all that great. He hadn't been too careful with how he'd wandered the forest and was covered in dirt, though given that it was his soul realm and magic body, all it took were a few brief thoughts to clean himself up. If you need to talk, then talk, the Thunderbird said. I'll listen to whatever you have to say without judgment. I can talk, sure, Leon said as he stood up and finally turned to face his ancestor. But I think I've done enough thinking for a while, for I've reached my conclusion at least, for now, until I reach the Nexus and get the lay of the land there. It's something that's been building for a while as I've tried to reconcile much of what I've learned recently as well as some mounting insecurities with who I see myself as and who I want to be. And with what I feel like I need to do. Do share, the Thunderbird said as she faced Leon, at least seeming to treat this exchange with all the seriousness it demanded. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself, then jumped right in. Several times you've advocated that I kill my enemies without thought. Zaffin and Nestor, too, have recommended that I do such a thing. However, there's a fine line there between killing my enemies and killing those who merely inconvenience me. From what I've learned today, and what I've been starting to suspect for some time, the old clan didn't understand that distinction. It led them to commit great atrocities and abuse their power in horrific ways. I don't want to bear that legacy. Justin Isonos told me that no one misses the clan in the Nexus, and to be honest, I can believe it. Now, don't mistake my words, I'll kill anyone if I have to. But I don't enjoy killing. My enemies won't receive mercy, and I might enjoy the sheer act of testing my limits against them, or I might take some pleasure in seeing specific people dead, but I don't enjoy the act of killing itself. I suppose I'm hardly in a position to be judgmental, though. After all, I'm only some 20-year-old shithead barbarian from the ass end of this plane. How could I compare to a being like Zaffin, who's lived and been in power for millennia? Or someone like Nestor, who might be even older. Or you, a being so old and venerable that I can't even comprehend the depths of your experience. That you all advocate for the same actions and push me toward my more ruthless tendencies tells me that there's wisdom there, that it's not an inherently bad strategy. Still, I don't like it. I need no reason. Mindlessly killing anyone and anything in my way is not the way I want to handle my business. Yet I also acknowledge perhaps the most important truth that my father taught me living in the forest of black and white: killing and death is simply a part of life, and the struggle for power is eternal. I can't blame anyone for getting into conflict over power because, in the end, power is the exact same thing that I want. My goals haven't changed, though. If anything, I want to accomplish them even more. On the one hand, I want to throw away everything that your clan left behind in order to prove myself, but on the other, I want to prove that I'm every bit as capable an heir as you could possibly choose and show that I've earned my place. You chose me over Nestor, and because I agree with Nestor that he's probably the better choice, I need to prove that I deserve your trust. So, I will hunt down Octavius and bring him back to the Bull Kingdom either kicking and screaming or in a tiny box, and then I will move on to the Central Empires. Once there, I will look to build up a network of support while I investigate the remnants of the clan left behind on this plane. With a snap of his fingers, Leon summoned the platinum card of Demetrius, the progenitor of his house, and held it up for the Thunderbird to see. With this, and with that network of support, I'll seize control of Heaven's Eye, and make their resources my own. From there, I'll move on to the Nexus and press my claim to the title of Storm King. Sometime in there, I'll find Cameron and make him pay in blood for the deaths of my family. But only for my family. As far as I can tell, the death of the Thunderbird clan was undoubtedly justified in many ways. Leon couldn't get any more detailed than that, but he didn't mind. He didn't know what the situation was like in the Central Empires, let alone the Nexus, so how could his plans be any more specific? I'll finish this by saying that I'm going to choose not to judge you or the ancient clan anymore. I wasn't there when the decisions are made, and those who made whatever decisions and carried them out are long dead, as are the lion's share of their victims. But I will say that I will do things as I please. I'll happily ask for and accept your advice, but I will not go against my own beliefs. When I sit on the throne of my ancestors, the throne of your descendants, I want to be able to look at myself and honestly say that I've done my father and Trajan proud. If the clan's history comes up, I'll deal with it by proving that I'm not them, but other than that, I'll leave the past in the past. Throughout Leon's speech, the Thunderbird remained quiet, a pensive look on her face. She didn't try to interrupt, and when she did, it was only after Leon specifically paused to give her some time to share her thoughts regarding what he was saying. That's quite naive, boy, she said, though her tone wasn't judgmental. As you said, your father and your mentor are both dead. That would seem to point directly to the flaw in that way of thinking. Your enemies will not hesitate to kill you, you must respond in kind or else they will eventually win. No one reaches the level of Cameron has without being ruthless and more than willing to capitalize on every opportunity that presents itself. When dealing with a man like this, you can't leave him any openings. I understand what you're saying, Leon interjected, and I'm sure that you and many others want me to be nothing more than a mindless killing machine, someone who slaughters without thought everyone that presents even a mild irritation. That's not who I want to be. Were I not the only heir of your power, I think I would be more than happy to be left alone to study the runic arts and to build my family. But I am your only heir, and the ideas that you have helped to plant in my head about reclaiming lost glories, and the glories that I have already borne witness to, I can't just be what I think my natural inclination pushes me towards. I will see and experience the wonders and glories that you have conditioned me to expect. If my luck holds out and my skill proves itself, then I'll even make some of those wonders and glories myself. Mark my words, Thunderbird, the next Storm King that rules over all of lightning shall be me. No matter what the Nexus might think about my heritage, I will claim that title for myself, and if they choose to reject me, then I will simply tear down Khosrau's law and build something else in its place. Leon straightened himself up and stared the Thunderbird directly in the eye, not blinking or showing any sign of hesitancy or weakness. Keep pragmatism in mind, the Thunderbird cautioned, though there wasn't a trace of disappointment or reproach in her tone. I'm glad that you're thinking like this, though. It might be a bit too soft, but I'll reserve judgment until I see how you conduct yourself going forward. If I think you're needlessly endangering yourself, then I won't hesitate to let you know. But I will say that when I originally built my clan, I was hardly the slaving despot that you seem to hate so much. I made alliances, I found love, I even forgave some of my enemies. That's all I can ask for, Leon replied as he glanced back out over the forest in his soul realm. Make no mistake, though, if I feel that I must, I will kill those who threaten me without hesitation. That said, no matter what, the previous Thunderbird clan is dead, and dead it will stay. I suppose that's all I can ask for, isn't it? The Thunderbird replied, your words don't instill a great deal of confidence in me, but I can at least take some solace in the fact that you're starting to put more thought into your future steps. Now, I remember you stating back in the archives of your house that you don't plan on taking anything from the old clan. Now that you've worked yourself through some of these thoughts, has that changed? Leon nodded. Not really. As I said, though, I'll do what I want and what feels right. Blind murder doesn't feel right, and neither does taking everything that isn't nailed down in any Thunderbird clan facilities I might come across. I'll take what I feel right about taking, like this card. I found it. I unlocked the door that sealed it away. I feel like I earned it. But still, you started our ancient clan from scratch, and I'm hoping to do the same. You aren't working from scratch, you have myself, Nestor, and much of what the clan left behind, including an entire library's worth of books and enough golems to maintain them. You also had 2 universe fragments. Look, it's not a perfect sentiment, but we all stand upon the shoulders of those who came before. It wouldn't matter if I found those books in a library in the Bull Kingdom or in the Central Empires or in those archives, and I will use that knowledge as I see fit. If I wanted to truly start from scratch, I'd have had to have been born at the inception of the universe, when there were no legacies to bear and everything was pure and new and undiscovered. It's the more material bequeathments of the old clan that I'm more concerned about. Weapons, dangerous artifacts, any more prisons of horror, that sort of thing. You also have material things here that you've inherited, the Thunderbird replied. You are my last real descendant, so while I approve of these sentiments, a truly powerful mage would stand upon their own merits. No matter how they acquired their power, I would also know how far you plan to take this mindset. My sword, hard to say, Leon replied. It was the blade of House Rame for thousands of years following the downfall of the clan. Is that enough to cleanse the blade of the stench that its wielders in the latter days of the clan infected it with? I can't say. Of all the things I have, though, to lay that blade down would hurt. So I guess it isn't hard to say, then. I won't abandon it, at least unless I can make something better. I can imagine, the Thunderbird said with amusement. You took a power crystal from Nestor's lab, did you not? How about that? Leon frowned and shrugged. Don't know. Maybe I'll give it to Emily. Maybe I'll give it to Elise as a wedding present. Shit, maybe I'll just throw it into the sea the first chance I get with an explosion spell strapped to it. I won't use it. I'd rather build my own wonders, and relying upon old wonder would only tarnish my creations. The Thunderbird's mouth began to stretch upward into a smile. She took a few steps forward and laid one of her hands on Leon's shoulder, saying, I hope that you stick to that conviction. I won't abandon you if you find something left behind by Jason Carranos that you simply can't live without, but I hope that never forget this decision. It might take longer to reach the level you must, but you'll be stronger for it. And don't forget the universe fragments. You needn't worry about what it says about you in claiming them for yourself, they'll never bow to anyone unworthy. But they cannot be destroyed, nor be allowed to fall into anyone else's hands. I understand, Leon said. The Storm Diamond's part of the Storm King's crown, which is locked in the clan's old vault, I think, and then there's the Iron Needle. I don't have the faintest clue where to look to find that thing. I might, the Thunderbird replied with a look of intrigue on her face. I detected a few faint wisps of power that felt a lot like the Iron Needle as we passed by that canyon in your home vale. Leon blinked in surprise, his thoughts turning to the divine scar. Wait, what? Why didn't you tell me? I could have tried to go and get it. You could have, but I doubt you'd have survived the trek down there. Do yourself a favor and don't even try to venture into that canyon before you reach the 9th tier. If I'm not mistaken and the Iron Needle is down there, you don't have to worry about it going anywhere. No one will take it, it will wait for someone worthy to find it. And none will, until you go down there to get it. Leon clenched his jaw so tightly that he started grinding his teeth. He supposed he was grateful that the Thunderbird hadn't told him that when he was still in the Vale. He already had far too much on his mind to add that to the mix, as well. But as he forced himself to relax, he thought about the divine scar and how long it might take him to reach the 9th tier. Years, probably, and who knew how many. He needed to devote more time to brushing up on his enchanting expertise, too. There was a lot he needed to keep in mind, but he knew that sooner or later, he'd be heading down into that canyon. It wasn't an idle curiosity anymore. The thoughts he'd been having recently, constantly comparing himself to the Thunderbird clan of old, the words that Nestor had told him right before he briefly stole Leon's body, had all lit a fire of ambition within Leon that he hadn't felt in, well, he couldn't say. He wasn't sure if he'd ever felt something like it before. Now the key was just to follow through on that feeling. And right now, he had the perfect accompaniment to that motivation, namely, Octavius and the need to bring him back to the Bull Kingdom. He had to prepare for that, so as his conversation with the Thunderbird died down and she transformed back into her avian form and vanished into the mists, Leon took off from the cliff and made his way back to his mind palace. He'd said his piece to the Thunderbird, and while he wasn't so sure about how well he got across his intent, she seemed to approve of his mindset. He would never be Leon, heir of the Thunderbird clan, and neither did he want to continue to be Leon Ursus, the barbarian from the savage northern vales. He was ready to reclaim his true name, and to wear it proudly for the rest of his days. He was ready to start being Leon Rame. Chapter 533. An unexpected request. Leon felt immeasurably better when he left his soul realm than he did when he entered it. He knew what he did and didn't want to be, and he had the next few moves of his life planned out. He would build a new family, a new clan, out of House Rame, and he would run it as he saw fit. No slavery, no using sentient creatures as magic power generators, and no needless and selfish conquest. Hopefully, if the day ever came when he wore the crown of the Storm King, any stigma associated with the old clan would have been washed away. From what Justin had told him, he had a lot of work ahead of him if he wanted to redeem the descendants of the Thunderbird in the eyes of the people of the Nexus, assuming that he ever could, given their apparent disdain for those with inherited bloodlines. But despite that, Leon still felt lighter and freer when he awoke on his sofa than he did when he'd closed his eyes. He had the framework of a plan, something to work toward, something that wasn't just, find person who wronged me and kill them. And it felt good. He was still left with 2 or 3 days alone in his villa, though, with Elise, Maya, and Valeria still on their way from Tira. Just because he had a good plan for how to proceed with his life didn't mean he had a good plan for what to do with himself for the next few days. To that end, he decided to spend as much of that time in his enchantment workshop as he could. He'd get some lessons from Nestor, but for the moment, he wanted to restock on his spell stockpile and read through some of the books he'd taken from the archives below Argent Palace. So that's what he immediately started doing. For 2 hours, he pored over spell paper, pen in hand, a book open not too far away with useful references and explanations regarding spell theory. He made some good progress, but that progress was interrupted when he heard some muffled knocking at his front door. At first, he wondered if he was hearing things correctly, but a moment later, once his attention had been fully torn away from the spell he'd been working on, he heard it again, the unmistakable sound of knocking. His 7th-tier senses were too sensitive to mistake it for anything else once he was focusing on it. With a profound sigh, Leon set aside his work and left his workshop, his mind now refocusing slightly on the fact that he had yet to fully re-implement the suit of enchantments that had once filled his home, but that he'd destroyed the night before breaking August out of prison more than half a year ago. When he reached the door, he found a fairly pleasant surprise waiting for him. Marcus and Alcander were both there, waiting for the door to be opened. They seemed slightly nervous and were looking around at the villa and the surrounding grounds, but not in a particularly sinister way. Rather, Leon felt like they weren't entirely sure if they ought to be here or not. Regardless, he felt like they wouldn't have shown up without cause. He hurried over to the door and opened it, doing his best not to show his mild irritation at their disturbing his work. "Ah, Sir Leon," Marcus said as Leon revealed himself. "I wasn't sure if we had the right house." "Indeed, it's good to see you," Alcander added with a wide smile crossing his face. "You too," Leon replied. "What brings you two out here?" We were in the capital and decided to pop in for a little while," Marcus said. "You know, catch up on everything that's happened over these past few weeks, and all that." Leon saw that Marcus wasn't entirely comfortable standing there in his front courtyard, so he ushered the 2 young noblemen inside. Calling upon all of his social graces, he offered them something to drink before leading them into the central living room. "This is a nice place," Marcus said politely as he sat down. "Thank you," Leon responded with as much patience as he could muster. He was still in work mode, and suddenly switching gears to hosting guests wasn't easy. "So, how have you two been?" Well, you know, we've been all right," Alcander said. "Not too great, but things can't be perfect, can they? Especially not in these times. What's making things not great? Surely you two would be doing all right since your families supported the king, no?" Leon couldn't imagine what the problems these two might have could be, but he was certain that they weren't doing nearly as badly as they'd implied. "We were kicked out of the Legion in all practical senses," Marcus explained. "What's more, with the king's recent focus on revoking the titles of landed nobility and overhauling inheritance laws to make the bull king, whoever that may be, the sole beneficiary of landed titles, it's pretty much a given that we're not going to inherit our family's titles. Our parents are young, so they won't be passing on those titles anytime soon, not before the king legally ensures that those titles will be his or August's." "I see," Leon said, though he didn't feel that much sympathy for them. Maybe it would have been different a few weeks ago before he'd decided to eschew the direct legacy of the Thunderbird clan in favor of building something new, but right now, he didn't think it was all that bad of a situation. "Your families are still quite wealthy, though, so it's not like you're being thrown out onto the street. Not going to lie, kind of feels like we are," Marcus said. "And we're not alone. A lot of nobles who were in the royal legions are being encouraged to resign, just as we were," Alcander added. "It looks like the king doesn't want people who would benefit from his orders not being followed to be the ones also charged with enforcing those orders." "I can understand that," Leon said, still not feeling too sorry for the two. Marcus took a deep breath and sighed, then said, "It's not that great of a situation, but like you said, we're not exactly going to be turned out onto the streets. Our families are still quite wealthy even without their titles and associated lands. We'll live, but please don't mistake our intentions, we didn't just come here to bitch." "Oh," Alcander suddenly leaned forward, his 4th-tier aura starting to roil and churn with uncontrolled excitement. "Sir Leon, is it true what the people are saying about you? That you're a long-lost son of House Rame?" Leon smiled in amusement. "I suppose that rumors spread far and wide by now, hasn't it?" He thought. He didn't want to be Leon Ursus anymore, and with Justin in hand, he didn't have to be. "Yes," he said with hardly any hesitation. "My real name is Leon Rame. My father was Artorias Rame, the 2nd son of Kairos Rame, the last Archduke of the Great Plateau." Alcander's smile widened and he began to laugh to himself, while Marcus stared at Leon with a thoughtful smirk. I wondered about you, Sir Leon, he said. I always doubted that you were really just a Veilman, though I have to admit, I never imagined your real background to be so illustrious. I am going to choose to take that as a compliment, Leon replied. It sounded a hell of a lot like Marcus was insulting the Veilman, who Leon still identified a little more with than the people of the Bull Kingdom, but he didn't seem to mean anything malicious by it. It was a compliment, Marcus said good-naturedly. You know, there's a lot of people talking about you. I mean, who you are isn't just a rumor going around. There are people in the Northern Territories who have been trying to set up a meeting with you. Really? Leon asked exasperatedly, his face contorting with displeasure. I haven't heard anything about that, and to be honest, I'd rather they didn't even try. Alcander raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why is that? You don't want to be the new Archduke. Though, I suppose the king wouldn't give away that title when he's getting ready to take away everyone else's titles. Even if he wasn't, I wouldn't want it, Leon answered. I won't be long for this kingdom. I plan on traveling south toward the Central Empires just as soon as all this business with Octavius is finished. Are you? Marcus whispered, a strange look coming across his face. Listen, Sir Leon, it's just, Leon, please. I resigned my knighthood. Marcus smiled a little awkwardly, but he took it in stride. Very well, Leon, truth be told, Alcander and I didn't just come here for a friendly chat, though a friendly chat is always something nice to have. Leon imperceptibly tensed up. He didn't once think that they'd come here on a whim, and now that they were getting to the heart of their purpose, he wanted to be ready for anything they might say. We actually want to go with you, Marcus said, sending Leon almost physically recoiling backward in surprise. He expected many things to fall from Marcus's mouth, but that statement was not one of them. Marcus continued, without the guarantee of our titles and our removal from the royal legions, our prospects in this kingdom are looking a little bleak. I know a lot of other nobles are looking to leave, too, but we don't just want to go to another kingdom, we want to go to the center of power on this plane. We want to go somewhere new where we might be able to start completely fresh. And if that's where you're going, then we would like to ask you if we could accompany you there as your partners. Besides, Alcander added, you're independently wealthy, yes. And you're heavily connected with Heaven's Eye. You have no cause to fear your assets being taken away, and you'll always be able to pay those who sign on with you. Now, I don't want to make it seem like these are our only concerns with wanting to follow you to the Central Empires, but I wouldn't quite feel right if we didn't address them. We want to see the limits of power on Eterna, and we'll follow you there if you'll have us. Leon stared at the two young noblemen, his mouth hanging slightly open, his eyes squinting a bit in surprise. I don't see a problem with that, he said. Marcus and Alcander had fought quite well during the Civil War, and much of that time had been at Leon's side. They'd earned his trust, especially after fighting alongside him during his worst moment, the battle which had seen his company of giants all killed. But while he'd tentatively agreed, Leon had some other questions. He couldn't just let them come with him without ascertaining exactly what they wanted and what they expected. When you say that you want to accompany me, what are your expectations? A knightly contract to follow me as official subordinates, or just as co-equal friends? Ideally, just as friends, Marcus said as Alcander vigorously nodded. I can only speak for myself here, but I don't really want to become someone's knight. Neither do I, Alcander added. But that isn't to say we wouldn't follow you, if the need arose. You're still much stronger than we are, and you're a Rame to boot. I, personally, don't have a problem following your lead. Marcus nodded in agreement. We would like to be your friends, Leon. If you're going to the locus upon which this plane turns, where the magics that can be learned are at their most potent, where the most powerful people in the entire world gather, then that's where we'd like to follow you. That doesn't sound too impossible, Leon said with a sly smile. I could use some friends, I wouldn't mind having the two of you come with. However, I can't leave anytime soon, at least not until this Octavius business is over. Right, Marcus replied, his tone dropping just a little bit as he averted his gaze in displeasure. Can't believe that traitor got away. His Majesty asked you to join the party that goes out to execute him. King Julius asked me to bring him back, Leon explained. One way or another, that's what I'll do. Marcus nodded again, and Alcander asked, if you're going to go out there, too, would you have room for two more? Leon softly chuckled. Are you sure you're not asking to be my subordinates? It kind of sounds like you are. maybe a junior partner, or something, Alcander replied. A paltry distinction in Leon's mind, but he accepted. The three of them had little other business to discuss, with Leon merely setting up their communication strategies so that when the time came, he could call upon them to join him in pursuit of the errant prince, and a quick negotiation for payment. It wasn't much, less even than what Valeria was being paid, but it was more about the sentiment. Neither of them were going to go so far away without at least some guarantee of a livelihood. Once all that was out of the way, they spoke about many other things. Leon learned that they'd been looking for him for a few weeks now, and that it was Alex who had given them his address, which also reminded him that he had to check in on her, as well. He couldn't very well leave the Bull Kingdom before he heard her answer about whether or not she wanted to join him beyond the kingdom's borders. Leon also learned that he and Marcus were distantly related. Marcus's great-great-grandmother had been from House Rame, and though from what he said, Leon knew that she had never had her blood awakened, by the Bull Kingdom's laws, they were still distant kin. Leon took that news with as much grace as he could, for he didn't truly consider Marcus to be kin. Marcus seemed to agree, for he quickly mentioned that he wasn't out to start calling Leon Cousin, but the two of them still spoke a little bit about that. It seemed that houses Rame and Aeneas were close friends, being two serious-minded houses that were quite devoted to the well-being of the kingdom. But, after a few hours, Marcus and Alcander said their goodbyes and departed. Leon didn't immediately return to work after that, simply sitting back down in front of his villa's central hearth and lost himself in thought. Elise, Maya, Valeria, maybe Alex, depending on whether she decided to join him when he left the kingdom or not, and now Marcus and Alcander. He was starting to have the makings of a good group of followers to support his endeavors. He'd just have to make sure to support theirs, in turn, whatever they may be. Chapter 534. Rounding out the retinue following Marcus and Alcander's departure, Leon found himself unable to immediately return to work. He simply sat in his living room idly twirling the cards they'd written their contact information on between his fingers, his thoughts lost in speculations about the future. He had his lovers, and now he had two nobles, soon to be former nobles, if what they had told him held any water, and he wanted Alex on his side, too. It had been more than a month since he'd last spoken to her, so, about an hour after the other two left, Leon almost leapt up from his sofa and left his home, a new conviction in his heart. He needed supporters, and he needed to know that his friend that had been through 2 wars with him was going to come south with him or not. He wasn't entirely sure where Alex was, especially since she'd entered into a kind of limbo, following his resignation, where she wasn't entirely part of the Legion, but she wasn't his knight anymore, either. He knew where she had stayed before the Civil War, but that undoubtedly changed after all that had happened. So, he figured a good place to start would be at the Legion headquarters near the Knight Academy. It took Leon about an hour to reach the Legion headquarters after getting Anzu ready to go, but fortunately, things proceeded much more quickly after his arrival. The Legion headquarters was a massive, if rather dry and boring building. It had an ostentatious facade, with the lower third of the building painted in Legion red, and a huge marble pylon leading into the front courtyard decorated with thousands of reliefs of Legion soldiers winning battles. The place was large enough that Leon had been seen long before he dismounted Anzu at the pylon's entrance, and there was already a centurion waiting for him. "Hail, Leon Ursus," the man called out as Leon slid out of Anzu's saddle. "Do you have business with the legions?" "I do, I guess," Leon replied, a little taken aback. He'd spent essentially the entire ride over wondering just how he was going to ask for the information he needed and who he'd need to talk to, and dreading the bureaucratic hoops he might have to jump through, but he hadn't once thought that someone would greet him outside. The centurion quickly waved to a few second-tier mages who took Anzu to the huge nearby stables, then said to Leon, "Follow me, please. I've been ordered to see to whatever you need." "Thanks," Leon hesitantly replied as he followed the centurion inside, this reception taking him off guard more than a little. For a short while, the two spoke about the current situation, during which Leon learned that the previous consul of the Central Territories, the old noble named Avidius, who had been replaced by the Duke of Valencia during the Civil War, had been executed by the king, and his post had yet to be filled. As a result, when Leon finally steered the conversation in the direction of finding Alex, it was to a legate that the centurion brought him. The legate was a serious man who seemed to be busy when Leon arrived, so after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he had Leon and the centurion sent to the appropriate offices to be given the information. As a result, Leon left the Legion headquarters barely half an hour after he arrived with the location of Alex's assigned barrack. He was practically numb from surprise as he retrieved Anzu from the stable and began riding off, frequently turning in his saddle to stare in light disbelief that the Legion had been so quick and helpful. As someone who wasn't in the Legion, he wasn't sure if they were going to give him what he needed, but he was grateful that they did. He supposed being a 7th-tier mage, a prominent knight that fought on the winning side of the Civil War, and correctly rumored to be last member of the most powerful noble house in the realm had something to do with it. Regardless, he arrived at the barracks that Alex supposedly stayed in only about 2 hours after leaving his villa. Much like most Legion buildings, the barracks were quite uninspired, architecturally speaking, with little notable about them. The only way that people could find their way through them was by the numbers attached to every building to indicate where they were. Leon lucked out and was seen again as he slowly rode in. He'd barely even paused long enough to dismount Anzu when Alex appeared from the front door. "Leon," she called out as she waved at him with surprising cheer. Such a mood was not reflected in the handful of others lounging or walking around who could see the two of them, most of whom were giving Leon a wide berth. Leon smiled and met Alex in front of the barracks, clasping her wrist in greeting as she did the same. "It's been too long," he said. "How've you been?" "It hasn't been that long," the brown-haired woman replied in a warm tone. "Barely been more than a month." "Long enough to feel your absence," Leon replied, his tone nothing but friendly. "Have you been here the entire time?" "I haven't," Alex replied as she led Leon back inside, though not before giving Anzu a quick head pat. The Griffin was forced to wait outside, but at this point, Leon knew he was more than well behaved enough to be left on his own for a while. Besides, he was a 5th-tier war beast, so he doubted anyone would make too much of a fuss about him. As Alex showed him into her barrack, she quickly summarized what had occupied her time since leaving Leon's service shortly after the Civil War. She'd actually headed north not long after Leon had, visiting her parents for a few days before returning to the capital. She'd actually only beaten Leon back by a few days, though upon entering her rooms, Leon found that the vast majority of her things were packed and ready to go. "I've been thinking a lot about where I want my life to go," Alex said as she drew attention to her packed things with a wave of her hand. "I love my family, and I enjoy being a knight in this kingdom, but staying here forever isn't something I want to do. I didn't join the Legion to serve the kingdom, I joined it to get the hells out of my home village. I want to experience new things, visit new places, see all the wonders that this world can offer. So, if you'll forgive me the time it took to finally come to this decision, and if the offer is still open, I'd like to re-enter your service. When you go south, I want to come with you." Leon's smile widened considerably. "I wouldn't even think of leaving one of my best friends behind," he said as he almost pulled her into a hug. The only thing that stopped him was instinctive aversion to physical contact. Instead, he held out his fist, which Alex quickly bumped with her own in solidarity. "So, how much will you pay me?" she asked. "I'm hoping for a significant salary. I am giving up just about everything in my life to follow you. I might not even come back here for years and years," Leon chuckled, and the two quickly hashed out a contract similar to what Leon had with Valeria. Alex was a 4th-tier knightess, and that meant she could command a good salary from just about anyone. But Leon had significant resources at his disposal, so by the time he left Alex's barracks about half an hour later, Alex had committed to resigning her knighthood to follow him. Their time together had also given him ample time to explain what their immediate future may hold, hunting down Octavius, which Alex was only too willing to help with. Over the next week or so, Alex would be moving her stuff out of the Legion barracks into a small apartment she'd scouted out the day before. Leon had enough room in his villa for her to stay there, but both of them were a little hesitant about that option. They were friends and nothing more, so her moving in might have been a little awkward with 4 other people in the villa all in some kind of relationship with each other. Assuming Valeria was going to stick around, of course, which Leon wasn't sure she was going to do. He hoped she would, but he wasn't going to count on it happening, despite everything they knew about each other. So, with no more business to take care of outside, Leon and Anzu quickly made their way back to the villa. Leon had to restrain the immense urge to simply fly there, but that had given him plenty of inspiration for how to fill his time when he got back. Practically as soon as he was through the gates, he let Anzu play in the backyard while he got set up in the workshop going over his flight suit designs. He still had to reapply the defensive wards to his villa, but there was a burning in his blood that demanded he focus on flight first. He didn't get too far, merely copying down the enchantments onto paper and evaluating their advantages, of which there were few, based on how he'd built the flight suit, and shortcomings, of which there were many. Still, by the time he went to bed, his instincts had been satisfied. The next couple of days passed by almost in a blur. He received no word from the king regarding Octavius' whereabouts, and was only interrupted in his work once when Alex popped in for an hour or so to update him on her living situation. Other than that, he spent nearly all of his waking time either in his workshop or in his soul realm. He gritted his teeth and started to buckle down into Nestor's enchanting lessons. The man was infuriating in attitude and arrogant about his abilities, but Leon had to admit that when it came to enchantments, he knew exactly what he was talking about. He was so well versed in the art that even after 2 days, Leon had learned enough to make reapplying the enchantments on his villa almost child's play. He also learned how to make a small offensive enchantment that would blast anyone he touched with gloves so enchanted with a tremendous amount of lightning for far less magic power than would be required to do it manually, a useful thing to keep in mind for whenever he got his armor back. Nestor promised a great deal more, and even helped Leon to refine a few of his spell designs. Leon's spell supplies weren't exactly replenished, but with Nestor's help, the spells he made during this time were a little more potent than those he'd made on his own. However, for all this, Leon wasn't going to take everything that Nestor had to offer. After all the thinking and reflection that he'd done over the past couple of weeks, he couldn't just let Nestor and their ancestors do all the work for him. He'd never have full confidence in himself if he did that. So, when Nestor offered to pass along some of the more dangerous or esoteric spells that made full use of Leon's Thunderbird blood, Leon refused. It was enough to know that such spells existed, and he felt certain that, given enough time, he'd be able to figure them out on his own. Nestor wasn't so sure, but Leon wasn't so dependent on Nestor's opinion that such an opinion hurt him too much. It did sting a little, though. Regardless, Leon proceeded with his lessons, going over many of the basics of enchanting with a master of such skill that even just that much was enlightening. So absorbed was he in his work that he didn't even realize that someone had entered his villa until the door of his workshop was flung open. Leon whipped around, dropping the pen he'd been using to carefully draw runes upon spell paper as he conjured his blade from his soul realm. He was startled that it wasn't until the blade began to spark with lightning magic that he finally realized who it was that now stood in the workshop doorway, the outside light giving her an almost angelic halo. Elise, one hand on a cocked hip, an amused smile on her face, her piercing green eyes mirthfully narrowed despite Leon's violent reaction. "I knocked several times, you know," she said, her silvery voice calming Leon down until he laughed at his own reaction and stowed his blade. "Sorry about that," he said as he strode forward and took his fire-haired lover in his arms. Welcome home. Chapter 535. 2 happy weeks. Elise led Leon into the villa, and despite the fact that he was deep into his enchanting work, he had no issues immediately setting that aside to follow her inside. There he found Maya and Valeria waiting for him, along with a host of Heaven's Eye personnel leaving after carrying their things into their rooms. "About time," Valeria quietly said with a cheeky smile as Leon stepped inside. "I almost thought we were going to have to haul you in here kicking and screaming." Leon cocked an eyebrow in amusement. "Really? How long have you all been back?" "A couple of hours," Valeria replied. Leon's heart almost stopped at the thought that they'd been back that long and he hadn't noticed, but Elise almost immediately said, "No, we've been back for about 10 minutes. The only reason it took me this long to come and get you was because we almost couldn't believe that you hadn't heard us. You didn't have to let him on that quickly, we could have had a little bit more fun with it," Valeria murmured as she cast a mock resentful glare at Elise, though her playful smile betrayed her. In fact, Valeria looked happier than Leon had seen her in a long time. He hoped that meant good news from her, but he wasn't going to hold his breath. If she needed more time, he'd be happy to wait. Leon smiled at all of them as he caught them up to speed on all that had happened since he'd gotten back from the meeting with King, to Marcus, Alcander, and Alex now formally signing on with him. "I never thought those two would have done that," Valeria whispered when Leon finished, while Elise's focus was locked on the events surrounding Octavius. Maya, meanwhile, hardly seemed to be paying attention. She'd latched herself onto Leon's arm once he'd sat down on the sofa and just laid there with her legs over the armrest and her head resting on Leon's shoulder. "Have there been any updates on the traitor prince?" Elise asked. "None," Leon replied. "Or, At least none that have been significant enough for the king to send word to me. So I've just been spending the past few days here, thinking and studying enchantments. Elise seemed to notice something peculiar that he said, for she cocked her head slightly and asked, "Is that all you've done? You haven't been to see my mother?" Leon rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand a little sheepishly, but when he replied he had a little more iron in his voice than the gesture would have implied. "No, you were only a few days behind, and I had other things on my mind. I suppose I had the time after all of that, but she's the local tower lord, I'm sure she was busy. Besides, we don't have to keep her informed of all our comings and goings, do we?" Elise looked about ready to respond a little angrily, but Leon saw her catch herself and take a deep breath. "No," she said with a bitter and slightly apologetic smile. "I suppose we don't. Still, it would have been polite, but at least this way we can go together." Leon grimaced lightly, but he didn't push the point. It wasn't like he was trying to avoid Emily for any reason, he just hadn't thought about going to visit her without real cause. But, at least this way, he'd be able to check in on how his armor was being. Suddenly, bare minutes after the Heaven's Eye caravan departed from the villa, someone knocked on their door, and with a brief pulse of magic senses, Leon saw that it was Emily. "Huh," he murmured, "speak of her and she shall appear, it seems." He rose from the sofa, disturbing Maya enough for her to shoot him a reproachful look, and went to the door to see in his future mother-in-law. "Emily," he said with a smile as he showed her in, Elise right behind him with a wide smile of her own. "There you two are," the tower lord said as she walked in, her shoes disappearing into her soul realm once out of the atrium. "I can't believe that I had to learn about the two of you coming home from our delegation." She pulled Elise and Leon into a tight hug, and when she released them, she added, "It's good to see you back here safe and sound." "Thank you, you're looking well yourself," Leon said a little woodenly. Elise echoed his statement, though hers was much warmer. "It's good to see you, Mother, we had a successful trip." "So I heard," Emily replied. "I would love to hear more of it later, but unfortunately, I can only spare a few minutes. I only came here to check in and to drop something off." Her eyes found Leon for a moment and winked as she walked over to the nearest available table and waved her hand, conjuring a large package from her soul realm. Leon, intrigued, immediately went to open it while Elise made some small talk about how they were planning on going to see Emily later. Emily sounded like she was agreeing that Leon didn't need to see her, even if she was disappointed that was the case, but Leon was too absorbed in opening the package to hear much more. His heart was thumping in his ears, drowning out all other sound. He felt like he knew what was in this package, and he'd spent far too long without it. The package itself was just plain brown wrapping paper tied with string, but Leon could see its basic shape from its contours. Leon swiftly pulled the string and began to unwrap his armor from the package, the gleaming black metal and dull charcoal gray skyflax padding soon revealing itself. His breath caught in his throat, the emotions of finally reuniting with his armor almost as great as his reunions with Elise or Maya. This armor had saved his life on many occasions, it was an invaluable tool that was as sentimental to him as his family's sword. He hadn't realized just how naked he'd felt without it until he ran his hands along the repaired magmic steel and felt the silver griffin emblazoned on the chest of the cuirass. All of the enchantments he'd placed upon it were still broken, but this was still his armor. It was back in his hands, ready for his use, as loyal as the sturdiest of steeds. Leon wasn't one for crying, but his vision still started to blur as he reveled in reclaiming this lost armor that he'd gone so long without. After what seemed like an eternity, Leon finally turned back to face Elise and Emily, whose conversation had died in favor of watching him, and he said to Emily, "Thank you. I've been too long without this." "Don't mention it," she whispered with a quick wink. "I know you're going to be hip deep in this Octavius thing soon enough, and I can't send you off without making sure you come home to my little butterfly." "The old gods and the ancestors themselves couldn't keep me from coming back," Leon said with a challenging smile. "I'll hold you to that," Emily replied. Following that short exchange, Emily brought Elise up to date on some of the things that she'd missed that were of consequence to Heaven's Eye, and then left. She still had work to do, and so did Leon. He spent a few more minutes catching up with the ladies before returning to his enchanting workshop. Unfortunately, it didn't seem that Valeria was yet ready to give him an answer, especially since she, too, left once they were finished catching up. Apparently, her father was being brought to a Heaven's Eye hospital for rehabilitation, and she wanted to be with him for a while. Leon couldn't help but wonder if she was just trying to avoid him, but he recognized that thought as uncharitable and stamped it out as much as he could. Still, he occasionally wondered. Over the next 2 weeks, Leon spent a significant amount of his time cooped up in his workshop, hunched over his writing desk scribbling on spell paper or preparing his armor for re-enchantment. He made great progress in his skills and knowledge thanks to Nestor, but 2 weeks was hardly enough time to bring his gear back up to the standard it was at shortly before the Civil War, let alone raise that standard higher with his new skills. He also spent a great deal of time training to keep his skills sharp and his body ready for whenever word came down with results of the manhunt for Octavius. Much of his time in his soul realm was devoted to trying to help it to grow, but doing so slowly enough so as to not injure himself as the king had done. The last thing he wanted was to keel over and only wake up 10 years later. About the only times he was able to pry himself away from training or studying was when Elise or Maya dragged him away, oftentimes literally, in the latter's case. The pair, even when they didn't say anything, could be more than persuasive enough to get Leon to come to bed, and it was almost only for them that Leon was able to set aside everything else. Besides some time spent between the sheets, Leon always made sure to carve out a little bit of time to spend with his lovers every day without fail. The only other way he was able to tear himself away from his work was when Alex, Marcus, and Alcander all showed up about a week later to finalize their formal induction into Leon's, well, he didn't know what to call it. They weren't his knights, he wasn't of high enough rank to knight people, and they'd all either resigned or been stripped of their titles. Maybe faction, Leon had wondered. Nah, sounds too much like an organization, it might come with undeserved expectations, he wasn't sure what to call them. Friends was too informal, especially since he was the acknowledged leader, but faction or organization went too far in the other direction. In the end, Leon and Marcus managed to settle on company, though one of a more civilian bent rather than legion. That would imply that they were all social equals, even if in formal matters Leon was expected to lead them. Leon liked that name, but he put off putting a name to whatever it was they were. Names could come later, after they'd done something to earn one and solidified their association through battle or something else equally strenuous. The group only met once. Leon wasn't too keen on enforcing his leadership, so once everyone was on the same page, he was content to let everyone be until it came time to head off. After Octavius, he occasionally thought about heading out and trying to forge some kind of meaningful friendship with Marcus and Alcander, at least, since they were the two he was most unfamiliar with, but he always found himself back in his workshop instead, studying, or making more spells, or planning out how he was going to re-enchant his armor with his rapidly advancing knowledge. And then, finally, the day came. There, that's it, Nestor said from the ruby as Leon pored over a large sheet of spell paper on the same desk. Don't overthink it, your muscles remember what to do, so let them guide you. Leon almost tuned the man out completely. His advice was useful, but Leon was in the zone and didn't need the distraction. The sheet of spell paper he was working on was covered in hundreds of runes, rapidly approaching thousands. The entire enchantment was built around 3 triangular glyphs of lightning runes, with the rest of the runes written to form lines that arced away from them in the fractal patterns of lightning. Many of these arcs collided and merged with each other, forming what Nestor described as a storm of runes. Leon wasn't even finished, and it already looked as chaotic as a thunderstorm. But he could see the pattern within, he could see the logic behind the enchantment. Many of the intersections between the 3 near distinct clouds of runes acted as either enhancements or checks upon the power of the others. In other words, if he wanted to, Leon could raise or lower the power applied to every function of this enchantment with barely more than a thought. All it would require would be a slight deviance in how he channeled his magic power into it, assuming the enchantment was ever applied to something, of course. What he was making wasn't meant to be practical, not in the shape that it took, but it was of Leon's design, and he hoped that by making it at least functional on flat spell paper, he'd eventually be able to adapt the same design to his armor. When it was finished, and assuming it worked, Leon's armor would have a built-in system for absorbing lightning magic, amplifying the strength of his attacks for almost no additional magic power, and make him stronger and faster at the same time. Nestor had inspired Leon to create this enchantment design when he spoke at length of magic engines and magically powered armor that went beyond the simple scope of a few enchantments on armor. If Leon could make this work, he'd be taking his first steps toward building a suit of armor that could do so much more than simply protect himself. In fact, He was barely half done with his current design and he'd already thought of a possible way to include light runes in order to use the armor to aid his natural healing capabilities. The biggest problem, however, lay in the power supply. The Bull Kingdom had many smaller accessories that could store magic power, but nothing with the sort of capacity that Leon would need to make his armor something truly special. The power crystals of Nestor's lab or the prison would have sufficed, if he could cut them down to size a little and mount them on his armor, but he'd already resolved not to use them. With all of this, Leon's hand moved steadily and relatively slowly as he drew perfect runes on the paper, but his mind was firing on all cylinders, going a mile a second as he thought about how to apply new enchantments to his armor, and where and how to build a host of other things. In this, he was, perhaps, in the middle of one of the happiest moments of his life. Sure, Octavius was missing and he hadn't heard anything about the man in a couple of weeks, but he went to bed every night with Maya and Elise. He was studying something he was passionate about, and the direction he wanted. His life to go in after leaving the Bull Kingdom was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. So, of course it was in this state of mind that Leon found himself being shaken back into the physical world by Elise, vanishing from his soul realm and leaving Nestor and Zafin alone. Vaguely, both of them could hear Elise telling Leon that the penitent paladin had come to the villa, but neither particularly cared about the troubles of the Bull Kingdom. Zafin was simply meditating and keeping an eye on Nestor, while Nestor used what little magic power his ruby prison was capable of providing him with to look over Leon's work. "Careful there, dead man," Zafin rumbled from his pavilion not too far away. "Touch anything of Leon's and I'll tear your magic body a new asshole." "What a wonderful turn of phrase," Nestor haughtily replied. "I'm not sabotaging my kinsman's work, I'm simply looking it over. I am his teacher, after all, and a damn sight better one than you, by the looks of things. I dare say Leon has learned more in the few weeks I've been with him than in the years he spent with you. I mean, I almost think I ought to thank you for leaving Leon so unknowledgeable about the art that I don't even have to correct any bad habits." Zafin's fires briefly flared in impetuous anger. "You focus on lightning too much. When Leon moves on to showing what he can do with fire, he'll show off what I've taught him. The skills that I've taught him in that higher element are nothing to dismiss." The demon felt strange saying those words out loud. He'd certainly never shared them with Leon, but the ghost had impugned his honor and questioned his teaching skills. He was a lord of flame, his knowledge of fire was nearly unparalleled in the universe. Leon had a damn fine knack for enchantments, to be sure, but Zafin took pride in knowing so much about fire magic that he could explain it in a way that made sense even to a 5-year-old. "Somehow, I doubt that," Nestor shot back. "I mean, Leon is quite prodigious with this art, almost as good as me back in my prime." "Almost, but I can't imagine he learned anything of substance from your useless tinder box." Zafin's bright yellow eyes started to burn a little bit brighter, almost turning white with their heat. He had to almost literally force his jaw to remain closed in order to not rise to Nestor's insults. "We shall see, dead man," Zafin replied, resolving to wait until Leon could show off his learned skills and then shoving them in Nestor's face. We shall see. Chapter 536. Beginning the pursuit. Leon met with Penitent in a private room of his villa. Leon expected him to be as stoic and rock-solid as he usually was, but when he walked in, he found the paladin staring out of one of the windows with a look of such deep melancholy on his face that Leon almost froze in shock. But the moment passed and Leon got the paladin's attention. The two gave quick greetings and got right down to business. "Leon, we finally know where he's going," Penitent stated with little preamble, a look of such grave seriousness on his face that Leon neither asked who he was referring to, nor celebrated the information's arrival. "Where? We tracked him through the south, where he was loaded onto a ship and taken out into the Gulf. Based on who he was with in the ship that he took, we believe he's heading for the Serpentine Isles." "You speak as if you know who he was taken by. I've heard of the man who took him, the man who fought with me. A pirate named Jorman, claims to be a survivor of one of the shattered islands of the Serpentine Isles and has used that reputation to gather many other disillusioned or expatriated Serpentine Islanders under his aegis. We've gotten scattered reports and complaints that this guy has been raiding up and down the western and southern coasts of Eterna for decades. He's powerful and bold, and the people he brought with him were hardly much inferior." Leon frowned as he listened to Penitent describe the attack on the dungeon from his perspective, and the focus he gave to the man who led the raid and the powers he commanded. He was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Penitent, arguably the strongest of the paladins, so Leon paid as much attention as he could. When Penitent was finished, Leon quickly called up what he knew of the Isles. The Serpentine Isles were, at least on paper, tributaries of the Bull King, but before that, they had supplemented their meager wealth with piracy. Their islands couldn't sustain much human life, so they had to resort to other means of procuring what they needed. Eventually, their raids became too much for the Bull Kingdom to bear with its usual defensive and isolationist foreign and military policies, so they put together a task force under Penitent and sent it out to deal with the pirates. The campaign was a success, and the Jarls of the Serpentine Islands became earls, vassalized under the Bull King. They provided sailors and lumber as tribute to the Bull King since their islands were too poor to give gold and silver, but the recent instability caused by the king's injury had left them with rapidly growing autonomy, and they hadn't paid their due tributes in years. A fleet had been sent out shortly before the Civil War to try and reassert the Bull Kingdom's dominance and to prevent the islanders from returning to their ancient ways of piracy, but it had been more than a year since and Leon hadn't heard anything about that fleet. He couldn't imagine anything good had happened to it if disappearance was the outcome. But he didn't for a moment think that King Julius was going to refrain from pursuing Octavius. When and how are we going after him? Leon asked. He wasn't about to let the man who had Trajan murdered go free just because he'd been a bit depressed and in his own head for a few weeks. The paladin gave him a deep, incredibly somber sigh. You'll be the only 7th tier going after these pirates, Leon. Leon cocked his head in surprise, though not, perhaps, for the reason that the paladin might have guessed. I always assumed that was going to be the case, he said. Bronze and Brimstone were in the west dealing with nobles who hadn't quite realized that they'd lost already. Penitent needed to remain here to protect the king, and Sapphire was likely never going to leave house arrest again unless it was for her execution. You would have been forgiven for assuming otherwise, Penitent replied with a shallow smile of amusement. Leon, the subjugation of the Serpentine Isles is not a thing I look back on fondly. I destroyed 3 of their islands and left the others depopulated. More than 500,000 people died during that campaign, and each one of their ghosts haunt me. I am an old man, and I have started to weaken in my age. I no longer have the strength to return there to face my demons, let alone fight against that pirate again. Leon nodded in empathy and understanding. The penitent paladin had to be penitent about something, after all. Leon certainly had his own regrets, though none of such scale and magnitude. More than that, though, he was reminded of the crimes that Justin had accused his family of, and which Nestor had confirmed. He hoped he would never grow too comfortable with such things. He almost asked how the paladin had destroyed those islands, but from how lifeless and beaten down the old man looked relaying this information, Leon refrained. He didn't need to know how to destroy islands just to kill some pirates and retrieve a prince. More important than any of that, however, was the paladin admitting to his weakness. His aura was just as vigorous and powerful as Leon would have expected from a man thought to be the Bull Kingdom's strongest paladin, but he knew that the strength of an aura and the actual strength and power that a mage could command weren't necessarily all that related. If the paladin didn't believe himself physically capable of pursuing Octavius, Leon wasn't going to argue with him. He'd feel some sympathy, and then he'd move on. Leon wasn't going to let the paladin's inability to accompany him detract from his current goal. But he also had to keep his expectations in check. Maya would be accompanying him, he was sure about that, and he couldn't let that go to his head. As powerful as she was, the ice wraiths and the Gorgon had shown that she was hardly invincible. Leon refocused on Penitent. There would be a time and place for those thoughts and the setting of expectations later. The people there are not going to support your search, Penitent continued. Those people he was with him are pirates. Pirates notorious for their cruelty and effectiveness, too, if what little information we can dredge up on them is accurate. Why they're interfering up here, I have no idea. Perhaps they finally decided that we're weak enough that their admittedly considerable power is enough to buy them revenge for the destruction of their islands. We can hardly say, myself most of all, without questioning them. As far as I'm concerned, their justifications don't matter or change anything. I'll still go and retrieve the prince one way or another, Leon confidently stated. Don't be so quick to assume victory, young Rame, Penitent whispered. They have 3 7th-tier mages. I am old and tired and starting to wane in strength, and they had more than enough power to practically take Octavius out from under my nose, and I could do little to stop them. These people are skilled and ruthless, and they have the power to do essentially whatever they want outside of the Central Empires. I would understand if you were to back out of this, Leon smiled. He could still see in his mind's eye as if it were right in front of him Trajan's cold lifeless body lying on the ground of the warehouse in which he was murdered. His anger at the prince's death wasn't as white-hot as it was then, but it was enough that Leon didn't think himself capable of turning away right now. He'd bring Octavius back one way or another, and there was a not-so-small part of him that was dearly hoping Octavius would resist when Leon caught up to him, just so that vengeance and justice would be the same. He couldn't turn away from this now. He couldn't leave this unfinished. Getting to the prince would be the hardest part in Leon's estimation. There were 3 7th-tier mages in his way, for sure, but Leon had Maya, and with his resumption of training with the Thunderbird and his education under Nestor, he could almost feel himself growing stronger every day. "I appreciate the words of caution, Paladin," Leon said, his tone genuine. "I will take heed and act with caution. But I will bring Octavius back here. The gods of yore themselves couldn't stop me." Penitent nodded, clearly wanting to say something more about this, but thinking better of it. Instead, Penitent quickly informed Leon of how the Bull Kingdom was going to respond. 3 fleets were going to be combined into a single task force to go to the Serpentine Isles and reassert the Bull King's authority. Leon's specific job was to find Octavius, for which he would be working with one of the fleet legates who would also be dedicated to that task. The Paladin also gave Leon some instructions on how to link up with that fleet. Since the Gulf of Discord was, ironically, given the name, quite peaceful, the fleets would come from there, leaving the fleets of the Endless Ocean intact enough to continue providing support to the legions in the west. Leon had 2 days before he and whoever he was going to bring with him would have to catch a transport south along the Naga River, which would take them to the task force. Leon was suddenly grateful that he had his armor back, and he resolved to set aside all other work until he got it fully re-enchanted. However, in the back of his mind, he was starting to think about the pirates that Penitent had told him about, and the powers they commanded. Leon had a few ideas about how to deal with them, but he'd need to consult with Nestor before doing anything about them. When all the information had been relayed, the Paladin departed, leaving Leon with his sincere wish that the younger man's journey to the Serpentine Isles would fare much better than his had more than 50 years ago. As he said this, he looked every bit the aged man who had served the Bull Kingdom for more than 200 years that he was. He was old, he was weak, he was filled with regrets, and he couldn't do more for Leon. Leon felt strange as he watched the capital disappear behind the ship. Saying goodbye to Elise had almost become routine at this point, though it wasn't a routine he enjoyed. The 2 days since Penitent's departure had been a whirlwind of passion from her, though she made it abundantly clear that she wasn't happy he was leaving again, especially so soon. What had surprised Leon, however, was being informed that Valeria was going to stay behind. It hurt a bit to hear that, but he trusted her, and if he were to be honest with himself, he was kind of glad. Things between them were still awkward, and it was clear enough to him that they still needed more time. Hopefully, when he returned, they could finish working themselves out, but for now, he was glad that they could get away from each other for a while, even if he felt guilty about it. He comforted himself by thinking about those who were coming with him. Marcus and Alcander had been reluctant to leave just like that, but they'd signed on with Leon, and so it didn't take long for Leon to get them ready to accompany him. Alex, too, had come with, though she was far more excited about the prospect of seeing the mysterious Serpentine Isles she'd heard so much about. Finally, Maya was with Leon, and so was Anzu. He would never head out to sea without her, just as he doubted she'd ever let him leave alone, and the prospect of leaving his griffin behind was not one that he would ever consider. Even if Anzu wouldn't be able to fight on land, his abilities to fly would still be invaluable at sea. He was grateful to all of them for following him in ways he didn't think he could articulate properly. He had some ideas on how to thank them for following through with their decisions to follow him, but for the time being, he resolved to use this time spent traveling to finish up some of his work. He had a whole host of things to enchant, chief among them his armor. Over the course of the several days that it took them to sail south along the Naga, Leon remained cooped up in his cabin on the transport, carefully inscribing the proper runes on silver bands that he'd had installed on the inside of his armor. He knew he could do better than use the designs he had, but he'd quite run out of time to innovate. Fortunately, all it would take to remove most of those enchantments would be to take out those silver bands and install new ones, so whenever he was ready, he could give his armor an upgrade. The enhancements to his speed and strength were nice, but the power boosts to his fire and lightning attacks were what he was truly proud of. He regretted that he hadn't yet had the time to do something related to air or water, especially since he was heading out to sea, but the journey west toward the Serpentine Isles was going to be long, so there was at least that. In the latter case, though, Leon spent the last few hours of the journey back south throwing together mock-ups of a couple things he'd been thinking about since his talk with Penitent. His designs weren't much, fitting onto a pair of standard sheets of spell paper, but they were still quite complex and advanced by Leon's standards. Once his armor had been re-enchanted back to its pre-Civil War state and his designs were complete, Leon dove into his soul realm. Zaffin was continuing to meditate, reminding Leon that he could very well create something to help the demon regain his power, but for now, Leon headed straight over to the table on which rested Nestor's ruby. "Dead man," Leon said, "I have some things that need looking at. How feasible would you say these designs are? My, how brusque, not even a, hello, or, how do you do? I'm on a time crunch, and quite frankly, I don't think you deserve much of my politeness." Fair enough. Leon felt Nestor's weak magic senses emanate from the ruby and sweep over the spell papers he'd laid on the table. This looks like a design for moving underwater, and this, that makes sense. I was wondering if this would occur to you after you took those books. Leon hated Nestor, but he couldn't help but smile in pride at the man's pleasantly surprised tone. He'd taken some of the books that were being maintained by the archive golems relating to the countering of certain magics. The penitent paladin's description of the power of the pirate leader had given Leon some pause. Fighting such a powerful water mage at sea was bound to be a nightmare, but he felt like he had arrived at a reasonable solution. "Are weapons with these enchantments common in the Nexus?" Leon asked. "Relatively so. I wouldn't say that they're widespread enough to be common, but I would also assume that every major player there has something in this vein." Leon stared down at the spell paper, upon which he'd inscribed a rather crude but, at least in his amateur opinion, effective weapon enchantment that could disrupt magical attacks. If it worked as well as Leon envisioned, he could break the pirate's hold over whatever water he hoped to use in his attacks. Unfortunately, it was Leon's first design, so he had little faith that it would work as intended. Still, that Nestor recognized it at all was a good sign. It ought to be useful to some degree, at least. In the upper right, the old ghost said after a few seconds of examination, "The third amplification glyph is redundant. You'll receive so little benefit to cycling and amplifying your magic power more than twice that it's not even worth bothering. The magical bleed off, especially in enchantments this unrefined, is too great. See here on the fourth wing in the upper left, along the bilateral and trilateral glyphs, where your magic power is going to be slowed and diluted to flow along these much finer lines, you'll lose most of that added amplification." Nestor proceeded to lay out several of the glaring flaws and inefficiencies in Leon's design, and there were quite a few he could mention. Even Leon was able to see some of them without Nestor's input, but he hadn't had the time to correct them before consulting with his long-dead kinsman. He had to admit that Nestor was quite a teacher, or at least, his teaching methods perfectly meshed with what Leon wanted from a teacher. Nestor simply pointed out flaws, he didn't suggest improvements, leaving the actual creation and innovation to Leon. Nothing would ever erase Nestor's attempt to steal Leon's body, but as a fellow, if amateur, enchanter, Leon couldn't help but have some measure of respect grow for Nestor over the past few weeks. He still hated the dead man, but his skills were real, and he seemed more than willing to share them. "What of the water enchantments?" Leon asked, indicating the other enchantments he'd brought Nestor to inspect. One of the books he'd taken to reading in the past couple of days was a journal of one of his Rame ancestors named Themistocles, who was the founding father of the Bull Kingdom's navy over 1,000 years past. The journal was more technical than personal, documenting his personal innovations regarding movement in water. Most of the engines that powered the Bull Kingdom's bigger ships were based at least partially on Themistocles' work, though that work was far too finicky and complex for the smaller ships that comprised the bulk of the fleet's ships, most of which still relied on wind power to sail. Leon had taken those ideas and combined them with the work he'd already done on his flight suit, as well as with some of the knowledge he'd gained from Nestor to design underwater booster jets for his boots. Not bad work, though kind of a flawed design. Such propulsion methods are inefficient when placed on extremities. This will work if properly applied and you took some time to learn them. But if I could be a little presumptuous, I would recommend something else. Something that won't horribly backfire on you or cost so much magic power that it won't be worth it. Oh, you've done some research into these areas before. One of the most common requests for enchanters is for locomotion. Everyone always wants to get to where they're going faster. Most of this research is devoted to flight since few people live in the seas, relatively speaking, but many of the same principles apply. Go speak with the librarian, seek out Cleopatra's principles of aerodynamics and Nestor the fool sages, not me, I assure you, one of our much more distant ancestors, who I was actually named after fun tricks and games. Honestly, how your house Rame ever forgot its lineage is beyond me when they had these books in their archives. One of Leon's eyebrows almost shot past his forehead and into his hair. His skepticism was so strong. Those hardly sounded like the kinds of books he needed if he wanted to move quickly in the water. But he kept his doubts to himself. Nestor had, if nothing else, proven his knowledge of and seriousness about enchanting. Leon didn't think he'd try to have any fun at Nestor's expense when it came to this topic. Nestor could see Leon's doubt written all over his face, though, and explained, the former is much more technical, though as I said, it's more of a flight manual. Some of its principles for self-reliant flight without the aid of personal wind magic to keep you in the air is useful in the water, too, and besides, it's basically required reading for anyone who wants to build a proper flight suit, as you call it. Leon could hear the scorn in Nestor's voice, but he accepted it without argue. Chapter 537. Fleet Legates, I have to say, this feels good, Marcus said as he stretched a bit on the deck of their transport ship. Yeah, I've been cooped up in that damn thing for too long, Alcander added as he mirrored Marcus's movements. I feel the same way, but that's not what I was talking about, Marcus said as his eyes drifted over toward Leon and Alex, who were leaning on a nearby rail staring out into the Gulf of Discord as the transport left the Naga River and started following the coast west. They were only an hour or two away from the task force that was going to go after Octavius. They were close enough for the sharper-eyed among them to be able to see the massive ships so far in the distance that they looked positively tiny. Sensing his gaze and hearing the pause, Leon glanced at Marcus. What do you mean, then? He asked. It's just that even though it wasn't that long ago, and it was kind of a terrible situation, I enjoyed running around the south with all of you, Marcus said. I don't think I ever would have experienced something like that back in Aventino. Not fighting against giants, just felt good, you know. Like, I know we were killing our countrymen, and that's terrible, but it was also a lot like back in the Knight Academy, testing ourselves against each other. The only one we're missing is Valeria. Leon grimly nodded. He didn't much want to talk about her right now, at least, not with Marcus. I suppose I get that, Alcander replied. The ultimate test, huh? How can anyone who calls themselves a mage not relish battle? Leon almost agreed with Alcander. He wasn't so fond of killing, though he by no means shied away from it. Killing was just a chore like any other, if it was necessary. But the exhilaration of battle was delightful. Like Alcander said, testing himself against other powerful mages was a thrill unlike any other, even with the knowledge that one wrong move could leave him dead. Coming out the other side of a terrible battle intact was a high that Leon wasn't sure could be matched. At least, that was the case when he wasn't leading people. The responsibilities he'd had to take on during the Civil War had prevented him from doing what he thought he did best: go off on his own, testing his abilities against those of a group of his enemies. The battle he'd fought against the Talfar warriors after leaving the walls of the Bull's Horns and after he'd met Maya was, in his mind, the best he'd ever fought. It had just been him against hundreds of men and women who wanted him dead, and yet he'd won. Or at least, he'd gotten away, but that was his objective at the time. Being in charge of thousands of people instilled far too much pressure for Leon to feel like he could enjoy such tests. As he lost himself in contemplation, the conversation soon moved on, and when Leon dragged himself back to it, he was kind of lost, that's all. Alex asked with a look of amusement on her face. When Leon found me to drag me on this little expedition, I was chatting up this cute guy the first lived next to. Things might have gone somewhere if Leon hadn't swooped in and practically dragged me away. Terrible, Marcus said with a playfully reproachful glare sent in Leon's direction, who shrugged with only a modicum of embarrassment. All three of them had been busy when he'd gone to retrieve them, and he hadn't given them much time to prepare for the journey. Yeah, Leon whispered. Sorry about all of that, I was in a hurry and I had a lot on my mind. Don't apologize to me, I don't mind, Alcander said with a sly grin. You should probably apologize to that girl you practically pulled off me. She was shouting and kicking and screaming that she was being separated from me. Untrue, Leon replied with a look of utter seriousness, though his cheeks began to redden. I barely even stuck my head into your room. Ugh, You were such a brute to her. You practically threw her across the room. I half expected you to take her right then and there. She certainly seemed willing enough after you showed off some of your strength. Again, untrue, I didn't even see her face, and I certainly didn't touch her. I didn't even enter the room. Marcus smiled as Leon's face started going red. Interesting, I had no idea you were into such rough play, Leon. That certainly explains why you almost carried off those I was with. Leon flushed even brighter red. He'd been in such a hurry to get Marcus, Alcander, and Alex together so that they could get ready to head south that he'd practically barged into Marcus's personal apartments where the young man had been in the middle of a veritable orgy. Several beautiful couples had been naked and doing their thing on a platform while Marcus watched, a pair of pretty and androgynous people burying their faces between Marcus's legs as he did so. Whether they were boys or girls, Leon neither knew nor cared enough to ask. Leon had been mortified with his intrusion, but he'd taken shelter in boldness and simply walked over and told Marcus what was going on, then ordered him to get ready to move as soon as possible. Fortunately, none of them had been too put off by Leon's actions, even if he burned with embarrassment when he remembered his rushed actions. "Listen, Leon," Alcander said as he walked over and wrapped his arm around Leon's shoulders, ignoring Leon's momentary tense reaction, "I get it. You're with several beautiful women, but sometimes you just need something else to get the blood pumping, know what I'm saying? But you don't need to barge in on people in the middle of the act. If you want to join, you just have to ask. I'm sure something can be worked out." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Leon responded, his face somehow turning even redder as he stumbled on his sentence, uncertain as he was how to respond. He meant what he said, he wasn't sure what Alcander was getting at. "You're a pretty good-looking guy, if you don't mind me saying, and while I'm not really attracted to guys, I don't mind sharing. Hey Marcus, you think we should invite Leon the next time we get a party going?" "Sure," Marcus replied, not hesitating in the least. "Might be fun. I can imagine a 7th-tier mage can go for quite a while." Before anything else could be said, one of the transport ship's crew members quickly ran forward and called out, Leon Ursus." Leon scowled a bit, but he was grateful for the distraction. He hadn't made any public announcements that he was taking back his old name, so even if he preferred to be known that way now, most people still only knew him as a Veilman. "What is it?" Leon responded. "There's a rowboat to take you to shore." "See, good sir," the young sailor replied. He couldn't have been more than 20 years old, and barely radiated the power of a 1st-tier mage. Leon could understand the anxiety of being sent to find a 7th-tier mage, and his nervousness with Leon's strange status in the task force. Leon could have asked what was waiting for him at the shore, he could have asked quite a few questions. Instead, he merely sent a quick notice to Maya of where he was going, swiftly pushed Alcander's arm off his shoulder, and said with a telling amount of eagerness, "Let's get out of here." He felt like he could still hear Marcus, Alcander, and Alex laughing at his expense as he was taken to shore. He didn't blame them, though, and even had a light smile on his face as he managed to calm himself down in the rowboat. It had been a while since he'd last spent time with other people like that, and while he wouldn't want his entire life to be spent in that kind of company, it was nice in relatively small amounts. On the shore of the Gulf of Discord, not too far away from where the fleets were massing to finish preparing to advance to the Serpentine Isles, a large camp had been established. About a mile down the coast was the Legion harbor that was servicing the ships, but Leon could see why the camp was all the way out here. The terrain between here and the walls protecting the harbor was nothing but swamp, while there were just too many people in the task force to have them all stay in the harbor's stone structures while their ships were serviced. Leon was escorted through the camp and shown into the command tent. There, he found about half a dozen 6th-tier mages and at least 24 5th-tier mages all poring over maps and quietly talking amongst themselves. The half-dozen 6th-tier mages were all assembled around a table in the center of the tent staring and pointing at several maps of the Serpentine Isles. The woman Leon assumed to be in charge looked up as he approached, her eyes warm and brown, her shortly cropped hair a similar shade. She was tall and well-built, and from the almost imperceptible scars on her face that didn't mar her natural beauty, Leon could tell that she was no stranger to battle. "Ah, Leon Ursus," she said in a confident and authoritative bark. "Thank you for coming." "Sure thing," Leon replied. "However, I'd prefer Leon, Rame, if you please." To everyone's credit, only a few of the 5th-tier mages acted at all surprised. The Legion professionalism that Leon had missed after having to wrangle the noble armies during the Civil War was something that he missed more than he'd have expected after all this time. Very well, the woman replied, her voice smooth, yet hard and clear. I am Legate Basina. His Majesty and the Council of Discord have seen fit to name me the leader of this expedition. She then nodded to the two men to her right and left, one short but stocky and the other of average height and average looks. These are the other two fleet legates, Thuderic and Sigibert. Thuderic will be my second officer while Sigibert will lead the manhunt for Octavius. Now, I assume you have questions. Leon nodded. I assume all of this isn't just to recapture one runaway prince. No, she responded. We also need to re-establish the earldoms of the Serpentine Isles, but you don't have to worry about that. That'll be my job, and if I'm incapacitated, then Thuderic will take over. You and Sigibert will be heading up the charge for Octavius and the pirates that have stolen him. Stolen him? Do we know that's what happened? We don't, Basina replied. However, by all our reports, they've headed to the Serpentine Isles, and so far as anyone can guess, there's no reason at all for them to do so if they were working for someone else. None of Octavius' ministers have confirmed that he was working with pirates, so we have no idea why the pirates decided to kidnap him. We're completely in the dark. Here's hoping the earls can shed some light, Leon said as he stepped up to the map. The penitent paladin told me the man who did this was named Jorman. Do we know anything at all about his activities in the Isles? Basina shook her head. Our first destination is a city that the locals call Craterok, which we translate as Serpent's Fang. The most powerful of the earls rules from there. Assuming everything there is normal, then we'd be able to get some information from him. Jorman can't be working alone, he'll have to have people in that city, and the earl will likely be one of them. We can't assume everything's normal though, Thuderic added, his voice a little high-pitched and nasally. The fleet we sent months ago hasn't sent back any messages telling us their status, and that's making all of us very nervous. Indeed, Sigibert spoke up, his voice much deeper, almost incongruously so with his fairly thin and averagely muscled frame. That fleet was headed by Sir Fabius, a stalwart sailor and highly competent admiral. They had a fleet of several hundred ships, more than 10,000 sailors and at least half as many marines. 3 dreadnoughts were counted among them, each with 2 flame lances. Such forces do not just disappear, especially without a trace. And yet, this fleet did, Leon ominously stated as he turned his eyes back to the map. And yet, this fleet did, Sigibert echoed. Something had to have happened to Sir Fabius, Basina said. We have to be ready for a violent welcome. I understand, Leon replied. What kind of resources do we have, if you don't mind me asking? Until recently, Leon was a legate and a knight in the Royal Legions, and now that he was back in this kind of atmosphere, he found it difficult not to slip back into the kind of attitude that such a rank instilled. But he was a mercenary now, and these legates didn't necessarily owe him answers. They'd be well within their rights to keep him completely in the dark and only call him out when they found the pirates. Fortunately, his strange status as a Rame, a former legate, a 7th-tier mage, a mercenary, and a personal acquaintance of the king meant that the legates were, as far as he could tell, perfectly willing to answer his questions, if only to make it easy upon themselves. We have 3 fleets, each with 2 dreadnoughts. That means 12 flame lances, a little over 30,000 sailors, and about 10,000 marines. A sizable force, Leon said with appreciation. The flame lances alone could do some serious damage, but he had to keep in mind the fact that the previous fleet had 6 of its own, and it had completely disappeared. Maybe not sizable enough. They have 3 7th-tier mages, Basina said. That's why I'm here, Leon confidently stated. I also have a comparably powerful mage in my party. So long as we can engage the enemy personally, I believe that we won't come out the lesser. Really? Basina said in surprise and intrigue. That's heartening to hear, a little more than heartening I'd say, Sigibert said, a wide smile blooming on his face. Leon nodded and moved on. He didn't want to linger too much on Maya's abilities, though he didn't see the point in keeping them too secret. Are we expecting much cooperation from the Earls? Or the Serpentine Islanders as a whole? Thuderic answered, no, from what I understand, the Islanders are generally opposed to the Bull Kingdom. Keep in mind that the penitent paladin killed thousands of their people and shattered 3 of their islands. How did he do that, by the way? Leon interjected, regretting somewhat that he didn't ask the penitent paladin himself, though from the way the man had acted at the time made it seem like a sensitive topic that he hadn't wanted to broach. From what I understand, and this is hearsay, mind you, the penitent paladin ordered the records of his deeds sealed, and His Majesty agreed the Serpentine Islands formed from the lava pushed up into the sea by volcanoes. Most of them haven't been active in centuries, but the penitent paladin used some kind of fire and earth magic ritual to awaken some of them when the Serpentine Islanders refused to surrender. This ritual caused enough volcanoes to violently awaken that most of the final 3 islands in the chain were completely destroyed. I'm told that the explosions were so massive that even the Central Empires sent people into our little corner of the world to find out what caused them. That must have been a hell of a thing, then, Leon murmured. If the Central Empires were as powerful as people say, then he found it difficult to imagine the kind of power that would be required to get their attention. So far, not even Maya's displays had gotten them any obvious attention. I remember it well, Basina replied. I was just getting out of the Night Academy at the time. It was a series of explosions over the course of about 2 weeks that were accompanied by light earthquakes and a couple months of cloudy days. Damn, Leon muttered in both awe and appreciation. Anyway, Basina said as she turned back to Thuduric, who got the message. We're not expecting much support from the islanders. The Earls, on the other hand, have received quite a few benefits from working with the Bull Kingdom, so they ought to be more amenable to our requests for information. Let's hope so, Sigebert whispered as he stared back at the map of the overall Serpentine Isles. Those who are too far removed from the centers of power will lose respect for that power. These people haven't paid their tribute in years. Even if everything there is fine and everything else very much isn't, otherwise Fabius wouldn't have vanished like he did, they still wouldn't readily cooperate. Whatever is happening there is big enough that a force led by 3 7th-tier mages were able to launch a raid on our capital island and seize a prince. It's possible that if they wanted to, they might have even been able to assassinate His Majesty. A disturbing thought, Thuduric said. An awkward few seconds passed as everyone stared at the maps. They were incredibly well detailed, containing every major and most moderate population centers on each of the islands. There were even maps old enough to still have the 3 shattered islands upon them, places that newer maps called the Broken Tail. Leon Rame, Basina said, breaking that awkward silence, what are your intentions for this mission? Leon gave a curious look and took a few minutes to think. I mean, I want to find Octavius and bring him back to the Bull Kingdom. In pieces or not doesn't really matter, but that's my intention, and the job that King Julius asked me to perform. Basina tilted her head in an assenting way, but her eyes remained locked on him. Good to know, but that's not entirely what I'm asking. You're no longer a member of the Royal Legions, correct? Ah, is this where we get to all the authority horseshit? Leon wondered. Correct, he replied out loud. In that respect, you don't have to worry about me trying to pull rank. I don't know the first thing about fighting at sea, and I won't pretend that I know better than you. I can throw lightning and stab people pretty well, so that's the lane I'll stick to. Far as I'm concerned, I'm muscle. Just here to fill in any power gaps when it comes to on-land combat. That's even better to know, Basina replied, a look of mild relief spreading across her face. Rumors about you have spread far and wide across the kingdom, I'd imagine, and they've certainly reached the ears of our sailors and marines. But what we need right now is unified purpose and a singular leader. I don't want them to get confused about who's in charge, and so long as you acknowledge our authority, we won't have any problems. Sounds good to me, Leon replied. All right then, Basina replied, the look of relief appearing a little more strongly on her face before vanishing entirely as she turned her attention back to the map. Now, here's what's going to happen once we arrive in Craterrock. Once the meeting finished, Leon made his way over to Sigebert's flagship. He accompanied the legate on his personal boat, making small talk and being reassured that his people had been transferred over from the transport ship they'd taken south. The mood was a little intense. They were already several weeks behind Octavius, and no one wanted to lose any more time. It would take at least a month of sailing through the open ocean, a dangerous prospect even in the best of times, before they'd reach the Serpentine Isles. NT. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.